Damn, it's popping in here.
Yeah, Mr. Russian, are you there? How long you only? How long has everyone been quiet for? Hello, is anybody there?
Sort of, but I'm driving.
Hello, Cyclone. What do you drive?
Driving Audi.
Which one?
E3.
Any good?
Yeah, it's good actually. Been pretty reliable. They're trying to. I was thinking about getting rid of it, but then since they started trying to bully everyone into buying shitty electric cars, I'm just gonna hold on to it out of spite.
Did you say Audi reliable? I've heard bad things about them.
I've, touch wood, been pretty lucky. No issues so far.
Good.
I've had it for like 4 or 5 years. So.
Hmm.
Just get a
How's it
custom.
going? How you doing?
Good. I bought my car on a Friday, 2022, on a Friday, and the Saturday come, it broke down on me.
What was
Mercedes.
that? Okay, yeah, that can
It
happen.
it was the new C300, so it was 2022 March. I picked it up on Friday. I was driving on the freeway on Saturday. All the sensors went off, the screens went black. Dog shit cars. Paid 100 and
Sounds like a
something for it.
Mercedes.
What happened? You keep it? You get rid of it?
I kept it. I haven't had any issues since that. Apparently, it was a
Okay.
faulty sensor or something.
Fair enough.
I have a 2020 Mercedes as well. Same issues. They're all just freaking. They're good to drive. They're nice. It's just the issues you have is a bit weird.
You gotta get a Tesla.
No, thank you.
The globe version?
Mhm.
Proving the globe? Should not.
You gotta buy a Tesla, I told you.
I can't even buy
Fuck
Teslas in
that.
Australia.
Oh yeah, your like import fees probably are like ridiculous anyway.
We can only buy Model 3s and Model Ys, which are both dog shit cars.
I'd argue that probably the Y is the best out of all of them.
Why would you say that?
Newest architecture.
Are they worth the money?
Well, it kind of depends. If you were gonna spend at least 25 grand on a new car, that's the U.S. by the way, like 25K in the U.S., then it probably is worth it in the long run because you'll save a bunch of money over time. But if you're overseas, you can probably get something cheaper than getting a Tesla imported.
They're not imported. They actually have manufacturers and dealers here. Well, not manufacturers. They have dealers here.
Yeah, but they got to ship them all the way from the U.S. or China to
But
you.
same with every other car here, bro. We don't have anything
fair
produced in Australia. The freaking country's empty, bro. How much is a Model Y here? Let's have a look. I think
That's a
like
good question.
80 G's
Probably
here.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but our currency is really bad right now.
Fair enough.
I think the Australian dollar is 65 cents to the American dollar. Yeah, brand new ones like the performance one's about 100K. The regular one's about 80K. 75, 80, 72 around there.
Yeah. That's rough.
I mean, I paid 120 grand for a C300.
That's really rough. Holy shit.
Yeah. Luxury car tax, GST, all these things. I mean, I get 10% back off the top of the vehicle. Luxury car tax, a lot of tax exemptions when you buy under a proprietary, but it's
Mhm.
still a lot of money. I think my luxury car tax alone is about $18,000.
Yeah, here I can get like a base model Y starting at like 50,000 USD.
I mean, 50,000 times that, like another 30% on top. It works out to be the same shit roughly.
No, that's surprising.
What was that?
Just gotta wait for a Cybertruck, you know.
That's what I'm waiting for, but apparently it won't come here. I think they said they're not going to do this in the
It'll
right hand
take a
for
while
Europe.
to get over to your neck of the woods.
I think they won't even make them for Europe, right?
I doubt they'll make it for Europe.
If it won't be for Europe, it won't be for us. Because we're all right hand drivers here. Us right hand drivers aren't getting the Cybertruck, I've heard. That's very
Can you own
disappointing.
a left-handed vehicle over there? No. Is it like
I think you
no?
can, but usually they convert. I think only older cars. I think there's a time period where it has to be.
Mm.
Like a lot of people, I know a bunch of mates of mine that had a Ford F-150 is converted.
Yeah, I bet someone would probably be willing to do that. Sounds like a pain in the ass, though.
It's not worth the money, honestly.
Yeah.
I really want. I have an order for a Cybertruck, which is never gonna get fulfilled.
Well, I don't know. They might make it for Europe.
I've heard
The
that
question is, like, what
So we
half
we have
the
a
half of Europe wouldn't be able to even fucking park the damn thing.
we've had a what's it called? Uh, we have one of the largest ute markets in the world, right? We sell like 30 million utes a year. I've heard from one of the Australia Tesla executives that they might open a manufacturing plant here.
Does not sound that unreasonable.
It doesn't because we have the highest market for utes. We like our utes here. The best-selling car is a ute. The best-selling top 3 cars are all utes.
Understandable.
I mean, we're getting a bunch of new cars like the Fords, the Chevys, they're all coming here.
Trying to get away from the UAW.
What's that?
It's the like auto union here in the States.
What's wrong with it?
Oh, they're striking right now. So a ton of car plants and maintenance facilities and all that shit are dead currently.
Does that mean cars go up?
No, it just means like no cars are being. Well, I mean, I guess they probably will go up, but like half their plants aren't running right now. A lot of unhappy customers. A lot of lost money.
I remember I bought a car in 2017 for $55,000 Aussie. I sold it in 2021 for $55,000.
That's a pretty good deal.
Freaking utes, bro. There's no supply.
You ever just accidentally stay up all night, and now you're debating whether or not
What is it?
to go to bed?
8:40 in the morning for you right now?
Yeah. Well, no,
Yeah.
it gets worse. I've been up since yesterday at about 3 a.m.
You playing games?
No, I had an exam yesterday.
What are you studying?
Aerospace engineering.
How's that going for you?
That's pretty fun.
It's that you're doing an undergraduate?
Yeah.
You halfway through? I'm assuming first year.
No, I'm a bit into it.
And you're still enjoying it?
Yeah. It's more at the point where it's like I kind of don't have to give a shit.
How come?
I mean, I still have to do all my work and I still have to do my exams and all that other stuff, but I have like more time to myself now.
When I did my undergraduate during COVID, it was a freaking nightmare.
Oh god.
I finished it, and I'm about to enroll to my postgraduate, but it sucks
yeah.
balls.
Yeah, I have this bad habit where I will wait until like the day before an exam to study, or the morning of to study, because then it's like I actually have the pressure to fucking focus on it for a good like 6-8 hours straight.
Bro, COVID was good, right? For example, an exam would be, or an assignment would be due on Friday. I'd hand it in 2 weeks later, saying I was just sick and I was really not sick, and you just hand in some bullshit freaking COVID letter, and all my local GPs would just give you any letter you'd like if you just sniffed or coughed once.
The funniest shit for COVID, I had like a physics class, and for one of the exams, we got like a notice a couple weeks later that the professor was like, "So I've learned that about half of the class got together one night at a frat house and they all did their exam online at the same time. So I'm not gonna fucking expel all of you, but no more online exams. You gotta come in person to do it."
All my
fuck us
exams
all.
are freaking online, bro. I think all of us completed our undergraduate. We failed half the courses, but the professor exempted every single one of them just because of COVID. It must have been the best
Yeah,
freaking thing in my world. But
they did the same thing here. They were like, yeah, you can make any class a pass fail.
yeah, it was freaking ridiculous. I think that my
I
undergraduate
abused the
was.
fuck out of that.
Oh
I
yeah,
made all
bro.
my classes pass fail. I was like,
It was like a 3-year undergraduate, and I have
yeah, like
credit for my
I'll
postgraduate as
take the
well.
credits, dude. You know, I don't even
Mhm.
have to take the final. I'll still pass.
Bro, I don't think I got sick once, to be honest with you.
I either got it and was asymptomatic, or I've never gotten it.
Mm,
Like there was only one time in the past like 3 years that I actually got like sick,
yeah.
and I went in for it, like to the ER because it was bad. Like I felt like I had pneumonia and stuff, and they like did
Mm.
every fucking test, and they were like, "No, you're clean."
For us,
So,
I'm not vaccinated or anything, but if you get COVID and you're cleared of it, they gave us a clearance certificate, and I never tested, right? So I had a mate of mine that had a COVID clearance certificate, and me and my brother pretty much just changed the name and date, and we just used that for the 6 months or whatever it was, and we got away with everything, bro. And there was one time I was at a shooting range, and they were checking it, and they called the police to check it, and I was like, bro, we're so screwed, and it just passed, nothing happened.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not looking forward to do my postgraduate during these times.
sounds like fun.
Nah, freaking nightmare. I'm doing a project management urban planning.
Mm-hmm. Just like plan really well, and then they'll hire you.
I work for myself. I don't need a job. I'm doing it to. So my goal is to get a doctorate in town planning and project management. There's not a single person in Sydney that's done a doctorate here regarding town planning and project management.
Fuck.
I plan to expand my company thoroughly once I have a doctorate, if all goes well. I've got 2 years of my master's left, and then I've got 4 years of the doctorate, or something like that.
Walk in the park.
I'd rather kill myself than do it, but heck, I barely want to live anyways, so why not? I think in this filthy economy, the only way to get government contracts is by having a big diploma behind your name or a big doctorate or some sort of fat paper that says you're qualified.
Well, at least it gets the door open.
Honestly, I make good money. The only issue is government contracts are like highway robbery money. If I can manage to get those, the margins on
Really?
government contracts are ridiculous.
Here it's the opposite, dude. You'll get shafted by a government contract
Bro,
faster than anything.
yeah, to build like roads, because everything in Australia is subsidized. Like your toll roads, private, your schools, everything's privately
Oh,
built.
yeah.
So if you land a contract to build a school for the government or a road or anything, bro, my
Yeah.
margins
Okay,
to
that
build houses are like 15% at most. Right, the margin to build a government project is like upwards of 30%, but a much larger project.
gotcha.
Yeah. One day.
I can just make homemade fucking rockets and sell those.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. Just find some like. No, I shouldn't say that. Never mind. Got all my tongue on that one.
Yeah. There, I got you. Don't worry. Anything ever kicks off
It's
in the
all a
world,
laughing matter, until they pull out the fucking like
you get a
paper
phone
sheet of
call.
all the all the shit you said, like
You get a
hello,
phone
Mr.
call as
Ariel.
soon as you freaking shoot something up in the sky, bro. You finish your degree.
Oh no, I
and
mean
then,
I do like high power hobby rocketry, but I was I was making a different joke there. If you
No,
catch my
I know
drift.
I know what you're talking about. As soon as you finish your degree, they're gonna call you and be like, Mr. Ariel, we've been hearing a lot of things about your experiments and your contacts.
Yeah.
We just want you to stay on the good side. So that's why we're putting you behind bars.
Just letting you know, this is your first time warning.
First time, 10 years in jail. Next time, we take off your head.
Then you're unhireable.
Literally, as soon as the government blackballs you, I mean, who else besides a public government-funded agency does rockets, right?
SpaceX.
Government-funded. If the government says no to aerial, bro, SpaceX won't touch you. NASA, no one will touch you anymore.
Yeah. He's bribe
Thanks.
him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Give Elon the, all 1-2 and
Oh yeah. Tell him he knows what's up. He doesn't send the contract. He'll send Beetlejuice after him. So tell me, have you shot a rocket up?
I've shot multiple.
How high?
Quite a few actually. The highest rocket that I've ever personally worked on went to just under 15,000 feet.
How much?
15,000 feet, so that's
That's out of the atmosphere.
3,000-ish meters, something like that.
That's out of the atmosphere, right?
No, nowhere close.
Isn't the atmosphere like 10,000 feet? Or am I thinking?
No,
Mm,
the official line for space is 100 kilometers.
my nigga, am I thinking meters or feet? Wait, I was watching a high altitude balloon. I think it said 10,000 feet. Or am I tripping out?
10,000 feet is like 2.5 kilometers up,
Let me watch this video again.
roughly.
Oh, 110,000 feet. Yeah, okay, that makes
There you
more
go. That's
sense.
better. So now you're talking like
Out of space.
you're about a third of the way to space there. So you're about like 30-ish kilometers up.
110,000 feet? I think
Yeah.
that's when you start hitting the outside of space, the edge of space.
So yeah, I mean, the Kármán line is arguably a just a line that people chose because it sounded good. 100 kilometers, right? Nice round number. There's no like significant change at suddenly you get to 100 kilometers and all of a sudden it's different. But it was just kind of like, okay, you're that high up, you're going to be up there for a while if you send something, flying fast enough to go into orbit. So, fuck it.
How come we haven't gone
That's the
higher?
line. Oh, you can go higher.
How come you
That's
haven't
just
gone
like,
higher?
bruh, it is ungodly difficult
Expensive?
to go high. Yeah. Like, okay, so, well, I would get on cam, but like, actually, because of all this rocket shit, my room is like a shit show right now.
Tell me, I don't mind.
I'm building my level 2 rocket. So,
Can I see?
and I can send photos later, but I got
Sure.
yeah, I gotta like do shit. And like hobby rocketry, which is what this is classified under technically.
So
There's
do
like
you
different
remotely control
certification
them,
levels.
or
No. They're all passively stable. The government will get very far up your ass if you try to do any active control of a rocket.
yeah? Have you tried?
Kind of. And NASA
Okay.
told me no, and very
Really?
sternly. Yeah.
How they get in contact with you?
I was a part of a competition for quite a few years where
Did you
NASA like
win?
hosts rocketry competitions for high schools and colleges.
Did you win?
My team did get a couple awards. Our second team won second place once at the collegiate level.
Do you win
So
any money?
yeah, if you win at the collegiate level, yeah, you get big monies.
You got big money?
I've gotten like just under $1,000 from rocketry stuff.
I'm assuming
What?
the rockets cost a whole lot more than that to build.
Yeah, I mean the one I'm building right now, everything included, like 1,800.
Would you sell me a rocket?
Fuck no.
Why not?
Okay, you could, right? You can buy kits online,
Can you build me
but
one?
the actual motors themselves, the solid fuel motors, those are
Wait,
much
so what
more
can I
like.
do with it? If, for example, you sold me a rocket, what can I do with the thing? Can I just shoot it up and is it gonna come down or is it gonna bat
It
implode?
comes down. They have parachutes.
And
Um,
do I have to wind the parachute every time?
yeah, you got to fold them in.
Do they go straight up or
Um,
do they curve?
that kind of depends. Normally, you want it to go straight up,
Do yours go
but
straight up?
if you have like high winds and you have a very stable rocket, then when it leaves the launch rail and it hits the wind, the fins at the bottom of the rocket make the rocket like go into the wind, so it'll fly like
Have you ever lost a rocket?
downrange. Yes, I have. My last level 2 rocket, the one before this one, went to 14,500 feet, and then I never saw for it again, and I never got any radio communication from it again.
Mm.
Like my last little packet of information was when it was just at apogee, like right before I was about to deploy its parachute. So my guess is something went very wrong when it tried to deploy the parachute. Like
Have
the
you ever gone
electronics
hunting for
killed
them?
themselves. Oh yeah, dude, I hiked at that fucking launch range for like 3 hours trying to find it, and no, I had my like number sharpied on the side like all over too. So
What were you trying to find?
my rocket.
Oh,
So if anyone ever found it, they'd have my number
How long ago was
all over it.
this?
But it was over a year ago.
My God, they took that rocket home.
That bitch dead.
They took that
I
shit
don't,
home.
I don't know why. Like, there's honestly at that point, if it's been sitting out that long, that there's nothing valuable in that thing anymore.
Bro, you think they're gonna call you? They took that shit home.
So
You'll probably find it on
it's
eBay.
like a matter of respect for within like hobby rocketry. Like if you find another person's rocket, you at least make an effort to try and return it, because it's like, what would you want if you just spent like God knows how much money on a fucking rocket, right? Or trying to do something cool or do a certification flight or whatever, right? And then it gets fucking lost. Do you want it to like fucking be lost forever, or would you rather
I
like some
found a
guy be like,
rocket,
"Hey fam, I got your shit, let's
no,
meet up
brother,
sometime."
I'll send you a message saying I got your rocket. 5 grand. It's called.
As a dick move.
how much did you spend?
On what? The last one?
Yeah,
one
on
that
the
you
one you lost.
That one was a bit cheaper. That was probably about $1,200.
And how much time did you put into it?
Probably about 30 hours total building it.
How much do you value your time at?
At least like $20 an hour.
20 times 30. 600 plus 1,200. We'll say 2 grand. You get the rocket back.
Yeah. This one's cost $2,000 in parts alone. And this one's gonna take even longer to build.
And if you lose that one, 4 grand, or you're not getting it back.
Yeah.
I'm about to put a GPS on
$5 grand.
Oh, I have
You
a
know,
GPS on it.
5 grand it is.
I learned from my mistake last time, all right? I got a separate GPS module on this one, not connected to the main flight computer. So even if that bitch, for some reason, decides to kill itself, I'll still be able to track it.
So tell me, this main flight computer, is this a software?
No. Okay, so the last module that I had, or I guess, well, just whole fucking board, it was called the Altus Metrum Telemega. It's like a $350 PCB that like has a microcontroller on board, GPS, radio, pyro charge channels, like everything you fucking want.
And the one you have now?
Similar. So the
Better?
GPS uses radio, but the actual flight computer that handles like firing the charges to deploy the parachutes and all that doesn't have any communication to the ground. It just fucking sits there and it looks at the pressure and the acceleration, and it waits until it's at apogee and then does its stuff.
Tell me, if I gave you 10 grand, what type of rocket can you build?
a lot of different things. Depends
Like
what you want to do.
one cool rocket to go as high as possible. Can you get me up
To
that
go
high?
as high as possible, you'd probably want to do like a 2-stage. You could probably get to about 100,000 feet on 10
Can you get
grand.
me to the atmosphere?
No, that'd probably take about 50 grand.
Can I put a camera on
Yeah, that's easy.
it? Yeah.
Um,
They can fly off the curve.
My club here at college is working on sending a rocket to Kármán line, so 100
Where's
kilometers. But that's going to take like I'm going to be gone by the time that they actually ever do that.
It
It's going
takes
to be
that
like
long
5 or
to
6
build?
years. Well, no, so it's very fucking ghetto to like make rockets bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
Everything gets harder. All the engineering, there's problems that you never have to worry about on a small scale. Like, for example, right, my rocket, it's just basically 2 pieces of fucking like fiberglass tube that have a coupler in between them, right? Not much to go wrong there, right? You start talking about a rocket, like especially a 2-stage rocket, to go to like 100 kilometers, you're talking about a 30, 40 foot tall rocket, so like at least 10 meters tall. You can have, and this thing's going to be going like Mach 3, Mach 4, maybe Mach 5. You can have lateral forces where, like, I have this tiny little fiberglass tube in front of me. It's not going to, care if I try to bend it. If I have a,
Wait,
8-inch, 10-inch across fiberglass tube that's 12 feet long, and I have like 5,000 pounds trying to bend it in half, it can significantly move.
I'm assuming the most expensive part will be that freaking engine, right? The rocket.
Oh god, yeah. Especially if you're trying to do it on a 1-stage to space.
So I'm
There's been a
assuming
few
1
universities
stage means shoot, 2-stage means blast the top
2-stage
off.
means you have one motor that fires, then you have essentially a
disconnect.
second rocket on top of the first one. It disconnects. Second motor on that one, it fires.
And you lose that one every time, right?
No, you can recover them.
And you can relaunch with the same shit?
Big parachute, yeah.
Interesting.
But yeah, going to the Kármán line is very expensive, very engineering intensive, because you actually have to think about what you're doing. You can't just throw shit together and epoxy it on and say good enough.
Where do you buy rocket engines from?
There's certain suppliers online you can buy them from, but they require verification that you have the ability to actually buy them. So you can buy small ones.
They want to see
like-
money, is that what you mean?
No. They want to see like your literal certification. So there's
What?
so like
So
in the US,
if I wiggle my cock and show them all my money, they're not going to sell me them?
no, it would actually be illegal for them to sell them to you. In the US, we have 2
Why is it
main
so
rocketry
regulated?
organizations, and each of those have like a system in place to get certifications for essentially
buy one?
showing your capability to build high power rockets of different sizes.
So can you
So,
buy
like,
whatever engine you like?
no, I can only buy motors up to L class.
What does that mean?
Because, so there's different classes of rocket motors, and that's based on how much total performance they have in them.
Sounds like loser class to me, so you can't buy a big boy rocket?
L's are pretty big. L's are like the size of your arm. Like your whole arm.
My whole That's not enough to go to the atmosphere, though, is it?
No, you got to go way bigger for that.
Man.
And yeah, so that's why I'm doing what I'm doing now. So that'll get me to where I can technically always buy L's. Right now, it's like I can buy 1 L at a time to do a certification flight to certify myself to an L. I have a level 1 right now. I'm going for a level 2 right now. And then
I thought level 1 you can go up to like H.
I. You can go to an I on a level 1.
Yeah,
So okay, but that's like you can just no problem just buy it, right? You're chilling. You can fly rockets all the time. For certification, you go to the the person selling it, and you're like, hey, I want this motor, and they're like, are you level 2? And you're like, no, I'm level 1, but I'm doing a cert flight. And then they go, okay, and then they sell it to you. but they check your
Ah.
credentials and they notify your organization that you're with that you bought a cert motor. So then you can't just go to another manufacturer, or distributor and be like, I want a level 2 motor, because they'll check and be like, no, you already have one. Fuck off. So, like,
Ain't
the
no
one
way,
that's
bro.
literally sitting on my desk right now.
That's probably the
will
most
be-
dodgy system to ever exist. You can just slide them some cash and that's out to you.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's not guns we're talking about, right? It's just propellant, but
Yeah.
I
I mean, guns are a bit
it
more
gets
dodgy
it
than
gets more
that.
serious the bigger you go. I'll put it that way. Like me buying a level 2 motor, not that much of a concern. If I'm trying to buy like a fucking like R class motor, or like pay to have someone manufacture one for me to do like a single shot to like space, yeah, I'm gonna have like the FAA crawling up my ass on that one. Like
Yeah,
it's
we tried it.
Build your own.
I'll try
Yeah,
it.
you're scheduling those flights. Like, I'm imagining
you're
months in
going to the
advance type
FAA.
thing.
You're going to the FAA with like basically a lawyer, and you're like petitioning them to give you permission to fly the fucking thing.
Tell them to
I'd
look at my
imagine you'd have
balls,
to
bro.
be like an organization or some
No,
higher
man.
academic level to get to that point.
Yeah, if you got like 100K to burn, you could probably do it on your own.
You
Okay,
reckon?
okay.
So for 100K, you can get me to space? I can prove the Earth is flat? All curved?
Oh,
all the
not
way?
you. No, your ass is sitting down here. You're watching it go up.
Well, no shit, but I mean a camera.
Yeah, you can put cameras on. It's fine.
4K optical. Wide
Yeah.
angle, brother.
You know how
I don't know.
optical
That's getting a
anything
bit.
works?
No,
Yeah.
no clue. How does
That's
it
a
work?
little weighty.
If you're trying to
Well,
put like a
why don't we run through
DSLR
it then?
sideways in a rocket, that's
He's talking
pretty
about the lens,
fat
so you
rocket.
can debunk
Yeah, I know.
your. So let's just focus on that. What do you think
It's
happens to
it's
lenses?
a shame.
Yeah, what do you
don't
think happens to
understand.
lenses when you go up in space? And then you have to tell
Man,
me why you think something happens to it.
I have no clue. You tell me.
Does the
So why
pressure
did you, when
modify
he said,
the
can I finish?
Because
Oh,
we're
go ahead,
It
man.
discussing.
I'm just guessing. You asked the questions. That's why I
We've
was just
been.
guessing.
It doesn't do
This
anything worth
wasn't like an
mentioning.
argumentative
So
question. We're just discussing. Not discussing
in
even. We've
this
been having a
room,
convo about rockets for an hour, yeah?
in this
Mhm.
room, are
Yeah,
you a
we've
flat
been.
earther?
Am I flat earther?
No,
I am not.
We've been talking about rockets for
I'm
quite
a
a while.
flat earther.
Hey, tell
Actually,
me,
Are
for
you a flat earther? It's
100Ks,
a simple question.
how big is the rocket getting?
to
So
go
you're a
to
flat earther.
100K or go
Okay.
to 100 kilometers.
For $100,000,
Let's go
what type
for
of rocket we're getting?
Oh,
Can I put my name on that shit?
You could likely,
Yeah,
write your
dude,
name
you
on it. Hell yeah.
fucking
Yeah,
jizz
we'll
on it
put it
for
on
all
the
I care.
flames and a quantum wave, dude.
Yeah,
Like-
sounds pretty cool.
Do basically whatever you want when you have $100,000, and like the
Yeah,
big
but-
concern at that point is like if you don't have the engineering expertise, you have to like fucking hire someone to help you.
So are we
Because
like
legitimately,
insuring
you
these
design that
rockets?
shit wrong, it will shred itself when it
Oh.
like fires.
I'm assuming these
Yeah.
rockets get insurance, right?
The organizations will cover up to $1 million in damages
Which organization is
if you're
that?
a member.
Like, as in to the environment or to the freaking rocket?
No, as in
Oh,
like if
I would
you
imagine
like
to
hit
other
someone
people.
or hit their house
Yeah.
or yeah.
No. I don't want public liability, bro. I want my rocket breaks.
No, they don't
and
pay for your
fix
rocket.
it.
That's your job, dude. That's your responsibility. That's
I'm
not
sure there's
theirs.
a company that's gonna insure my rocket.
No.
Come on, there's car
Fuck
insurance,
no.
there's plane insurance, there's freaking there's
Well, you
life
might
insurance.
find a guy at the fucking launch, but he's gonna charge you basically half probably the cost of your whole goddamn rocket. So
Nah, come on, man. I can get insurance for my leg, bro. I'm sure I can insure my rocket.
they're gonna bend you over sideways.
As long as it's not 100K, bro, I'm happy. What's
Yeah,
the
no,
chance of a
50K.
rocket exploding or breaking?
Depends. Depends
You
on a lot
made
of
it.
things.
What's
On
the
your
chance?
experience, I'd imagine.
You made the rocket. What's the chance?
Okay, so biggest thing on it exploding is obviously the motor. Most rare failure would be a case failure. So like this motor that I have in front of me, it uses an aluminum tube essentially as its like pressure vessel. Very unlikely, but somehow that could fail. There you go, rocket dead. More likely, either the nozzle collapse collapses because the motor gets too pressurized and the nozzle was just a shittily made nozzle. Which that basically just turns the motor into a pipe bomb. Or a big ass chunk of propellant breaks off from inside the rocket motor and plugs up the center of the nozzle, which again turns it into a pipe bomb.
Which is no good.
No, you usually don't want like a multi-thousand psi pressure bomb going off anywhere close to you.
Close to you, yeah, but there are scenarios
They're
where you
in
might want
the
one going
sky.
off.
Sorry, it's in the sky though. It's not really close to you. My biggest concern with my
No,
project.
it could blow up
Pre-launch.
right on the pad.
Yeah,
It could blow up on the you
not
hit the
pre-launch,
button,
but
it
mid.
just
as
ignites
it's-
and then boom.
Good thing
Yeah.
my engineer Ariel's gonna be on the pad, not me. I'm sitting on the
No, I'm
sideline.
gonna put you right next to it just in case.
No, I'm good,
Yeah,
car.
exactly.
You're collateral. You're gonna
I'm
block all the
collateral.
shrapnel.
Oh, I'm sure I am. You sit there, I freaking.
Like that meme, you're gonna take it for everyone.
I'll record it. Wow, this game of League of Legends is garbage. Can't stand this game.
You play League? Ew.
Yeah, you usually play games that you're good at.
My condolences.
I don't know, bro. This game makes me want to kill myself every day. No joke. Come
Sounds-
on.
That
This
sounds
one.
toxic.
What was that?
Wait, hold on.
I said it sounds toxic.
Radwin.
No, it's not toxic. It's just
Oh wait, no, sorry.
a way of life.
I'm misreading. Feg time, please tell me he's not making sugar motors.
Yellow is a certain person that you hold so.
Can I 3D print a rocket motor?
There are some research papers into 3D printing propellant, but it's like really fucking sketch.
So what are they made out of, these engines? Just like the same, they use rocket fuel, I'm assuming?
Well, yeah, there's lots of different types of rocket fuel that you can use. So,
How much
like-
is rocket fuel? Is it expensive?
again, depends. There's relatively cheap fuels, and then there's ones that are god expensive.
Is it sold per liter? Per gallon?
No. So solid fuel rocket motors, you either buy them pre-made, like this one, or you are casting your own propellant. You are getting the raw chemicals, and you are getting a very good dust mask, working outdoors, somewhat, and mixing all this shit together and casting your own grains.
So we're still very, I mean, we're not really good with rockets, are we?
What do you mean?
Like, we're still not like masters of rockets, right? Everything's still dated, you would say?
I don't think so. No.
You think we're pretty.
SpaceX's rockets are pretty good. The SLS is kind of just like Congress being Congress, but I mean it works. So, nah.
So we're not very primitive in the rocket department, are we?
No, we've come a long ways from the 50s when they would like blow up on the pad.
Who has the best
On the
rockets?
The best rockets, probably SpaceX.
SpaceX? Why do you think they're the best rockets? Doesn't NASA get a lot more money than them? Isn't money equals better?
Well, okay,
better
so
product?
so NASA gets a lot of money, right? But NASA does a lot of shit with the money. Not a lot of it goes towards rockets, and only recently it was going towards SLS. And SLS is just Congress basically being Congress and going, I don't want to shut down all the manufacturing lines that the space shuttle used because they're all in my state, and I want more money from the government flowing through my state to these industries. So I'm going to force NASA to use all these businesses across the entire fucking country to build this rocket.
But didn't NASA only recently start expanding to other bullshit? Didn't they do just rockets for the longest of time?
No. NASA has been doing other shit like since its inception. I mean, NASA came from NACA, which was made in like the fucking 30s, I believe, and like NACA did a lot of shit related to pioneering like aircraft technologies and stuff.
Well, the way I look at it, right, is NASA has still a larger budget than SpaceX dedicated to rockets. No,
No,
SpaceX is a larger rocket
SpaceX
fund.
probably on balance has more, yeah, because like you have roughly 4 billion going to the SLS every year, but that's split up between
What is
all the
SLS?
subcontractors. Huh?
What's that word? I'm confused. SLS. I've heard it a few times.
It's the latest rocket that NASA, well, Congress basically commissioned.
How much does that rocket cost?
Way too much.
Why do they cost so much?
Single use, and
What does that
it's
mean?
not designed to be like economic at all to make. I put a picture of it in the chat.
Doesn't look as good as the SpaceX one.
Yeah,
It's
this
kind of
fucker's
ugly
like
compared to the SpaceX one.
Yeah. This thing's, I believe, over $1 billion in cash every launch, just to buy all the
What?
hardware and everything. Yeah,
For
that's what
what?
happens when you have like 800 contractors spread across all 50 states of the country, and you have to ship parts fucking everywhere for everyone to work on them.
My
for
nigga,
them
what part costs $1 billion? What parts combined?
it's everything. The resurfacing of the fucking space shuttle main engines
You
that
know
are on
what
the
you can do for
bottom.
$1 billion? You can build cities.
Oh yeah,
For God's
yeah.
sake.
I mean,
Can
I
you
was talking about this fucking like 10 years ago, and I was saying like this shit should be canceled because it's just gonna be a big ass waste of money.
Well, the
But
way I see it, right? Your average 12-story sky, the high-rise building, we say 30
well, those
to
cost
$40
money.
million, right? You can build 20 of those, freaking $1 billion.
If you're in like a big place like New York City or something, you're
Dude,
like
I'm talking
downtown New York
construction
City,
costs
something like that. It's
only.
probably like billions.
I'm talking
Uptown,
construction costs only. I'm not sure about the land, but the land cost
okay,
will
yeah, probably like 100 million total, everything.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know. When we're talking construction costs for a 12-story building, a nice luxury building, about 60
12 stories,
60
okay.
units, 60 units, 25 to 30 mil, just construction, right?
Yeah.
Now we're talking rockets for $1 billion. How many of those can you freaking build? You build a full village, bro. Multiple. $1 billion per launch. Each launch is like 500, I don't know, 1,000 houses. It's a lot.
Here's a question for you. Elon Musk and SpaceX apparently can build these rockets and everything far cheaper than NASA. So
They
why
are.
are people still paying NASA when they can pay SpaceX instead for much cheaper?
Yeah.
But that's
So
just-
NASA has not.
It's like they
NASA
want to
doesn't
just
really
take your
build
money.
rockets. Well, no. So okay, here's the thing, right? The people taking your money is Congress. Because Congress went, oh no, right? Fucking Bush is retiring the space shuttle. What are we gonna do? All of these fucking aerospace companies that are in my state, each one of them, right? All fucking hundreds of senators and House reps, right? Oh no, all these like really high tech companies, they're gonna leave my state unless they have a reason to stay. I know. Hey NASA, build a big fuck off rocket using basically everything that the space shuttle ever had in it, ever, period, so that I can keep all of the jobs and all of the companies in my state. And every single one of them did it. And yeah, you got fucking this piece of shit as a result of that. NASA didn't want to build this thing. NASA like actually wanted to stop making rockets, and they just wanted to go private contract. That was the whole point of like going to SpaceX and being like, "Yo, SpaceX," and other people they offered as well. Like, please start sending shit to the ISS for us instead. Like, send astronauts to the ISS for us instead, so we don't have to do it. We don't have to pay Russia like $90 million a person.
What's that company? The Blue Steel one, the freaking Jeff Bezos' one.
Blue Origin, but
yeah, that one.
Can't get it up.
They can't what?
They can't get it up.
What do you mean?
They can't get it up, to orbit.
Why not? They have the shit ton of money, don't they? Aren't they government funded as well?
Kind of. I don't know. They're just like they kind of suck ass, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie.
Freaking Jeff Bezos, bro.
They developed this engine, the BE4, right? But fuck, what's the cycle? I don't remember. Whatever. It's a liquid oxygen, liquid methane engine.
Any good?
They sold it to ULA, which is a partnership between Boeing and Lockheed Martin for like making rocket shit. They sold it to ULA to be like the main rocket engine on their new rocket, ULA's new rocket.
Right.
And they were supposed to like deliver the first ones back in like 2017 or 2018, and they're like 5 years behind, and they just had a prototype blow up on the test stand, so they're doing
So
great.
is it like a good motor if it works type shit, or
It's like middle of the road. It's not
so
breaking
it's
any
not like
records, but it, you know,
so we're talking it's failing, but if it was working, it wouldn't even be that cool.
if it was working, it would probably. The idea was just to make like a reliable workhorse engine, which has completely failed, ironically.
So here's what I'm hearing: if it was successful, it would be mediocre.
Well, it would be good. I mean, it'd be better than anything else really on the market, publicly at least.
But it sucks ass because it doesn't work.
Yeah.
So SpaceX, they have a
SpaceX
pretty
is
cool
better.
rocket, right?
Yeah.
What's so special about their engines? I've heard some good things about their engine, the propellers.
The long story short on that is it's using a very unique cycle. Cycle's just like how the engine physically works.
Is it innovative, you would say?
Well, I mean, it's not like they came up with the concept like other people had before. Like the Soviets designed and built one back in like the 70s. But it's theoretically the most efficient combustion cycle engine you can make. All of the exhaust gas is being used for thrust. You're not throwing any of it overboard to like spin your turbo pumps and everything like that. You have essentially hot gases mixing in your combustion chamber instead of like liquid and gas or liquid, which are less efficient. So,
And how many motors do they have on each rocket? It looks like they have like 50 engines or something.
the first stage I think has like 31 or 33, something.
Why
One of the
so
two.
one or is one big one? Is it better to have small ones?
One big one is one very hard to manufacture, and two very hard to get stable. You can get dynamic combustion and stability in your combustion chamber, where like you can have. Think of it like when you're driving in your car, right? And you open just like one window, and you get that fucking like that pressure effect where your ears feel like they're dying from the pressure like getting higher and then lower as the wind buffets the car. It's like that, but inside the rocket engine, where you have like hundreds of bar of pressure flying around, not just like half a psi. So that's what the F1 engines had problems with back in the day on this for the
Bro, I feel like
Saturn
it's all a
V.
scam. F1 engines, rockets, like what the bro? It doesn't cost that much to make a freaking Formula One car or a rocket.
Formula One cars are tiny and simple by comparison to rockets.
And they cost $20 million to manufacture.
Yeah.
And rockets cost.
They're definitely more reliable.
I don't know about reliable because they freaking only run for like one race.
Well,
Like
they
no, he's dying.
right?
You're cutting out, my friend.
I don't know. I mean, SpaceX is trying to get the cost per engine down to about $1 million each.
Ooh, only.
Last I heard, they're probably about like 2 or 3 million each.
They have
Something
really
around there.
pretty rockets, so don't they?
They do look nice. Yeah, they just rockets cost a lot. Unfortunately, it's a lot of engineering cost. Not really as much manufacturing cost as you would think.
I
R&D
know,
that
but
costs
it's a freaking scam, bro. I mean, obviously, the bigger the number, the better it is because the government's paying for freaking all of it.
The government's not really paying for most of what SpaceX is doing right now.
Where does the money come from?
Their own pocket.
I don't believe that at all.
Well, I mean, they make money from launching other people's shit. They make money from Starlink. Well, I don't know. Starlink might actually not be profitable yet, so I won't say that. But at least it's a consistent revenue stream.
SpaceX posted a first quarter profit of 55 million on revenue of 1.5 billion. It doesn't seem like good margins, to be honest.
No, it's not.
Posted a loss of 560 million on revenue of 4.6 billion.
Yeah, probably in like recent years, they're probably going to be in the negative from launching so much Starlink shit. Because they do like a Starlink launch basically once a week at this point now.
Yeah,
I saw one of them last week.
Yeah.
Guess what it was? Guess I watched it flame out in the sky like a bunch of flares. Caught it right on camera. It's not as impressive when it's not as impressive when you don't see it on the news. It kind of unveils itself.
What's up, everybody?
So it says
Yeah,
85.
it doesn't match to what the TV show says.
Yeah, you got to go to a Falcon Heavy launch in person.
No, I saw it. I saw the Starlink lights that they claim go right over my head.
Oh no,
you didn't see a launch.
They're flares. They're flares.
I'm talking about the rocket launch.
So when I was looking at
that's fine. You can launch it. Listen, putting a rocket off a launch pad, all that is putting a rocket off a launch pad. Everything there afterwards is your imagination. You fill it in with that.
Then they come back, dude.
Yeah, and then when they go over, they're flares. If you watch them, if you see them with your own eyes, you'll see they burn out right in front of you like flares.
The first stage, yeah.
No, the Starlink thing that you're hiking.
Talking about the satellites. You're talking about the satellites.
I'm talking about the light show.
For hours.
Dude,
okay.
Your story falls short. Listen, your story falls short to anyone who's witnessed it.
You're talking. Okay, so are you talking about like right at like dusk or dawn
I'm talking about your BS story about Starlink, about StarX and Elon Musk paying all this money and all that BS. That's what I'm talking about.
All over the place.
What are you talking about, old man?
Let's
going back to
one thing.
Yeah, you were talking about all the money
on one end of the horizon, and they all stayed lit up all the way to.
They flame out. They flame out like flares.
I didn't see any of them flaming out.
Yeah,
well,
so
I
saw multiple of these. This was a few years back when they were much easier to see because they weren't painted black as they are now.
I've seen them for years. I've seen them for years with the same.
Yeah, so like I watched them cross the entire night sky like on top of me multiple times in real life.
Oh, really?
Just chilling right.
And I've watched them. I've watched them flame. And I've watched them flame out multiple times.
That's cool.
Well, that could be.
It is pretty cool, isn't it?
Videos of them doing it
their light.
that go against your experience, though.
Okay, well, you believe everything you see on TV?
I believe my own eyes most of the time.
No, the guy who was talking about the videos. The guy who was white knighting for SpaceX.
Seeing things on TV.
White knighting for anybody. Not white knighting for anybody.
You were white
Why
knighting
does it
for
come
television.
down to that?
For TV shows.
You're just saying
did you
that
not say
to make the
video?
argument to make me look bad. I'm not white knighting anything.
No, I don't care. I'm just going by what you just said. You said you saw a video.
I said,
right?
No. I said there are a lot of videos.
Okay, and then I asked you, do you believe everything you see on TV?
He's saying that way you guys understand each other.
And he said he believes his eyes.
No, that's the other guy. We have someone who believes TV, someone who believes their eyes. I'm talking to the guy who saw the videos.
And I'm saying that the videos, they match what people who have actually personally witnessed.
Yes, and the claymation, and the claymation Rudolph the Reindeer movie, that matches the Santa Claus story.
I mean, his description of it like winking out.
Rudolph the Reindeer could be true too. I saw the claymation Santa Claus special.
Me too. Hell yeah.
Okay. Or are you going to write a letter to the North Pole this year?
Did you see Rudolph the Reindeer in the sky?
No, I saw it on TV.
Oh, okay.
No.
Right.
Come on, guys.
So I mean,
your space travel
listen,
story.
we can.
Your space travel stories are. It's 2023. Okay. These might have worked a decade ago.
Well, wait a minute.
Catch
Where did
up.
you get this 2023 stuff from? Did you see it on TV?
Yeah, you saw it on
What's
his
that?
phone. He believes everything on his phone.
Dude, flat Earth's been going on for years, bro.
No, those are calendars.
Yeah, but you saw it on a phone.
The television and calendar.
Believe your phone, then.
Do you check your calendar
My
on a
phone?
device?
Oh, I have a paper calendar from a realtor.
That's how they get you, dude. They fake them. They print them. Just
I
to
know.
control you.
I would have ended up in a cardboard box.
So whatever a realtor tells you, you just believe it.
Only on Tuesdays.
I'm just saying how ridiculous some of these arguments seem, dude.
I know.
Pointed out.
Television belief
you gotta-
systems is hilarious.
It really
become
depends.
based.
If they
Gotta
give
become
you the
based
right
to make
frame,
the rockets
really
like
influence
that.
guys.
The intellect stooped by television.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
Probably get
I
some
mean,
cool
we all
fucking
can't
shots when,
be where it happens, but
my group
people
sends up
from
a
all over the
rocket to
world can see
100
this,
kilometers.
like the Starlink train. It's been witnessed before.
Yeah, I
Starlink.
witnessed it, and it flames out like a flare.
Well, see, the
You're
cooler
not
part,
following,
right?
are you?
You can be in
don't
the
No,
have
I'm
middle of
following you.
absolute.
I've seen flares, and they don't follow a uniform track like normal. They're affected by wind or air pressure, and they take different. But if you watch a say SpaceX train or a Starlink train, they go in a uniform position for a long time.
A long
Across the
time, huh?
entire sky.
Yeah,
Wind pressure or anything
yeah.
like that. Flares
20,
do something
20 whole
different.
seconds. 20 whole
They're
seconds.
That's a
definitely not
long
balloons
time
or
to
flares.
cross the
They're
entire.
too much-
See,
they're
this is the
straight.
thing
Well,
about
flares
flares,
can
right?
last for 20 seconds.
Flares just get dropped out of the back of an aircraft, right? They don't have a fucking propulsion system, nada, right?
You can put them on a parachute, right? Right?
Dude, does that
you're
let
coping.
them cross the entire
You're
night
coping.
sky at the exact same speed? See, there's this crazy thing about
How's
I hate
parachutes,
that
to
right?
break it to you. I hate to break it to
Parachutes
you.
cause
I
drag,
hate
right?
to
They
break
slow
it to you,
things
pal.
down.
How are
They
parachutes
flare.
and
They
flares more
flame out
believable
in a
to what you're
short period
saying?
of time in a line.
Well,
Just sounds like
I
you're
don't know about
coping,
you.
man.
Yeah, I watched them cross the entire night sky. They never winked out of existence or anything like that. So,
Well, they matched your TV show.
How
How
does a
convenient.
flare on a parachute?
no, I just watched them with my eyes. I had actually never watched a video of it happen. I just heard from people online, like, "Oh yeah, you can see the Starlink satellites." And I was like, "Oh, that's cool." And I got the app or whatever on my phone,
then
which was
talk to
like,
the
"Hey,
other guy.
be here,
Yeah,
whatever."
talk
And
to
like,
the other guy duped by the video.
so yeah, it was kind of cool. And then I saw it like another time, just randomly, just like at a storage locker, and like fucking, it was like 11 o'clock or something. I look up and I just saw him like going. I was like, "Oh, that's cool."
I saw
hilarious,
it
isn't it?
Didn't even plan
right?
it.
And I was like, "Whoa, what the fuck is going on? Do you guys see that we were camping?" And I was like,
It's
"Do you see it?"
It's
We
much
didn't really
Seen
know
satellites
we
go
were-
across before. Then you jump on
It's much-
Stellarium and it'll tell you a satellite that's going to be crossing the area where you are, and you happen to be out there at that time. You look up, you see it, and if you're in a border, you're in the right border where you're not like in a bright area or like a cityscape where light pollution is. You can see satellites go across in space. You can see like satellites.
You can see lights.
not
You can
streaks,
see
but
lights in the sky. Yes.
Yeah, and they're flowing. They're
It's
going in a
it's your
very constant,
imagination.
stable direction.
The rest of your description is your imagination.
When I
But they
look
don't
up and I
seem to
see a
change-
light going
Right.
across
It seems like they don't
dark
Yeah,
sky.
change directions.
Yeah, the story you attach to it is your imagination. Correct.
Well, that's incorrect. So don't just assume that
Why
it's
do
my
you have to do
imagination and
that?
dictate that it is.
Okay.
It's not. That's not the
So
case.
what evidence do you have that the light in the sky is a satellite orbiting the Earth?
It communicating with me.
I mean, it's
Okay,
not
well,
a plane. It doesn't have blinking lights, which you
Okay,
can see if you
there
watch
you
a
go.
plane go
So it
across
is
the
your
sky at night.
imagination.
You
Thank
don't see
you.
blinking lights.
What imagination?
No, it's not my imagination. Like I said, I could go on Stellarium, which tracks satellites. They can
Okay,
tell
you can go
your
somewhere where they
positioning
say,
from the
"Hey, there's going
system.
to be a light in
It'll
the
tell you if
sky,"
a
and look
satellite's
at
going to go
it.
across the sky.
So I wonder why he doesn't
I go in my
like say,
backyard
well,
and see it.
what if it's just a bunch of like balloons with one of them, they're all tied
Balloons.
together, and the one in the front is actually like the train pulling them as the engine all along in one direction. That would
I
be
didn't know
more of an
balloons flew
arguable
at like
argument. I don't
Mach
believe that
20.
actually. Hold on a second. I know I'm talking.
But you're
I don't believe
dictating
that.
that it's
I'm just
my
saying,
imagination.
why wouldn't you
You're
want to
telling
say
me
something like
this.
that rather than it's just a flare on a parachute, which is easily
Flare shoot, dude.
demonstrably wrong.
Flares.
Flare shoot.
Yeah, but I'm
Yeah,
just saying,
flares.
why wouldn't you think more along the lines that there's one is pulling them all along, and they're on like not parachutes, but let's say balloons.
More than
Well,
a
because
pair,
they don't
actually.
need to be
Because they don't
pulled.
seem to be
They only
dropped.
appeared for like
That's my
15
point.
seconds, genius.
Yeah.
My ass, bro. They fucking
Have
traveled
you
all the way
ever
across the
seen
horizon from one end of the horizon to the other when I saw it.
Oh.
Not on TV.
Question. Have you ever seen like military aircraft performing exercises with flares?
Yep.
Because I see it on a regular
Oh, I see
basis.
some crazy shit.
I live near an Air Force base that has
Yeah,
like
so do
75,
we.
80 practice.
I've seen them
They've been doing practice with these fuckers
My
for,
buddy
like,
was
years.
always outside saying there was UFOs. I'm like, dude, you live within like fucking 8 miles of a fucking air base, you idiot.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you've seen like military aircraft performing maneuvers with
Oh, that
flares,
shit's crazy, bro.
you'll have a pretty good understanding. Flares do
You'll see
not
some weird shit,
fly
yeah.
across the sky like a fucking bullet. They get dumped off the back, and they slow down real quick, and they fall real slow. That's their whole point, is to like stay there and be an indicator.
Not to
Yeah,
mention
and
the huge
you
amount
can
of
drop
smoke
a
they
line
put
of
off.
them, and you can drop a line of them right one
And
after
they all
the other.
stop.
Next
drop
time
a
out.
whole line of
And
them
they all
juices.
stop. They don't fly
Oh,
across the sky.
Them anti-air
No, they
freaking
fall. They flame
missiles
out.
is crazy.
Yeah, they fall for about like 30, 40, sometimes a minute. They can last a real long time.
Yep.
And then
Yeah,
they fall straight down.
That matches my most recent Starlink video. About 20
Do
seconds.
the Starlink satellites fall straight down?
I'm not going to believe
Or
your
20
video.
seconds?
Okay.
I'm not going to be duped
video.
by other videos. I'm not going to be duped by
Oh, you
your
asked a
video.
good question.
So
I got it. You're left with the TV show. I'm left with my anecdotal experience. Got it.
exactly. Your argument to me was I got duped by a TV show or video, and then you go, I have it on video, so it's obviously factual.
Now I'm asking you.
That's a very biased
TV.
opinion in that situation.
No, you can't trust anyone else's videos.
Now I'm
My
asking
videos
you
are
believe
good.
everything you see on
Just not
TV.
trusting them shit, man.
I'm gonna ridicule you for watching a video, but let me prove it to you by showing you
Your
this other
video's
video.
not good enough.
No, it's
See,
not.
that's the other funny thing, dude. Like,
It's from
I can't
YouTube.
wait till like my fucking rocket group, right? We send a rocket to 100 kilometers. Probably have
The
like 5 or 6 cameras on that,
Rocketeers.
and then fucking like I'll show that to some flat earthers, and they'll be like, "No, it's fake, bro.
It's
Like
fake,
they
bro.
made this shit up.
It's on
How
YouTube?
do you know this is real, dude? Yeah, it's on YouTube. Like they could have just made this
Oh,
up.
bitch,
right back
You
down.
can't verify this.
Dude,
Well, you can
there's
show
a
us
joke
lenses
that's like
you can-
behind
Wait.
that.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
strap
yeah,
myself to this rocket and fall bodily
gentlemen,
to
can
the
I-
earth.
can I-
And when you pick up my
Exactly.
corpse, it's gonna have a fucking
No,
big
bro,
old
how do
smile.
you know?
on
How do you
its
know the
face.
window
That
wasn't
part
curved,
right
dude? How do you
there.
know they didn't?
Yo, where's
How do you
moderation?
know?
You
How do you know? You can,
guys
Hold
are
on,
running
whoa,
for
whoa. We got too many people talking at once.
Yeah,
Everyone's
there's
talking over each
yeah.
other. Everyone's
Yeah.
talking.
Let me just ask a question for everybody that's coming in here, and it seems like this is the reason why I'm going to talk to the flat earthers for a moment. This is the reason why we don't argue these points, because it's a non-point, it's a non-sequitur. Arguing these points are going to get us nowhere. So the reason why these guys are so rambunctious and they feel like they're prideful because they're talking about rocket porn, and we're not in here to talk about. We're more investigating the claim of the shape or the geometry of the Earth. The whether or not rockets are doing what they're doing is not even close to what we need to be talking about. So this is diverged into a conversation where you guys think space is real because you're talking about rockets, and it's not talking about the geometry of the Earth. So going back to the premise of this room, of what it was even brought in here for, is not to talk about whether rockets are flaring out or they're going in a little train.
Well, you
up in the
realize why people are doing that, right? Because we're
So
trying
what
to
we
find common ground on any level of logic. And some of the more
So then
simpler.
we need to start. I understand you, but we need to start with the basis, which is we need to talk about geometry. Do people in here understand what shapes are? Because if that's true, and I'm just gonna. I know it's redundant, but the reason why I'm saying this is because once we start talking about geometry, then everybody goes bananas. It's like we're talking about like rocket science, as a matter of fact. So like when we start talking about geometry, it's simple, right? Everybody knows what a sphere is, what a spheroid would be. We're talking about a cube. You know what that shape looks like.
everybody's reached a common ground with all that understanding. That stuff is in academia. We know all this. But when it concerns the Earth, it becomes like, okay, so we're standing on a geometric shape. How is it possible that we are standing on this geometric shape and all of a sudden no one knows how to measure it? It's like, well, there's 1,000 puzzle piece jigsaw puzzle to put together, but we can never measure the Earth directly. I mean, that's absurd. Well, it's not absurd to measure, it's not absurd to measure a geometric shape when I have it in my hand.
Right.
So let's scale up. Let's think about we're a bunch of intelligent individuals in here. I'm pretty sure we can come up with something that could measure the geometry of the Earth. That's the only thing I'm saying. So rockets have no relation to the topic specifically. They're a derivative topic. They're
The
derivative.
man that was talking about the rocket earlier, sorry, I forgot. I didn't see your name, but I think you're right as far as like if you show someone who has a complete opposite belief, even if you give them 30 cameras on the thing, you do it, you show them, they'll deny it. That reminds me of this joke that I heard. Hold on a second.
Yeah, but why are we diverting?
Joke that I heard. Hold on,
I want to get back to geometry.
I'm just trying to
This is
lighten
the
the
thing
mood.
that you
Just let
guys
me
do.
for
You
a
like to
moment.
divert. You like to divert. You
This
like to
isn't diverging. What you're doing is absolute divergence.
No. You're doing diversion tactics.
We're actually having a conversation. We're just moving along, man. Come on. Not
No,
everybody
we're
has
trying to
all
get back
day
on
to
topic, and the topic is geometry, bro, of the Earth.
This reminds me of a joke that I heard, right? And it's funny because
it's not really funny because you're trying to do
It is a
something.
funny joke, man. Give it a break, dude.
It's a diversion tactic, bro. You're doing it on purpose so that people will get their eyes off of investigating the shape claim. And I've seen it many times. Dude, I've been doing it for many years. I'm one who's been like, you guys, listen, I've constructed the 3 points. You guys cannot go, and no, not a single human soul has come through the 3 points. Not a single human person. That's all I'm saying. You guys are in here trying to divert, making jokes and such, but you're not talking about the shape claim, and that's most important right now. Why is that not? That's all I'm saying. I'm interested. I want to know why you guys want to divert to rocket porn instead of talk about how we can figure out we're living on a geometric shape. That's all.
Hey, we have been talking about that for 10 fucking years. Occasionally the conversation moves around. Just give it a rest.
No. See, here's the thing. You guys are mocking. Oh, you flat earthers.
I'm not.
You flat earthers are looking over here. No, give it a rest. Nothing. See, this conversation has been coming to the point where people are mocking the people who are logically and critically thinking about the shape claim. And that is not even in this room. This room was designed for that. Give it a rest. Well, you know what? There's other rooms. This room was made for this.
Thank you.
So if you want to go have another chat somewhere else, there's other rooms you can enjoy. Not this one. This one is talking about the shape claim. Understand? It's pretty simple, bud. You want to have a nice conversation and joke around? Go to another room. This one is talking about the shape claim. Capiche? All right then.
I don't know what's going on with you.
Remember,
with
there's
this
other
fucking
channels out there.
Attitude,
Yeah,
man. Relax.
exactly.
I'm Mr. Grimm.
This one's talking about. Well, what I'm saying though is a lot of people in here are mocking the flat earthers, and so we need to tidy up here and see if we can button up and get down to the premise versus
Man,
like.
I want to say something real quick because
Yo,
I was
I'm an
talking about the
alternative
Bible. I was
cosmologist.
talking about the Bible here, right? And they even sent me a link to the channel for the Bible religion part of the flat Earth because this is not the topic for that place. Do you understand? This is what they're trying to say.
What in here?
Yes, I try to bring up the how the Bible talks about the Earth was without shape, but then one of the mods said that's a good point, but this is not the place that you talk about any religion or that because this is for the geometrical shape of the Earth.
Yeah.
Even though it makes sense, but it's
what you're
still
saying,
religious.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. There's conversations about how the certain holy scriptures in different religions would say that
That's
the Earth.
for another chat.
Yeah, that's for another chat. But like, I'm just explaining to the gentleman that conversation does take place, just not in this one because of the fact that we're dealing with people who are in contention with the geometry of the Earth. So, and many times it goes into the idea that we can just talk about derivative topics and get back to the premise, but we can't walk our way back. We actually have to start from the premise, which is the shape claim. And everybody here, like the new people, they're mocking and laughing because they think that it's all about derivative topics. It's all about rockets. It's all about Coriolis. It's all about gravity. And these things are subject to the premise. They're not the actual main course. So that's why like every now and again, we'll come back and do some quality check and see if everybody still is remembering, hey guys, Yeah, you want to talk about rockets, and that's great that you know the economics and the politics of them. But what about the shape claim? You know, like when are we going to get back to that? Because that is what's in contention when we're talking about whether the Earth is a geometric shape or if it's just the surface as we measure it flat. So, and I'm not talking about land topography. I know there's hills and valleys, but what I'm saying is the level of plane of the Earth. So, if we're not on a spherical Earth, as what they're purporting to say, then we need to understand that. And that's the common ground. We need to talk about logic, critical things.
The guy talking about rockets really wasn't off track because he was talking about getting up high enough to see the shape of the Earth. So he was literally talking about the shape of the Earth, but you just didn't like the way he was getting around.
No. That's a misunderstanding. That's not
intended.
Yeah, that's a misunderstanding. That's not correct. See, the rocket doesn't do anything for anyone except like for taking off into the sky, right? But what we're talking about is how from the ground, because before rockets were invented. Now, I'm going to propose this to you who just said that.
God.
No, listen. Before rockets were invented, how did they figure out the shape claim? The shape of the Earth. Why were people talking about before rockets were invented? What shape the Earth was? Now I need to hear that from you. How did they figure that out? Because you're talking about, well, they need rockets to see the Earth as a globe. Okay, then how did they figure it out?
The guy was talking about putting rockets on a camera on a rocket.
Yeah.
That way you could see from the rocket's perspective the Earth. That's all he was talking about.
Yeah, but
and he was saying even if I did this, they would as flat earthers would say, oh well, that's fake, even if they did see it. And then I was just saying that reminds me of a
You
joke
don't need
about
rockets
that
to
flat earther
determine the
who went to
geometrical shape
heaven.
of the Earth.
I know that, but
right.
we're talking.
And he got to heaven and he asked God, and he was like, God, is the Earth flat or is it round? And he said it's round. But then they revived him on Earth. He came back and he said, guys, even God is in on it.
Yeah.
Nice claim, bro. Nice claim.
All right.
Hold on.
It's just
So
funny.
now
Let me take this. Miggy, let me
got
take
that
this.
out, that everybody's got a nice chuckle.
Hold on.
Can we figure out if the
Miggy,
Earth shape claim taken care of?
Miggy.
Yeah.
Let me take this real quick.
Go ahead.
So, as far as the guy talking about sending up a rocket and seeing the shape of the Earth, well, no one here is sending anything amateur that would reach higher than the ISS, because that's how high you would need to be to see any curvature. I don't know how far you would need to be to see, at least the circle of the Earth. But here's the thing, though, right? No one's done that. We wouldn't deny it. We've asked for it. No one's done that. No one has shown a rocket to go from ground level all the way through the stratosphere with no fucking cuts. We want to see that shit. We don't want not to see that shit. So yeah, you're wrong. If that actually existed, it'd be nice to see, but it doesn't.
Yeah, even if, let's just say, for example, even if that was the case, that they somehow managed to get some cameras to do that, the location of where they say it is still in contention, because that breaks the second law of thermodynamics, where we all know about gas pressure. At least I think a lot of us do know about gas pressure. So whether or not the rocket reaches the elevation that they claim that it reaches to go into the place that they say that it's in, then that's a whole other thing, because rockets do go up. There's nothing disputing that that's what happens, right? But the idea that they're going to be in a location where the claim is they're going to be in the vacuum of space that's beyond the stratosphere, right? They're way up there. So if that is the case, then we're going to have to investigate how is that possible when we have a difference in pressure on the Earth from like where they say the vacuum of space begins or past the Kármán line. So what I'm saying is, yeah, these are fun topics, right? Great, good for you guys that you know the economy of like how things work with rockets, right? And this guy was talking about, well, one rocket is worth $1 billion. Like, that's great, dude. But as first, like people have been saying for thousands of years that the Earth is a globe. How did they figure that out? And why are we still believing that today in 2023? So have we not figured out a way to measure a geometric shape the size of the Earth Or are we just saying, oh, it's a bunch of puzzle pieces, you got to put it together, and then we know that the Earth is a globe? No, we can directly measure geometric shapes. As far
Have
as
you
we
guys
know
ever
right
made
now,
those
we've
water
gotten pretty good
rockets
at that.
as a
So,
kid? You know, those you pump them full of water and then you pump air into them. The water gets pushed out and it pushes the rocket up. You know, 90% of that is from just the weight of the water. 10% is because of the atmosphere, right? But if you take out the atmosphere, you still have 90% efficiency of that water rocket. Now you
yeah,
think about a rocket, think about one of their rockets. It's hydrogen and oxygen burning. The emissions from burning hydrogen and oxygen is literally water. So they're forcing water out of the back of these jets. That's why they work in space, guys. They're actually
okay,
forcing heavier
like,
material out of the back of the rocket, which propels the rocket forward and it
about
doesn't need an
rocket
atmosphere. Why is
derivative.
it that somebody's chirping at me while I'm
It's
talking
derivative.
entirely
It's
the
derivative.
whole fucking time?
Yeah, it's derivative. You want to talk about rocket porn? Once again, I don't care. Let's
We
talk
already
about
talked
the
about this.
Earth claim. Let's talk about that. You want to, because you don't have an answer to that. No one does. That's why you want to go
Why
to
do you keep bringing
rockets.
up
Oh, you
rockets?
should talk about my rockets because I don't know the shape claim. I know that. That's the reason why I'm bringing it up, so you can engage with your critical thinking and figure out, dude, nobody's ever measured this damn thing. And instead of that, you're like, well, let me tell you about how rockets work. Well, you see, water comes out. It's stupid. Why are you doing this? Talk about the shape
Hey, Grim,
claim.
how
Let's
about you
get
talk
into that.
about where the heliocentric model first came about on this earth? Like where, whenever it feels back in the days, whenever it started.
Yeah, brother. Like, and this is the thing, because none of these guys have a clue. Okay, so these gentlemen who are in here, they don't understand. So when we talk about shapes, everybody knows about shapes. At least I think every young person should know about shapes. That's why when I'm asking them, if you think we live on a ball, right, a spheroid, then how is it possible that nobody in 2023 has the ability to measure such a thing? Isn't that crazy?
The
And
fact
then
that
you
the
got,
heliocentric model came out before the model even was made, that's blows
yeah,
my mind too.
yeah, exactly. So and this question should go out to, because they were in here having a good belly laugh at old dude right now, old Haas, excuse me. And they were having a belly laugh at, oh, you guys, you don't believe in rockets, you've never seen anything. And I'm like, well, where's the shape claim being talked about? You guys are so much having fun, poking fun at the guy, but yet you haven't come up with the understanding. How did somebody actually measure the Earth to be what they claimed that it? Because we got the metrics, guys.
Without the technology that we have nowadays, back when they
Yeah,
said it was a heliocentric model.
right. We
That's
have
funny.
the.
I didn't
Yes.
even notice they were poking at me. I thought they were just chanting about how much they love television, space travel shows.
No,
By the way,
well,
remember Freemasons
I'm
all
joking. I'm
support this.
joking, but yeah.
Freemasons all support the heliocentric model. Remember that.
yeah, for me, it's more about, like, if we're gonna engage in a common ground, let's talk about geometric shapes. If we have a great understanding of these things, then let's go out and see if we can't measure the geometric shape we're standing on. I mean, it's pretty simple, guys. It's pretty simple. Like, we do understand shapes, right? Or at least that's the common ground I think we should all agree upon. Everybody in this room should understand that. And if that is the case, then if we're standing on a large one, then it's pretty easy. Let's apply some of this technology that we have. Let's apply some good understanding. Let's go into the field. Let's go try this out. Let's go see if we can measure this Earth. But we don't get that from these guys. Well, you just don't want to talk about gravity or rockets and propellants, and who cares, dude? You see what I'm saying? Like, it always
Yeah,
diverts into something else.
it sounds like distractions.
And then I get crickets afterwards, which is telling to me. It's like, why not? Let's talk about geometric shape. Why not? Well, that's nobody talks about geometric shape. We don't need to. Let's talk about something a little bit more interesting, like rocket economics.
I feel like we debunked round Earth already. Like honestly, you guys have done it multiple days. I heard
Sorry, I
you
was
guys
gonna say.
I've crickets all the time afterwards.
Well, here's the thing that I've noticed happens. If someone tries to jump in with their point, all of a sudden it gets talked over. It gets jumped on. Like yesterday, Elijah, I heard you talking and you got upset because Neon was talking over you, and then we go back and forth. You know, like, and I mean, to Neon's credit, he was providing numbers, and then when he tried to methodologically describe what he's trying to do to get to the point, he was called a retard and basically talked over.
The oil
You
rig
know,
is the
like
horizon.
you talk about. Okay, I understand. I understand that's kind of a tough thing to grasp, but he wasn't finished, like
The
describing what he was
oil
trying to
rig
talk
is the
about before.
horizon.
Before you guys see, there you go. You're shutting it down before you even let him like get to that point. And
Well,
I was waiting to hear what he had to say.
he had already made
So
his
This is a good place to
misunderstanding
start.
crystally clear.
that's what you jumped the conclusion to. You jumped the conclusion
No,
that he was
The oil
like
rig is the
retarded and he
horizon.
was wrong.
no, he
So let me
repeated
ask.
his
So
confusion
let me ask
several
you a
times.
question. Since I was
Yeah, let
there,
him
it
go
was
over it.
me.
Well, maybe he had
So
a reason as to why he said that to
so let
describe it,
me
so
ask
maybe you
you.
guys understood. But you shut
All
him
right,
down
we
before
get
that.
it. So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a
Go ahead.
question.
Sure.
Was it his argument or was it my argument?
His argument was, yeah, it was his argument.
No,
It was
no.
his
Was
argument.
it his? Oh, so you're telling me he was trying to argue when he was supposed to be speaking about my premise because it was my argument. So you know what happens when someone goes off into another premise that's their own? It's called a red herring.
I'm gonna look that up.
Like I told him.
Hold on a second. So today, when I said I saw a video, and then someone goes, "Oh, you believe everything you see on TV?" That's not a red herring. That's
I
not
Well,
another
asked you if you
premise
actually,
believe
where
it.
it's like,
that's a fallacy. I'm not sure which one it is, but it is a fallacy. Yes.
but then it's okay. He posts a video about what he saw, and we believe that.
No, I
It's
just told
just
No,
you it
I
was a
it's
didn't,
all
fallacy.
Todd.
I
And I
just
That's
never
a
told you it
good
was
posted
a
word.
any
Red
fallacy.
videos,
herring. I
Hold
Cal.
on,
like
I
that.
just told you it was
I
a
can't hear
fallacy, right?
anybody. You guys are all talking. You guys are all talking over
Yeah,
each other. I can't hear what
I
you're
already
saying.
told you it was a fallacy, right? You want to meddle or
Sure.
something? Okay.
I think it's
All
I
right.
don't
determined
want
that.
to battle. I'm just trying to figure
So
out like why
so
yesterday, like
moving.
today, we go through this
I
whole
just
rant
told
that
you.
Mayhem
I just
is
told
saying
you.
like
I just told you yesterday, right? Okay. So
you didn't tell
the
me anything. I was
reason
just
the
sitting listening to the
reason
conversation.
the reason that he kept getting interrupted by me is because he refused to address my argument by introducing his own. You just said I wasn't listening to his argument. It wasn't supposed to be his argument. I made an argument. He was supposed to be addressing that. Talking about the observer being the oil rig, him saying it's a horizon is not addressing where the horizon is.
I think what he
Changing
was
the
going on is about a
variable.
perspective.
Yeah, no, it's not about perspective. It's about the perspective of the observer that took the
That's
video of the oil rigs. That's what
right.
the perspective was.
I
Yeah,
can
but
see what
he
he's
was
saying.
saying, let's put the observer on as the oil rig and let's give it the height of the oil rig. Then where would the horizon be? And he wasn't even making that point really. He was just obfuscating from the fact that the conclusion to my premise is that the horizon is not geometric, clearly observable in the video. That was what he was supposed to be addressing, and he didn't address it at all. So I don't know
Well,
why you wouldn't like that was very simple to understand. He said the oil rig was the horizon. You can't
Okay.
you can't whatever, bro. Like I don't know.
Okay.
yeah,
There, you can't
But
defend that.
do you know
he had
why though?
completely bastardized the argument. Is that not reason enough to halt him in his tracks, Matt Seabus
No, I
guy?
think he was Matt Cubas. Well, you can call me Matt. It's a
Matt
discussion.
Matt
It's a
Matt
discussion.
Cubas. He had bastardized
Yeah.
the argument at that point.
He was having a discussion about it. He was trying to bring up other points because I mean, what we're talking about is an image with an observer looking at oil rigs. You have a lot of variables there. You have other oil rigs in the picture, so there's a lot of points to think about in that sense. Like
No,
again,
that's incorrect.
in
That's
that
incorrect
picture,
though.
the
You're gonna
horizon
keep going
is
with your
subjective
invincible
to the
ignorance even though it's no.
call it whatever you want, Elijah. I
No,
appreciate
it's
you
not.
just
It's
coming out with
my
these words and
argument,
saying what
so
it
don't
is.
hand wave it.
The
It's
win,
my. Stop trying to act like it's somebody else's argument. It was my argument. You saying we are looking at the oil rigs? No, that has nothing to do with my argument, other than the fact that we know what distance they are. That's it. My argument is about the horizon. And I already addressed this point about if I have a building that's 30 feet away from me, my house, my building is 30 feet. There, the height of a building in front or behind it is not going to change the fact that my house's locality is 30 feet from where I am at that moment. So him saying the horizon is 1.2 miles unless there's an obstruction there that is taller is retarded, like I just laid out in my previous fucking example.
Exactly.
I don't know how you're fighting for this or arguing for this. It's crazy.
Yeah,
But
Matt
Because
Matt
horizon.
Bus. He wouldn't even concede that the observer site was 1 foot. He wanted to have the observer site at 1 foot and on top of the oil rigs. It was a complete bastardization of the argument.
yeah, it was ridiculous. Honestly, it was super ridiculous. Like, why are you defending this guy? For real.
Why am I defending the guy? Because he was at least standing up and bringing in numbers and giving you guys a formula to follow. That
Numbers and formula.
would
Was it his formula?
You guys use numbers and formulas. You want P and
But
Q.
was
You
it
want
his
like what the
formula?
difference is.
Was it his argument? No, it wasn't. He was trying to bastardize the argument, right? Like he said, and
Hold
then
on
he
a
said
second.
the
Hold on.
oil rig is the horizon. Okay, when you say
Hold
some
on.
stupid shit like that, it's over.
Hold on a second. Who wrote P and Q equal like what was it called, Elijah? That you called it yesterday? That argument where it's like if someone's smiling, they're happy. If they're not, they're not.
Tollins.
Who came up with that?
I just told you the
Who
name.
came up with it? Okay,
I
so he
just fucking told you
came up with it. None of you guys did. So Neon coming up with a formula that was invented by somebody or came up by somebody
No.
like
No.
say
Him
like
making an argument.
Aristotle came up with a
Him
formula.
making an argument in lieu of my argument is not sequitur. He was not addressing my argument by introducing a new argument with different variables. If I say, well,
All right,
you
I
know
understand
what,
what you're saying
I drove, 30 miles, and he's like, well, actually, if I took a plane to Tahiti and did like some sort of marathon, then you didn't drive 30 miles. No, it doesn't follow. His
But
argument
okay,
was in
I
the
get what you're
middle
saying. I get
of
what you're
my
saying,
argument.
Elijah. I actually get what you're saying, Elijah. I understand that point. He didn't address, like you were saying yesterday. It's like, okay, that doesn't make sense. Let's move on. I get that point. What Mayhem was just saying was, is it his formula? Okay, but that Black Swan formula that you guys come up with, that's not your formula either. Someone made up that formula,
No,
and
we
you
were
guys
using
use it.
the dog. We were using the same formula. That's why I kept saying it's on the screen. The problem is he was using it within his own argument instead of addressing mine. There's nothing wrong with the
Okay.
formula, dog. He just wasn't making an argument against me. He was just making a completely non sequitur argument that had nothing to do with addressing mine.
And Matt Bus, when he started,
let me tell you one more thing. If I had not
Just
said
say Matt.
anything at all, listen, if I
Right.
had not said anything at all, and he said, look, here's this formula, this is my argument, I would have addressed him, not with my own argument. I would have just said, okay, what's the premise? What are you proving? Okay, show me what you got. No, he didn't do that. He didn't address mine. And you're not like, yeah, you're right. That's why you cut him off. I understand that. Because he could come back today and tell us his own argument, if it is an argument, and he can provide the logical syllogism like I provided the logical syllogism, and then put the argument into that logical syllogism like I did, and then present his case. Nobody's stopping him.
Yeah, when he started down that path, Matt Cubus, I asked him. I
You
said,
can
"It
just say
sounds like
Matt.
you're
You
presenting."
can say Matt, dude. It's okay.
Okay,
You can say Matt. Just call me Matt.
Cubus. I can do
You're
whatever I
doing that
want.
on
Matt
purpose now,
Cubus.
but okay. All right, that's fine.
Proceed.
All right,
Go ahead.
Matt. Are you ready,
There
Matt?
you go.
When he began veering down that path, Matt Cubus, when he began veering down that path, I asked him. I said, "It sounds like you're creating an entire new scenario." No. So it was addressed right when he did it.
All right.
All right, now that you got that out of the way, geometry of the Earth. How can we measure it? No idea. Crickets. Interesting.
So as far as I know, it's using, I believe, trigonometry. I don't fucking know. You get crickets on that one because I don't know that one. I don't.
I know.
I don't. I'm gonna say that. I don't
Oh
know.
well, I'm just saying
Is that
though.
okay?
Honestly, I'm just asking the room. Like it's not even. I'm not even coming at it contentiously. I was saying, guys, how has anybody ever measured this Earth? And I want to be met with somebody who's logically, critically thinking about this and answer me directly, not divert into like, well, you just don't want to talk about gravity or some other nonsense. That's it. That's all.
So Mayhem, let's go over to the assumption that Eratosthenes made. For people that don't know.
Yeah,
Matt,
I
do you
would.
know?
I would, but like for me, I think it's more easier to tell them that if we're talking about geometric shapes, then as far as an oblate spheroid goes, and I've always said this. Okay, so if you hear me say it 1,000 times, I think 1,001 would be even better, right? So if we're measuring a geometric shape like a oblate spheroid, I think the best thing to do is if we're talking about surface curvature, let's see how much there would drop over the distance there would be from point A to point B on any part of this Earth. And then we're going to figure out if it lines up with what the rhetoric has been telling us all along. So that's the only thing I'm concerned about. If there hasn't been anything done to provide that type of direct measurement, then I don't want to talk about it. To me, it's a hand wave dismissal right out of the gate. If you come at me with something like, "Well, we got sticks and shadows," I'm like, "Is that drop over the distance?" No? Okay, let's figure it out then. How are we going to do this, guys? Because I don't want to talk about something that doesn't equate to that. That's wasting my time. Because all you're going to do is, at the end of all that, be like, well, it could work on a flat in the globe Earth too. I don't want to hear that. I want to hear what is possible, how we can measure the oblate spheroid we're standing on right now. See what I'm saying? That's what I want to know. Can we figure that out in 2023? Or no? Up to you guys.
Should be able to.
Well, that's what I've been asking the room for as long as I've been doing this, so.
And that's like, do you hear the crickets, Matt?
I hear him. I'm like doing crickets right now. I hear him. I'm not denying it. Because I mean I can Google it right now and see what different sources say, and it all points to Eratosthenes. That's all it points to right now. That's all I'm seeing. And then I see astronomical units, but unfortunately I'm not a mathematician, and I have to do that. I have to look into it, or I have to see what they're talking about and understand it better. My thing is go ahead. Sorry, what's up?
You know what's sad? Because I don't want this point to be missed. Like, when I was talking yesterday, I was talking about geometry.
Yeah.
And trying to validate for like if I was a Glober and the numbers actually represented reality, everybody would be on that bandwagon. But nobody wants to address it because it's not. And I'm like, well, I mean, we already know where the numbers come from. Like, why are we playing games? So what really happened was a travesty to you because you never really got to understand where my argument ends because someone else hijacked it and made their own argument that you were more interested in. So ultimately, my actual point never reached its maturity. And if we're trying, honestly, imagine that happening for 3 years straight, where your argument never actually reaches its maturity because somebody decides, well, I'm gonna argue like this instead. I'm not gonna address what you said, but I'm gonna tell you why what you said is wrong. And here's a non sequitur to answer why you're wrong because I like peanut butter.
Okay.
What does this have to do with?
You know what? From that level, I understand what you're talking about, Elijah. Like it's frustrating. And I was, of course, obviously, I'm gonna have a biased opinion because I believe the Earth is a globe. So I'm gonna stand on Neon's side if he's showing work and everything. Then I'm gonna be like, okay, I see where he's going with it, and ignoring what you just asked. And I heard that frustration in your voice, honestly. Like I heard you get upset about it. I get it. I'm not trying to blow smoke up your ass or kiss it or anything like that. I'm just saying I understand from a human level where that frustration is, especially if you've been doing it for 3 years. So, to be fair, from my own standpoint, math is a weakness for me. So when I hear people talk about 1.2 miles, tangent lines, and all that stuff, that gets lost on me. So, yeah, maybe I shouldn't just jump into an argument and say, like, you guys are doing something wrong, like I know what I'm talking about, because I don't. I can at least admit that. When it comes down to figuring out numbers or the drop angle of the Earth, the distance, how it's measured, I can't say for sure. Because I don't even understand it myself.
You get
So
so much
I can
respect for
admit
that,
that.
man.
Yeah, for
You get
real.
so much because if everyone else heard that sentiment and actually like agreed, I think that's the silent majority. Like, you know, I don't understand what the fuck you're talking about, flat earther, but this person who I'm not gonna really understand what he's talking about either, to the point that
Yeah.
you guys are probably using the same geometry. Or you guys are actually using the same formula, but I don't really know why the change in variables really what they really meant. But I just know that my boy is making a point, even though I don't understand it. I just want to hear
That's
him
what
make
I'm
it and then
saying.
you
Yeah.
not
That's
answer
what I'm
it.
saying.
But if I
Yeah.
don't
That's
answer
what I'm
or
saying.
do
brother.
answer,
Admit that.
the what how would I say, the like your ability to assess what actually happened, like let's just imagine he did reach the conclusion of his argument.
Mhm.
Like your level of awareness doesn't go up or down. You just accepted something you do not understand on its premise in the first place. That's robbing you, not me or your boy.
Hey, Elijah, isn't that the summary of the majority of globe arguments for the past 6 years?
Yeah, man, it's sad. And we try to explain it too, and they're like, fuck you explaining it. like, like, I got you, dog. I don't use flat earthers. AI, correct me if I'm wrong. Aren't hostile witnesses, aka actual like authoritative sources, my favorite go-tos for arguments that I make?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not like, yo, hey, this flat earther did this. I'm like, look what this EDU says. Let's see if it's actually true. Oh gosh, why isn't it true? Insert ad hom. Oh, because Ben and Jerry's is way better than Haagen Dazs, son. Huh?
Yeah. Yeah, my favorite one is if the earth was flat, that means people in power would be lying. People in power can't be lying, therefore the earth's a globe. Woo!
The geometry of Earth always kills room, doesn't it?
It really does.
Perhaps you
Why don't
guys
they
go back to
understand that we were
the
just
rocket
like
launch.
them? Like we're not people who, live in our mom's basement. We're not people who remember how this conversation started. Oh, flat earthers, they don't even have a GD. Um jokes on you because the ones with the most riches in the world don't have a GD. But anyway, um like it's crazy how people have responded this entire time. This bigotry towards
Mm.
flat earthers, to the point that you don't actually critically analyze the situation. We were you. All of us just weren't crazy conspiracy theorists. All of us weren't crazy Bible thumping people. I wasn't even fucking with the Bible. Zeitgeist was good enough for me. I was like, all right, it's bullshit. Thank you, George Carlin. That was all I thought about it. That was it for me. Oh
Same
yeah.
here, bro.
I got what's his name? Vsauce here. Michael.
Oh my god.
I mean, I
Oh,
was like,
Michael
yeah,
Vsauce.
don't come to me with your fucking Genesis story because Michael from Vsauce. Fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? That was me. Like y'all are wilding, thinking that, yeah, like y'all
So
let the media inundate y'all and tell y'all like some weird version of who we are, and it's like, no, we were just like you, and then we nerded out enough or cared enough to investigate something that most people just don't have the time or care to. That's all it is.
Right.
I got you. So Elijah, can I ask you something?
Go ahead.
When was the moment in your life after watching all the Vsauce videos and the Zeitgeist stuff? Like, what was the moment that changed it for you? What happened? Do you remember what it was? I'm genuinely
Of course,
curious, actually.
we all do. But my story is like, stay away from people that are vague. Like, oh, I watched like some videos and I mean,
Hmm.
they could have watched a video if they could explain in detail their thought process while watching that video. That's different than, yeah, I saw a whole bunch of videos on YouTube, and then I knowing the government was lying, so I was like, you know, I could see how it's flat. Yeah, yeah, it makes sense. They do be lying. You like
Hmm.
that's not that's not the majority of anyway. So my story is that I was watching Joe Rogan. I was into Joe Rogan. I loved all the Terrence McKenna stuff. I love the guy with the mushroom hat. I was watching it when his show was good to me.
Yeah,
And then
yeah.
one
I
day
used
Eddie
to listen to
Bravo
him a lot
came
too.
on.
I was just gonna
Eddie
say
Bravo came on
you're
like
like, yeah.
yeah, a lot. So so Eddie Bravo came on, and then he was like questioning the whole move, not even questioning it, basically questioning it in the sense of, we didn't go, that shit is crazy. And at this point, I didn't even know that this guy was against the moon landing before, and that he changed his stance at the time that I, you know, really got into this argument. So it just got from there. When he said we didn't go to the moon and the pictures are fake, I started Googling pictures. And then I was like, okay, I don't. Mm, they look like typed in raw pictures from space, like without the like
Yeah.
expecting like a rock that looked a little more realistic than what I saw, and I'm like, I don't have any reference to judge it on anything other than everything that I've seen in movies and then the photos that they give me already. Like, how the fuck am I going to judge this off of its own merits? I have no other reference. So if there is some kind of knowledge behind being able to do that, I couldn't do that. So I was like, okay, well, I'm going to have to go into other realms and other ways of trying to figure this out. Then I wondered, well, how do we know the distance to the sun? And then turns out Christian Huygens, he determined that basically by um, parallax, which is begging the question and the assumption that the Earth is moving around the sun already, and that
Yeah.
we have this whole 6 month thing. And he also had to assume that Venus was the same size as Earth. So I said, okay, well, you know what, fuck it, all right, I'll give you all that, but how do we know the size of Earth then?
Hmm.
And that's when we get to Eratosthenes, who calculated elevation angles off of flat planes to basically calculate um basically the circumference of a circle and called that the sphere. And
Right.
then I was like, so who knew it before that? And it was just, well, we see this, therefore it's a globe. And I was like, well, surely someone can measure it to being a globe. And it wasn't until
Right.
maybe a year or two later when we started talking about how the earth measures to be a globe and what geometrically that consequence would be, because the globers would always come on the shows and say, look, this much building is blocked, this much boat is blocked, this is
Yeah.
blocked, that's blocked, XYZ is blocked. And then we realized, wait a minute, how can the horizon be blocking those things when it's behind it? And they stopped talking about it from then. And that's like really
Yeah.
my story. So
So that kind of alerted to, that kind of woke you up to just something that didn't seem right. It didn't click right with you, and there's something more to it that people are not saying. That's basically kind of what it comes down to. Like,
yep.
when people are silent and you ask a question, it's like, okay, some isn't right. Okay, all right. Well, appreciate you telling me that.
No
Yeah,
doubt, no
man.
All right,
doubt.
no lie. I asked because I'm genuinely curious. And sometimes, yeah, I'll
Sounds
come
like
in
it.
and be a little rowdy and whatnot. But I mean, I'm still interested in learning. Like Mayhem, are you still here?
Yeah, he's still here.
Yeah, I'm still here.
What
But
was your moment? Man? What was your moment, man? Like what was it that is it the same as Elijah, or was it something that came to you and you're just like too many
it's a bit
questions are
different.
not answered for me? Yeah.
It's going to sound a bit redundant, but it's still still will logically be the same conclusion. But I was into Mandela effect, because I was like looking at that stuff at the time, and I must have been like end of 2014, beginning of 2015, and I was looking at some interesting things, and people were really starting to get out there with the flat Earth conversation. There was a video out there that somebody posted that Bruce Lee proves that the Earth is flat with the. It was a funny little thumbnail. I was like, "This is stupid. Let me get into this." Right, so I was, I was like, kind of jokingly about it, like, "This is gonna be retarded. Like, I'm gonna laugh at this. This is gonna be a good laugh." So I clicked on it, and I think it was Eric Dubay going through like 200 proofs and just talking about it. Give me one moment.
Sure. Manufacturer, I saw your message. I can't respond in the chat, but yeah, sure, man. I sent you a message yesterday.
Yeah, let me just say it was that video, right? So, and they were talking about flat level water, and it didn't matter how much you scale up on water, the properties of water, the mechanics will always remain the same.
Right.
So that resonated with me. I'm like, so water at rest will always remain flat and level on its surface. Large bodies of water. So that the point that was made was large bodies of water remain, when at rest, remain flat level on their surface. So I'm like, okay, that can be tested. We can do something to actually check to see if that's the case or not. Because, of course, if we have flat water, that means flat surface. That means Earth is not curving like they tell me that it is. But if it is curving like they tell me that it is, then it would follow the drop rate of curvature. So for me, it was like, okay, flat water makes sense. So I was thinking about it. I was like, that's true. Where has there been any water that curves like they say it is with the drop rate? And so once that started to click, I was like, okay, wait a minute. I'm getting too far into this. I'm getting too deep. So I went on a 2-week journey of going through every resource that I could think of. A professor speaking on forums and library ideas, like going to there and trying to figure out where is it that we can talk. Like somebody has already discovered that this question has been answered. I'm gonna tell you, dude, that everything that I've came up with was things that were just only talking about calculations, people's anecdotal experiences, nothing to do with actually measuring the surface curvature. And so after the 2-week period, I was like, I cannot believe the Earth's fucking flat. Like I remember that aha moment. My eyes were bloodshot red. I tell this story a lot. My eyes were bloodshot red. I was like, good God. So I walked out of my house. I looked up at the sky and I like, cannot believe all this fucking time I was believing the Earth's a globe. Like I was mad at myself for being hoodwinked for such a long time. It was my personal thing, right? So when I went back in,
it was an existential moment.
Yeah, because like I mean, nobody, who thinks about this shit? Like who's like, I don't think the government's in on it and doing all this shit. But when you come back to realize like, and it's more to deal with a tradition that's been handed down versus it being like some grand conspiracy out, like the boogeyman's out to get you. Like you start to realize, nah, is this just something that people believe? It's kind of like if you akin it to anything, it would be like Santa Claus. Like it's a tradition that the world has adopted, and they do it, and they're not maliciously going after their children and lying to them. They just have fun with some kind of crazy tradition that they're doing, right? So that's basically, it's almost akin to that, because as you can tell. So for me, when I went through it, like the process, I guess I'm gonna get back to. I don't want to divert too much, but the aha moment was that. But then at that moment that I realized that, I then turned it back around. I'm like, okay, if this is how it's gonna be, well then it's on for the people who think the Earth's a globe. Now I was only going after those guys who were actually the propagators of it, not the innocent, like you guys in here. You guys are the innocent bystanders. You guys are the ones who just like, dude, I'm just a fucking regular Joe that goes to work. Like, what the fuck? So I'm not really, like, you guys aren't really the fish that I want to catch. I want those guys who are out there propagating this shit and putting it into your mind. Because like listen, dude, I've asked astrophysicists, PhDs, cosmologists, all these people, and I'm asking them the same 3 questions that I've been asking them: curvature, spin, and the vacuum of space. Those are the 3 questions that I asked, and I formulated them in such a way that as soon as I ask these questions, they're never answered directly. None of them. Nobody knows the answer, because that's what. Once I'd done that, it was over with. So my journey was into flat Earth with almost like I say like a vengeance to the globe, because it's like those guys are propagating this information into your mind, and like this, what we're doing, what every flat earthers in here doing is not just so that we can go, dude, the Earth's fucking flat, and you guys are not looking at rockets going like, no, that's almost like that's the clown and the dog and pony show that you see. But the real people who are investigating this, they're more concerned with how we don't have the geometry figured out in 2023. And so I'm asking these guys, I'm like, you guys, you're all sitting in this room, you're debating derivative topics, you like the way it sounds when you're talking about rocket economics, but you don't realize the underlying premise. It's geometry. They're telling you, me, and everybody that we live on a ball when you can't measure a ball. So that to me is like most important, because that when I had the aha moment, I wish somebody would have told me that. Like, guys, are you stopping to think? Has anybody measured the ball? Like, because if you think that, well, you see, dude, I need a rocket, and then I can figure it out. No, because they're talking about the Earth being a globe for 2,000 years, bro. And if that's the case, how did they know? So for me, that's what it's. The aha moment came to me with flat water, but I just want to end it here to like let you know anybody can get into this.
And
So long as you. Anyway,
they're not claiming that you can just like send an amateur rocket up and it's like woohoo, I sent something up. No, there are orbital mechanics that go into that. So in order for us to leave to go to the moon, we had to wrap around the Earth like 15 times, bro. So how do you wrap around something you don't know the geometry of first? So they claim that they knew it, therefore they could do it. So if they knew it, how did they know it? Because if they were like think about it. If you never saw a building and someone said, guess its height, guess its width, you know how just like it would there's you know that there's only one answer that it could be, and it's a very, 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 very damn near impossible, pretty improbable situation for you to guess the exact height and width. So that's the thing. How if you don't know the size of the globe, then you can't put a rocket into orbit because it includes the formula includes the hold up, you gotta use it includes
You
the
need the
radius of the Earth.
formula to. I got you. Okay.
Yeah,
And
I
that's what I
think
was.
I've
He
noticed.
was like, show me that form. That's the formula I was showing him.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
I've noticed some of these nouveau space and travel enthusiasts. They forget the detail about the rocket having to go around and around and around the sphere. That was talked about ad nauseum long time ago. It's even in the movie, the Ed Harris Apollo movie. But yeah, they didn't get that memo about the rockets having to go to reach escape velocity circling the sphere Earth. Apparently that's been left out for the nouveau. Because they act like it's not even a thing. They act like it's not even important.
Escape velocity. Sorry, old horse.
Yeah, no problem, Matt. See you, bus.
But son of a bitch. You know that's okay. That's okay. I'm not gonna correct you on my name anymore. That's just gonna be your thing. I'm cool with it.
And I won't correct
but
you
yeah.
on mine either.
Is it old horse? Hold on.
What's that?
I'm just gonna say
See
old
you,
horse.
bus.
Or wait, hold on.
It's close
damn
enough.
It, son of a
Call me
All right, it's
whatever
close
you
enough.
want. Just don't call me late to dinner. Yeah, the
All
escape
right.
velocity thing is the whole going around the Earth until they pop, make it out.
Yeah, I guess it isn't a factor that's really important, but maybe they think it's boring for people. I know when I watch launches, they talk about max Q, they talk about thrust vectors, all
Boring
that
for
stuff.
people.
I know that's all this. Just when they say like
I love
escape
that.
velocity, it's like yeah, we get it. You got to go fast enough to break to defeat Earth's gravity. So
Yeah,
you can
but
go faster than Earth.
their escape velocity story involves circling the spheroid Earth, which you would need a radius value for if you're going to be circling it. or orbiting it.
So
Yeah, take that in for a second.
I'm processing everything you guys are talking about. I am. I'm processing.
So
I'm
wait.
processing Elijah's story. I'm processing Mayhem's story.
So just to
Like
clarify,
what?
you guys are all like, you guys genuinely believe the Earth is flat, correct? And I'm like, I haven't spoke yet, and like I don't really have a stance on it. I'm not very educated on whether or not it's a flat or a sphere. But I was just wondering if you guys genuinely believe that it's flat.
It's not a belief, though. That's the problem with that question.
So no one here believes it's like a sphere.
I don't. Matt, do you?
I do.
Okay. Okay, like
Do I believe
yeah,
it's
like
a sphere?
we at least admit that
Yeah.
it's not flat. Can we at least like point that out first, or
Agreed.
like the
So back
arguments I
to
keep
answer my
hearing
question.
is yeah, go ahead. I'm like I said, I don't
Listen,
want to
listen.
argue. I don't really know much about it, so you're probably gonna beat
Good,
me,
just
but
listen.
I just want to clarify that you guys think it's flat. That's it.
Just listen, bro.
So me
Go ahead, Matt.
personally, I do believe it's a globe.
And so do I. I just
And I
want to
mean,
make
like,
sure. Yeah.
Me too.
I do believe it's a globe. My thing is understanding, understanding you guys and your thought process, or at least how you logically come to that conclusion. That's why I asked Elijah what his story was, like what his come to moment was.
You just need to acknowledge the nature
when
of
he figured
water.
it out.
Yeah,
You just
exactly.
need to acknowledge the nature of water and see what they claim to be saying about water wrapping
Sure.
around a spheroid.
Yeah. But I do
Contradictory.
personally, I believe it's a globe from what
Yeah, me too.
I've
Yeah, I just was
seen on
talking about the
TV.
other
I hate to
people
say
that
it,
were.
but I've seen on TV.
Yeah.
I'm a globe
But
head.
also looking at like through telescopes, because I've done astrophotography before, and looking at what we can see when I look at Saturn or Jupiter, taking pictures of nebulas. I just have this deep consideration for like space out there and checking it out, and I believe it's there because I've looked at I've processed the photos I've taken of these objects actually out in the universe, and
you've attached the story to them.
I haven't
To
attached.
fulfill
I guess
your
yeah,
belief.
sure. I've attached the story to them.
There
They're
you
out
go.
there.
That's it.
They're
Yeah.
out there in terms of like the location where you can point your telescope and take pictures of it at certain times of the year. They are there.
But
You know.
But do you know why you have to
Orion's
attach a story? You know what I mean? You know why? Because we can't go out there ourselves. That's it. You can create any story you want about the lights in the sky.
Yeah, you can.
Sure. I mean, the story's
Like,
been
I
kind of
genuinely like I can
consistent, where
see
it's
why.
like
Go ahead,
Orion's
yeah.
Nebula is on Orion's belt. It's not a story. It's there. It's I've taken a picture of Orion's Nebula on Orion's belt.
Never moved.
great.
Yeah, the belt's been there
Actually,
cinched up.
Never
Oh, here we
but
go.
I mean,
Now,
in
now
summertime, Old
the
Horse.
constellations are moving. This should be good.
No,
Yeah, I
Old
can
Horse.
see why
If you actually look, if
Oh,
you in the summertime, you can't see Orion's belt in the northern hemisphere. You can't see it. But in the wintertime, you can.
Every
You can
year,
look
right?
southwesterly, and that's where it is.
Isn't it? It might as well be still summer.
Yeah,
Right, but if you're looking in, say,
I'm
December,
in New York.
January, anything like
I
that.
can see it.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
my
in
bad.
Canada. I'm in Canada.
I was just but this is what Jedi was saying the other day, and I also talked about this a lot. Because people, like, when they send up high altitude balloons, they don't see any stars,
Mm-hmm.
right? They don't see any stars. It's just like a black sky, and but it's lost on people that it's interesting. Is because, okay, you can see the black of the sky and no stars. The sun is not.
the sun
They'll
is a
just say,
star.
"Oh, that's
Sun is a
Matt,
has
if
star.
to
you
do with the
haven't seen
sun." Or,
that, here,
but
I'll
but
post
but
this for
here's
you.
the thing. Here's the thing. I didn't know that you could see stars if you just went up high. Because people always sent them out during the day. Well, guess what? When they were sent up at night, there was a buttload of stars. And then I thought to
Right.
myself, oh, perhaps the stars just aren't occupying the area that the sun is occupying.
Or how about this, Elijah? Cameras have to expose for the brightness of the Earth, which is the closest, brightest object in view.
Okay, but
Something that
I
you
just
can
told you
do.
that you can see a buttload of stars at nighttime.
Right, because you're on the dark side of the Earth, which is not reflecting light from the sun.
No, you can see it. You can see it
Wow.
even as the sun is moving away, and it's still daylight in the area that you can see. Just the
Oh, so I
stars
mean, like when you're
appear to
sending up
move.
balloons and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about too. Like if you send the balloon up and it's like about to be nighttime, you can see the stars coming in. You can see them.
Right.
So I mean, what I'm saying is no different than what we already think. The stars are just on the other side of the sun. That's the excuse in the heliocentric model. So the stars are in the sun's area. All I did was say the same thing without the religion, because I'm not thinking about stars at astronomical different distances and the sun being this burning star. I don't have to say any of that to describe what I see. Is all I'm saying.
Like,
I'm not adding to a story. The story is robust before I touched it. I'm just describing the exact same thing we all see anyway.
you sure?
Nah, bro, you made sense, bro. I understand.
Why don't you
So,
apply that to forming
and
your
not,
own
it
views?
has,
If you're not thinking.
it doesn't have, it has nothing to do with the Earth itself. If a camera goes up on a balloon and it's recording as it goes up, and you have this big bright Earth right now that's reflecting light from the sun, and it's overpowering any stars that you might see once you get up to a certain level. It has nothing to do with being like, it has nothing to do with the camera exposure.
Yeah,
Nothing
that
to do
doesn't always
whatsoever.
happen. That doesn't always happen. So when you do see stars in an area that you normally wouldn't, people just say, well, those stars intensity is breaking through, and we're so it would have nothing to do, or would have something to do, because the argument is relative. But if you look at the argument in two different instances, I mean, if we have stars and they're not usually with the sun, and then we have stars where they are, the affirmative consequent will be, well, that's just because those stars are bright enough, or they're moving. How do you know? How do I know? Well, the only thing I'm doing is saying, well, they're moving into the star sky, the sun sky. And some of them are bright enough that you can actually see, but we're saying the same thing.
Sure.
We really are.
But that wouldn't, I mean, okay, then can I just bring this up? Because like I was asking old, like I said, Orion's belt, you'll start seeing it in the southwest portion of the sky in the wintertime. As we're getting, tilting away from the sun and getting winter, we see Orion's
Okay.
belt, and you can go take pictures of it. But in the
Yeah,
summertime,
that's, now
when the
you,
Earth is
you
tilted
realize
towards
you're
the
adding
sun,
stories there,
it's
right?
Let him finish. Let him finish.
I'm adding what I've personally observed, because like I said, I've literally taken a telescope, pointed it at
Wait a
Orion's
minute.
belt in the
You're
wintertime,
observing the
and
Earth
taken photos of it.
tilting?
Let
You're
him
observing
finish,
the Earth
I'm
bro.
tilting.
no
Let
no no.
him finish.
I
All right.
just said
No,
I
just
observe
continue. Continue.
Orion's belt. I didn't say I observed the Earth tilting. I'm
Yeah,
saying it's
see,
a factor when we see Orion's belt in the wintertime, but we don't see it in the summertime. It's something that you can personally observe yourself. You can see where Orion's belt is. It's very easy to spot. 3 stars that go across the sky. You can't see it at certain times of the year. So why is that?
yeah, because it moves into another position in the sky. Probably somewhere in the sun's
Okay.
area.
Maybe
Okay,
it's
so they
a
move.
flat Earth that rotates around
Well, we
an
already
x-axis
see.
or a
We,
y-axis, so it's a
no,
spinning
no,
disc.
no,
Probably.
no.
But
Anyway, no.
But listen,
So
my point is, and I think the point I'm making here is that in a one spot in the backyard, in my backyard, looking at where
Mhm.
Orion's belt is in the wintertime, and then
Oh,
not seeing
brother.
it there in the summertime, what's the answer for that? Like, what?
Yeah,
How do we
you
explain
said
that?
so it moves. Yeah, why not?
It's okay. So
Explain,
it's
explain
got to
it,
be something.
explain. Hold on, hold on. Time out.
Sure. Go ahead.
Explain to me what you see. You can see it, and then
Yeah.
during the what the
Say summertime.
equinox, boom, they
No,
turn
just like
off.
during the
You
summertime.
don't see them. Yeah,
It's not
okay.
that they
So,
turn off. It's
so
you
what
get a
happens? Do
different
they
constellation in
move?
that position. I don't
That's
say
what I'm saying.
constellation.
So do they move
Right.
like incrementally in the sky? Like each day they rise a little further to the right? Is that what you're saying? Like, what are you saying? Are they moving? Is that what you're observing?
I'm not saying anything. I'm asking what it
No,
could
I'm
possibly
asking
mean.
you
And
because
if
you observe.
sure,
I'm
yeah.
asking. You know what I'm saying? That's weird. Slow down, bro.
So okay, yeah, no,
I'm
you got it,
asking
Elijah.
you.
I
No,
got what you're asking.
listen to what I'm asking you. Okay,
Go ahead.
you do? Okay, answer.
So what I think is happening is,
Not
I
think
think
is happening. I'm asking you, am I describing what you're seeing? I'm not asking you for an explanation of what you think.
okay. It's not that the constellations are moving; it's because the Earth is moving.
No,
It's
okay, see
wobbling.
that's listen, see what I'm saying? So that means visually you see it moving, don't you? See how weird we don't have to be?
Eventually, yeah.
You're explaining, well, it's the earth. Like you're skipping a step. I'm just asking you what you see, bro. I'm not asking you to see through a filter. What do you see? Because I can't respond unless you
Sure.
explain to me what you see, unless I saw it too. And then I could go, well, actually, this is this.
Well, okay. So
I can do
Elijah,
that for some
the best
things.
thing
I
way I can
can't do
do
it
it
for
is
that.
over a period of time, over a period of months, around the winter
Hmm.
time, I can see Orion's
Hmm.
belt.
In the same exact
As
position.
yeah.
So when I
Not
say in the
exact.
same
Okay,
exact
sorry. I
position,
shouldn't exact position. That's wrong.
fam,
I'm lying there.
because
I'm
you're
lying
already
there.
lying
I'm lying.
because you said that it does. You said that the we can see the Earth moving, which means you do
Globe head
visually see something
destroyed.
because you
It's
know
in the
damn
same.
well.
It's in the same area. It's in the same area of the sky for a certain
Okay,
period of
same
time at night.
same area is still not answering my question. You can either say no or yes.
It's just it's
It's
kind of
very
hard to say
easy.
exactly because eventually
No, you got to
it'll
listen to what I'm
shift.
asking you, and then you can tell
Okay.
me yes, that's what's happening, or
Sure.
no, that's not what's happening.
Yeah. Go ahead. Answer the
Every
question or ask
night,
the question again. Yeah.
every night in the summer, when it when you see it appear in the sky, does it appear in the same location, or does the location change incrementally throughout the nights?
You don't see Orion's belt at nighttime in the summertime.
So okay, summer in the day, whatever the day.
You can't see it during the day because the sun is the brightest thing in
When
the
do you
sky, and
see
it's
it? When do you see it? I'm speaking
in the
about
winter
then, when
time.
it becomes visible.
In the winter time, Elijah,
So
you
when
see
it
Orion's belt.
becomes visible, every time you do see it, because can you see it all day?
No, you can't see it all day. You can only
So
see it at
when do
night,
you see it?
like all the other stars.
So that's what I just asked you, bro. When you
Okay.
see it at
So
night, and
The
then you
answer was
said
like
we see
said
it
5
during the day.
times.
Are you serious? You literally said
I
no. We
answered you.
see it during the
You
day.
don't see it during the day. You don't see it during the day. I said that's what I said. You don't see it during the day. In the
No,
summertime, you do not see
I,
it.
I said in the summertime you don't see it. So in the wintertime you see it at
No.
night. Okay, fam.
Yes. Does that make sense though?
Are
Does
you
that make
fucking with
sense?
me?
It's almost
No,
like
you're not. We're
I'm
trying to
not
move
fucking with you.
forward. Okay, we're trying to
I'm
move
not fucking
forward.
with
You
you.
don't have to. Okay, we're not. We're trying to move forward. You
Every
don't have
night.
to ask me.
All right, fine.
You are fucking with me now.
Here's what I'm gonna say then.
No,
I'm trying
stop.
not to fuck with you,
You're
Elijah.
not
What I'm trying to
answering the
say is
question. No, I don't want to hear what
Okay.
you're trying to say.
Ask
I'm
it
asking you a question.
better
Either you want
next
to answer
time.
me, like, why the fuck would you start a conversation where I'm asking you a question and you're fucking fighting harder than Bruce Lee not to answer the question I'm asking? I don't want to answer. I don't want to answer for whatever you
All right.
asked. I want an answer for what I'm asking.
Okay.
When you do see it every night, when
Mhm.
you do see it, does it appear in the same exact location at the exact same time? Or does it appear incrementally a space over, like the moon does, like the other bodies do?
I'm gonna say incrementally.
You know that conversation could have been, we could have moved on 10 minutes ago. You see how frustrating it
Could have been a
is?
lot easier. Yeah,
Excuse
I
me?
get you. I made it harder than I get you. I made it harder than it was. But the point I'm trying to make is that you
I
can
know
look at
you're
the same
trying to make a
spot
point,
every
right?
single
So it's
night for
like
300
the point that you're saying,
365
you
days a
already
year.
said. You already said this, right? It's not like I didn't understand it. That's the problem here. That's the first thing you
I got
said.
you.
And then based on what you said, I said, okay, well, answer me this question. So now you're just repeating
Sure.
the first thing you said, like I don't understand it. That's wasting time.
Good point. Yeah, it's moving ever so incrementally across the sky as the year progresses.
Elijah, can
Right.
I?
So it moves from one area to another and then you can't see it again.
Yes.
Right. So maybe it moves into a portion of the sky that it is no longer visible. It's not just me. I'm just saying
Right.
what you see. I'm not adding anything extra to it. There's nothing extra. I'm not the one with the
Right.
story.
Good
I'm
point.
just telling you what you
So
see.
Elijah,
And you're
are you
like,
like
well,
a
what actually
solipsist?
happens is this. And I'm like, well, I don't know that. I can only tell you what I see.
Can I ask Matt something real quick, Elijah,
go ahead.
about what he sees? So
Sure.
let's just say, you look at it all the time, right? Now, is it
Mm-hmm.
in summertime or in
No.
wintertime? No, no, I'm just saying, does Orion's Belt come back into view every year in the same way in your backyard?
Yeah.
It does, right? Okay. How does
Yeah.
that
It
fit?
does.
How does that fit the globe model for how we move around the sun, how the sun is moving across the galaxy, and how we are spinning 1,000 miles per hour as well? Like all these different movements, right? How come every year, right, it'll come back into view the same way? How does that make sense?
For one, forget the 1,000 miles per hour because that's velocity. That's
Okay.
like
Let's
tangential
go to
velocity.
67,000 miles per hour then around the sun.
Okay. So 67,000 miles per hour, and we're looking at stars that are how many light years away? How far away are they?
We don't know.
I mean, there is a number to each one. There is a number that they assign to it, and it's in
How do
light
they
years,
know
which
that?
is a long ways
It's a
away.
story. It is a
So
story, though.
that's not a story. I mean, when they talk
It is a
about that, they talk
story.
about parallax. They talk about parallax. They talk about
There's none to
how
be
a
found, though.
distant object they talk about with a distant object as you're moving does not. It's not like you zoom past it. It feels like it's moving with you. Do you know what I mean? Like, you want me to get into explaining more of it? I can say parallax, distance of the stars itself. Those are the reasons that I know are explained in terms of how we see these stars appear in the same area all the
How
time,
does it?
like
How well?
Polaris.
Well,
What are
what I'm
you
saying, what
saying?
I'm asking.
You know you can bounce lasers off even satellites, right? You can bounce a laser off the moon. How the fuck do you think they know how far away it is?
Oh, so you can bounce a laser off a star that's, let me guess, 20 light years away. So that's like what,
So
6 trillion
20
light
light,
years, or
20,
6
20
trillion
light years.
miles per light year. So that's
20 light
what,
years. We're talking about
120 trillion miles away. You have a
What are you
laser
rambling on
that's
about?
power. You have a laser that's
are you rambling on
that
about?
powerful. You just said we
We're
use
talking.
lasers to measure the distance to the moon.
Can you stop talking
The
for 1
moon
second?
is
The moon
really
isn't 20
close.
light years away, though. Fucking retard. So what are you talking
Okay,
about?
how do you know a star is 20 light years away? Fucking retard.
You want me to explain? That's a different question, right? Can we stick to the moon because it's a way simpler thing?
Oh,
If you can't
okay.
handle the
Ignore the
moon, I
question.
doubt you can
Fucking
handle
retard.
light
How do you
years.
like that? Why you calling me a fucking
I
retard? It's not very nice.
because you are acting like one. And I'm not forcing you
Okay.
to, right?
Okay. No. Okay. I'm gonna
Yeah?
shut up now.
You're gonna
Go
mute
ahead.
me or something?
No.
Okay, so the
I'm
question
not
I asked
childish.
you that any adult can answer is, do you think human beings can hit the moon with a laser? Let's just see if you can answer that. Because I'll show you a picture in which they do it. You can do it with the green laser, clown. So can you answer that question?
Oh my god.
You can't. All right, cool. So you're just doing performative acting like a dumbass. So I was right.
Oh wow.
Here, let me post it in
You're
side
really
chat.
attacking my
let me post
character
it in
here
side
for no
Hey
reason.
man, you are
Thanks.
what you are, bro. I don't waste time with human beings.
How
You wanna
about
act
you be
like a
the bigger
jackass,
man
this
and
is what the
post
fuck
proof
you
of
are.
curvature,
I already
Newt?
did, dumbass. There it is.
No, you didn't. You never posted proof of
Got to it
curvature.
before you asked the question. Smooth brain.
That's a cartoon you just posted.
Oh, let
Anybody
me
in the
show you the
20th
picture too, because I
century
said
who
I would do
thinks
that.
the Earth is flat is
Here you go.
living in has
Dumb
psychological
fuck.
issues, man.
Pay
Come on,
attention to
Newt.
school, boys and
Calm
girls.
down, Newt.
Pay
It
attention
seems
in
as if
school,
you're
boys
pretty
and girls.
confident
You'll
with
end up
your
like these
knowledge. Maybe
retards,
you
right?
could
There's a picture
enlighten
of
us.
them doing it. Any other questions, dumbass?
Newt.
Yeah, can you calm down?
Any
Yeah,
other
go.
questions?
That's a question. Yes or no? Can you calm down? If you seem to be knowledgeable, why don't you enlighten us?
Yeah.
So here's
First
another
with the
proof
proof of
there
curvature.
sure. Here's one. The photographs made from of the Earth from space with a Hasselblad camera on 2.5-inch emulsion film show that the angle of and length of the shadows created on the Earth by the mountains of the Earth point mathematically directly to the actual sun. You can't fake that in a photograph emulsion. You couldn't do it in '68. They can't do it today.
Oh, sure. You can create. You can create all kinds of. You can
can't
create
fake a
all
green
kinds of
laser that's
things in
coherent
it.
from many
Listen.
miles away.
Let
So when
me
they actually
explain
do
to you
this with
something.
observatories,
Let
dumbass,
me
you can
explain
create all
something
kinds
to
of
you.
things in a dark room.
No. Let me
Dummy.
explain to you why
Any other
that can't
questions?
be faked. Let me
Learn some
explain to
optics,
you
man.
why. Hey, let somebody else
It's
speak.
in
Let me
vain. It's
explain
in
to you
vain
why it
because
can't
that
be.
explanation doesn't exist.
Hey, let me explain to you why it can't be
Okay, try.
faked. Okay.
Try.
Yeah. See. So, firstly, I'm an expert in photography. I studied at the New York
Join the club.
Institute of. So let me
Oh
speak
boy.
without you talking over me.
Define
You want
photography.
me to prove it to you? I'll do it if you
Define
shut your little
photography.
mouth. Otherwise, I mute
Define
you, and then I
photography.
just do it for the rest of the room. Okay? All right.
Define photography.
So I'm an expert in photography, and
Define it.
I was trained by the New York Institute of Photography.
There we
And so
go.
here's the thing: these images are made on 2.5-inch emulsion film. Emulsion film captures an image because it creates the detail, because it creates silver halide. It turns it into silver bromide crystal. Right? Those crystals become fixed in the emulsion film of the film, the emulsion layer of the film. Okay. To manipulate that would mean to microscopically implant millions and millions
Have you ever heard of Jerry Yulesman?
silver bromide crystals
Have you ever
into
heard
the
of Jerry
emulsion
Yulesman?
to fake the image that way in the film. And that can't be done. It
Oh, he's
couldn't be done
muted
in
me.
1968.
Oh, he muted you,
and
yeah.
it can't be done in,
Yeah.
in 2023 either.
Oh,
So
sorry. I proved
it
my
can't have
case.
been
I don't
faked.
waste my time
Yeah,
beyond that.
sure. All
So
all
all you
types of
guys, none
things.
of you guys,
All types of things
You
can
want
be
to act like
created
these are
not,
fakes or
hello,
some
on
dumbass
internet.
retard
All
shit?
types
Go
of
ahead.
things can be created in a dark room.
We need
That's
some
fine.
moderation in here.
I can talk over everybody.
Yeah,
I
I need
can
to kick
talk
your
over
dumb
everybody.
ass out of
I
here
can
and all the
talk
other
over
retards,
everybody.
because
I
that'll
can
be
talk
90%
over
of the
everybody.
room.
So I'll talk over you too. I'll talk over you and talk over you and annoy you and I'll talk over you.
Oh my
See,
god.
I can do the same childish shit. Okay, so as I was trying to say, that can't be faked. It couldn't be done in '68. It can't be done today. Okay, so you can't fake the images.
So you
of
think
this, of the Earth.
photographs and videos are considered evidence?
Did you
Do you think
understand
this
my
Holy
explanation?
is
shit.
It's a
fake or
good
something? Have
question.
you ever been to an
Hold on.
observatory?
Did
Yeah, it's
you
a good question. Have
understand?
you ever taken your
Did you
lazy, no
understand
touch
my
grass ass to an
In
explanation?
any
observatory? I have
scientific
at
journal,
UCF.
do
Did you
they accept
understand my
photographs or
explanation?
videos as
I'll ask you
I'm
again.
evidence?
answering
Have
your
you ever
question.
taken your
Okay.
lazy
Did
ass
you
to a
All right,
fucking
ignore
understand my
observatory
my
physically?
question.
explanation?
Have you ever done
Just
it?
So
ignore my.
did you understand my explanation of how
You don't want
why
to
it's
answer any of my
missing?
questions, but you think I'm just going to sit here like a bitch
I'm
and
gonna
answer
mute
yours?
him too. I'll just mute him.
Oh,
So
I
did you
have
understand
a
my explanation as to why
Just
it
answer the
can't be
fucking
fake?
question. You ever been to an
Did
observatory?
you
Or are you
understand
I
what
just
I
hear
like
like
a
said?
fucking
three
retard?
people talking.
Okay, so I'll
That's your
explain. Okay,
schizophrenia, my
so
man.
the image is made up in electronics. It's made up with pixels. They make a light, a little tiny dot, right? Right. In emulsion film, those dots are made by silver bromide crystals. They're microscopic. They're very, very, very tiny. Okay, when they're arranged in a certain way, they create patterns, and that density or sparsity of them is what creates the image that you see. Okay, so they couldn't have faked in 1968. They couldn't do it today. They couldn't fake the placement of silver bromide crystals in the in the layer of the
Okay,
layer of
so
the
anyone
film.
who's
Okay?
confused
So
about what
they
can be
can't
created
have
in a
faked
dark
it
room, check out the
photographically.
works of Jerry Ullsman.
So they can't have faked it because that can't be
Yeah,
done.
old Haas. I can't. I
Okay.
don't think he's hearing you. I think
Yeah,
I know
it's
he
not
isn't.
something that could be done in a dark room. You would have
Yeah,
to do
well,
it at the emotion
Hey,
level, and that
Nephilim
couldn't have
Free,
been
could
done.
you unmute old Haas because he is more familiar with photography than I am, and I think you would have a better conversation with him. So you should probably unmute him, please.
I just let me say this one thing. It's not something that could be done in the negative in the dark room. It's something that you can't. You would have to do at
okay,
the emotion
okay,
level.
then you
Okay,
have an example of something created on a set then.
it would have to be done in the film itself, not in the
Well,
printing
you
process.
could have an example of someone combining negative. You could have
Because they're
a
too small.
photography set.
Checkmate,
if
flat
you
Earth.
No, you can't reproduce the Earth in a
Yeah, you can.
studio set. I'm sorry.
also if you look at like film photography and film back then, the special effects that they were doing by hand on the film itself was not
Yeah,
up to
you
that
couldn't do this
quality.
in the emotion in
That's incorrect.
1968.
That's
Wow.
I'm
incorrect.
sorry.
Also,
Whoever's
I
Correct.
changing,
Yeah.
also I
You
have
wouldn't be
a
able to fake it.
photography from the '60s.
I'm sorry. You
also
wouldn't be able to fake it by.
You'll
I'm trying to help you understand. You can't
You're
fake it
wrong.
in the emotion of the film. You see,
They
you
had
wouldn't be able
composite
to.
image. They had composite people making composites in like the 1890s, bro,
Listen,
1900s.
you're trying to teach me something. I'm a graduate of the New York Institute of Photography. You don't think I've spent countless
define
hours in a dark
photography.
room? Okay.
Define
So
photography.
I've made
Wait,
special effects.
this is
Here's
going
the
Okay,
on.
I've
thing.
Okay,
made special
Here's
effects
the
in a
thing.
dark room. Okay,
can
I'm
you
not
please
talking about
define
special
photography
effects.
for the
You're
layman,
not,
please?
you're not
Bro.
listening.
No,
Okay,
not even. Here's the
it's not
thing.
something
okay.
I've made
Here's the thing.
special effects in the dark room.
Nobody's
I'm not
claimed that
talking
there's
about
special
dark room
effects that
special
they
effects. It wouldn't be
We're
he's
done
not.
in a
straying
dark room.
we're
Where
straying
It
where
wouldn't
you
be
why the
are
done in a
fuck is
dark
from.
Yeah, there's no
everybody speaking at
It has
moderation.
to
once,
be done in
man?
the film.
Why is
Okay,
everybody
so
speaking at once?
I'm trying to
Can you just
respond to him. Why are
fucking
you
speaking at
talking over
once?
me?
Can
I'm
you
trying to
all stop
respond to
speaking
his
at once,
statement about the
please?
dark room. Why
Boys,
are you
can you all
talking
stop
over
speaking
me?
at once?
I'm
I'm
answering his
speaking over you
question
because
about a dark room.
I'm a
Okay.
mod. I'm
So I'm
speaking
trying to
over you.
tell
I'm
you.
telling you.
Okay.
Can
So
you
I'm gonna
stop
mute
all
you.
speaking at
You're
once?
muted.
I'm
Okay,
just
you're
gonna
I can't
start
hear.
muted.
I
muting
can't hear
people.
anything.
I'm gonna
Right.
start
So I'm
muting
trying to
people.
answer his question about his
I'm
claim
gonna
about the
start
dark
muting
room.
Flat
people.
Earth
It's not
channel.
something that would be done
I'm
in a
gonna start
dark
muting
room.
you. I
I've
don't
done
give a fuck.
special effects in a dark room
Can
myself.
you stop?
I'm talking about something that would have had to have
Oh,
been done at the emulsion level. You would have to manipulate the silver bromide crystals in the film to do this. You couldn't do it in a dark room.
I think he's
Okay?
saying
right.
that there
Can
was
I just
Hollywood
get
sets or
that?
something.
Look, can I get
Yeah,
a
you
bit
can
of
have a
order in
set.
the
You
room? Boys and girls, can you just
No,
stop
you
speaking
wouldn't
at
be able to
once, please?
reproduce
I
of
don't
the
know why this
Earth with
guy's
that kind of
speaking over me
detail
No, he
now.
doesn't.
I
Shut
think
up.
I have to mute him.
in a
I think
studio
I have
set.
to mute
I'm
it.
sorry.
Oh, I
No,
agree.
I think I'm gonna have to
not
mute you.
possible.
Are you just gonna keep
So the
speaking over
photographs of the
people?
Earth from space prove
Fucking
they were
Jesus
actually made
Christ!
in a 35 in a
Please mute him.
2.5 inch negative
Man,
film
He's
camera.
not listening.
one second, man. I know. I'm just gonna have to mute him and talk to him. Fuck. So it's up to
Oh,
you, bro. The
he left
professional
immediately.
photographer.
there. Oh, for fuck's sake! So he could
Yeah.
hear me after all.
Yeah.
Right, on you go, folks. I was enjoying just listening till it went to a shit show.
Jesus. Okay.
So I have a genuine question here. So like why would they fake it? Like, I mean, call
Why-
me an
why
idiot,
not?
but
Why
I
not?
am.
Yeah. Why not?
Like, why would they go through all of this? Like, it would cost a lot of money to fake the moon
$85
landing at
million
the
a
time.
day from NASA. Just saying, that's a lot of money.
And then they get billions of people to fake it too, with telescopes, observatories that cost billions of dollars.
But
Everybody's
why?
faking it, bro. For you retards. Or
James
for
Webb
just for you.
Telescope. I guess that
Yo,
was a
if you're
big
gonna keep
ruse.
calling
Ass
people
motherfucker.
retards, Newt, you need to chill out,
Yeah,
dude.
we need to.
Nah, bro, I can't
nice.
call you anything else, man. You're so fucking absurd. You have to be retarded, nigga.
Was the James
Your
Webb
Coke-
Telescope
no,
an
no.
$18 billion ruse?
That's correct. Another TV show.
Okay.
I know it's funny that you've been duped by it all, isn't it?
No, I think
Well,
that's really sad.
Moon golf,
Can one of the
lunar surface dune buggies, James Webb. Yeah, file them all under the
No,
sci-fi.
I won't. You
Nixon
can.
talked to
I'm,
them on the
I'm
moon.
very
Yeah,
happy.
it's great.
Consider it
Yeah.
done.
Excuse me. Can we have one of the non-believers explain why they would do it?
Non-believers. Did you
Yeah,
hear
like-
what you meant?
They don't
Yeah.
have an explanation as to what's gained
Have you ever
from a
asked a
flat
liar
Earth
why
lie.
they lied?
Yeah, their whole point is to avoid that while critiquing your position.
That's
if
a
you haven't
big
noticed
no-no.
it.
They can't answer that one.
Yeah.
Let's stick to the drop over distance script that they like.
Well,
to go
why they presented lunar dune buggy TV shows and moon golf TV shows? Well, they had a generation that was enamored by television, a new invention, and they put a TV show on for them. They took the opportunity to further kick the can down the road. So another generation, you'll even hear people citing it to this day as their proof of
Yeah, but why?
globe.
Why? What do they gain by you thinking that
Mind
the Earth is a
control,
globe?
dog. Money.
Yeah, all these
Mind
issues
control?
of
How are they
all
controlling my
these
mind through
issues.
that?
All these issues of scarcity of resources, of water, space, land. I mean, to live in. Those are all they all need a water ball.
Yeah.
Once that's been debunked, all these TV issues of scarcity and global warming, all that stuff goes bye-bye. Therefore, things like the Paris Accord and other money distribution schemes under the guise of climate catastrophe, they also go bye-bye.
You understand that most nations are trying desperately to
Do
hold
you
on
do
to their
you ever
population,
listen, or do you just wait to talk?
places. I
Yeah,
just wait
they
to
don't
talk.
listen.
Like places like China, for example,
At least he
doesn't
admitted
want
it.
to see their population decline. They're doing everything in their power because their power is in
Well, then
having a
why
strong.
did they have a one-child policy?
That
What does this have to do with flat Earth? What does China have to do with flat Earth?
That was a mistake by them.
Who cares what China thinks?
They now have a.
Did Elijah
F just leave
China
the room?
knows the Earth is flat, and the reason China knows the Earth is flat is because they're drilling big boreholes to find the Earth
Fucking
is flat.
hell, man.
We're
Jesus
trying to-
Christ.
Time,
Flat,
please.
boys, stop it, please. Flat and globe. Both of you are speaking over each other deliberately. It's fucking painful as fuck to hear.
I was talking, and then they just all started spurging on me.
I'm
I'm just trying to
talking
explain
everyone.
that
Bro,
nations
I'm
have an
talking to both
incentive to
sides.
hold on to their populations as long as possible. They don't want to see their populations decline. That's why Canada just imported like 1 million people last year. That's why the United States imports 1 million people, and we all see China's influence and strength is going to wane over the years because their population's going to halve, and they don't want to see that.
What does
So
that
I
have
don't
to do with
understand.
the shape of the Earth.
It's good
Because you said it was a means of control so that the scarcity, which is hunger, which is a lack of resources, nations don't have that as a motivation. They don't want scarcity. They
Bro,
don't
it's
want
not-
hunger. They don't want starvation.
You are really
Bro,
confused.
Bro, just to add, right, it's not about that. See if they've got a stranglehold on resources, they can dictate prices, like crude oil, for instance. They can fucking say what price it's going to be in the future. In the past, they can crash fucking whatever fucking systems they want to crash. Admiral Byrd
Diamonds.
went to Antarctica back in the fucking like 50s or 60s, and he says that place had untold resources: uranium, oil, coal, and then when he came back from fucking Antarctica, within a year or two, the entire world signed an agreement. No one's allowed to go there. So them claiming that everything's short, even though that place is full, it's a good way of them dictating prices, man.
That's exactly right.
If there
I
was
love
a
animals.
magical place with an infinite vaster resources, China would have just fucked off.
Yeah, it's called Africa.
Well, actually, that is correct. That's what their plan is in the future. It ain't going over the no fucking Antarctic wall or something. They're going to go to Africa to try to get the resources,
I agree.
as opposed to having
So
the
if
West have
Africa is
control
so
over
rich in
Africa.
resources, why does the Paris Accord filter all the money to Africa?
Flat Earth confirmed.
Paris Accord?
The Paris Accord's just trying to get a handle on global warming. I think they see it as a big problem, and that's what they're trying to do.
You need to read the details of what it does. It's under the guise of global warming. That was my exact point. See, that's the problem when you wait to talk and you don't listen.
To
we
what?
listen.
To what? To what's your
Then
point?
process it after you hear what you've listened to. Process it and respond accordingly.
No, you're gonna have to repeat it.
But
We
there's
heard you.
nothing to respond to.
I just don't really understand
Well,
what
you
the hell
just
you tried to
repeated
say.
what I said.
So he did listen. I'm confused.
Oh my god.
How could
Do you want to say it again in a little bit more detail?
Yes. The story of you told me that the Paris Accord is about handling the global climate crisis.
Yeah,
take a nap. Take a nap.
What?
But if you read have you read the Paris Accord? What it entails?
I think it is an agreement by most
Okay,
of
so
the
you
Western.
haven't read it. You think it's you think it's
If you don't remember every word, then you haven't read it.
I didn't answer. You just totally cut me off. Is that your is that your thing?
Okay, have you read it?
I haven't read it from front
Okay,
to
there
back,
you
no.
go.
There you go. Fucking liar.
I understand
The
it.
soundbite of what it's about is just
God
that.
damn, these guys are assholes.
To my understanding, because that was your question, was that it's an agreement with several Western nations to reduce their carbon emissions through various means. They have to set a goal.
And if you read it, it's a wealth redistribution under the guise of a climate crisis. So
Does it
read
say
it.
wealth redistribution, or is that your interpretation?
They were.
Why don't you read it and tell me where I'm wrong?
Does it say wealth redistribution?
Because you
or
haven't
is that
said
your
anything.
interpretation?
You can't be wrong or right.
Why you can't say you know about something and haven't read it, bro. Go read it. Go fucking read it, bro. I'm not the one bringing up the Paris Climate Accord. Old Haas is, and he said, "Have you read it?" And then you said, "No," but you're gonna explain like you know what it's about. Go fucking read it.
I actually agree with this. Hold on, excuse me.
Hold on.
I actually agree with this point because if you haven't read the Vienna Convention from 1969, you're not able to read any agreement. So therefore, I win because none of you here has legal background.
So
except
true.
for me. It is because the only. I mean, the Vienna Convention is a treatise on how you should interpret and read all the conventional agreements. So assuming none of you, except for me, have read the Vienna Convention, I'm the only able person to really make an interpretation about the Paris Convention. It's that simple.
Okay.
It's a stupid argument. And I win because I went to law school.
Solipsism.
Do I
No,
understand
the Paris Accords? Yes.
It's not Marxism. It's going to law school. That simple.
Your interpretation of it being a wealth redistribution is unproven, and I would ask you to quote me, or at least paste to me, where in the treaty it says wealth redistribution.
What the fuck does this have to do with the shape of the Earth? Seriously.
So we're pivoting now because I'm asking for qualifications on
No. Because every time we bring up the geometric shape of the Earth, it gets dead silent.
Okay, and what about it? It's a planet and it's hollow, and the government's building shit down there. Things.
Finally, we got some real fucking facts. in
Oh,
this
like
chat.
Lord of the Rings?
Dead serious.
Wow, that's
Caves
yeah,
exist.
okay. Yeah, caves
What about geometry?
What does that have to
What
do
about
with
it?
the?
So,
What about
question.
it? Okay,
In this model, do you have dwarves?
we have no model. There is no flat Earth model. Anyone who says that they claim the shape of the Earth or know the shape of the Earth is lying to you. Period.
You know.
So you're not flat earthers.
No, it's just a
No.
flat Earth chat. Doesn't mean we have to be flat Earthers. We're here to debate.
So
Political.
this species is called flat Earth. So the Earth is not flat.
How about topographical
Correct, the Earth is
plane?
not
Would
flat.
that suit you better?
You
So
made a claim.
confused. Come again?
Let's.
I said, how about topographical plane?
Yeah, let's keep it simple.
I mean,
Let's
but
keep
now
it
you're saying
simple.
it's flat in synonyms.
Listen. Let's keep it simple, real quick.
Okay.
Okay. Can we all agree that Earth's surface is covered 72% in water? Can we agree?
Yeah. I don't know, but maybe,
Yes.
sure.
Is that right? right?
I don't know.
Yes,
Maybe.
yes.
Can we also agree that water always finds its level?
I don't know.
Agreed.
No.
Agree?
Under
I don't know.
circumstances.
No.
What do you mean?
I've never
No, you don't
otherwise.
agree with that?
What
You don't think
do you
construction
mean by what you just said?
water always finds its
What does
level
that mean?
at rest?
Yeah,
That's
water
why we
level.
use water levels for construction.
Is
But what does
the
that
ocean
mean?
at rest?
What does that mean?
These are
Oh no,
waves.
he doesn't know what that means.
Hold on, I'm
Yeah,
trying to.
Yeah,
he's just asking
it's
One
an
question at a
ambiguous.
time. I
It's
can't.
full
I
of
can't
ambiguity.
answer.
That's why I
I
asked.
can't. I
He's
can't answer.
Tides kind of make that a bit difficult, though.
Now,
He's just
Tides,
saying
now,
it's he's
no,
saying
no, no.
it's level because other people say that
Oh, is
water
that?
is flat, right?
Listen,
No,
listen.
I'm
It's
agreeing with
called
you.
sea
I'm agreeing.
level. It's
Yeah,
called sea level, right? It's
yeah,
not
no, I
sea
agree.
curve.
And
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sea
so what?
level. So we
So
agree
what?
that sea level is 0 elevation, right? And it's 72% of the Earth's surface is covered in water, right? So how the
Yeah.
fuck is it a sphere?
What do you mean? Are you sure you know these terms? And what you're saying about
How is it a
the water
sphere
being
if
level is true?
72% of the Earth's surface is not a sphere? It's not curving.
What?
It's flat. 72% of it, at least. There's more. Like you can look at plateaus and like
How do you know?
I just said, can we all agree
Wh-
that 72% of the water is covering Earth's surface? Is that true or
Yeah.
not true?
Yes.
From what
Okay.
we can.
So how do you have 72%, right, of water that always finds its level? It's flat.
Do you?
Okay. How is
Is
that a
that what we
sphere?
find?
How is that a sphere,
Is
though?
that what we find, though?
You're not even answering the question. How is that a sphere? It's either yes or
Well,
no. It's a sphere or not.
V Eagle,
because
do
we
you
are
have a
running on a
different
flawed premise.
V Eagle? Do you
Okay.
have a different understanding about the nature of water?
What do? Why would I have an understanding that?
I don't know. You seem very
What?
confused about it.
What? That I'm asking you to
Listen.
explain to me how what you're saying is true.
What part?
That water
That
always
water
finds
always
its
finds
level,
its level.
whatever that means.
Show me the flip side. Show me water not always finding its level.
No, I'm asking you to provide
Well,
an
go fill up your
explanation.
bathtub.
Yeah,
We'll
go.
wait
Yeah,
5 minutes.
yeah. Like what?
I don't
It always
think I
finds
have
its
a
level, bro.
bathtub that
Go to the pool.
is the size of the Earth. I don't think I'll have that.
Well,
All right, you're ignoring the question about the nature
yeah,
of
but the
water.
water. Listen, the
You're ignoring
water.
my question about what do you mean when you say
The water
water
is the
finds its
water.
level.
Water always finds
The
its
same
level.
water, whether
What
it's
does
What
that
don't you
mean?
understand?
or your tub.
What does that mean?
What do you
Pretty
mean?
simple.
What does that mean? It's pretty
It's
simple. The nature of
yeah, I know.
water always finds its level. Like I don't get
It's always
what
No,
you're
I
he's
don't
right.
think.
He's right. He's right. He's just saying that because other people believe that the water is not like level and that the water is just flat, like just by itself flat, which is not true.
really.
No,
Show me. How is
you
it
have
not
an
true?
example of convex water.
No, I'm
Yeah.
saying the water
Show
is
me some
level, like
water
you're
hills,
saying. The
bro.
water is
Show me a
level,
hill
you're
of
right.
water,
Do
please.
you know what water tension
It's called
is?
the ocean.
Oh, that's a hill of water?
Yes.
Yes, I can make a
Okay,
hill
you're
of water.
Oh, it is a hill of water? Okay, beautiful.
I can make one. 1 second, I'll demonstrate.
You can make a hill of
So-
water. Okay.
I'll go to my tap here, right? And I'll try and collect a single drop of water
Oh,
on my
so we're
finger.
talking about a single drop and the convexity
there we
of
go.
one drop.
I'm actually even holding it upside
You
down
have an
right
example
now.
of surface tension, do you?
Oh my
Well done.
god.
Well
It's
done.
not
yeah.
level. It's not level.
Oh, one
So
drop. Okay.
Flat
How is that
Earth
the ocean?
destroyed.
Flat Earth
So-
is destroyed by
so-
surface
Bro,
tension of all things.
we're talking about bodies of water. Like, we're not talking about tiny little
bodies of
drop.
water. Okay.
Right. Yeah, not a drop, bro. A drop has surface tension and meniscus.
How do you define
obviously
these
we're not
terms?
talking about a drop.
So a drop
Drip,
is
so on you
not
go,
a body
bro.
of water, and a body of water is not made up of drops. Got it.
Right, so what happens when you add more
Science achieved.
Hold on.
Yes.
Let's
swear
let Magnet
Let
make you
Crypto
guys
get
talk,
through.
please.
Hang on a
Crypto's
second.
very smart.
So,
He's been trying to chime in for a while.
but
Yeah.
Listen.
So what happens when you... Yeah, no, listen to me.
sorry.
I'm going. Right. So what happens when you add more water to that drop?
If I add more water to the drop,
Yes.
it drips off my finger, but there remains a drop on my finger.
That's not what I asked. So you got to drop in the basin or wherever you've poured water into, right? What happens if you add more water? Let's say you pour the tap for, say, a minute. What happens to the basin?
The water tension spreads out.
Okay, so you keep on adding water, and then you've half filled the basin.
The surface tension remains, correct.
So you filled the basin half full, right?
Yes, it has surface tension.
So at that point, how would you describe the surface of that water?
In tension.
That's not a description of the surface.
Of course it is.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
No.
Okay.
You see, he wants to
You
avoid.
asked me for a
He wants to
description. I
avoid
gave
it.
you one.
Okay, so
Avoid
the
what?
description of the surface of a basin which is half full of water, i.e., not a drop, is way
How
more
big of a
analogous to a typical bathroom basin. They're pretty standard sizes, right?
They're
So
not
when
really.
Oh God, you're just a nut-ar merchant. So basically, we've got a bathroom basin. We half fill it. Anyone here can tell you if that's at rest, it's going to be level, it's going to be flat. So that's way more analogous to a body of water than a droplet is.
Will it still be in tension?
So do you think it's surface tension, not gravity, that causes ocean convexity?
Did I say anything to indicate that?
Yeah, your water droplet.
No, I'm describing a water surface.
Yeah,
I'm not
so not
describing
gravity.
anything about the reality of why the Earth is flat.
Hold on a
Okay,
second.
so not gravity. Cool.
Okay,
What's
so
that?
here's my question. Something we actually observe that happens on the coast and anywhere in the world is tides. Why is that not a topic of discussion? That actually does happen. There is proof of tides.
True.
So
tides are.
If the
tides are
water
magic.
is, but like this is my thought process. This is my logic of thinking, and tell me if it's a wrong way of thinking this. If the tide goes out in England and it comes in on the east the east coast of America, like on in the Florida coast, they have king tides. Is the water level then if it's lower in England but it's higher in Florida at the same time? Is that level? Does that make sense?
Sir,
Can I
yes,
just say
it
that
makes sense.
Elijah F is a fucking legend?
Yeah,
Now,
so
check this
obviously
out.
we're aware
No,
of
well,
go on.
over a distance, the water is level. That's why sea level is an average, because
How
the
much
0
distance?
point. Dude, shut up so I can answer the one guy that wants his question answered.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
You want your question answered, right? You want anybody interrupting your answer?
I would like the question. Yeah, I would like the question answered in terms of like tides.
Yeah. So, tide, typhoon, tsunami, high wave, low wave, rip current, whatever it is, over a distance, the water is level and horizontal. So it's not like we have, an extremely flat surface like the salt flats, or when there's a frozen lake.
Okay.
We're just talking about the oceans from one side of the oceanic basin. Look that up. To the other side of the oceanic basin, tides and all of that included over a distance, it's a horizontal plane, which is exactly what Google Earth shows you, because they don't show you 8 inches per mile drop. They show you anything above or below sea level. Sometimes, because of the tide, the water falls below sea level. Get it? And then it rises above sea level. Sea level being the 0 horizontal line over that distance.
Makes sense.
Right.
All right.
Like, man, the thing that you brought up there, Elijah, was that 8 inch per mile squared. Why is that brought into the equation? Why is that a number? Why is that a factor?
Because if you're on one coast, then there has to be a way to express an 8-inch per mile square drop. Like it's okay. Let's take the equation out of it entirely. You know that if you're standing from one location horizontal to you, the ground, if you're on a sphere, is curving away from that horizontal plane that you create. There's no way to express that. Sea level is either the water higher or above a horizontal point, or it's that plus that horizontal line is curving, which contradicts it. One contradicts another. Can't have both, because if there's a line curving from you, then that is indeed a drop in altitude with distance from the perspective of you, the observer. There's no way to express both. That's why it's a, what do you call that? Paradox.
Yeah. Matt, can I ask you something?
Yep. Go ahead.
You said, why does 8 inches per mile squared come into factor, right?
I only ask because I've heard that term before. I've read about Robotham and that argument in the past. How that's only been mentioned in his work and whatnot, and other people refute it. So
Do you know
that's why I asked about it. I just said I know it comes from Robotham's theory about like his actual mathematics, but when you work out, or at least what I'm told is when you work out an 8-inch per mile square, it comes to a parabola, or it's a parabolic theorem.
There's a couple of things to understand about that. First of all, it's not just in Robotham. It used to be, and I don't know if it still is, that you could just Google, like, what is the curvature of the Earth, and Google would tell you it's 7.98 inches. So it's just a standard mathematical calculation of a sphere that size, right? With regards to the parabola, what we're talking about is distances that we can actually observe. So over a distance of between 0 and 250 miles, 8 inches per mile squared is within like a foot of the more correct formula anyway. So it's just an easier, simplified way of giving that same concept.
Okay.
So
the
yeah,
other way is for longer distances, right?
Gotcha. Yeah, but you can't see longer than 250 miles anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Like,
right.
For practical purposes, it doesn't make a difference. And also, then globers will come to us and they'll say, "Oh, well, the formula's wrong," and then you say, "What's the correct formula?" And then they don't have one. So, I mean, like, if you've got a better one, we'll use that. But until you do, this one's good for practical purposes.
Yeah, I mean, it derives from Aristophanes' assumption about the Earth's circumference. That's where it comes from. It's like we're using their assumptions, if that makes sense, Matt.
Well, it's just
not
a
like
mathematical.
we made it up. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's just a mathematical necessity of a ball that size, right? So it doesn't really have anything to do with Aristophanes.
Well,
thank you very much for the question.
Yeah, I mean, look at the picture right there. Barnyard Stud just posted. That's what it is right there.
Oh, sorry, I'm late to the conversation. 2,000 years.
Jesus.
Yeah.
How do
And
I become cool enough to post pics?
Well, Matt, so just looking at that, so you've seen the black swan, right?
Oh, yeah, a lot.
Okay.
A lot.
So just think about that, right? 10 miles. It's about 66 feet.
All right.
And drop in terms of being able to see the horizon. But then you see the horizon beyond the platform habitat, which is 9.41 miles. You could safely say it's 10 miles at least. That's the biggest thing.
6 feet.
Yeah, I mean 66 feet. The horizon should be below your view.
save that and check it out. All right. Thanks for posting that picture.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Who was
You're
it?
genuinely
Barnyard.
curious.
All right.
No problem, brother.
Actually,
Yeah.
I mean, I have a small critique there because I feel like that's why some people kind of get a little confused because the 8-inch drop doesn't really has absolutely nothing to do with the 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height formula. Um, they're like two separate things. So when we're
I
talking
am
about the
learning
distance
about
to the
that. My
horizon,
bad,
there's no
Elijah.
way to express that argument. It's just like an aside, like also, like there is no the horizon should be below you or below a point or below this or below that. It, that's only talking about the rigs with respect to a curving surface, which I mean, the point is we can't talk about that because there is no horizon in front of those oil rigs to then have the conversation have to be about it dropping below the horizon by this much. And we see this much missing from the horizon that's geometric. We can't talk about that because the horizon is beyond the point that we would expect in the first place. Like forget that the 66 feet of that's not even a part of the conversation at that point.
Yeah. Okay.
I get what you're saying,
God
Elijah.
damn it. I'm trying to follow it along a little bit. Like I said, I mean, when I talked about before, when it comes to like dropping numbers, it's a little lost on me. But I'm trying to picture it in my head. So bear with me while I'm trying to follow along, Elijah. I appreciate you explaining it the way you do it. You know. So
Yeah, well,
yeah.
it's really simple, and I always say this, like, because this is a perfect analogy. This is a perfect analogy. I said it the other day, but this is like the full analogy if it was my like an argument. So I come into town, right? And I know my house is 3 blocks away, and I know that there's a hospital behind my house, right? Every time I come into town, I can see it. See my house. I know that there's a hospital behind my house. My house is 3 blocks away, relatively close to the entrance, right? So check this out. One day I come into town and my house appears as if it's behind the hospital. Does that make any sense to you? Anything that I just said?
Okay, so hold on. I don't want to ask you to repeat it again. You might have to do that for me. I'm sorry.
No,
But
because if it
you might have
sounded
to
dumb, it's because it is dumb. It's not. I
Okay.
don't think you need it repeated. I think you know that it doesn't make any sense what I just said.
No.
Right.
No, it doesn't make any sense.
Right. That's what they claim the horizon is. The horizon is supposed to be in front of the oil rigs, like my house is supposed to be in front of the hospital, but I'm seeing it behind the hospital. Now, this reasoning is due to a begging the question that you live on a sphere. So the assumption is that your house actually is in front because it's begging the question. Well, since that's the case, the following logic is well, my house is appears like it's behind this hospital, but it's actually geometrically in front of this hospital. Same thing. It's perfectly analogous. Well, the horizon appears like it's behind the oil rigs, but it's actually geometrically in front of the oil rigs. That's why there's a difference between a geometric horizon and an apparent horizon, is what they're trying to tell you. Because what the geometric horizon is supposed to be is the distance between you and the cutoff point of the earth at which you can no longer see the ground. It has nothing to do with things protruding from the ground. It has to do with the limitation to from where you're standing to the maximum distance you can see of the ground because of the rest of it is curving from you. You can't see 100% of a ball, even if you saw the entire ball. You know that you can't see 100% of it at one given time because it's curving away from you. That's what the globe is supposed to be. And so we're just breaking out the formula. The formula says, okay, it's supposed to be this distance based on this formula. And we're just saying, look, it's not that distance based on this formula. It's supposed to be here, but
Could
here's
there
some
be
oil
another
rig that
reason
we
for
know
that?
is 9 miles, and it happens to be behind it, not in front, like the math would suggest. I mean, it's
Let me ask something.
that's as simple as I can put it.
Could there be another reason for
Okay.
that discrepancy you just mentioned?
Well, what is that question? Could there be another reason why? Maybe,
Yeah,
sure.
you illustrated a
Find out.
discrepancy in the math.
Yeah, but find out. I mean, that's your
What?
question. That's a
Find out
question you
what?
gotta go find out if there could be a discrepancy. Go ahead.
No, he described it. I
But
agree
why
there
you?
could be a discrepancy in the calculations, but what do they actually show?
Okay, go ahead, Elijah. I don't get this guy.
I think I could try. So you're seeing the geometric curve of the Earth, the physical curvature, shown up, over, and around the physical curve of the Earth. The curve is blocking and not blocking the curve of the Earth at the same time. What could explain that? A new
Is
type
that
of
true?
refraction. A new type of refraction they called super looming. Not just looming. They had to invoke a super looming that is unfalsifiable, because they said that
Is that
inside the heliocentric model, with enough refraction, you would see the back of your head.
That's right. Yeah,
I don't,
I've heard
is that
that.
actually true?
Yeah, that's the black swan was originally rolled out as a globe argument. This is why it was funny
I'm
too with
asking what's
people.
true, not what they claim.
Oh yeah, the globe is not true, so you can dump that in the bin right away.
Okay, no. Demonstrate how that necessarily means that the Earth is flat.
Look at it. What do you observe?
I don't know. I'm asking you.
Why would you ask
Well,
me if it's supposed to
I
be your
just told,
observation?
Because you're making the claim.
Yeah, and I just told you, you just didn't understand it.
Okay.
Literally,
Whose
went
fault is
through it.
that?
You.
Well, I don't
I
know.
can't understand something for you.
Let me ask the other guy. Let me ask the other guy that I was actually talking to. Was it hard for you to understand the point that I was just making?
Matt.
If he's still here.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. Sorry, I keep muting my Bluetooth so that I don't no sound comes over and I don't talk over you guys. So according to I saw it with the picture yesterday where we were looking at the second oil rig that was 9 miles away and you can still see the horizon behind it.
So you already explained
So
it.
that's
Is what you explained hard to understand? Only thing you need to understand is the horizon is beyond 9.4 miles. That's the level of understanding. Do you understand that?
I understand that. I have more questions in terms of if you
Well, the
take
other
photos of
guy
the
said that I
same.
was in. The other guy said he insinuated that it was my fault that he didn't understand. I was just trying to figure out what it was that we weren't we weren't getting.
Yeah, he cracked.
I mean, me personally, it's subjective in that situation because I understand what you're talking about, what you're referring to, in terms of the visual example with the two oil rigs, and I get on his side. It's I think he's trying to get to refraction, which is what Crit
No,
called
he
out
didn't.
there.
He didn't get to anything. He didn't say anything.
Okay. I was gonna say he was trying to. I think that's what he was leading into.
He was saying could
Was,
be.
refraction.
Right.
You do it. I understand. You think you don't know enough, but you know enough to know bullshit when you see it. It sounds like
What?
you're still normal.
No. My question would be
Not
what
question. I'm trying to
possible
lead you.
fact.
Do you know how to be led? Is that a problem? Because I get led all the
No,
time.
I like to ask
The
questions. I
only
like to ask
problem is
questions.
you just have to let it happen.
Okay.
So you want to be led or not? I can't force you, obviously.
I'd like to ask questions about it, though. I'd like to ask questions about different factors that we
Well,
have
if you're
to
gonna
take into
ask
account.
questions about what I'm saying while leading you, then it has to be sequitur and relevant.
Okay. So we see in that image the secondary oil rig. We see the horizon behind it.
Mhm.
So you would conclude that the
That
information
it's not
that
at
the
1.2
globe Earth
miles
model,
like the math suggests.
it's not. It's further than that. It's way further than
That's
that.
correct. That's exactly what we're concluding. Nothing more,
Right.
nothing less.
Okay.
We
Right.
didn't say it.
Okay.
I just showed you the video yesterday of the guy. Well, maybe I
You did.
didn't. But the guy from National
I didn't see the
Geographic
video.
and
No.
CFI investigators. So not even.
All I saw was
I did it personally. It doesn't matter
Yeah.
what. Listen, when you're at the beach and you're looking out into the distance, like with your own two eyeballs, you're like, no way, fam. I just see as far as I can possibly see. Like, there's no.
So what?
Nothing looks weird. I can see a boat that's 3 miles into the distance. That's not that far. That's right there. The horizon is behind that. I'm not. There's no what would explain it other than exactly what I just described to you. That I'm looking at a boat and the horizon is beyond it. Like that's all there is to explain because that's what you see. But what's claimed is that that's not what you're supposed to see. But you're seeing what you're not supposed to see. So how are they going to prove that you're not supposed to see it with something that you don't see?
Because your
Make it
eyeballs are
make
not a
sense.
reliable
Oh, your
measurement
eyes are
device.
not reliable? Okay.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
I
you're
was
a
gonna
human.
say my
You're not a god.
understanding of it is
That's a break with reality there, because they said that you should be able to see the curve of the Earth.
Well, you
Now you can't see the curve of the Earth.
I don't
I
understand
don't
why
think
you
that
keep
was
leaning
a
on your
claim.
understanding. What does
All right.
that mean?
Elijah.
Like what
This is
is
what
your
I would
level
say.
of understanding on this for you to keep on falling back on? I just explained to you all the
No,
things that are
you got
relevant.
it. I understand that what you're seeing is there's a horizon behind the 9, but I mean, I just can't concede to that just being the conclusion when there's other questions or other factors like refraction, light being
Okay,
bent, and all that stuff that
let's
gets
go
brought into
into
it.
now let's go into refraction. What do you know about that?
Yeah. So basically the surface of water, depending on the temperature, air can actually bend light.
Okay,
It's
how do you
called
know that
there's
other
a
than
term called
reading it?
looming.
How do you know that
So
other than
actually,
reading it and seeing images?
it's I mean, it can be
I'm pretty
demonstrated in
sure I
terms of
know it the same way that you know it. Because looming has nothing to do with my argument. You know why? Because if you actually look closer, go back and read what you read before, they'll say that objects appear higher and lower with respect to the horizon. Well, in this case, the horizon is the object in question. So how can it appear higher or lower to its own self? You got to know that that doesn't make sense. Now, I'm not asking you to accept it. I already know what you mean when you're saying the terms
yeah.
looming and this and that and the third. And I'm saying go back
Yeah.
and read the material again with what I said in
Sure.
mind and see if what I'm
Okay.
saying is relevant.
All right.
So when they say refraction, they're not talking about what you're talking about, but you don't know that. So I'm trying to educate. That sounds bad. I'm just trying to fill you in on what they're using ambiguously. Ambiguously meaning not really well defined. So what they're talking about is 7 over
What
6
is
R
well defined?
refraction. They're talking about terrestrial refraction. They're talking about the kind of refraction that would move the horizon from one location to another. But the only way to do that is geometrically increasing the radius. Hence, 7 over 6 are the radius of the earth. And then, gypsy salesmen, they say, "Oh, look what's over there." They close the briefcase and then they open up the light bending briefcase. So they explain to you something that you actually see, and then they tell you it's because of something that you don't know.
Is that like impossible?
I'm just telling you, they're not showing you light bending in the math. Like if they say, ooh, refraction, and no, we did calculations. Well, the calculations are just increasing the radius of the Earth so that you can see farther. But we don't live on a bigger Earth. The Earth is the Earth. You can't increase the
Right.
radius of a basketball to see more of the basketball. Likewise, you can't
Well,
increase the
the
radius
Earth
of the Earth
isn't
in the
like
math.
an actual sphere.
Why is he interrupting me?
I think he's trying to he's got a cog disk right now, and he's
Yeah, it seems like it.
yeah. So I would say I don't know. My take would be like maybe go one-on-one with him and let Matt listen for a little bit, or
Yeah, I'm gonna
say
listen for a little bit if that's cool,
okay.
Elijah. Like I said, man, I appreciate Elijah. Crit, thanks, man. I'm gonna mute myself and just listen for a little bit if you guys want to talk about it, because I mean, yeah, that's just kind of want to prompt that question and if I can
Yeah,
understand how
we
Elijah
can go.
explains
We
it.
can
So
go
I get what you're
down.
saying, Elijah.
We can go down refraction because the Globers are all saying the word refraction, but again, it's all coming from one source. I'm the only one that's going to share the PDF with you to the source. They're not.
Yeah.
So who really wants you to be educated so for you can make your own determination on what they're saying and if it's actually even possible what they're saying? You don't know if they're bullshitting you. Just because you see stooping and looming on, again, you see that on Google, you see the pictures, and they show you the images of the sun where there's the Earth, and then it's entering that. We get all that, but when we're talking about
Yeah.
the black swan, it's actually not relevant. It's two separate topics. They're arguing for if the horizon was geometric, what would things appear to do? That's why they keep trying to force it. That's why you can only see it through the lens of, well, what is the oil rigs doing? Where is the 66 feet missing? Well, it's not missing because of refraction and towering. See what I'm saying? That's where your mind is at.
Mm-hmm.
That's even where Beasicle's mind was at. And I'm here to tell you, yeah, that's assuming that the horizon is geometric. But we can't have that argument if the premise is the horizon is geometric and it's not geometric because it's not at 1.2, but it's actually everywhere else. How is that hard to understand?
I get what you're saying now.
I'm gonna mute, step back, process, and listen.
No doubt.
Appreciate
Me
it.
too.
All
When
right.
you want to dig
All right.
deep into uh uh refraction, I got you. Fair warning though, all of his observations were done assuming a plane, and then they asserted that it was a sphere, so then they made corrections for assuming it's a sphere just to spoil it for you. But when you
Well,
do want to do that deep dive, just hit me up, bro.
all right. Appreciate it, man.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm gonna let somebody else take it as well. Nobody wants to hear me talk all day.
So what they're claiming is that there is not a vertical gradient, but a horizontal gradient of increasing density, which increases the index of refraction at the same rate as the presumed curvature of the Earth. That's what's weird.
I don't get it. What are you saying?
Is there a solid paper or like an article on this that explains the math in regards to that theory?
I think Elijah's got that covered.
Elijah, did you put that in the side chat?
He out.
Yeah, I'm just looking for what they're talking about.
Yeah, what was that with the refractive index?
In order for the Earth to appear flat, as it does in that image, while Earth is also presumed to be a globe.
Wait, where's the image? Sorry, but where's the image?
This
What
is
is
the
it?
black swan with the 2 oil rigs. It's been posted a
In
bunch
the
of
side
times.
chat?
You scroll up.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so in order for that to happen on a globe, they say that we don't have necessarily a vertical column of density gradient, but a horizontal. And not only that, but it's fairly uniform, very stable, and goes for miles and miles, and just happens to conform at an increasing rate that matches Earth's curvature.
Okay, I see some of the shit. Okay, so the majority of that has to do with humidity and air quality and some other factors, right? So I'm looking up with the example of an oil rig. Yeah, it's two different oil rigs. Same photo. It's just due to the difference in pressure, essentially, right? Someone actually put it right below the atmospheric refraction, right? So if the atmosphere that day is slightly more dense, the properties of light change. So think of it on like a really, really hot day, right? There's going to be more sorry, I'm tired. I just woke up, but there's going to be more there's going to be differences in how far you can see something. See somebody typing inside chat.
But this is
Yeah,
also presuming that there's a logical path for the ray of light to go from behind the backside of a ball and into your eye,
What
and
the
then
backside of the
flatten
ball? What do you
out so
mean?
that it
What do you
looks
mean the
like it's
backside of the
flat
ball?
the entire way, as if Earth is flat.
so back of a ball. So
Can I say one short opinion about? Yeah, when I looked at that picture, I'm not looking into oil rigs. I'm looking into water. And whatever temperature that day was, it could be 300 degrees Celsius, or it could be minus 300 degrees. That water between two oil rigs, it's real, and I can see it. And also water behind the oil rigs, I can see it. And whatever light it's doing that day, or any other day, that water will be there forever. And that water is physical, and that water should to physically curve,
Well,
but
but
it is
how
not
did
curving. It's there.
how does it make sense on a flat plane? How does a flat
It's
plane explain these pictures?
how has the sense? You have a 10 miles of the flatness. That have sense. Do you don't see the 10 miles of flatness?
So
But yeah, I'm saying but okay, like I'm looking at the picture,
Do you
the right
see?
one.
Do you, no. Do you?
Dude, calm down, man. Jesus. I'm
Okay.
saying
Okay.
yeah, sorry. Yeah,
Okay.
in the picture on the right, yeah, okay. That's okay. On
Okay.
on the left you see it looks flat, okay? On the right,
Okay.
the second one is behind the horizon, right? Right?
Yeah, the one on the right looks like the sun is out, so the water's warmer. The one on the right
No,
looks like
okay,
what
no,
we're
let's
experiencing
not talk about
optical
temperature.
effects.
That's not. But
It's not
am I looking even
optical
at the same
effect, man.
picture? It's okay, but on the right, the second the second oil
They
rig
are
is
both.
behind the horizon, right?
They are
Right?
both. Are you watching in that? I am not watching the picture. Are you watching that picture where are both? One it's not hidden by the
Yeah.
how to say? You're
The
watching that one.
horizon,
They are
yeah.
both. They are both black swan.
What do you
They
mean
are
black
both behind.
swan?
They are both behind 1.22 miles of geometrical horizon. That I want to say. Do you have one showing 1.22 miles, the real one? You know, that real horizon what should to be, you know? Because they both showing the distance what we should not to see. Even that one what is covering.
wait, so it's saying
You
that
understand?
the
No, I
max
don't understand.
distance geometric
You don't
horizon.
understand.
No.
Yeah.
The fuck? Like I'm looking at the math.
What should be geometrical horizon on 1 foot observer height?
Yeah, okay, so you're seeing you shouldn't like see anything beyond like so 1 foot height you should see the horizon would be like the distance 1.22 miles is what you're saying, right?
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's it.
okay.
That-
So
So?
and you're saying
and
Is it that one? Is it that 1.22 miles?
No,
I have no clue. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
Oh, maybe. Oh, okay.
Maybe.
But
I don't
you
know.
know, you know what?
Kilometers.
You know what? It's okay because it's about oil rigs. You can check it like this. Let's fuck it with this oil rigs. I will go on my lake. I will go on my sea, and I will check
Yeah.
my distance, something like
Yeah.
that. And then you can do that for yourself. Then you will realize that's better example, for example.
The problem is also the horizon isn't static, right? So it changes
Of
depending on
course,
the
yeah.
environment.
It cannot change.
So
It cannot change if it's physical.
it
Right.
cannot change if it's yeah. So like
It cannot change if it's physical. That's the point.
For example, one thing. Are you a flat earther yourself, or?
No, I am the guy who is
Oh,
looking
you're
for
Sasha. Sorry, my apologies.
No, I'm not the flat earther. I'm the guy who is looking for the geometry, real one in reality.
No. So, the most important piece of this, right? It's dependent on angle. It's also dependent on just atmospheric refraction. So
No, it
one
is
thing I would
not,
What do you
because
mean
I'm telling you.
refraction,
no,
bro?
no, no,
What
no,
do you
no. It is
mean?
in terms of how far you can see on a certain day. It really does
Yeah.
depend. So the reason
You-
why you can see past the quote unquote hard limit on the horizon. So if you look at platform habitat
Yeah.
on the left side,
Yeah.
we can see
Yeah.
that the image is distorted, which would
Yeah.
clue me into that there's something funky with light going on. Right, it's
Yeah.
not a perfect image. If you compare that to platform Hill House, it looks like a much more stable image, right? Unless this
But if I
person has
think
Parkinson's
about
and shaking,
if I think
right?
about
Yeah,
if I
that looks
think
like
about
turbulence.
if I think about oil rig only, and if I watch the behind 10 meters behind oil rig, and I can see the ocean behind the oil rig. Can you see the
Yeah.
ocean, real ocean behind the oil rig?
Yeah.
Behind,
Can you see behind the last oil rig? Can you see the ocean, real ocean?
not the image quality is kind of low. I don't really.
Oh, really? Image. Can you watch the video, please?
Yeah. Okay, we see it, but what's the point? What's the point?
What's the point? You cannot see it because that's 10 miles, man. You need to have geometrical horizon 1.2 miles of that water making that horizon, geometrical. You cannot see something what is real behind 10 miles. I can accept
For
if you see
curvature
something
to be
optical,
refracted,
but
there has to be curvature to refract. So you need to show that there's curvature somewhere that needs to be refracted.
I mean, there might also just be something wrong with the picture. Let's be honest. It's a funky fucking picture.
oh,
Well, yeah,
Jesus
that's why.
Christ, it's taken
bro.
from the
Hey,
video.
Sasha.
We're arguing about one fucking picture. I mean, come on, bro. It's one picture.
We got multiple videos of this observation.
Yeah, okay. Where are they
Multiple
linked? Where are they
videos,
linked?
multiple pictures, you guys.
Where are they linked?
And
Please.
and you can do this yourself.
I'll look myself.
And
Yeah.
come to your own conclusion.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
So
Yeah, I cannot go to the moon and check the check. You can do this. I cannot check
I
the
will.
the
Yeah, I will go
pictures
to
from
the
the
moon.
space.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you what you cannot do. You cannot to check the photographs from the space, but you can check the reality if you can.
What's important about this individual photo is that it's been used by people who think globe to prove globe. It's been used by people who think flat to prove flat, and it's been used by people who think concave to prove concave. And when you see someone on the globe side say it's garbage photo, it's a garbage photo, when people on the globe side have used this as evidence of superlooming. So it's like, which one is it? Is it superloomed or is it not superloomed? Is this a garbage photo or is it not a garbage photo? Is this a picture of concave Earth or not concave Earth?
So I just want to say something real quick with one of the explanations or one of the pictures. I forget who posted it. The math is wrong. The idea that the max geometric horizon is 1.22 miles is incorrect. So
Can you provide another formula, real one?
Another formula? Yeah, I'll put it in the side chat. Just give me a second.
Okay.
So that formula should give us the distance to the horizon. That's the tangent to the tangent point being the point in the sphere that you can't see beyond.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Has another formula. That's so interesting.
So, real quick, I do want to bring up if we ignore the effect of atmospheric refraction, the distance to the true horizon is going to be d is roughly equal to the square root of 2hr. So h is the height above sea level, r is the Earth's radius. We can simplify farther. So
can you pause that?
Let's see. Yeah. I'll post the
Yeah,
chat.
and where did you get the radius?
The radius is just common knowledge.
It's the long form of the same thing.
So the excuse
That's
is
why I'm
really.
asking you to give us.
Wait.
Why,
The excuse
hold on,
is
time out.
refraction.
I was talking
Hold
before.
on.
I was talking before
Hold on.
you were.
I'm addressing his
No,
refraction.
I was talking before you
Just
were.
a sec. Cool.
Yeah, but I was
Relax.
talking before you were.
Eat.
So
Man, you're eating.
what's
Come on,
the
relax.
disrespect for?
Jesus Christ.
Okay, so including, I don't care if you include atmospheric refraction, whatever you call it, give us the distance to the horizon, including refraction. Go ahead and do that.
Can do.
You can't include refraction because it's different, like everyone and every day, right?
And can you pause the formula, please? I'm waiting for.
Yep, I posted.
Okay, and
So
what's the distance? What's the distance? Like I asked you, like you said you would give.
Yeah, now you have to just plug in the numbers. Did you already plug in the numbers, Floop?
So I'm working on right now.
You have to put in 1 foot for h, and I don't know what's the radius in feet for the Earth. Then you get the distance, but it should be 1.22 miles.
I'm waiting for new formula. I'm so interested.
The formula is already in side chats. That's the formula for the geometric horizon.
Where? Where?
In the side chat, bro.
It's inside chat. I posted it.
It's going to be 1.2245 instead of 1.22.
Ah.
Maybe he's just being authentic.
And that is different formula.
Half r equals so.
Can you tell me the distance to in your formula distance to the horizon with observer height? Okay.
Just do 1 foot observer height.
So yeah,
1 foot, okay.
Yeah,
whatever height what you want. Just give us formula and
what is the amount? You just said it, Sasha. You talked over him. What was the amount?
So sorry, I'm still doing math because you also have
he's
to
still
include arc.
calculating.
Yeah, you have to assume arc distance as well.
Yeah.
No, you don't need. Oh, dude, you just need the height and the radius. That's it.
Look, you just need to post the formula like this, tuck, and we calculate.
Bro, it's already
easy,
posted for the 20th time. Like, look in the fucking side chat, bro.
Yeah.
Can you say the minutes or something that I can look?
5:55 p.m. 5:55 p.m.
Yeah,
D is equal to square root of 2hr.
Here, I'll repost.
It's blank,
I'll
bro.
repost.
Can you repost it, please? I cannot.
Is it blank?
That's
oh,
blank.
No,
that's
it's
weird.
it's like got redo. It's
I
like
mean,
a
yeah.
Discord background color.
Sorry, my apologies.
Okay. Can you shout more on me?
Yeah, you're shouting, bro. I'm sorry.
Many. I was asking for formula. I didn't see any. You're saying I
You were
posted.
shouting for the fucking formula, bro.
My apologies.
It's
I don't know
alright.
why they come in.
Everything is
It's okay.
cool.
It's all good. It's all good,
Everything
guys.
is cool. Let's find it.
Sasha, notice that you're focused on them posting something. I just want the result that they claim is not the result. Like, this is a waste of time.
Yeah, I don't understand why they come in and they try
Yeah,
to like
Elijah,
say,
shut
"Oh,
your
the
black
math
ass
is
up.
incorrect," because I'm sorry. I don't understand why people come in and try to claim that the math is incorrect when all the math that we get is from the globe side. It's provided from the globe side. So if you have an issue, maybe take it up with everybody that believes that the Earth is a sphere, because that's where the math comes from.
Yeah, I'm getting 1.22 miles.
Jesus Christ, the same.
Hey,
Bro,
the same thing.
just
Look at
calculating,
that.
bro. I wasn't like putting it into question. I just wanted to do the calculation.
Yeah,
man.
okay. And what we'll do now? We have 1.22 miles and we have 10 miles.
Hey, hold on. You said the math was incorrect.
I
It's
didn't.
not
No,
that
I
you
didn't.
just.
No, I didn't.
No, it
Yeah,
wasn't
you
him.
said that's
It wasn't him.
I didn't, bro. I
Look,
called
It
this
was
entire
Floop.
time.
It was
I
Floop.
was asking for you. You said that it's different formula, man. What are you lying now?
No,
It
what are you
was
talking
Floop
about?
Loop. It was Floop
Okay,
Loop that said
sorry.
that.
Sorry. Sorry.
Thank you.
What?
Floop Loop, what do you have to say?
So I don't think. Hold on, let me scroll back up. I just
You
want
don't
to look at the image. Hold on, give me 2 seconds. Right, I'm not going a million miles right now. I only had a cup of coffee here.
Okay.
So
So what's the response to the overall argument when it comes back that the math is exactly what the math is, which is
Right.
what we claim to begin with? So then what do you say about the argument as a whole?
So the direct argument that you're
I'll
only
be
able
back.
to see 1.22 miles, right? Again,
That's
what
where the
what we're
geometric horizon should be. Yeah,
Yeah.
and then we
So
put a
in a
camera at
world with
1
no
foot observer
atmosphere,
height, but then we see, yeah,
Again,
we put a
what?
camera at observer height of 1 foot, and then we see the horizon at more than 10 miles away. Why is that the case?
again, in a world without a atmosphere, that might be true, right? No, really. So
Refraction could only cause the horizon to be closer, not further away. Because the horizon in your claim is geometric, meaning it's a physical obstruction.
Incorrect. I don't want to.
No, imagine decreasing your angle of view and somehow achieving more angular resolution. Imagine that.
So I think a good example of being able to see further than the quote unquote the geometric horizon, right? It would be there's a bay on the coast of Spain, and you can actually see a building past what would be the hard limit, right? I believe it's 20 kilometers away. So I can here. Let
Yeah,
me
it's not about
here.
it's not about
I
seeing
I
it's not
will give
about
you
seeing
guys.
that. It's about
I'm
because you
giving
said it
you
was
guys the
beyond
math
where.
here. I'm
Yeah,
giving you
that's
the
nice.
math right now.
You,
Please
yeah,
look at
but
the
we're
math
not
and
concerned.
disagree with
We're
me.
not we're not
Please.
concerned with what is beyond. We're concerned with the object, which is, see the blue area. That is what we're concerned with. You see where the tangent reaches the tangent point here in your graph. Yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about. We don't care about the building unless it was in front or somehow showing that the address of that tangent point is truly there. That's what's in contention. We don't care about the building. We care about the address of that tangent point that you have here, nicely nestled in your graph.
The tangent point. Are you talking about the arrow in the center? Is that what we're addressing right now? So again, this comes down to refraction. This is light refraction due to atmosphere.
God.
Well, you want the answer. I'm giving you the answer. There's no other explanation.
How about it's flat? How about that for an explanation?
Okay. When we can observe the curvature of
No,
the
but
Earth,
you just
not within, not.
But you just interrupted. Not interrupted. You just completely ignored what I said because you don't know the distance to that line.
I would ask you to sit down for 10, 15 minutes, work out the math, double check the work, and then come back to me and tell me.
What?
So that's all I'm asking. Is just use.
Dude, you said
math.
his math is wrong, and then you provided your math, and it's the same exact math. What are you talking about?
So I'm giving you the. Hold on. I'm getting work text. Give me 2 seconds.
Oh, his handler's getting a hold of him.
Yeah. There
Yeah,
you
my FBI agent's calling me right now. My bad, guys. No.
Yeah,
Give me a second.
he's saying lay off the optical illusion chanting.
Yeah, basically. Like, whoa, dude. Elijah's a pro. Chill.
I don't think he realizes his argument doesn't even help him or the goal. He doesn't even see that. So that's the problem.
Look, I'm still learning. I'm a layman. I might say some shit wrong. I'll admit it. I'll admit to being wrong. I'm okay with that, you know. But it's like, you know, I can sniff out bullshit pretty well, pretty easy. Like I know when someone has good intentions or not, and it's like you gotta have that level of scrutiny with anything you want. The difference between the globe claim and observable measurable reality is that you can go outside your door and go look at reality and come to the same conclusions. You have to trust everything that NASA shows you, that any authoritative, you just have to, oh yeah, just trust us. We're astronauts. Trust us. And it's like just to step back a second as a layman and be like, okay, I can go do these observations for myself and I can make my own conclusions versus I literally just have to take someone else's word for it. That's the real big difference, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, you have to trust
I
that
gotta.
the radius is there because that's given to you. You're trying to prove that, Glober guys.
I got a question. Something B just kind of brought up that I'm wondering, is NASA just saying trust us, or are they leaving their data open for review, interpretation, criticism,
No,
for
no.
anybody to go look at? They're not. Okay.
That's
All right.
why Neil deGrasse Tyson was like, I'm not debating flat earthers. No.
Well, DeGrasse Tyson is his own man. Like he's an individual.
True,
He doesn't
but he's
represent.
an
He
important
represents. He
authoritative
talked
figure,
for the
though.
community.
Right. He's an important.
He's a
authoritative
face.
figure.
He's a face. He's a
He's a
face figure.
figurehead.
He's a
Yeah.
figure for it. Yeah, he's a figurehead for it.
Yeah.
So I mean, give credit to I would say give credit to the rest of scientific community who will take that information on their own volition and be like, we're gonna look over what the fuck you're saying. That could be anybody.
Right.
I don't know who exactly. It could be anybody. I mean,
Yeah,
there's a
but
lot
then
of people in.
they risk their
Sorry, go
job,
ahead.
bro. They risk their job. They risk their livelihood. So of course they're not gonna say like, oh shit, these guys might be onto something.
Yeah. I mean, that's not. You're not far off. They risk scrutiny, discrediting.
Community. Yeah.
That is a factor. Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, my friend's a pilot, right? Legit pilot.
Right.
He literally can't say the Earth is flat, or he'll lose his FFA license. That's a fact.
Brutal. Like who would do that? Who would like take his job away?
The FFA.
I
Or
know, but, like,
FAA, sorry.
Sorry, who would like how would he get reported? Like what would happen?
It would be considered it would be considered like insane to fly, essentially. Like his mental health would come into question because that's a factor now.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Legit, man. So you know what he has to say now? He has to say, I used to think the Earth is flat, but you know, when I'm up in a plane, I see a curve. That's how he protects himself. He has to say it that way. It's sad. I'm just saying that's my anecdotal point of view right there. So
That's fair. That's no, obviously. I mean, it's obviously people say whatever, do whatever to keep their job. That's just
exactly. But that's I'm just saying there's a if flat Earth was so it's so easily dismissible, why are they scared of it? Why are they censoring it like with so many other topics, right? It's you know, just from a layman, just think like, huh, maybe there is something here to this. Maybe there is something, you know.
You know, I'm not really a big UFO guy. Just sorry, real fast. I'm not really a big UFO guy, but I've noticed the same thing too. They say that they saw like an unidentified flying object. Like they don't want to talk about it. They don't want to bring it up. So I really think that there's something wrong with culture when we can't see something and say something, but yet the government says if you see something, say something.
A good point.
No.
Really
So, quick question. I'm just curious with what is the model of the sun under a flat Earth model?
But see, that's the thing.
That's my question.
There's no,
I want to know.
No, I know, but there's no flat Earth model, and I'll tell you why. Anyone who tells you they know the shape of the Earth is lying to you. Period.
So by your logic, the
Alright,
Earth isn't flat either.
That's not a shape plane.
All right.
To model the sun, you can do that yourself. Just make an observation. What do you see the sun do? You see the sun move. You see the sun move about 15 degrees per hour. Okay, model that. You see the sun's about the same size as the moon. Model that. You see when the sun is above your head, you have daytime. When the sun is not above you, it's nighttime. Okay, model that. It's the same thing. There's no, on a version of flat Earth, the sun would have to be this. It's exactly the same sun you see. We just don't go into Narnia and say it's 93 million miles away. It's a giant ball of gas that's on fire that radiates heat through a vacuum. That's the part you leave out.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. You guys mind if we do a quiz real fast?
All right, guys. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Appreciate you. I'm gonna message Spake.
I want to hear the quiz. Go ahead, AI.
Yeah. So the quiz. So, okay. So this is from a Mensa test. Okay. So Mensa, if you guys don't know, is like the elite, supposed super high IQ group that you have to have super high IQ to join. Demonstratedly so, right? All right. So a question from one of their quizzes. So. Select all that apply. Which of the following are shapes? A, circle. B, square. C, flat. D, purple. E, all of the above.
AB.
All right, I gotta go do some work. Appreciate the conversations, guys. Honestly, Elijah, Old Haas. I'm gonna say your name properly now. Crit, all you guys. Have a good one.
Take
Be
care,
back in a
Matt.
bit.
See you next time.
Yeah, man.
Is that correct, AI?
Doubting yourself that purple and flat aren't shapes?
If
no,
it was
I was
down
pretty sure a
between
circle and a
square
square is a shape. Square, circle.
if you can only pick one, too, does it just pick one?
No, he said apply
answer?
all. No.
Oh, okay.
Select all that apply. That's why I said AB.
Because that'd be kind of tricky too, because I guess in a round too, like a round wouldn't really be, in some way of describing it.
Yeah, round is a descriptor.
Yeah.
Am I correct, AI?
Well, square could be a descriptor too. Like, hey, that song was really square. I mean, you guys, younger guys might not remember that, but that was like lame or uncool.
Why you such a square? Yeah.
Yeah, no. I mean, I'm younger. I've heard that term though from my dad and whatnot. So.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Because it used to be. Because then later on, when you would say no to drugs, they would say it was hip to be square. Say no to drugs.
It's hip to be square.
You
but
leave
I
that
get
wacky tobacco
AI's
alone.
point, though. You guys understand AI's point? That
Yeah,
flat
yeah.
is not a shape.
Yeah, and if you go into like a Mensa test and you tell them you are smart because you've defeated flat earthers, they're gonna show you the door. Because you just said flat was a shape. They're gonna be like, dude, you can go pick up cans on the side of the road, supervise.
I was just asking if there's a good model of a flat Earth, right? Because that's what you're arguing for, right? That's all. That's all. Like if there's
So let me break reality down for you, brother.
Sure.
You don't have a model either. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you, but if you just Google the words crisis and cosmology, and you go down that little rabbit hole, you're going to find out that the lambda-CDM model, which is the model for cosmology, it's falling apart. They just debunked dark matter, which is debunking Einstein's gravity, because dark matter was patching up Einstein because it wasn't working at the galactic level. So now gravity doesn't work at the quantum level or the galactic level, meaning at the galaxy scale. And dark matter halos just debunked cold dark matter, which is the CDM part of the Lambda CDM model. So you're asking us for a model, but you guys don't have a working model. Can we see your working model, please?
Sure. Let me read up on the crisis in cosmology. Give me a couple.
Yeah, how
minutes.
about you a show then tell?
No, I was just asking for a flat Earth model. That's why I'm not being argumentative. I just want to know what you guys are working for.
Yeah, I'm not being argumentative either. I was just informing you that when you're trying to model things out, if you don't have like an actual physical representation, it's really difficult, right? Like if I wanted to make a counterfeit $100 bill, right? If I had a $100 bill, that'd be a good start, right?
Right. Yeah, I agree with
But if I just look at a $100 bill, you know, in the sky, and I can't actually see it and touch it and chemical analysis or anything like that, it's going to be difficult to make like a model of that $100 bill or a counterfeit. Because that's what a model is, right? You're attempting to counterfeit what you're seeing there in a non to scale or to scale, but not full size scale, right?
Gotcha. Here, give me like 5 minutes, and I'm just gonna deafen here while I read, and then I'll be back.
Hey, thanks for checking that out, bro.
Yeah, of course.
It'd be good if sometime a globalist would post a model so we'd be able to see what the fuck they're talking about when they talk about this is what they think a model is. What do you envision? He said, this would be a model. I want to see something similar on the flat earth side. But they never even go there. They're like, it's a model. Okay, what does it look like? Like a ball. It's not helping. Okay, it's literally not helping.
I see more and more people in here. I think I heard Napalm earlier. So I'm definitely glad to see, you know, different flat earthers from different sects coming together and hanging out in the same place. I thought I heard Napalm, but I don't see him.
Yeah, he was here earlier.
How are you guys doing?
Is that Jim?
Rangers.
Yep. So I made this order, right? And I said on the order, I want a flat table. And then the company called me back up and they say, well, what dimensions? What shape do you want it? And I said, no, bro, flat is a shape. That's all the information you need. If I say I want a flat table, it should just arrive at my door. And they said, dude, I can't just make you a flat table without knowing what you want. Otherwise, we're just going to be guessing at the shape, the depth, the material, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I was like, surprise me.
Just make a model. Well, I looked at the sun and I used that. They'd be like, what the fuck, dude?
I looked at the sun and I used that. Sorry, but
By the way, there are models. Check this out, friends. There are models of the sky from antiquity that assume a flat planar Earth, right? And they accurately predict the paths and the arrivals of the main celestial bodies, primarily being.
by the way, in Ptolemy's model, was it a globe or a flat plane or what? In Ptolemy's geocentric model, I'm confused. Googling it doesn't give me very good answers.
I think he used a geocentric sphere.
The geocentric sphere, right?
Yeah. If I recall right, I'm like I said, it is kind of confusing because there's no real dimensions or anything.
Yeah, it is confusing. It's like, how does that work?
But also, the state-sponsored religion at the time was that there was an Atlas, holding up the earth like a ball, and because he was punished because he tried to revolt against Zeus, and then Zeus whooped his ass and said, "Well, now you're going to stand on the underneath of the earth and keep it held up for until you basically die." And that's kind of what they did too. They fudged the numbers and played around with it to match their state-sponsored religion at the time. But all the other cultures surrounding them all still were flat Earth. And people look back at it like Galileo. Galileo tried to tell the truth, but the Catholic Church shut him down. Well, the real story is the Catholic Church said, "Don't tell anyone this stuff, even though it is true, because you'll weaken the church. People will see what you're talking about. They'll understand it as completely nonsense and stupid. You'll take the church down if you attach this level of nonsense to the coming from the Catholic Church." And then he said, "Well, it's important for the people to know the truth, so I'm going to risk it because this is the height of the Inquisition. I'm going to risk it. I'm going to defy the Pope. And I'm going to tell people what the truth is." And then for doing that, for basically defying the Pope, which at the time was considered to be the word of God on earth, the Pope would speak. Like when the Pope spoke, that was actually God speaking. He got the house arrest. When people were getting burned at the stake for having a lazy eye, this guy got a house arrest. So they make it seem like, oh, he was persecuted for his science. Yeah, look that up again. Yeah, he got a slap on the hand for defying the Pope. A little slight slap on the hand.
Hey, sorry, this is a little bit outside the conversation. I just want to say, Larry, I read up on the crisis in cosmology. It seems to be, at least from what I've read, mostly surrounded around the Hubble constant. If I'm reading the wrong stuff, I'd be more than willing to read something that you send me.
Yeah, you're right. So basically, with the model of gravity governing the universe, if the universe is expanding, it should be slowing down because of the gravitational pull back towards the center of the Big Bang area. But what they found out in the 90s is that it's actually speeding up. So they came up with this, well, actually, I skipped a part. So Einstein's theories didn't work at the galactic level, so they came up with dark matter. And that should have created more gravitational pull, right? Or slowed down the expansion rate. In the 90s, the late 90s, they discovered that it was actually speeding up. So then they came up with dark energy. Now, this comprises 96% plus of the universe. So 80% of the matter was dark matter, and that's 26% of the matter and energy in the universe. But when you combine the dark matter and the dark energy, that's 96% of the universe. Now, obviously, this is theoretical. There's no way to verify dark matter, dark energy, black holes. That's why they call it dark and black. It's because we can't see them. But they needed that to make the model work. So now they've debunked dark matter.
Yeah.
So guess what?
I haven't seen
It's a huge
anything.
problem.
So I think the idea of like dark energy, right? It's just kind of a filler, right? We know that something is happening. We don't know what, right? Our model is incomplete. I don't think anybody would claim that we have a full understanding of how the universe
Yeah,
works, right?
that,
So obviously there is something wrong with our model. I haven't heard anyone suggest that our entire standard model or standard cosmological model is wrong,
yeah.
but we obviously know something is wrong.
You could go down the route of randomly just like patching it up with theoretical forces and whatnot,
Well,
or you could
that's how
just,
we get somewhere,
or
is
you
making
could,
theories and testing.
why are you
Right.
interrupting me? Or you could just throw it out and try something else, which works.
Right.
I mean, so if you want to keep patching it up, go for it.
Yeah. I mean, most of the like on the edge research in terms of like quote unquote dark matter or just like other theories is to try and explain or figure out something new. So I mean, we're always going to be discovering new stuff. But yeah, sorry.
Well, see,
And then
what you don't understand, there's deeper implications here, right? And to go a little bit deeper, just give me a second, bud.
Yeah.
To go a little bit deeper in the implication, when they look at the vacuum energy, that's why it's called the vacuum catastrophe, and they try to apply that energy to the expansion of the universe, they're off by a factor of 10 to the 120th power. That's 10 with 120 zeros behind it. But I'm sure you saw that number while you were doing preliminary research for 5 minutes just now. So there's not supposed to be a background medium or an ether, because if there is, then the Michelson-Morley, demonstration, so-called experiment, quote unquote, shows that the Earth isn't moving. And if the Earth isn't moving, it's geocentric. So there's huge implications there to Einstein's cosmological constant being incorrect. The worst theory in the history of science.
I wouldn't call it the worst theory. We can agree to disagree on that. One thing that I would recommend that you look at that I found interesting is Kosarev's work. He's an astrophysicist in the USSR during like the 70s and 80s. He did a lot of interesting work. I can send you, or I can post it in the side chat, link to a full breakdown of his research.
Sure, go ahead. I'll send you Dr. Krupa from Australia. I think he's a particle physicist from Australia, but he's a college professor. And he's basically saying dark matter is debunked. And we're doing modified Newtonian dynamics because Einstein's gravity isn't working. So we're trying to go back to the drawing board and get some sort of modified Newtonian gravity. So they've got 300 published papers about this problem published. So it's not a little problem where you could just like, yeah, we're going to have to agree to disagree. It's 120 orders of magnitude, bro. That's not something you could just hand wave dismiss, rustle past the graveyard and say we're going to have to agree to disagree. If you actually do more than 5 minutes worth of research, I think you can come back and agree. And you did say that the model is incomplete. If I sell you a pickup truck and it doesn't have a bed, a transmission, or headlights, do I have a working pickup truck or is it an incomplete pickup truck?
Yeah, no, I understand your point. I'm just trying to find the full paper to send you right now. I think it's under.
This Mensa test is hard as shit, though. Just saying.
Let's see.
Oh, bro, wait till you get to the last question. Holy moly.
Is the Mensa test just a free test that you can take, or do you have to pay for it?
No, they have like an IQ challenge on the Mensa.org website. I'm doing it.
I'll have to try it.
You better be visually acute. Holy shit.
What does visually acute mean?
Because it's 27 exercises in, every single one has been shape oriented.
Okay.
So I don't know if you guys are familiar with Kosarev's work, but he created a theory of casual mechanics. It's outside the standard model, but it's interesting. It's interesting to look at.
Has
I
this
think
model
this is-
been physically verified?
Yeah. During the USSR. So take it with a grain of salt, however you want to take it. He did a lot of work with within fluctuations and whatnot, but also like measuring measuring torque when looking at stars. Excuse me. So he was able to measure a torsion balance. He did a lot of interesting work. I'm trying to find the full paper. I might have to buy it and then like copy it over, or like buy the because I have the physical copy. I don't have a virtual copy. Let's see. I'm just gonna put the Wikipedia article because it mentions all the papers that he was related to, and a bunch of papers that mentioned his work.
Is there a specific one you're looking for? Because I have access to like a university database.
Oh, yo, sick. I mean, if you don't mind, that's a lot to ask, but if you could just post the individual papers as well, that would be very helpful.
But that's what I'm asking. Like, is there like which ones?
His paper from 1980, it's titled "On Some Properties of Time Discovered by Astronomical Observations," and then he also did selected works, and then possibility of experimental study on the properties of time from 1967. And then there's a bunch of other papers that mention his work, like Akimov, Olenek, Iganova, Gusev. There's a lot of people that used a lot of his work to base their work on to either disprove or prove his models.
So I just posted a video from Professor Grupa. Go ahead and check it out at your own leisure. Sorry to be the one to tell you, but the model's destroyed. You know, I get why you guys always ask for the model, like want to see what we're talking about, but we're not talking about models here, right? You guys have presented a model. It's been thoroughly defined by your own scientists. We're telling you to go outside and make measurements over water at rest. And with these long distance measurements, you're going to see why anti-flat earthers have to invoke refraction. Because when we see too far, it's a problem.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I live in the Rocky Mountains, so you know, I also live at a relatively high altitude. So I don't know. Whenever I go on hikes, I can see the curve of the horizon.
Oh my God, you cannot see that. No one from the globe, no one who defends the globe in any serious
Can
way.
you take a picture of it?
Yeah, sure. Next time I'm at Glacier, I'll take a picture.
Well, whether you realize it or not, you're describing a tiny Earth.
A tiny Earth.
No one from the globe side even claims that who's actually defending the globe for a quote unquote living. they say that you can't see it from the fucking. I mean, Neil deGrasse Hill Tyson says that you can't see it from the Red Bull jump. He says you can't see it from the ISS. And here, and it's like.
I mean, if he said that, I'd like to see.
Yeah, if you complete that curve you claim to be seeing, complete the circle, and there's your tiny Earth.
Ridiculous.
Tiny Earth. Okay.
Just
you got 100
go.
vesicles.
Just go type in. No one has to do this for you. I mean, I could do it, but you could just go type in YouTube. I'd be doing the same thing that you'd be doing. Type in Neil deGrasse Tyson, fisheye lens, Red Bull, and you'll get him talking about that.
Like I can agree that fisheye lens is definitely.
No, he says that's not the
they
main point.
fuck with. Yeah,
That's not the main point. The main point is he says you will never be able to see any curvature from that height off from the height of the ISS. He talks about this multiple times. Basically, because he realizes, or his handlers realize the implications of people completing the curve, as the other guy said. That is supposedly seen from there. It's ridiculous, indefensible.
Give me 2 seconds here.
Larry, you should do the Mensa test. I want to see your results.
Yeah, here. Let me look up the Mensa test, and I'll pull that up on the side here.
I probably have a really low IQ. I think I usually get between 100 and 110, but I don't think I've actually done a real test. So who knows?
Wait, Larry, what do you like have as far as evidence that we're in like a container or that there's a firmament?
I don't usually bring up this argument, so in a way you kind of softly strawmanned me, but I understand that you might be curious.
I didn't say
so.
that you brought it
I'll go
up.
ahead and answer.
If you had any ideas about it.
All right, thank you very much. So if you look up gas pressure, the definition, it's the force that gas presses against the wall. So that's why it's called pressure, because the gas is pressing against the walls of its container. So if you think about it logically, there's a necessary antecedent for us having gas pressure. You know what that is? The necessary cause of gas pressure. Did you look up the definition of gas pressure?
Yeah, but
right. So what is the cause of? So can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
Fair question.
Well, if we're inside of a container and all the air we've ever experienced has been contained, then we can't say what would happen if there wasn't a container.
Exactly.
Yeah, we can. Every time you have a high pressure system and you open the container, it spews out until it reaches equilibrium. Or if it's a partial vacuum, the air pushes in until it reaches equilibrium. Every time, no matter what.
No, that's not how it works.
Really?
But
really?
Difference in pressures.
Hold on. If you could just go ahead and go to the convenience store and get a propane tank with 250 psi and open that up on camera and show us that not working exactly as I described, I'll give you my team.
You can walk outside and see it.
That's the very thing in question, bro. That's circular logic.
No, I'm saying you can walk outside and see 1,000, PSI, not PSI, was it milli something? I've got the units, but like 10,000 feet, 10,000 feet above us, the pressure's 100 times less, and it's not equalizing.
Now you're talking about density tower, right? So to put it in algebraic terms, you're talking about delta X. We're talking about X. You have to have gas pressure to have a gas pressure gradient. Do you agree?
But you just
Okay, let me put it in words.
You just told me if I crack open a container, the pressure's going to equalize. And you asked me if I could show you that, you would give me something. I don't know what you say you would give me, but I just gave you an example of a pressure differential of 100 times,
Pressure
and there's
differential.
and there's no barrier in
whether
between,
you like it or not,
and it's not
the air that you
equalizing.
breathe is under pressure as well.
Yeah.
It's not equalizing. That's my point. You said it has to.
No, he didn't.
Even inside the propane tank, there's going to be a pressure gradient. It's going to be liquid at the top of the, it's going to be gaseous at the top of the tank, and at the bottom of the tank, it's going to be liquid. That doesn't prove your point. It still
We're
requires
not talking
containment.
about liquids.
Are you talking
We're not
about when
talking
you
about
open it,
liquids.
not when it's closed?
You're
Secondly,
still like you told me something, and now you're just dancing around it. You're not answering it.
No, he's not.
circular. He's
Wait,
Why
can you
is it?
stop? Hold on. You guys in the server always do this. Can you please
Nah,
stop
listen.
saying that I'm being
Secular, we bring up an
disingenuous?
argument. If
Because
it's
I'm
gonna
trying to
equate
answer,
to
and your
no
boy
man,
is
then
talking
we
over
do
me.
that.
If your boy could please stop showing that he's a coward and afraid to hear me speak. Because
But you
when
speak
one of
over
you
me.
do this
Don't let other
this is
people
the
speak.
second time I've experienced this in the server in the past couple days.
Okay.
If you guys could please stop doing this in tandem, where one of you speak over me and doesn't let me speak while the other one talks victory because I'm not addressing the argument, that would be great.
It would be great if you let
So,
people speak as well.
right, exactly, that's what I'm saying.
No, but you're speaking all the time, so you should.
No, he's not, dude. Shut up.
I was asked a question, bro. Did he ask you a question? I don't remember your name being Larry. Did you change your name?
I'm sorry, but this is an open conversation, man. Like, if you don't like it, just go on a
He
private.
asked
Right, but you're
Larry a
accusing.
question, bro. Not you. Shut up.
Why two of them getting mad for this?
Because that's what you're doing to me.
Shop ad hominem me, like, chill out, man.
Nobody's ad hominem you, bro. We're saying give me a chance to speak while you're over talking me. Your friend is touting victory because I'm not addressing this question. Don't you think that's a little dishonest?
He's addressing your question, but you swapped it up. So you now diverging from the main topic that you yourself brought up. That's what I'm trying to say.
What?
He
didn't bring
with
up the topic.
You start with a claim.
Your friend brought up the topic. Your friend brought up the
to the
question, bro. You're being disingenuous. Your friend, I guess it's your
You're
friend.
being dishonest right now.
Oh, you're just a fucking numpty. I'm gonna steal QE's word.
He's trolling you, dude. Can't you tell?
Yeah, he's trolling.
I ain't trolling nobody, but that is definitely true.
Dude, you came in here telling people to go into a private channel. We are in a private channel created by the Flat Earth people, bro.
No, private channel has in for two people. If you don't want other people
Hey,
to
dude,
jump in
I don't know if you noticed this, but the guy was talking to me, asking me a question, and you're being extremely rude. Could you please put yourself on mute so I don't have to? I do not wish to mute you, bro. Okay, so gentlemen who started the conversation about something that I didn't claim, which I was generous enough to answer your question, even though I didn't bring it up. Can you please restate your question now that the disturber has been silenced?
Okay, so I said, do you have any,
You want me to restate your question for you about the gas pressure gradient?
Yeah, I thought you wanted me to explain it. I'm going over it again. You told me if I open a can of soda, the pressure is going to equalize. You said if I could find an example of that not happening, you would give me something. I forgot what you said it was. So I said if you go outside and you look at the pressure down here at sea level, and then you go 10,000, 100,000 feet above us, wherever, how far you want to go, the pressure is significantly lower, 100 times lower if you go to 100,000 feet, and the pressure is not equalizing. Why is it not equalizing?
That's a density tower. You understand how that works. You ever seen one of those?
It's
Where oil and water don't mix? Oil and water don't mix. Did you know that?
We're talking about gases, not oil and not liquids and water.
Yeah, we're talking about density towers now. Do you know what that is?
Yes.
This is what I'm saying when he's.
Okay. So, bro, I do not wish to mute you. Please govern yourself. So, we're talking about gas pressure gradients. In order to have a gradient, you first have to have the gas pressure, which requires a container. So what you're doing is a red herring, right? You're talking about something that's irrelevant because I'm telling you, in order to have propane under pressure higher than 14.7 psi, you need a container. Now, if you disagree, please go buy some propane, but leave the propane accessories and take the propane home and cook your wife dinner without the propane tank. And then you've proven me wrong that you don't need a container in order to have gas pressure. Go ahead.
So I'm just going to ask this again. You said density gradients, but you didn't explain why the pressure is not equalizing. All you said was density gradients, and then you went to a propane tank. Why is the pressure that's 100 times greater above us not equalizing without a container in between them?
Pressure is not 100 times greater. I don't know
It is 100 times greater. What are you talking about?
So is there like some sort of...
Look up the pressure at sea level and then look up the pressure at 100,000 feet.
I think it's greater. So people have more oxygen at the top of Mount Everest.
Okay, for the third time, why is the pressure not equalizing?
I'm still trying to get you to understand that you
No,
lose gas
it's a
pressure
very
as you go
simple
higher.
question.
Bro, you don't
I'm
understand
not
something.
disagreeing that you lose gas pressure when you go higher. I'm not disagreeing with
Yes,
that.
you just did. You just said that it gets 100 times greater at 100,000 feet.
No, I say it's 100. Okay, you just want to. Okay, you don't want to.
That's what you said. That's what you just said. You just said that.
Can you please
You
not
meant you
interrupt?
might
I'm
have
not
meant
talking to you.
lesser. Probably meant lesser, right? That's
Why
okay.
is this guy intervening now? Stop disturbing.
Well, it's very simple. What Larry is saying is like you have
but stop
differentials in
disturbing,
pressure, right?
I'm not disagreeing that there are differentials in pressure. I'm
Okay.
asking for the fourth
Which means
why
there's still
is the pressure not
right?
equalizing?
So there's still pressure.
Why
right?
is the pressure not equalizing for the fifth time? And no one can answer that.
Look, there's
Exactly.
pressure, right? There's pressure. We all agree. There's atmospheric pressure, right? Air pressure, right? What Larry is saying? The antecedent of pressure is a container. Period. Otherwise, we would have no air or anything, which means that there has to be containment for our ecosystem to thrive. That's it. I mean, it has to be contained.
Containing? That's the problem.
For the seventh time, why is
what are you
the
not getting?
pressure not equalizing? It's a very simple question.
Okay. What do you mean? Why is the pressure not equalizing? What does that mean?
That's what we're asking Roberto's, bro.
At sea
If
level,
space was a vacuum, it would.
the pressure is roughly 1,000 millibars. At 10,000 feet, the pressure is only 10 millibars. So there's a pressure differential of 100 times between sea level and 100,000 feet above us.
Okay, that's
He doesn't know about the gas pressure gradient. Can you please, sir, can you please look up gas pressure gradient? Because you said some things that were wrong. We've tried to be patient with you
What if I
and
said that was
correct you.
wrong?
If you said that the pressure is 100 times higher at 10,000 feet or 100,000 feet.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Okay, so
you
let's
make
focus
yourself
on the
out to
gas
be
pressure.
honest and genuine, but you're such a dishonest. You can't have an honest conversation about this topic, and you can't answer a simple question.
You guys all have you communists all have the same tactic. I don't know what your deal is. I'm asking you to look up gas pressure gradient, and you're
I'm
accusing me
asking
of being
you for the
dishonest.
9th time, why is the pressure not equalizing?
Can you get like a different tactic book? Did you guys all go to the same class or something? Why are you doing this? Look up gas pressure gradient and read it to me.
The ironic thing is, we're asking why the pressure's not equalising if space was a vacuum. That's the point.
Well, that's
you
what
can
they
only
do,
have
right?
gradient, or you can only have pressure, gradiated or not, in containment.
Right.
See, this is what they do, right? We used to ask them, why would you fall off the globe, right? They say, oh, gravity. Now they flip the script around on us and ask, how come you don't fall off the flat Earth? How come we don't fall off a flat stationary plane tens of thousands of miles in circumference? What do you fall off a flying ball flying? Bro, can you please let me speak for fuck's sake? Govern your mouth.
Let me speak though.
Who said that? Who said that?
That was
Who said
Ski.
that?
That was me.
Ski.
I was
Yeah.
speaking, bro. You just interrupted me again.
No, bro, that's not what happened. You can't gaslight me, bro.
Yes, that's exactly what happened.
All right, so I'm going to finish speaking, and then I'm going to unmute Ski, right? See, they throw me off my groove because in my flow state, I'm good. Can anybody tell me what I was just saying? Oh, why we fall off, right? So why would you fall off of a flat stationary plane tens of thousands of miles in circumference, right? Flat, stationary. But you wouldn't fall off of a ball that's spinning and flying through space at converging and diverging trajectories over 1,000,000 miles an hour. See, they flip the script on us is what they're doing. They're trying to get us to back up a claim that I never made. I never claimed anything about a firmament. The guy asked me how gas pressure works. And while I'm trying to explain to him how a gas pressure gradient works, he accuses me of being dishonest rather than looking up gas pressure gradient. Obviously, this is his first day on the job because he doesn't know the gas pressure decreases as you go higher. He claims that it increases as you go higher by 100 times. But I'm being dishonest.
Okay. Anyway,
because
so
I knew people who,
the reason I asked this
bro.
question, the reason I asked this question is because you said the whole gravity theory was the.
Did that hurt your feelings?
Go on, man. You just talk right over you, bro. On you go.
Yeah. I'm just curious. Did that hurt your feelings when I said that gravity was debunked? I didn't say it. The professor from Australia said it. Professor Krupa said it, not me. I'm just reporting on it. Actually, I did say it 8 years ago, but I was probably wrong then, right? And I'm probably still wrong, right? Even though the professor agrees with me now. So I guess unmute everybody because I'm done defending a straw man.
He's muted himself, like.
No, he's server muted, but
Nah, I never done it anyway. I've unmuted him.
oh, there it goes.
Yeah, the only reason I brought this topic up because the reason there's a gas pressure gradient is due to gravity. So it's gravity that's been debunked, and you're resting
Can
on
you
this gas
prove
pressure
gravity's a
gradient.
force?
Yeah.
Because that hasn't been proven yet.
I just love this.
But
I love
he's relying on it for why there's a gas pressure gradient.
Bro,
Like that's
so
his
you're saying
defense.
gravity pulls gas down?
Yes, that's why there's a gas pressure
Okay.
gradient.
So if I fart in your face, which direction does it go?
Oh my goodness. Y'all always talk about having honest conversations, and like this is like the most like dishonest.
Hey, you're the one claiming that gravity's a force. Can you please look at the text chat?
Hold on.
Gravity's
No,
not a
see,
force.
you just said that the reason there's a differential pressure because of gas pressure gradient. Like you repeated that like 10 times. And then I already knew what gas pressure gradient was, but the gas pressure gradient scientifically is due to gravity. That's
Can you
why
prove
there's a gas
that?
pressure gradient.
Can you prove that through demonstration? Or is that just like a baseless
You
assertion?
just used this as your defense, and now you're asking me to prove it. You just used it
I
as a
never
defense.
invoked gravity. I never invoked
Yes, you
gravity.
did.
You're straw manning me.
You said go look up what gas pressure gradient is. The gas pressure gradient is due to gravity. You told me to go look it up. I went and looked it up. So now what?
Okay, so I didn't claim that.
Yes,
I
you.
didn't
Oh
claim
my
that it was
goodness.
due to gravity. I don't know what you're looking up. Did I send you that article?
Okay, so you give me the link on what a gas pressure gradient is and what causes it. Send me your link.
Okay. Even though you're dishonest, I'm going to send one.
You still looking it up?
obviously. Alright, I think this will work. Can't believe you don't know about gas pressure gradients, bro. Do you not know about specific gravity? Are you unaware of this? Supposed to blink. So yeah, specific gravity doesn't mean what you think it means. You might need to look it up too. Did you search for the word gravity in that document that I sent?
No, I'm just trying to give you the link to show you how it still leads back to gravity.
Yeah, specific gravity. Which is neither Newtonian or Einsteinian, just so you know. Do you know how gas pressure gradients work now?
No, I told you I'm working on it. I'm just on 2 different computers.
You know, if you get more computers, you can build you a circular desk and you can spin around all day long trolling flat earthers with different accounts to make yourself seem like there's more numbers than what you actually are.
Even so, a gas pressure gradient doesn't prove the Earth is a ball.
See, I'm usually chill up in here, like completely chill. But I match your energy. So if you come in here and ask a question and you just listen to the answer and then you disagree, that's fine. Like, I don't care what you believe. It's none of my business. But when you come in here and accuse me of evading, meanwhile your boy's talking over me, like, that's just weird. Don't be
I mean,
weird,
for
bro.
one, I don't even know who that is or who that was, and you were evading the entire time.
I was evading the entire time. Have you posted anything in the chat?
Yes, I just did.
Does anyone want to play
Just did.
Uno?
Irrelevant. Silent. So, you just did. How long ago? How long ago did you post something?
Just now.
So, I've been posting stuff in the chat. You just now posted something, but I'm the one who's been avoiding. I'm at work. Are you at work?
What?
Are you at work right now?
What does that have to do with it? You asked me if I posted something. I said I just did. So what?
I'm at work. I managed to take the time to answer your questions and post stuff to back up my claims, but I'm avoiding stuff, according to you. Can you make that make sense? Go ahead. I'll go on mute.
Yes, please stay that way.
So how's your day, guys?
I'm doing great. The sky's kind of blue today. Sun shines out. Smells good outside.
You know, that's pretty good. No matter if you believe the Earth is round, flat, or in the shape of a donut, the sky's pretty beautiful.
Yeah. How it's water?
What?
How is ocean behaving? When sky is beautiful, how ocean is behaving?
I don't know.
I know. 6th level. And we're measuring elevation because of that. All elevation on the earth
what are you
because of sea
saying?
level. I'm saying that everything above sea level is elevation profile. Isn't?
Yeah, that's a really interesting point. These guys, they always want us talking about the sky, right? He comes in and he asks me about the sky, the firmament, which I never brought up. But how come they don't ever say, hey, you guys are claiming that the Earth's flat? Like, why do you guys think that? Like, surely you have a reason to think that. And then we would say, hey, go look at the water, the surface of the Earth, right? And they never want to talk about that. And anytime that they do, they always say, well, let's go over the horizon. And then we show them that they don't. And then they go, well, refraction. Like, they don't ever want to talk about it. And the only thing they end up saying is refraction. But I don't see any fish tanks in the atmosphere.
Vladi, what did you ask him for that he post?
I don't know.
Because
I don't know if he posted anything.
He posted this, will gravity create high pressure at the bottom of a container filled with the gas? It's some question on some link. And there is no answer even. And, yeah, saying nothing practically. Can we demonstrate the gas pressure gradient in the container? Is that possible? Was a question.
How did you hear his question?
Can we demonstrate the gas pressure gradient in the container?
The answer is yes, Sasha, even though you're not asking
Okay.
me, I guess.
Okay. No, it's for people also. That means that we can, but we cannot demonstrate gas pressure without container. And what's the problem then? Why we are speaking of gas pressure gradient? Because it's still in container.
So we have X being gas pressure that you need in the first instance. Then we have delta X, which is the gas pressure gradient, which still requires, you guessed it, X, gas pressure.
I know. I made a video about that with banana. What creation bear always is pointing the banana. You peel the banana, you have that banana inside. You cut the pieces of banana. That's the gradients, but you still need that peel. You know.
I like bananas. I need to eat more fruit. So quiet in here.
He's still researching up gas gradients.
Out of container.
Yeah, apparently.
Due to something what is never proven.
And in the globe world, you don't need to prove anything. Just think of it.
Actually, he's not looking up the gas pressure gradient. He's supposed to be explaining how I'm avoiding him, even though I took time out of my busy work schedule to cite sources and explain things to him that he didn't understand. And I went on mute so that he could do that. And he told me to stay on mute. So I guess he's still trying to make it make sense how I'm avoiding him. But I guess he needs more time. He might need all of eternity.
You need more time for sure. Not only 10-20 minutes. Only he's clever.
That all
But
of
he need.
eternity thing that you just said sounded like it came from a documentary on Discovery Channel.
Some still say that 85% cacao is searching for the truth this day. One day he might return to us. One day.
Who knows how many millennium it'll be.
Yeah, Flatsy, you're not the only one with vocal skills.
Well, I appreciate that there, Larry.
Thanks, Larry.
But that's the space problem, not the surface problem.
And Sasha, brother, when you first
Sorry.
came on, I could. No, you're good, brother. I was just going to say, I couldn't understand you when you first came on a few years back. But your English has gotten so good, or my comprehension of your accent, I don't know which one. It's all relative, bro.
Okay. It's not only my accent, man. I don't speak properly English. My grammar English is not how to say proper. I'm making
No,
mistakes.
it's gotten good. No, it's gotten good, brother.
You think it's gotten
I
better?
can understand. Yeah, I can understand everything that you're saying, and I made a joke at the end that you didn't laugh.
Hey Larry, I can do a pretty good Jedi impression now. My friend, listen. Listen. You need to have gas pressure with a container. That's it. It's simple. My friend.
You know why it's simple? Because in every citation it's written like that. Almost in every 90, how do I want to say, 99% of citation is written that you need container for the gas pressure. But that's on the small scale.
I wonder where you went. Cacao, are you still amongst the living?
Yeah, I mean, I've posted my response and I've said what I need to say, and y'all just want to troll, so there's nothing else to talk about.
Did he accuse us of trolling?
He just did.
So, yep.
Okay, so sir, if you can't control your emotions and people on the internet are doing that for you, that sounds like a you problem.
Right.
Can you explain what you posted?
It explains that the reason there's a gas pressure gradient is because of gravity.
Prove
Ah,
gravity
gas
exists.
pressure again. Nice.
So I can demonstrate gas pressure gradient with a container, which is my cause. Now, can you present gas pressure gradient without a container? And you can't use the atmosphere because that's the thing in
Yes,
question.
mountains.
Just
What's
only
the
use gravity, like you said.
Yeah, you have two different gases in a container. You have in an open container even two different gases just in an open container. The top
In
is open. They have
open container, is it
Yeah.
air open container?
What do you mean again?
Is it air open container, or is it a sphere?
What?
Is it earth on what you are living, sphere or open container?
Both. Thank you very much.
Both.
Yes, thank you.
Sphere is a container, you are saying.
It's an open container. Yes, thank you very much.
Open container.
Yes, sir.
In the
You ever
shape
tried
of
to eat a bowl of cereal out of a
In the
sphere?
shape of a sphere, my friend. Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Thank you. I
No problem.
only know what you. Okay.
You ever
No,
tried to eat a
spheres are
bowl of cereal
containers.
out of a sphere?
No, I think that would be very unwise.
Do you believe in gravity?
Of course I do. I'm not insane.
Why you believe in gravity?
Well, we see it everywhere.
We see it everywhere.
Yes,
Can
How
you
do you
show me?
see gravity?
Just everywhere I look, man. It's all around us. Isn't it amazing?
Where it is? I don't see gravity. I
In
see
the, in
What's
trees,
all
I see
around you
buildings.
your feet.
specifically?
It's what keeps you on the ground. It's in the
What's it look
planets. It's
like?
everywhere.
Keeps
Just
on the
define
ground.
it.
On ground, I'm keeping myself on the ground. Look, I'm walking. I
Oh,
can
really?
up my.
Is that
Look,
where it's really?
I will tell you what
That's
I
interesting.
will tell you what
You are
I'm
keeping
doing now.
yourself.
Look what I'm
You're
doing now.
sticking to the ground. Is there a force? Is there
Listen,
a
it's very
sticking force you're
important
applying
if
to the
you.
ground?
Man, I want to explain
telling
to
me-
you that I
Yeah, okay,
cannot see
please.
gravity. I don't see even air. Do you see air?
Yeah, me neither. No, that's amazing. I don't. I can see it now.
You can see gravity.
How you can?
Yeah, I
How
can.
you see
Yeah.
gravity?
Yeah,
What does
everywhere.
gravity look
Everywhere.
like?
What's it look
What
like?
does it look like?
Well, I don't see it directly. I see it in all the things that happen because of it.
Oh, so
That's
you
like,
don't see it.
it's inference.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was assuming that inference was a given concept on the server. I'm afraid it isn't. So yes,
You
I can
see
interpret.
What
effects
are
Yes.
or something?
you?
You
I'm
see
seeing
What are you
effects.
effects of
saying you
gravity.
actually
Correct.
see?
Thank you very much, Mr. Sasha. Yes, the effects. Yes, thank you very much.
You see
So
effects. What effects you are seeing?
Round planets, for example.
Round planets. Where you see round planets?
I don't see them personally, but there's a lot of imagery, and I'm sure telescope. If one of your hobby astronomers has a telescope, I'm pretty sure you see them.
Yeah, and
Yeah, that's it.
what that has to do with gravity? About that, what you
They're round
see?
because of gravity. That's the reason they're round.
They're round because of gravity. What's gravity, man? You said that it's a fact.
It's a force.
Force.
Yeah.
And what that force is doing?
It pulls matter together.
What matter?
Matter.
Like a gas?
Matter.
Like a gas.
Yes, a gas is matter, correct.
And gas is going down.
It's not going down, it's going wherever the largest mass is.
But gravity, what gravity is doing?
A force. It's putting matter together, already explained.
Where is putting together?
It's, again, not where. The location is irrelevant, right? Do you get that concept?
No, because you said you see it. You said you see it. Where do you see things?
I see
being
the
pulled
effects.
into
I'm sorry.
balls?
I repeat my mistake. It was my mistake to assume inference was a content on the server. Yes, I see only the effects. My bad.
Right, but you don't
What
actually
is
see
effect?
anything being pulled into a sphere, do you?
Yes, the planets they are spherical because of the effect of gravity.
Right, but when you're talking about you see it everywhere, you've not seen anything being pulled into
I
a
have seen
sphere.
the effects as I repeated. I'm repeating myself.
You've seen what being pulled into a sphere?
Nothing.
Right, there you go.
What? I go what? Excuse me?
Yeah, there you go. You've never seen anything being pulled into a sphere.
No, I haven't, because I wasn't there at the creation of the planets. Were you?
Yeah, so you're just imagining it.
Were you? Were you at the creation of the planets? Did you witness them?
No, I'm not making the claim.
You
are.
didn't witness them. Then why are you talking?
Because you said you see.
Yeah, I'm talking about what I saw. I'm talking about the effects of what I saw. I'm assuming
you
how
said you
they were
didn't
made.
see
And so I don't. So I wasn't there
so you're
present. So I can't
Chill, Tim.
You can calm
Holy
down,
shit.
bro. It's okay.
So
Breathe.
you didn't see anything forming into a sphere. You didn't see planets forming into spheres. So your inference, I thought we could do inference in this server. You're just imagining, is what you're talking about.
Oh, I can talk
Yeah, we
now.
don't do imagination here, really.
I can talk now.
Go ahead,
Imagining
but
what's
relax.
what you saw being pulled into a sphere, or how you know.
Nothing. I wasn't there at the creation of the universe.
So how do you know that story you just told about the lights in the sky is true?
It's called inference. Logical.
What are you
logical
inferring?
reasoning.
So you see lights in the
Because the-
sky. So you see lights in the sky, and then you imagine that they're pulled into balls by this
Not lights,
thing
planets.
called gravity.
Planets.
What?
Right?
What did you say?
Planets, not lights. Planets.
Planets.
I think he said planets. Yeah, it sounded like he said tenants.
Yeah, he's saying tenants.
That's what I thought I said too. Okay.
I was like, what?
Okay. Yeah, but you just agreed that you don't know that because you didn't see them.
I know
being
it.
pulled into balls.
I
How'd you
know it, but I didn't see it because
How'd you know it?
it's logical, just logical reasoning.
So you just well, what does that mean? You just imagined it?
No, I don't imagine it.
Well, what's the evidence?
There's loads of evidence, tons of evidence,
Such as?
such as there being round planets.
Right, that's not evidence of how they became round.
Exactly. Other effects of gravity, like the planets circling around stars.
Right, that's not evidence of how they formed.
It's not, but again, you have to. Okay, yeah, you're right. You have to do a bit of you have to actually use your brain in that instance.
Oh
which
yeah.
I'm sorry for.
What you mean is you have to just make up a story and believe it. You didn't make up the story. You just told a story and you believed it.
Tell me,
Very
do you
smart,
believe
bro.
in electromagnetism?
What's that got to do with it?
No, I'm
You
I'm
saying
asking
it was
you, do you believe in
electromagnetism?
Electromagnetism is just a story, my friend. It's just a story.
Okay, so you don't have any evidence for your claim then.
I do have evidence for my claim. Do you have evidence that
we just asked
electromagnetism exists?
we just asked what your evidence was, and you weren't able to
I'm
tell us.
telling you,
anything.
there's lots of evidence for what exactly?
How the
Evidence
planets
for
formed.
the planet around that is an effect of gravity, yeah?
Yeah, that they got pulled into balls due to gravity. That's what you said.
I mean,
Yeah, nothing.
I mean that's just the theory, the best theory you have of how the planets were made, right?
So just theory, just theory.
That's the best theory we have, yeah.
That's not what you said at the start, which was like, "Oh, I see it everywhere."
Yeah, I
and
can see the effect of
planets.
gravity everywhere. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
now
not
it's a fact.
anything to do with
No,
spheres
I can see the effect
forming.
of gravity everywhere. Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Funny stuff.
Yeah, it's really funny.
It is actually.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
That's the best theory. So that's the best theory you've heard. Have you heard any other theories or just
Not
that
heard
one?
that we have. That's the best theory we have.
Right, the best. So the best of the best. What are the other ones?
The
Can you
best of
name
the
any
best.
other
I
ones,
don't
or
know
is-
of any other that come even close to explaining it that well.
Oh, so it's the only. So it's the only. know of. So you
It's
only
the
know
only
one
theory
theory.
we know of
You
that
just
explains it that
assume
way.
it's
Yeah,
the
we.
best.
What?
So you
Come
just
again?
say, "Well, I only know one theory, so it must
Not
be
me,
the
not me,
best."
not me, not me.
The only one
Humanity,
that I know.
not me. Humanity, in general.
Is it there
Humanity
one?
knows
Is it
there's a ton of different theories out there.
Yeah, but it's
You
the
just
best
only
one.
know
Yeah,
of one.
humanity knows a lot of stupid, retarded theories, but that's the only one
According
that
to
explains it,
who?
right?
According to who? You?
Retarded
Humanity,
theories. Wow.
in general, just pretty much
Oh, so
everyone.
you speak for all of humanity?
No, I don't. I just
hold on.
assume that's the way it is because
You just
Well,
assume
yeah, you
exactly.
Yeah, I
assume
just
that.
assume.
Yeah, you
Okay,
assume that.
I
That's
got a
what we
question.
call. That's an
I got a-
appeal to consensus, right? So.
But
Yeah,
he
That's a
said
maybe.
there is.
logical.
Yeah, it
He,
is. It
he
is. It
said
is an
this
appeal to
is.
consensus. Yes.
Did you? You said this is the best theory, but there is a two
Yes.
theory for the globe.
No, there's
Well,
not.
I,
But
I
there,
mean, there's not really any different one. That's the. You could come up with a million theories.
you are saying that mass attracting mass is the same thing like a bending of space-time.
I mean, it is the same thing, but I don't know what that's. I don't know what the point is.
It's the same thing but different.
No,
But two
sorry,
theories,
are you too retarded
but
to
one
understand
theory.
relativity? Are you too retarded?
Yeah, but which gravity is
Do
real
you
now? Because we
understand
have two
relativity?
theories
Hold
now.
on.
No, it's the same
Hold
theory.
on.
I'm sorry, you're misunderstanding.
question: is gravity the effect or the cause?
What?
Is gravity the effect or the cause?
Of what?
I mean, if you see gravity everywhere, but you see the effects of it, so what's the cause? Is it the effect or is it the cause?
The question would need to be a bit more specific. We see the effects of gravity. The gravity is the cause of those effects.
So it's the cause and the effect. Okay.
So you get
Yes.
where I'm going with this? You
Yeah.
just make your cause and the effect the same thing,
I don't know
which
what
is a
the fuck you're talking about.
you just said it.
You
I don't
just
know what the
said
fuck
that
you're talking
gravity
about.
is the cause and the effect. You
It
can't
is,
have.
yes, correct. It's correct.
Oh,
yes.
it's the cause and the effect. Okay, good to know.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's super scientific, bro.
What is that a scientific question? I'm sorry. That question sounded very philosophical in my opinion, but okay.
No, actually,
Sorry.
you know, natural science deals with cause and effect relationships in
Right.
nature. If
Right.
you see the effects of something and then claim it's also the cause, that's logically fallacious. So you're not really getting anywhere. You're on a loop.
Okay, sorry.
When you say now that that was a logical fallacy and that cause and effect cannot be the same thing and everybody will be happy.
I think cause and effect can be. I don't know.
Can you provide any citation when you're saying that cause and effect are the same thing and I will.
Bro, what
I
do you
will.
mean? A citation on cause and effect are the same thing. Okay, there's causes and there's effects. Okay, there's the gravity.
Yeah.
We don't know the cause for gravity. We don't know the cause, but we see the effects. We don't know the
Okay.
cause of gravity. Yes.
Thank you very much for that
Yeah. Sorry.
last sentence. We don't
Thank
know
you.
the cause of the effect. Remember that
No.
sentence what you said.
No, we don't know the cause of gravity. We do know the effects of gravity.
But we don't know the cause. Remember that
Exactly.
sentence.
Yeah, we don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Oh,
Okay.
So
great.
you have no
Yeah.
viable hypothesis for gravity because you need to have a cause and effect relationship.
No.
for a viable
That's wrong.
hypothesis.
That's wrong. That's
It's
wrong.
not
That is
wrong.
not.
That
That
is
is
wrong.
absolutely right.
That's
That's
absolutely wrong.
100% correct.
That's 100% wrong.
Okay. Sure. You can believe in fantasy
Okay.
land. That's fine.
All right.
Yep, Flatsy, you're dead on. Don't worry.
Well, he can go and learn what is pseudoscience also if he wants.
Yeah. It's
Yeah, I
pretty
mean, if
much
he can't
pseudoscience.
follow that, if he can't follow that simple logic,
Follow
you
what
know, there's
exactly?
no
What
point
logic
to go
exactly?
further. That you're
Cause and effect.
claiming both the cause and the effect being the same thing.
I'm sorry, you might be retarded. You're a bit late on this conversation. I said the cause is unknown, the effects are known. I'm sorry. You misheard that. I'm sorry.
So then, so then you can't
I'm
claim
sorry you're not
the
following the
effect
conversation. I'm sorry, Napalm. You might not be following the conversation. You might want to catch up.
Hey, bud, you don't need to talk over to me while I'm responding to you because your idiotic logic is what's in question here. Because you're saying we know the effects of gravity, meaning we know some sort of causal nature as to what's taking place within these effects that we see, and we're claiming that that cause is gravity, but then we don't know the cause of gravity. There's no logic to follow there. You can't just say, hey, this effect is the cause of gravity, but gravity is the effect. Do you understand your problems with logic within that statement?
He's
I
on mute.
understand.
XD. That's not what I said.
Is that a logic?
Napalm just said something that I didn't say.
You said we see the effects of gravity. So if we see the effects of gravity, the effects that you would be seeing would necessarily be the cause.
What?
Caused by the gravity,
I don't
right?
I
You
don't
say
follow
we
your
see
logic.
the effects of gravity, so then gravity would need to be the cause of the effect that you're seeing. But there is no
Yes.
plausible cause for gravity. So you have no actual claim to say that the effects of gravity are
Wait.
what we are seeing.
So
Do you
if I
understand
say
that logic, or do you have an incomprehension or
no, I don't
inability to
understand
be
your
able to
logic.
follow logic?
No, I don't understand your logic because you're talking nonsense.
That's pretty clear to me, and I'm a layman.
Yeah, exactly. I can understand either what Napalm is trying to say. So yeah, I agree with you.
That means he's not retarded. I understand also what Naples said.
I didn't understand. Sorry then.
Yeah,
I'm retarded.
okay.
I'm sorry.
He's telling you that you cannot have effect and cause in the same place. You know,
And
something
I
is
said for the
causing
millionth time, I'm going to say we don't know
yeah,
the
and
cause of gravity.
That means that you cannot use and call it something gravity is causing something. Do you understand that?
No, do you understand, Sasha, that I can know the effects of a force
Of
without
what you
knowing the
don't know what
cause
is
of the
causing.
force? So I don't know
What, is gravity
why
a
this
force
force
now?
exists. If you're not going to
Yeah.
talk over me, I don't know why this force exists in the universe, but I know
What
what the
force?
effects are. Gravity,
What Man, force?
electromagnetism, same. We don't know why.
Hold
We
on,
don't know
what force?
why. Huh?
What force? What
Gravity.
force are you talking about?
Gravity.
Wait, gravity is a force now? Can you give me a citation for gravity being a force?
Sure, I'm sure there's a lot of them. I mean, if you're going to get into details, I'm sure there's going to be explanations how the view of gravity being a force is actually it's actually an incomplete view, and the more complete view would be gravity bending space-time. But yeah,
Gravity
It's something
bending
I'm getting into.
space-time? So your
Huh?
your claim of the causal nature of the bending of space-time is what you call gravity. So then still you have no actual causal nature for the bending and warping of space-time. You've got that flip-flopped. It should be that the bending of the warping of space-time is what causes your alleged gravity in that hypothesis, but
So
you're incorrect.
reiterating, you're incorrect. Reiterating, we observe bending of space-time by mass. We call this gravity. It's
No,
there's
we
an
don't
easy
observe it.
wrong. We observe it, but
So
okay,
you
we can
say
we can disagree there.
we observe space-time bending. Can you show me what space-time looks like unbent? Can
I
you show me
mean,
what
no,
space-time is,
unbent
period? You say
space-time
we
doesn't
see
really
it.
exist. Yeah,
Do we see
it's
it
really hard to see.
optically?
It took us we were like 50 years of developed science to even see bent space-time. So yeah, it's very hard to see.
Can you show me a picture? You say we see it.
I mean, there's
You
this picture of
realize
the black hole, right? But you won't believe that's real. So,
You
but the
realize
picture,
that space-time is a conception. It's a reification fallacy. It's giving some sort of physical properties to privations, things that don't actually have physical properties, because space is the absence of stuff, meaning it is nothing in and of itself, and time is just merely a measure or a conception that we have to measure certain actions taking place in a linear
That's correct.
progression. So,
That's
so
correct.
you take these two concepts, one of which is a conceptual measure, and the other is the absence of everything,
No, that's
and you
wrong. That's
squish
wrong.
them together
May I
and
interrupt you
somehow
here?
give them
Okay,
and
I may
somehow
not.
give them physical properties that can bend. Can
I'm
something bend
sorry.
if it's
You can
non-physical?
keep talking, but I have a point here.
Can
So
something bend if
space.
it's non-physical?
Yes.
Can you see the firmament?
Yes.
Love can bend.
So
That's
So
right,
can you
Sasha. You're
show?
right. Actually, you're right. You're right.
But I don't see love is bending. I see more hate is bending.
You're right. Again, you're right, Sasha. You're right. 100%.
Yeah. Yeah, but you are bending the concept, man. You cannot bend the concept.
Okay,
You
bro.
cannot
Okay.
yeah. And you are telling that is the force in the both case.
So going back
And that
to
will not
that,
and this conversation, for example, will give you like 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7 hours, and then you will not need to come back to the surface, you know. And when you come back to the surface, you will need that gravity to curve the water, and then you will have problem.
I don't get that, but sure.
Yeah, you will have problem there because if gravity exists, that's what you're thinking, but that pulling and blah blah, it must pull also ocean and it must curve ocean.
It does. It does curve
And
the ocean. It does pull the ocean. Yes,
it
that's correct.
does. It does on
Yes.
television. Yeah, that's true. On
No,
television, yes,
in
but in
real life.
reality, no.
In real life.
But
I mean, you
I'm
can see it
sorry,
in real life, right? You can
I
see it,
check
right?
it in real life. I check it in Croatia and UK, and man, it's. I'm sorry to say.
I'm sorry, Sasha.
I'm sorry
Yeah.
to say this. This very rude. It's because it became very rude word, but it's flat.
I'm okay, Sasha.
Honest,
If I may ask you a question, okay?
Yeah.
If I may ask,
Okay,
if I may
ask.
pose a question to you, do things not exist because you don't see them?
No, I believe that I see 10 miles, for example. If I see 10 miles, if I'm correct that I saw it, if I see
I'm
the
pretty sure you don't see 10 miles. I'm pretty sure you don't.
with some optics, I can see 10 miles. You know.
I mean, depending
And
on
I can
how
see.
high you are, but how high you stand. I
Yeah,
mean, how
yeah.
you're different surface. Yes.
Yeah, I see the 10 miles from the like 1 meter height. You know.
That's. I'm pretty sure you don't.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw. I saw also
You
videos.
need
I
to
saw
get
in my
more.
life.
I'm
I
pretty
saw
sure
in my
you
life.
didn't see it in your life. I'm pretty sure you didn't see it in your life.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that I saw the Tres and Mali Loshin, and I will. This is the names of islands across the
Okay.
Adriatic Sea. I'm so sure, and there are even more than that 10 miles. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that I will tell you another example if you want. I find out the video. I can post it to you. They're explaining how horizon work on the global Earth model, for example. And there is the guy explaining if you put your eyes 8 inches above the sea level, you can see only 1 mile. He explaining how the and I did that last year in Croatia. I was swimming and I put my eyes, you know, I was swimming and I was watching the island, and island was more than 1 mile, and I saw that island. And I said, this guy is bullshitting. I see more than 1 mile. He said that I cannot see more than 1 mile.
I mean, I think if you're like, I mean, I
But
didn't do
that's
the
the guy who
calculations,
is
but
presenting.
on 1 foot you can see 1.2 miles, right? I think on like half a foot maybe you can still see 1 mile. I don't know.
Yeah. But do you know what happened? What we see with 1 foot height?
With 1 foot height, we see 1.2 miles. I think.
Yeah, we see 10 miles.
Under normal circumstances, yeah.
But we see 10 miles.
I don't think we do.
Have you seen the
You
Black
want to
Swan?
see?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Check
the
it
Black
out.
Swan. Yeah, show me the Black Swan, man. Let's get into it. Show me the fucking Black Swan.
No,
okay,
that is
it's in
not
this,
Black
it's in
Swan. That is not Black Swan. That is the beach in USA. That has nothing to do with any bird. Listen to me now carefully. Whatever that
Yeah.
it's titled Black Swan, that's cool because it's famous. That is the beach on Santa Barbara. There are oil rigs and there is horizon behind oil rigs, and there is a water ocean. That's all.
Do you have a picture? Is it the same picture?
There is a video. Yeah, we have
I can.
like
Okay, I'll look up the video. I don't know how to find the video. I'm fucking retarded. It might take me a while.
I have only a GIF with 10 seconds.
That might be enough.
Ed Freeze in the house.
What's up? Who was that?
I posted the GIF. I don't have
Yeah,
a video.
okay, that
Sorry.
might be refraction. That might be refraction, yeah.
Okay, refraction. Tell me what refraction is doing on that video.
Refraction, so it makes you see the second one higher. It appears higher than it is.
Yeah, where is the horizon on that video?
It's behind the last one, but that's consistent with refraction.
Is that not
Refraction
real
will
water?
also make the horizon longer.
Is it that real water making the horizon with the sky?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
But that's refraction, right? That's an effect of refraction. I
Isn't
think that's the explanation I've seen of the
is it
video.
that again question? Is it that real water behind, or is making horizon together with the sky?
Okay, I'll answer your question, but
Yeah.
have you seen what happens? But have you seen what happens when you put a straw in water?
Yeah, I know that. I'm asking you
Okay,
about
then the
this
next
video.
question. Answer the next
I
question.
understand. I understand straw.
No. Then answer no. Then answer the next question. Then answer the next question.
Okay.
You see the straw bending. Is that the real straw?
Yeah.
Not
Yeah, then why
analogous.
is it bending? It's a real straw. Why is the real straw bending?
Yeah. Okay. That we watching something under the water in this black swan example.
No, but refraction can happen between different like air layers.
And
Right?
are we watching only one or two medium now? Are we watching through water or we are watching through air?
Through two different layers of air. Yes.
Two different layers of air, which
With
are
different temperatures. Yes, that's the theory of
different
refraction.
temperatures. Okay. Can you tell me which temperature will change the physicality of that water what we are seeing on 10 miles?
The physicality does not need to be changed of the water. Only the physicality of the light beam needs to be changed. In the same way, the physicality of the straw doesn't change when it enters the water. Only the light beam changes, right?
We are not
the physicality
speaking
of the
about
straw
something.
doesn't change.
But I'm not telling you nothing about something in the water. I'm telling you something about the water.
And I'm telling you something about refraction between different mediums, which can be air and water or air and air of different temperatures.
Ready? Listen, yeah, you're talking about refraction between two mediums, air and what?
Warm air and cool air.
No, air is
Yes.
air.
But there's warm air and cool air. I'm sorry to inform you.
Yeah, and my question is, what that change with the water behind the oil rigs? Because you're saying lights, okay. The straw, I'm not putting the big straw in the ocean. I'm asking you where is that horizon, that means geometrical thing we see behind. That means that real water that is there. That means the real water must be before and hide, all that stuff.
Yeah, it's
On
because
1.22 miles.
it's because right, there's another picture of this, right, under different conditions where the second oil rig appears lower, right?
Doesn't matter.
Okay, doesn't matter. Okay, then I can
And do
tell
you know why it
see-
doesn't matter? Because
Why?
if this is optical, what we see on this first picture, if it's that optical, I would understand and say, okay, great, this is not real water, this is only some kind of illusion.
It is real
But that
water.
is not,
It is real water. It is real water. You're
yeah,
seeing the actual water.
because it is, because that it is what it is. It is not something optical.
Okay, it is optical, and in the same way, when I'm going back to the straw because
that
it's the
water
same
is
similar
real
effect.
there. That's my point. And it's not optical. It's real there.
Okay. No, okay. The same way with the straw, right?
But you are saying refraction. I would understand that some kind of refraction distorting now that water and making I don't know what with that water, but it's not doing.
It's distort. Okay.
Man, where is your geometrical horizon on 1.22 miles? What should it be?
Okay. Again,
That physical thing. That physical, not optical. Where is that physical thing?
It's not a physical thing. It's not a physical thing. It is always an optical thing. There's always going to be optics involved. When you're seeing something, there's always optics involved.
If it's something optical, how we came in the first place? How we measured in the first place if it was optical?
What do you mean again?
Because if you know how the optical
how we
works,
measured in the first place?
Yeah.
How we know the dimensions if
you know
it
how
was
optical effect works, you can take them off and do the reverse equation, and you have a real number.
You are saying that if you want to build a house, you're watching what weather will be, and then you measure the.
Exactly. When you're building the house, no, it's exactly Sky. No, Sky, let me talk. It's exactly the same. When you're building your house, when you're measuring how long the fucking wood needs to be, right? You're assuming that you can see the wood straight. you're assuming that the optical conditions are not in a way where the wood, which is 2 meters in front of you, is somehow 300 degrees hot, and you're seeing it bended. That's the reason. You're assuming average optical conditions. You're assuming average optical conditions with no distortion. That's what you're assuming when you're building your house.
So when you're working outside and you're building something, on certain days all the wood looks different.
I mean, if you work on a roof, that's the funny thing. It's the funny thing you're working on. Bring up this example because if you work on a roof and the roof is very hot compared, for example, to the grass of the ground, you will see that the roof looks pretty fucking funky from up there. The ground looks pretty fucking funky. The ground looks pretty fucking weird because of the optical distortion of the air, man.
Start bending and straightening out when it's hot. It doesn't imaginarily do other things.
Bro, look at the hot street in summer, man. It looks fucking weird. It looks bent, man. The street looks fucking bent, bro.
Wood on a house, not a street, dummy.
What wood on a house,
but
man?
the wood in the house is directly close to you. It's not 10 miles away, is it?
Can I ask you? Can I ask you only for?
There's no optical illusion or like effect over there.
Horizon doesn't look bent.
It doesn't need to look bent.
Yeah,
sorry,
and
man.
It looks fucking bent. The oil rig looks bent as fuck.
And you also don't have the media for refraction. Snell's law deals with
the media of refraction.
media. You're talking about air. You're talking about cold
air,
and hot air.
opposed to cool air.
That's just one shut up, you fucking idiot. That's just one anisotropic media. That's all that is. You're talking about gas and water and air. That's Snell's law. Two different isotropic.
Sorry, my friend. I'm sorry to inform you, but air of different temperatures has different densities and different refractive indices.
That's one anisotropic medium. Snell's law is about two isotropic media.
Tim, can I ask you like an ignorant?
It's two anisotropic mediums. Thank you very much.
Okay, where's the boundary? Where's the boundary between the?
It's a soft boundary.
Show me the boundary.
It's a soft boundary.
Show it.
And I can show it. I can show you because it's air, motherfucker.
Okay, show us the norm. Oh yeah, you can't show it because you're gonna need that for Snell's law. That's
I can't show it because it's fucking air, bro. It's air.
Yeah, you're gonna need that. You're also gonna need something else. Yeah, I know. There is no boundary. That's where the refraction actually occurs. That's
there is a boundary. You can see it.
Okay, but you don't know where it is. You can't point to it. Can't calculate anything from it. So
of course I can because I'm a fucking mod.
There's another problem. There's another problem. There's no evidence of the geometric horizon which you think is refracted in that picture, or is there?
Come again? I didn't catch that.
So what do you think is being refracted in that picture?
The water and the oil rig, both.
So a geometric horizon?
What do you mean by a geometric horizon?
So you don't even know what your claim is supposed to be.
I don't know what your claim is supposed to be.
I'm just clarifying your claim, but you don't seem to understand what it's supposed to be.
I don't understand what you're supposed to be telling me, yes.
So there's a geometric horizon in that picture which is refracted. That's what you're
supposed to be. What do you mean by there is a geometric horizon?
Are you kidding me right now? No, of course there isn't. Of course I don't think there is, but you're supposed to be telling us that there is.
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know? Then what? You don't even know what you're responding to here. Why are you even talking?
Yeah, because you're talking nonsense.
No, yeah, I know. I'm giving you your claim. You don't even recognize it, and you call it nonsense. It is fucking nonsense, and you are an idiot who doesn't know what you came here to defend.
That's rude.
I don't care. It's true.
Okay, damn.
Yeah, so here, pro tip. What you're supposed to be trying to tell us is that there is a 1 mile geometric horizon in that picture that's been refracted.
In that picture there is no. That's incorrect.
Oh, okay.
In that picture,
yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, that's incorrect. There is no refracted geometric horizon.
There is refracted horizon though.
You just told us like 3 times that no, that's nonsense. There's no refracted geometric horizon.
Okay, again, when you say refracted geometric horizon, I don't know what you're referring to. I'm gonna assume that when you say geometric horizon, what you mean is the idea of like a theoretical horizon that would appear on a sphere, right? Like that's okay. We're saying that's the definition of a geometric horizon. If you're like on a sphere and there's an edge, you say that's the geometric horizon. Okay. In this picture with the refraction, it's not the same geometric horizon as in the theory of just standing on a sphere. There's an additional effect. Yes, it's not in that sense. It's not the same horizon. Yes.
okay, that doesn't really address what I said. Is there a geometric horizon there, which has been distorted through the air so that we saw the horizon we did instead?
Again, when you're saying geometric horizon, you have to be more specific what you mean. You have to explain it more.
You already detailed exactly what I mean.
Yeah, then I'm just gonna say the same thing. So in this picture, if we're saying geometric horizon is the idea of the horizon that would appear on a.
Why are you saying that again?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's already been said. So yeah, the horizon you would have on the globe, that's what you're supposed to be arguing for, Glober.
I am.
Right, that's the whole point in invoking refraction. Is because you're supposed to be arguing for that geometric horizon, which isn't seen there. So you have to
yes, I get what you're saying now. Yes, there is a geometric horizon. Yes, there is a geometric horizon. Yes.
Okay, how do you know that there actually is a 1.2 mile geometric horizon in that
It's
picture?
not 1.2 miles in this picture. It's not 1.2 miles in this picture.
Yeah, agreed. So now you're once again flip-flopping back to there is no
I'm not
geometric horizon.
flip-flopping. You're misunderstanding.
So how do you know that there actually is a physical geometric horizon in that picture?
So I don't know, but I'm assuming that what we're seeing a different geometric horizon because of the refractive properties of the atmosphere.
Oh, you're just assuming that there's actually a horizon there that we don't see.
I mean, we do see it, right? You do see it.
No, we don't. We don't see a geometric 1.2 mile horizon. We see a horizon beyond 1.4 miles. No, listen, the thing that is supposed to be refracted is at 1.2 miles according to you. We don't see that. Yes,
That's incorrect.
yes, we don't see
That's
that.
incorrect. You're misunderstanding. I'm sorry.
No, I'm not. You are.
You are.
We don't see that, so you have to say that refraction
You don't have
causes.
to say anything. You're misunderstanding, bro.
No, I'm not.
You are.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, no, I'm not misunderstanding. At 1.2 miles.
You are misunderstanding.
What am I misunderstanding?
You're misunderstanding that the geometric horizon is supposed to be 1.2 miles in that picture.
No,
it's longer.
No, geometric physical horizon. Geometrically and physically.
Territory. Physics.
Is this guy like demented or something? It must be physically at 1.2 miles. The entire point is, yeah, you don't see it. So why are you arguing for something that we don't see there? How do you know it's actually there? That would be the physical, geometric globe horizon that you have to believe in if you're a glober, that you don't see. I know we don't see it. That's the entire point. So why do you think it's there? That is the question.
Because I was cut off, I don't know what's the last thing I should be responding to.
So I've asked the question about 16 times, and you still don't know what you should be responding to.
Yes, you've misphrased and in stupid ways asked the same question 16 times, and I'm lost. Yes.
You were lost the first time I asked it.
Yes, because the question was the most retarded thing you said. Yes.
Okay, we'll quote it.
I'm not remembering. Sorry.
You don't even know what I said, but you know it's retarded. Well, that sounds pretty retarded.
Because it came from you.
You
Yeah.
even know what a geometric horizon is.
I understand I understand what you're referring to in this conversation as a geometric horizon. Yes.
Okay, so that would be the physical horizon that you have to believe in if you think that you're on a globe.
Okay, but the horizon is not the real thing, right? That's like it's not a real thing.
Okay, I don't know why you're going to that right away. You would have to believe in the physical horizon if you think that you're on a globe.
Horizon is not the real thing because I already know.
This is why you don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Because every time I start speaking, you do that. Okay,
the geometric horizon isn't a horizon. I don't know what the fuck he's trying to say.
Well, I mean, every single time I start trying to give him his claim, which he doesn't even seem to understand, he talks right through it, so he can't even learn his own position.
I think he just wants to argue with us, just for the sake of arguing.
Well, I think he's just having a meltdown.
I can talk. Thanks, guys. Thanks so much. I can talk. That's amazing.
Not if you're just going to say stuff like that. That's boring.
Yeah. He was coping and he got bricked there. Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like it's casting pearls before swine to even try to teach this guy's claim. Might as well just let him not learn it and come here and spurg out every time he tries to argue it.
You guys notice a pattern here?
What's
Like
that, sorry?
some of these people.
That's a
some
fascinating
of these
question
people are.
observing them, man.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Larry.
I was just saying that I've noticed a pattern here. Like, it seems like these people have nothing but tactics and baseless assertions, right? And I don't really understand how come we can't just have a conversation.
Because they don't want one.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
His approach was like when I was asking for the black swan, that refraction, real water is there, blah blah blah. My question would be, if is that refraction is doing something and it's lying to us, and it's covering the geometric horizon, doesn't matter. That means this Earth is spherical, and that's the picture. My question is, how would look like if Earth is flat? That observation.
It's a great question.
Because if it's that presentation of the globe, I wouldn't know how would look like that oil rigs observation if Earth is flat. How I can I somehow realize some flatness, or nothing can be flat? How I can measure the flatness, or can I do that in real life?
I don't know if he's still muted, but I'm outside.
I'm not muted. Okay, guys, seriously. If I'm not gonna leave, you'll have to I actually have to be able to talk because that's fucking worthless otherwise, right?
Tim, can you answer my question?
I will not answer any questions unless I know I'm not going to be cut off when you don't like what I'm saying. So.
Okay. I'm asking you, is that what you see on Black Swan? Is that the presentation of the sphere?
Again, I'm not going to engage with you unless if I know.
Okay, if you're not going to engage with them, then we'll just shut you off. That's okay. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay, I have nothing to say.
All right, move on to the next glober.
Yeah, hopefully this one doesn't engage just to tell us he doesn't want to engage. We got Ski.
Keep getting muted when I'm not even speaking. It's funny as
Oh, he's doing exactly the same thing already.
Oh, because I wasn't even.
That was the guy that was pulling tactics earlier on me.
Stop abusing your
Right back at it. He just got off mute and he's already doing exactly what I thought he was going to do.
Can I ask you why I got muted? Because I don't know.
Probably interrupting, interjecting, disrupting.
He was trolling when he got muted.
Yeah, it's really interesting. The other night, I was in the Christian chat, and a guy made a claim that the ontological primitive, being that God created the heavens or the earth, or he didn't, is a false dichotomy, a non-binary. He said there was a third option, but it's been 2 days and he still has not presented the third option. So these are the type of people we're dealing with.
That's like when they say that it's not curved and it's not flat, and then they can't give you the third option.
Right. Ooh, excuse me.
Or you're doing the math wrong, but they can't present the correct math or point out the error in your math.
Right. Or they bring up literally the same formula, just written out in a different way.
Or they just bring out a wrong formula.
True.
Man, I long for the experts to come in here instead of dealing with these tacticians. I would really like to deal with a cosmologist, a particle physicist, or even just a physicist student.
Well, you know why, Larry. Because they wouldn't be the expert anymore. You can't risk discrediting themselves.
You know, people often that are educated, they often agree with me about the model being incomplete and we don't know everything there is to know. And basically what they're doing is they're confessing, yes, I agree with you. Gravity doesn't work at the galactic level. So whenever I start talking about that, that's when they usually call in backup. So I'll go ahead and talk about that for a second. Gravity doesn't work at the quantum level. Gravity does not work at the galactic level. And to think that it works at, you know, the solar system level, well, I guess I would have to ask you, what kind of gravity are you talking about? Because we know the Newtonian doesn't work at the solar system level. And Mercury, the planet, is my source for that. So does anybody want to come in here and defend the bending and warping of space-time?
So wait, do you agree that, for example, the planet that you just mentioned is round?
You're quiet.
I think you gotta turn up your mic, Ski.
Probably not because I get muted when I'm not speaking.
We literally can't hear you.
Yeah, you sound pretty low, man. You know, crank up your volume or something and get
Do you
closer.
agree that the planet that you just mentioned is round? Is that what you just said?
Looks round, but do things always appear as they actually are?
So we agree that the appearance is round.
It appears round.
Okay. So
Doesn't mean it's a sphere.
What is it then?
They're lights in the sky. What else do they look like?
Lights in the sky. No, but that doesn't answer my question. Even let's go with you. What you said, that there are lights in the sky. Why is the light in the sky spherical?
It's not. I never said it's spherical. I said it's round. Same with the other guy.
Round? Yeah, okay. So if it's not spherical but it's round, what is it? What it is? Cylinder?
It could be circular. All you see is a 2-dimension.
Oh, so it's a 2-dimensional thing. Is a projection? Is that what you say? It's not 3D.
That's what they appear to be.
What do you mean? They appear to be. So wait, is the moon as well like 2D?
I don't know 2D, 3D, but all I see is lights in the sky. It just looks like a light in the sky, the moon. And it comes out at night, goes away at day.
So it's a light in the sky that is 2-dimensional, but actually exists in our plane of existence. Have you ever seen anything 2-dimensional in your life? Like really 2-dimensional, without depth?
On my TV screen, it's all 2D.
Is not 2D. Are you saying that your TV is so flat that it's 2D?
Not the TV itself, but what you watch on the TV.
So what you watch on the TV is 2D, or is it light coming at you?
It uses light to, yeah, it uses light.
So going with your logic, the sky is a huge screen, like a TV screen. Is that what you said?
No.
So what it is? Because you said that stuff in your TV or on your monitor, they appear 2D, but they're not. It's just light coming at you, like the object.
Same with drawings on a piece of paper. That's the drawing itself is in 2D.
Technically no, but so we are all drawings basically. Is that what you're saying? Like lights in the sky are drawings. So yeah, the sky is basically.
I'm not saying that.
So what it is?
Straw manning.
Answer my question.
Why do you keep putting words in people's mouths and straw manning?
No problem.
Nobody said projection, but you. Nobody said drawing, but you.
I get it. In that case, I will shut my mouth until I get an answer. About why
I said they're just lights in the sky.
He gave you an answer, and then you tried to put some other answer in his mouth.
Okay, I have a light in my room, right? It's a bulb, and it's actually not 2D, but it emits light. So what does that? How is that possible? Anyone?
How's it possible to have a light on in your room? Did you flip
No,
on
no,
a
that's not what I
switch?
said.
Oh, okay, okay.
Don't forget everything else.
How is that possible?
So how is that possible that I have a light in my room that is actually not 2D, but is actually round, and it's attached on top of my ceiling?
I don't really understand your question.
I will repeat it again.
Because
I have
possible is a very
so
vague question. I mean, you could say
so you say
electricity
the things
because
that
of the
2D.
tungsten in your light bulb. What do you mean by your question?
I will repeat again. You said, maybe I'm misquoting you, that all you see is lights, and I'm like, okay, let's go with your logic. If they are lights, does that mean that those objects that you see in the sky that are emitting light are 2D? Is that can we
don't
come to that
resolute their
conclusion?
shape. There's no way to resolute their shape. They're just lights in the sky because you can see it at different angles and it looks the same.
No, it
Okay,
doesn't.
but for example, no, one second. So you see that image that Aldor Radburn, I can't pronounce his name, posted.
No, I
That
don't.
could
I'm
be
making the salad right now.
all right.
Maybe I'm not the
So
best person to
basically,
answer your question.
I don't even know who I'm talking with, like, because a lot of people. So by just looking at something, yeah, let's say it's stationary. If it's stationary and it doesn't do any kind of movement, and we see it from far away, we cannot like circle around it. Of course, yes, we cannot deduct if it's like 3D, spherical, cylindrical, or whatever. But things in the sky move. That's the problem. So planets and your moon, the sun, everything in our sky basically moves. And when it moves, it doesn't change shape when it's circular. So that means that they must be spherical because they
Wait,
keep
rewind. You said
So,
they don't change shape
they
because
don't
it
change
looks the
shape. As
same.
in, you know, if the
Because it
moon
looks the
was
same,
flat,
right? From any
no,
any position, right? Even though they move,
no,
they look the same.
yeah, they keep the same shape. They keep the same
shape. Okay, then we're in agreement. It's just a light in the
No,
sky.
we're not. Because if things were in 2D, as you say, when they move out, when they get further away, their image should distort like a circle. When it becomes further from you, it becomes like an oval.
I'm not claiming
So
it's a circle.
Okay, I will tell you. Okay, it's not a circle then. What it is then? What's Mars?
It looks round. Doesn't mean I know it's round. Does that make sense? Just like how you could say it looks spherical, but you can't possibly know it's spherical.
I can tell.
How? Have you been out there?
Again, when things move away from you and they keep the same shape, when we're talking about spherical shapes and circular shapes, when they move away from you, their image distorts. So a circle becomes an oval. So if the circle in the sky doesn't become an oval when it's yes. So
you're a genius, buddy.
I haven't heard anybody say that they're circles yet, though. So why are you still pushing this line of argument?
No, again,
exactly.
If the things moving that appear circular and stay circular after moving, it means they're spherical.
That's your assumption.
They're spherical. So there must be parallax then.
Don't put words in my mouth. I don't
Well,
even
there must
know
be
what
if
you
they
mean.
are.
I don't even know what you mean by the.
Well, two different observers on the Earth should be able to look at it from two different angles and see different sides of it. Does that happen?
Exactly.
Well, okay, let's see it. Show it.
What do you mean show it?
A lunar libration. Objectable or objective
my telescope,
repeatable.
That's like a wobble. Yeah, that's like a wobble. That's not the parallax that we're talking about.
Absolutely, it is. You get to see
Okay, well,
slightly different sides of the
show
moon.
two different observers from two different parts of the Earth, looking at from two totally different angles, seeing different sides of the moon at the same time.
Okay,
Show that.
stand by. Let me go into time and date. Oh, you're not going to see totally different sides. You'll see slightly different sides.
No, but I didn't even bring in that that those planets actually like rotate.
Because libration happens over time. I'm talking about the same time, two different observers, two different angles, seeing two slightly different sides of the moon.
Two different sides? Oh, you're not going to see two totally different sides. You'll see.
Well, I didn't say two totally different, but some parallax
You
angle.
just said.
I'm not talking about libration. That's over time. I'm talking about two different observers, two different locations, seeing slightly different parts of the moon.
Wait, what
So
time?
if I can show that, what does that mean?
Go ahead. Well, that would be good evidence that it's spherical.
So I'm just saying, if we can show that, what does that mean?
That would be good evidence that it's a ball.
Okay.
Right. Where
So
are you
I'll
living
get
right
that
now?
for you.
And I was talking about the planets and the luminaries and that, but the moon too. The moon has the same problem, so whatever. It doesn't matter. Take your pick.
So where are you living right now?
On
What's your
Earth.
time zone? Yeah, I get it. I get it. You're on the Earth. Which time zone are you at? Like, is it night where you are right now? Hello?
No.
Is it not night? Is anyone here like at nighttime or like close to nighttime where you can actually see?
You
the
don't
moon?
even need that.
No, I need
You can
that.
see
I
the
need
moon
that.
during the
'Cause
day.
No, I need that. I need that. Like, just give me a moment. Nobody?
I don't get his point. Does anyone else get his point?
Because
I
if
was
I'm
looking
in,
at,
if I'm in
I
a
was
country
looking at the
and
sky
you are in
gonna help
another
you.
country,
Hold
that's
on.
what I'm saying.
Hold
If
on.
I'm in a country and you're very
How
far
is
away from
looking
me,
at the sky gonna help you determine the shape of
because
the
you
Earth?
ask proof for like a picture in the sky. So let me finish.
No one asked for proof of a picture in the sky.
They actually did.
Oh, did someone actually say that? Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
They asked me, show me the proof that two people living third, like a distance on the Earth, taking the picture of the same object that is supposedly spherical, and it's still like seen as a circle. Like if I look now at the moon, I see a circle, right? If you in another country further away from me still see a circle and not an actual like oval, that means that I'm right.
Okay, but you should also be seeing other sides of it. You shouldn't see the same face of it all the time if it is spherical, right?
At least on this point, can you agree with me? Yes or no?
Yeah, I don't think it makes much sense for it to be some sort of like a 3D disc or something and it to not go oblong or whatever when you go away from it, etc. Yes, I agree with that part.
So take you can do these experiments yourself actually. Go on a paper, yeah, and cut
It's not an experiment. It's an observation.
But if it is spherical, there should be different parallax angles for different observers around the Earth.
You don't believe me because I
You
made
should
the
be
experiment and you don't believe
not
me.
every observer should be seeing the same exact face of it, right?
1 second.
So
it has different faces, so that proves that it's actually a sphere.
no,
Okay.
that's my point is that it doesn't.
Wait, what? Can you prove that? Can you show me evidence? Can you show me a picture?
Well, can you show me a picture of it having any parallax?
I asked you, like, listen.
Well, I mean, this is part of your claim. You're saying that if it's spherical, you're saying that if it's spherical, it's going to always look like a circle. Okay, and it's also going to show different faces depending on the observer's angle to it. Right? Okay, so show it showing different faces like that so we can get confirmation of your claim that it's spherical. Because I know the moon for sure doesn't.
What?
It doesn't show different faces. And the the classic excuse is that it's tidally locked, right? What about the sun?
You see slightly different things. Wait, what do you mean by the sun?
What about the sun? What about the planets? What about any of these things in the sky that you think are balls? Just take any of them and show different parallax angles.
You can take Mars if you want.
Go ahead. This is your claim, so go on. It's a ball. Now show us the different angles. Show us the different angles. Wait, you're almost there. It's a circle. It always looks like a circle. You're almost there. Now we just need to see the different faces of it relative to the observers looking at it. You should be looking at a slightly different side of it depending which angle you have to that ball in the sky. Right? So show that. Show that. And then, okay, I would say that's pretty good evidence it's a ball.
I'm on a game right now, right? I cannot really go and Google for you, but you can just.
Okay, I see that you don't have this evidence. That's fine, but we'll wait for the next guy who may.
All right. The same time, I mean, I have evidence, but you refuse to do it.
I just asked for it, and you don't have it. And you told me that you're not going to go Googling for it, and that's fine. But I'll just wait for the next person who will. I guess.
I have it, but I cannot take it off right now. I mean,
okay.
everyone has it.
Yeah, the dog ate my homework. All right, yeah, fine, I'll take that.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that I'm.
That's exactly.
I see your tactics. I see your tactics. You got cornered, so you had to switch it off. No problem at all. We can go with that.
Yeah,
And
whatever.
now you're
whatever
projecting.
you-
Okay, all right.
You're
Yeah,
not projecting. You're not projecting.
it's
I
very
mean-
obvious, Sky or Ski or whatever. I'm just saying. I don't know
Of course,
too
it's
much
very
shit.
obvious, but you guys denying the reality, like the obvious.
What?
So,
What are we
I gotta
denying?
ask you,
You're
how?
the one claiming something. Go bring the evidence for it. That's all he's asking for.
The evidence is out there. Do you think it's secretly?
The
like, hidden
evidence
there?
is the truth is out there. X-Files.
But this is you.
Oh, the
You are the
diurnal
conspiracy
libration
guy.
happening on the same day, and I can get these images here when I'm done playing, but you can see a 1% difference depending on the observer.
That's what I'm saying. On the moon, you can do that too.
All right. Well,
That's what I
present it.
asked. If somebody is in another country that like a different time zone than me, so we can both take a picture right now, post it, and we can clearly see the slightly different things, like a very small percentage of a different face of the moon, even though it's locked and you always see the so-called same side.
So 1% good enough
I don't
to
know.
convince
I'm
you
not
it's
gonna claim
spherical?
it's 1%.
Hold on.
That's not my claim.
1% is good enough to convince me it is not flat or just like a TV projection.
Even if it's like 0.001% should convince you though. I'm not
By
saying
the way, I
it's 1%.
cut out.
Even
I didn't hear
1%.
anything.
I
My
said
bad.
I said that even 1% is enough to tell me that it is not flat or a projection.
No one's
but-
claiming it's flat.
Okay,
Hey,
so
you guys are claiming it's flat.
Laura
Me?
project.
No, we're not. No, we're
okay,
not.
then we can hold on. Then we can
Oh,
agree
wait.
that
So
it would be
the moon is not
at
flat
least
then?
has a shape to it.
No.
No.
What is it then?
So
We
if
don't
I can
know.
show
No one's claiming to know.
First of all,
No one's
how can you
claiming that.
tell? How can you tell?
Exactly. That's the point.
No.
nuts.
So listen, we have pictures, right? Well, since you guys keep saying that that's CGI,
Pictures.
I'm asking.
Okay.
Yeah,
Pictures of
yeah,
what?
pictures of different sides of the moon, of other planets. Like we're sending probes out there, right?
Okay. And what did heretics ask for? Proof, right? Post it. Stop playing your game. Stop talking if you're not going to present it, or keep playing your game, or present it. Just fucking do it.
Just wait for me when I have my hands free then.
So your dog ate your homework, like he said, right?
No, I have my homework. I cannot hand it to you because I'm doing some other homework right now.
Okay. Where's your other homework? How about
I'm
anything
doing
else?
it right now. I'm playing it.
No, I'm saying any other claim. You want to prove?
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna jump on points like you guys do. I stick to the same one.
Okay.
So, since we cannot continue because you guys want like a
We're
picture,
waiting for your evidence. You cannot continue.
Safe.
That's
You
your
can't
choice.
Continue either. As I said.
Continue what? What should I continue?
As I said, we can just stop it here until I have my hands free. End of the story. No need
You
to.
just starting to sound like a Stevie Nicks song.
I don't really know Stevie Nicks. Sorry.
Well, thunder only happens when it's raining.
Oh, it's actually raining right now and it's sunny out.
That means the devil's beating his wife. My mom always told.
That's pretty dark. Okay.
Are y'all Christians in here, by the way? Hello?
What does that have to do with the Earth being flat?
Religion flares.
Well, it kind of has something to do with it.
Who asked that?
You can just answer to the question, like
Me.
why you have to answer with another question, bro? It's a simple one.
Wait,
If
answer
you don't
what?
if you don't want to answer, I'm okay with
Is
it.
there
I'm just
any
saying.
other questions? How about that one until we can get your proof or your evidence?
Okay. How
There's
can you
other
guys
people
prove
in the
that
room.
Earth is flat. Wait. Okay.
Oh, go ahead. You want to ask a question, or you thought you were gonna wait for your homework to be done?
No, but until I have my hands free, we cannot continue with that one.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Let's move on to the.
Yeah,
let me see
so
your other
I
homework.
already asked one.
That was the. That's why I said that. Like, let me see your other homework. That's what I meant by that.
Can you explain seasons?
Can I explain seasons? Can you explain seasons?
Okay, so you're gonna play this game. You answer a question with another
No.
question.
Okay. I'm just saying.
No, that's all right. We can end the conversation here.
I
until
can.
I have my hands free.
I'm not really familiar with seasons in terms of like why they happen, but I can. I'm not being funny. I'm being honest.
The sun
Being
moves.
honest. Yeah, I mean.
When is it closer to the Earth, or to you?
I don't really know. No one can really say how far the sun is totally, but it's definitely not
When does it
93
look
million miles
closer?
away.
What number did you just say?
93 million miles away. That's the
When
globe
does
claim.
it look closer to you?
That's
What time of year does it look closer to you?
Oh shit, XO's in the house.
Oh, okay. When does it look closer to me? I don't know. I feel its heat right now. It's right above me. Let's see. It's like 11:13 p.m. AM.
Oh, and you're in that Cali time zone.
I'm in Vegas. Sun's right above me. You know, I don't think the lines of light from the sun are parallel.
God is not. Would be fried.
I mean, just think about Eratosthenes' assumption, right? About parallel rays of light to make his other assumption about another assumption, which basically means like, oh, the lines of light from the sun were parallel, right? That's why the shadows were accurate to also assume the curvature of the Earth. It's like you can't have both.
Oh, you guys still stuck at
So when does it
27.
appear closer to you? What time of year?
What do you mean? Does it appear closer to me?
The sun.
But what's the point of the question?
I'm just asking because apparently I've heard from some flares that the sun is moving in between the tropics in like a narrowing and widening like a perimeter.
He doesn't
which
know.
means
He said
it's
he doesn't
moving
know.
further and away from you. Well, that's what I'm asking. Like if he has any idea.
You're
any
trying to put
thoughts,
me on the
I mean,
fence. Like,
So
listen.
wait. If you don't want to be here or answering questions, just don't talk.
How about this question I have then? How about this? Has
Mhm.
anyone measured the curvature of the Earth, specifically drop over distance? And if so, please demonstrate it.
No, they just measure optical drop over distance. They don't actually make a measurement.
LIGO did.
But you know what? The sun appears closest to me when it's the closest to the apex, meaning directly above my head. That's when it appears the closest to me. It also is hottest when it's at that point too. Just like any other object in the sky or anything that's high up, the closest it is to me is when it's directly above my head.
So
So
it should
that's just
typically appear
my
bigger,
opinion. No, no, it doesn't need to appear bigger.
but it's
Did I say
closer.
anything about its size? I said it appears closest to me when it's at its apex. And
So things that
the
are
sun does
closer to you don't
change.
always look bigger.
So you don't think the sun changes its size even throughout the day? You can
Oh,
see
I
that
know it
in
changes its
stellarium.
size throughout the year.
No, throughout the day too. You didn't know that? Stellarium will show you that.
Oh, Stellarium? You're gonna go to Stellarium and not real world examples?
Oh, look at this
Well, I
smart
mean, it's
guy.
very slight. It's a very slight change. So real world example.
Yeah.
No,
Real world
so-
examples. Looking at the sky, right, helps me determine the shape of the Earth. Brilliant.
Yeah, yeah, I agree.
No, but looking
Really?
at the Earth from
Yeah,
the sky.
it's like if I don't know
confirms
where
that.
I am,
Oh,
I look
when have
around
you
at
looked
things
at Earth
around
from
me.
the sky, guy?
International Space
plane?
Station.
Well, he has
you
no
were at
measurement
the
of actual
ISS?
curvature.
Wait,
Oh, no,
you
no,
were
but-
at the
wait.
ISS, bro?
You don't have to physically be at the
Wait.
ISS to like see
Wait,
that.
have you
You can
ever
just
been?
feel
One
of
second.
authority.
One second.
You literally just
One
live
second.
stream like.
Have you ever been to India?
No.
Yeah.
So how can you know that India exists?
Well, that's a stupid idea, right, bud?
No,
Because
no,
how
no,
many
answer
people
the
have been
question,
in?
answer the
How many
question.
people have
Answer the
claimed?
question.
That's pretty fair.
How many
That's pretty
people
fair
have?
argument.
How
It's
many
very
people?
fair question, bro. It's
Here.
very fair question.
That's
Have
very
you
fair
ever seen
Yeah,
India? Yes
and
or no?
and let me tell you why it's not fair. If you give me just a second instead of talking over me, how
Because I
many
don't like
people
the
have?
question.
How many people have claimed to have left low Earth orbit?
Over 100?
How many people claim that?
Oh, low Earth orbit? No, not over 100. Very few.
24. So 24
so you
people
telling
claim
me-
to have gone somewhere like the moon, right? But then we know that
24?
there's
No,
like
it's more
at
than
least
that. It's way more
a
than that. It's more
billion
than that.
to the moon. 24 people, more than that.
No,
Okay,
these-
whatever.
24 people have traveled beyond low Earth orbit and either circle, orbited, or walked on the moon.
Yeah. So, yeah, exactly. So here's the problem. Like, I could literally book a ticket to India. I deal with people that work in India on a daily basis. They're my counterparts. So why would you say
But you
that
haven't seen it
somehow,
yourself.
since I haven't been to India, that would be analogous with even the
Because
International
you don't have the
Space
means. Because you don't have the means.
I have the
can
means.
go
I
to
could book a
India.
ticket right
No,
now.
to go to outside Earth. That's what I'm saying. You don't have the means for that.
Do you?
Yeah, exactly. You don't have the means to go outside Earth. So why would it be analogous?
I don't either. But I'm not here claiming
So
that
why
shit
would
doesn't
it
exist
be?
because I didn't
So
see it.
why would it be analogous to say, well, since you haven't been to India, how do you know it exists? Because there's
you
billions
said
of people,
because you haven't been to
and
Earth
there's the
and
possibility of
outside Earth.
Because you have the means.
Can I get
Somebody
anything
else.
without anybody talking over me?
Good.
Is that the problem? Do you guys just not want to hear what I'm saying, so you have to talk
Well, I
over
was
me?
answering your questions.
Well, let me finish my question first. Obviously,
But
you guys aren't
you ask
listening.
a lot
You're
of questions at the
talking over
same
me.
time.
In
You
order
just
to
know
have a
when to finish.
conversation, we have to be able to like go one after another, right? So it's not analogous to say that, hey, how do you know India exists if you haven't been there? When every single human being on this planet has the ability to do that.
No,
The
no, that's not true.
accessibility of something like the International Space Station or the moon is not there for every single individual.
And why is that?
And do you want to know why? Yeah.
Why is that? Why is that? Because I can tell you that 200 years ago, not everyone had the luxury or the means to take a flight, for example. Do you know why is that?
No, what I'm saying, bud, is it doesn't matter the cost, right?
It's not just the cost. It's not just the cost.
I could not pay any amount of money to go to the moon. I
Yes, because you're
could
not
not
qualified
pay
to go to the
any
moon.
amount
You're
of
not
money
qualified.
to
Exactly.
go to the
That's the other
ISS.
problem.
No, not about
Yes, because you are not
money.
qualified.
It's
That's not
about
true.
exclusivity. Anybody on this planet can be gifted a ticket to India or to Australia or whatever you guys try to straw man us with, claiming that we
What
think
about
doesn't exist.
Sure. What about like submarine, like to the Mariana Trenches? Can you go there?
I don't know. How many people
You don't
been
know.
there? One?
Well, do you
One
know
or
how many
two?
people went to the Mariana Trenches?
I don't know if anybody personally has been down there. Cameron,
I don't know.
maybe?
We
Or
don't
two?
really know.
I'm dead.
What? I don't get your line of questioning. It's like
No, the line
irrelevant.
of questioning again. He said that. So the Mariana Trenches don't exist. Is that what you guys saying? Well, I'm asking you this question
No.
right now.
Hold on. Who says something didn't exist?
You guys saying that like moon?
You guys are saying that the Earth,
No,
that the
nobody.
moon, that the Earth isn't flat
Nobody
because we haven't
claimed
seen it directly.
that what we see in
Or
the
that the Earth
sky
is flat.
doesn't
Yep.
exist.
Nobody
No
said the
one
moon
says
didn't
that.
exist.
Yeah, no one said the moon didn't exist.
Yeah,
No one said stars
Sure,
didn't
but
exist.
can you
I corrected.
say?
I literally corrected myself and said you guys said that we can't prove the Earth's flat or Earth is not round because
cannot go
we haven't
on
seen
What?
it. And
No,
then he brought
no,
up
no
like,
one said that at
yes,
all.
yeah.
You're a liar.
Okay,
That
then
is a lie.
okay, then this argument's
I don't
over.
know.
Cool, awesome.
No one, literally, no one said that.
Relax, there.
No, what Napalm did was call Earth a planet twice, which is quite telling. That flat earthers can't even get their story straight ever. It's pretty embarrassing.
Well, yeah, it is.
Did I call it? When did I call Earth a planet, Exo?
Twice in a row in the last 10 minutes. It's so sad. It's pathetic. Who's recording this? We can go,
Okay,
I'm gonna go clip it out.
Mr. Waterworld.
So pathetic.
Go ahead and come in.
Pathetic,
Go ahead and come in and just call people
pathetic,
liars.
queer.
Yeah. Call people names like you usually do, and then claim to be a person of Christ
Oh,
when all you
somebody's
do is just
actually.
sit there and talk shit
I
about
like
people.
that. I like
That's
that.
fucked up. Oh, you like
Yeah,
this
he's-
guy? You like when people?
No, I like the fact. Can we record? I like the fact that we can record, so we can.
It is being recorded.
I don't know.
That would be pretty funny.
It is
So
being
every
recorded.
time somebody says, "Oh, I haven't said
look at
that," or
look
"Did I
at the
say that?"
chat.
we can just go
Look at the chat, bro.
Oh, see, I'm being recorded. Hello, how you guys doing? I'm
Yeah.
famous now. Oh my god. You're so
Listen,
cool.
honesty goes
Yeah,
a
make me
long
famous, bro.
Hey, honesty goes a long way. Instead of trying to just put somebody in the corner, let's talk about the information that we all have access to. How about that?
Okay,
but
what
you guys
what is that
deny about the
information?
information that we all have. That's the problem.
Yeah,
Wait,
define.
am I
I
talking
can't,
about?
I
Hold on,
can't
hold
hear
on.
when both of you are talking at the same time. Okay, I can't hear. I literally can't hear what you're saying. Can one of you talk one at a time,
Yes,
please?
yes, define the information we know.
Yeah,
Information.
because you guys don't believe in our information, which is reality, and that the Earth is round, and that we have formulas for that.
Okay, how do you know the Earth is round?
We're gonna start again from that. Again,
Is that not a fair question?
That is a fair
No,
question.
because
Now
it has
it's
been
happily
already answered, but that
yeah,
it already has
we
been
can keep answering it, honestly.
Please prove that the Earth is round.
Picture.
Please prove that it's a globe.
Empirical
Please
evidence,
prove.
pictures.
Okay. Oh yeah, we have
Listen,
satellite
listen. Hold on.
imagery. We've
Can
sent
I stop
people
both
to
of you
the
real quick?
moon.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem.
Here we go.
Give me one scientific journal that accepts photos or videos as evidence.
Wait, what?
So one scientific what?
All of them? All
That's
of them?
a pretty simple question.
One scientific journal that accepts photos
as evidence.
Accepts
Yeah.
photos for what though? But for what evidence? For what type of evidence?
Any scientific journal, please. Anything.
Listen, if we're gonna start to speak about the explanation of ghost with a picture,
Listen,
no, we cannot
listen.
do that.
I said prove that the Earth is round. Prove that it's a globe, and you guys are like, we have photos.
No, it's
That's
Yeah,
why.
not only do we have photos, but we have like satellite imagery taking photos of the Earth daily.
Who
We
are
send people
we?
to the moon who can
Who are we?
confirm that.
Who's we?
You
Who's we?
guys understand in biology they
NASA
accept
and-
pictures of like they'll accept pictures of like animals.
Okay, he started biology then pictures. You could be on mute. Right, Darth, go on.
But yeah, I
But
mean,
that's
like
the
we.
problem in this channel. Is you guys mute people when they have.
Yeah, all the talking will be moderated. So if you're gonna whine and complain about that, you will be muted as well. Thank you.
So
I'm lost.
my question again. Show me a scientific, or can you guys please show me any scientific journal that accepts photographs or videos as evidence for a
Why
claim?
would we? Why would we
What do you
need
mean by
a scientific
sorry, what do-
journal? Like, yeah, what do you mean by that?
What do you mean? What do I mean? Do you understand the question I'm posing?
No.
You know
No,
why
I
I'm
don't. That's
asking
why
this
I'm
question?
asking. That's why I'm asking.
You know why
you
I'm
what you
asking this
mean.
question? I'll repeat it again. Because you guys said your proof of the Earth, the shape of the Earth, is photos and videos from the ISS.
One of the many.
Yeah,
things.
one. Well, not the only reason. one of
Okay,
the-
let's have a reason then. Let's have an actual, like, where's the evidence for
before
your
that, can
claim?
you
Okay,
please
okay, hold on.
restate your
Hold on, no,
question?
I'll answer this. Do you experience day and night cycles? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, why do you think day and night cycles happen?
Because we have a sun and moon, and that nighttime is the lack of the sun.
Okay, and then I'll ask this elaborating question. What shape do you think the Earth is?
I don't know.
That's not an answer. Answer the question.
Yes, it is an answer.
That is not an answer.
Anyone who claims
So,
to know the
hold on.
shape of the Earth. Shut up.
Hold
Let
on.
me talk, please. Okay, I let you talk.
Okay, Insal.
I said anyone who claims to know the shape of the Earth is lying to you.
Really?
You're dumb. You're slow as
How
fuck.
can you prove that they are lying to
You're
us?
slow.
What
You
was
claim
your
to
question?
know it's not a
How can you
globe.
prove that they're lying to us?
How can we prove that? What? Hold on a second.
You just say that people that say that the globe is Earth, they're lying to you, right?
I said anyone who claims to know the shape of the Earth in its entirety or the size of the Earth
Yeah.
is lying to you.
And okay, fair, cool. So can you prove that they are lying to us?
Can I prove that they are lying? How do you prove someone lying to you?
Well, if you have evidence that they are lying, you can prove that they are lying. So before saying that somebody's lying, you should have evidence.
Isn't it your claim? Aren't you
No,
guys
it's-
defending the globe?
No, it's your
I'm not
claim now
defending
that
the
it's-
globe shape. You guys are.
I'll re-ask the question. Sorry,
Is
I
that
will
not
repeat what I
the?
just
Is am I crazy here? Okay.
Yes.
I'm not claiming to know the shape of the Earth.
No, but you cannot. But you say that people that can are lying. So how can you not have how can you not deduct the shape of it and say at the same time that somebody else which
Prove
is able
to me
do
that
it-
they're telling the truth. How about that?
So
So ask
far
the
your
questions
claim
with
that
another
they're
globe
lying is
claim.
unsubstantiated, right?
Nice straw
Prove
man,
to me
nice
the
straw.
globe claim. That's not a
Right,
straw
so-
man.
Right. So
It's
if you're
the same
conceding
question.
if you're conceding then that you haven't seen the proof, you can't willingly say in good faith that they're lying, right? Like if they say, I know
Who's
that
they?
the Earth is a globe, it's just
Everyone,
people who claim
in
to know
general.
about the shape of the Earth, right? Like you can't say you think that they're you know that they're lying if you haven't even seen the proof, right?
Well, no one's presented the proof, so
No one's presented the proof for the shape of the Earth,
exactly. You got it.
so you just didn't learn about it in school, or?
Well, it's not exactly that they have to be lying. They're just duped by the story.
Like, I'm
as
just
you are.
skeptical of someone who imply that they have the lived experience of never being shown proof of the shape of the Earth. I just really don't. I just don't believe
You
you.
ha-
Like, I'm
you
sorry.
do you
Like
have
that's just like a
evidence of
a
the
third.
you have
That's just like,
evidence of the
yeah, just
39-59 ball?
Yeah, exactly. Do you have evidence of the Earth being 24,901 miles in circumference? If so, please provide the drop over distance that you would expect to see with that circumference. Thank you.
Well, hold on one second. Didn't
provide
you
your
claim to
evidence if
know
you
that the
act
Earth
like
doesn't have a globe?
Yeah, let the guy provide his evidence of the 39-59. He says it's such
Wait,
common
can you
knowledge.
rephrase the question, by the way?
Yes.
Go ahead, Old Haas.
Okay. No, just ask the guy who said, "Have you not been educated?"
I know.
I
That's
was,
so telling.
I was asking if he had this evidence of the 39-59 mile radius water ball that he would like to present. Enlighten us all.
Okay, you can deduct the size of the Earth with the
The
geodetic
other guy,
surveys.
I was talking to the other guy. You can be next with your wishful thinking.
I'm not answering
Hold
to
on.
you, by the way.
Okay, well, let the other guy answer.
God, you guys are like children. Just he's asking a fair question. So was I. Please provide
And
the
I'm
proof.
answering to you, by the way.
Originally, the question I was asking was to Beasticles. I was asking him like, what do you like? You didn't even learn about like the shape of the Earth in like 3rd grade, for example. That just never came up.
That's a pretty big assumption there, Cupcake. Yes,
It's
I
a
went to
pretty
3rd
big
grade.
assumption that you learned about
Yes.
the round Earth in 3rd grade, or
It was on
was it
Sesame
did you
Street.
learn? Did you not
prior
learn
to
it at
that.
all?
It was
It
actually
was
way
on
earlier.
Slimy the Worm on Sesame Street.
Sure. Which
The
grade? Which
astronaut.
grade did you learn it in?
So what's your point?
Well, because you're saying nobody has presented the evidence of a globe Earth for you.
That's correct.
Right? But that's just. But okay, but you've learned about it in school.
That's correct. Yeah. Okay.
So they just said it without evidence.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay. All right, man.
That's why we're all here, bro.
Well, why don't we find out? Why don't we ask? Hold on. Why don't we ask what evidence? What proof did your teacher give you?
So I think that the best, best proof
What was the proof that your teacher gave you? Because you said it was proven in school. What proof did they give you in school?
Yeah, they explained how the seasons worked with the globe model.
That's a claim.
How you
That's
can
a
model
story.
those seasons onto Earth, right?
Right. What proof? What proof did they give you though?
That proof can't be explained by a flat Earth.
No, that's not proof.
And
That's an
that proof was
explanation.
corroborated with things like the Coriolis effect, right? How
Another claim. Another claim.
Well,
We're
no,
asking for the
the
proof.
Coriolis effect is simply a result of basic physics and of
Yeah,
high
we don't
pressure
have
and
a
low pressure.
Coriolis effect on Earth.
Right, like
Yeah, we
I
don't
can
have a
show you, I can
Coriolis
show
effect.
you the math that goes into like deriving the effect of the Coriolis effect. You can
No,
verify
so
wherever you are on
your
Earth.
school teacher was
right?
telling you about Coriolis effect.
Yeah, not in 3rd grade, but like later on, you know.
Yeah.
Do you know the difference between the Coriolis effect and the Coriolis force?
Yeah,
Are
like
you talking
with
about
the
force or the
in
effect?
8th grade we learned about like the tides, you know, stuff like that.
Yeah,
how
so they told you the
gravitational
tides are
pull-
happening because of the moon's gravitational pull. So they told you that. What proof did they show you? What proof did they show you?
I mean, like you can have high
Calculations.
tide and low tide, right?
Yeah, but what proof did they show you for? What proof did they show you for that
for high
claim?
tide and low tide? We watched
You can
footage
also
of
have
tides rolling
tidal
in.
nodes.
Yeah.
And
You can watch
also
the
have
tides
tidal nodes.
changing. You can watch the tides changing, and someone can say that's caused by the moon's gravitational pull. Now, what's the what proof did they show you for that claim?
Mathematics.
Yeah.
What?
So just
Mathematics,
maths.
Not proof.
Yeah, maths.
Just maths.
If
You
the
don't
maths
think that-
math,
Right,
the equation
okay,
is
so there
always
you
You're
go.
just anti-math. Like if you like
wait,
the
wait,
problem
wait.
is that you're asking
Yeah,
like,
you
you're
could-
asking
you
for
could make
evidence as
maths
if you're
based on
asking for it in
anything.
good faith, but
Cyclone, can
pretty
I
much
just
you're
say
really
this real
not.
quick? I just want to say this, you guys.
Yeah, go for
Okay.
it.
I want whoever with the cat photo. I'm outside. I don't know
Mhm.
your name.
Neon.
What's your name? Oh,
Neon.
Neon. Okay, the oil rig is the Horizon guy.
Oh, of course it's
Yep.
neon.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
so
because the horizon is just where the ground meets the sky. So
Okay.
if you built a mountain in the background, that would be a new
I was
horizon, for
just
example.
wondering
If you
who I
built
was
a
talking
building,
to. Okay, I wanted to say
Mountain
something
would
and
be a
then let
new
you guys
horizon.
go. Hold on,
yeah,
I just
I mean,
wanted to say
because that's where
something.
the ground would meet the sky.
You
right?
cannot come
boy.
in here,
Holy
right?
shit! Shut the fuck up! Do you not hear him trying to talk?
Well, yeah,
Alright.
he asked me a question. I was just explaining.
Just
it.
That
please,
doesn't mean you
Neon.
talk right now, you dumb fuck.
Oh, okay, so you
Why
just
flat
asked a
earthers
question
can talk on
rhetorically
top of
then.
each other, but we cannot?
I literally just want to say something and let Cyclone go back to what he was doing. Okay, that's all. I just want to say something.
No, I'm on mute, so
can't-
you're gonna have to take it, bro.
Okay. I was gonna say that you guys come in here assuming we don't know the story that we've been told, because it is a story. It's a heliocentric story. Okay, we all know the story. What we're trying to find is the proof of the story. That's the goal. Okay, it's
Yeah,
not a lack of knowledge; it's a lack of proof.
Yeah, sure. So under the like, if we're testing a scientific model, right? You have to fit together all of the evidence, right? So you'd have to fit together the evidence of like giving a reason as to why hurricanes would spin above and below the equator, or why the seasons would be a thing, or why the tides would be a thing, or why the constellations would be the way they are, and all of that, all of it can be explained by a globe Earth model.
No,
all of it.
He's just gonna rant for a while.
I can.
And what about tidal nodes? What about the anthropic points?
The problem is, guys.
Can you provide? Hold on.
problem,
Can
guys.
you
Hey,
can you provide?
condescending guy,
Hold on. He had
pull
a
your
claim.
roll.
He had a claim. He had a claim
I had
that
6
there's
claims.
scientific models for all of these things. So can you
Yes.
link us to the scientific models for all of the claims that you just
Well, I mean, I
listed?
don't know if I can link it like off. I could probably find some, yeah, but I mean, I can explain
So
them
why?
too
So
if
you
you
just
want.
want to have a diatribe?
So you don't
Yeah,
have
you're asking
actual
me to
scientific
present you
models.
evidence, and it's not like a simple
Yeah.
thing. It takes
I
time
would
to
say the
learn. It takes a bit
scientific
of
Pretty
models.
discipline,
simple, bro.
a
It's pretty
bit of
simple to
applied
present
expertise.
evidence.
Okay,
Show me the
okay.
scientific
So
model.
now you're accepting that I may
Show
have
me the
evidence, and
scientific
now you're
model.
like
You're not
now
fucking
you're getting mad that
providing
I'm
anything.
trying
You're
to
just
present.
rambling.
Well,
dude.
yeah,
You're
I'm asking you which
saying
format it
words.
would be acceptable in. Like, you seem to be hostile to the
Link
concept of
it.
me presenting it, because I would just be going on a diatribe. But you also don't
You
want me to
are
link
going on a
things because that's
diatribe.
an appeal to authority. Like, what do
Put a
you
link.
want? What do you want me to?
Put a
What do you
link.
want me to give you?
Link us to the scientific model. It should be very easy to link if there is one.
For what, like the Coriolis effect, the seasons?
Whatever
What do
you're
you want?
You can start with you can start with
Sure.
Coriolis, then you can give us
Hold
one
on.
for tides.
Yes, he already said he has one model that can explain everything. So give it your all.
Sure. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, because that's the problem is they think that the overarching globe model is a scientific model, but the problem is they have a whole bunch of models built within it that aren't congruent with one another, and none of them
Sure.
tend to
So,
work out.
so if it's congruent within the Coriolis model, then would that be evidence of the globe Earth?
Nope, but you can go ahead and
Oh,
provide your
okay. So then
scientific
that
evidence
standard
for
you
Coriolis
invented
effect.
didn't matter at all. Cool.
No, I didn't say
Well,
that it
you're
would prove
claiming
the
a
globe
model
model
for
because
tides, Coriolis,
Right.
and everything else
You
that
just seem to be
mentioned.
like religiously
So
predisposed against it, and that's okay. But like, I just wish you
Your
were more honest
that's
about it.
ironic, Neon. That's ironic. Just present your model. Just present your
still don't
model,
have
yeah.
any. So you don't have the model, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I have it. Just it takes me a bit to find it. I don't commonly search up Coriolis effect models in my free time.
Of course
it's
you
not
don't.
just
You
the
just
model.
talk shit about them.
Why does a
You
model?
You just claim them without knowing where they are.
Because I was trying to make a Coriolis scope.
Let him flounder. This is brilliant.
Yeah, someone else go while he fails to find his model.
Wait. Why does a model matter when he hasn't provided any evidence for his claim in the first place? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly. I mean, it's fallacious.
Yeah, like the model doesn't matter if he can't even claim that like the moon can pull a tide. How would you prove that?
Here we go.
Yeah, he can't. He can't.
All right, so this is from
He thinks the chance.
This is from the University of British Columbia, the Department of Physics. It goes into how the Coriolis force can be modeled. You can either use a rotating body like a flat circle to model it, to see, like if you roll a ball across a rotating, like a lazy Susan, for example, you can use that. Or, if you have something bigger like
That's
a
the
plane,
effect.
for example.
But you said it could only work on a
you
ball.
Well,
So
yeah,
lazy
the way
Susan's
that the
not a ball.
Coriolis effects manifests within a ball, right? Unless you're
Is a
saying that the
lazy
flat
Susan
Earth,
a ball?
unless you're saying that the flat Earth is a lazy Susan, which I don't think you're
He's
saying
saying
that.
on a lazy Susan.
Yeah, like and the
So-
lazy Susan, and the lady Susan wouldn't have an equator in the
scrap
middle
that.
of it that would determine storm rotation too. So that's why.
So
it's
does
also
that one
disanalogous.
also do the tides and the other things you mentioned as well?
No, not the
Well,
tides are a different thing,
Oh,
but they're
I thought you
also
had one
explained
model
around
for
there.
all of this. I thought you had one model for all this.
What I'm saying is that the round Earth can fit together all of this evidence. You asked me
Oh,
to
so you don't
demonstrate the
have
Coriolis
one
effect.
model for all the things you just claimed you had a model
So
for?
Cyclone, do I have a model for the Coriolis effect?
It can be
Can you look
demonstrated
at the
on lazy
model?
Susan.
Because you asked me specifically for the Coriolis effect. I googled specifically
No,
the
no, no.
Coriolis
We
effect.
asked you for the
And
model
now
to
you're
explain.
you asked
What
me
did you
for the
say?
Coriolis effect.
Coriolis, tides. You said tides as well.
Do
What
you
other
know
things
what
did you
the
mention?
Coriolis effect is? Do you
The
know what it is?
Coriolis effect is a pseudo force applied to objects that are given a
What's a
different
pseudo force?
angular momentum. A
What's a
pseudo
pseudo
force.
force?
A pseudo force is a force that can be modeled by mass times acceleration, but the acceleration in this case isn't due to the
Is a pseudo force a real force?
the actual body.
Is a pseudo force a real force in reality?
It can be modeled as a real force, but
No,
it's
no,
not a
not can it
force
be
in the sense
modeled.
that.
Is it a
Okay,
real
I
force in
can't answer a
reality?
question. I can't answer his
Is
question.
a pseudo force?
Can't answer his questions.
Is a pseudo force a real force in reality?
He's just not like he's just not open to
Is a
like
pseudo
getting
force a real
any
force in
answers.
reality, Neon?
What?
Is a pseudo force a real force in reality?
I mean, it can be modeled like one. It moves
All
like an
right,
object
so it's
experiencing
not a real
force,
force
but
in reality
it's
then.
moving with respect to the inertial reference frame, right? But
So
if you
it's
have
not
a static,
a real force
if you
in
have a
reality
static
then.
ref,
Why can't he say yes or no? What is this? Waffling.
He knows he's painted himself into a corner.
Yeah, so it's not a real force then.
And that's just one
In
thing he
reality.
meant.
Why can't he even take a breath? Like, I mean, he doesn't stop talking long enough to even hear what anybody says to him. Yesterday, I heard him struggle for 2 or 3 hours to figure out what the black swan argument he was trying to respond to even is. This kid doesn't listen to anything that he talks through.
Yeah, he's just panicking. He said the oil rig is the horizon. So he's
Yeah.
bricked. Me on the brick.
I don't think he knows what the Coriolis effect actually is. Why don't we let him explain it? He said it was like a pseudo force. I would like
Yeah.
for him to explain.
Well, I would like him to explain and admit that a pseudo force is not a real force.
Well,
so.
how about this? How about this? Neon, can you tell us what we're actually supposed to experience with the Coriolis effect? Like what in reality we're supposed to observe with this effect? Can somebody unmute him, please?
Yeah, so basically what the Coriolis effect is, the reason why it's called a pseudo force, right, is because it's not a force in the way that energy is being exerted on an object. It's modeled as a force because it can be used in the form of F equals ma, mass times acceleration, where the acceleration vector actually changes the orientation of the object based on how fast the Earth
We know
is spinning
exactly what
and
it
where
is.
you
We know
are
exactly
on the
what
Earth.
it is. Now just
Well, then
show
why
us
are
where
you
you see
asking me?
Earth-based.
Why are you
No,
asking me
nobody
what
asked
to
that. You
explain it
don't
if you don't
listen
know what
to
it is?
anything anybody says. Like right now, you're still talking.
Eric
while I'm
Harris
trying to
just asked me
clarify
to
for you. See, this is why you don't know what's going on here. Just show us where Earth-based Coriolis is observed.
Okay, so my question.
Yeah,
to
so
him
Eric
is,
just
what do-
asked me what the Coriolis effect
what do
was.
we-
I explained it, and then you muted me for that. Do you see
didn't
how it's a
mute you.
little confusing?
It's
But
fine. It's fine.
here's the thing. You
What do
offered
we-
it as globe evidence. So you're speaking of
Yeah. I
Earth-based
mean, he's
Coriolis.
asking me what it is. I think it's
Yeah,
fair
yeah,
for me
yeah,
to answer the
yeah.
question.
What do we?
Like,
You
you're not
explain
even debating
Coriolis.
me. You're just muting me because you're getting mad.
Dude, you offered it as evidence of globe.
Yeah, because there would be
So
no
give him
reason
the
on a flat
Earth-based
Earth
Coriolis,
why
please.
the hurricanes would split rotations at the equator, but under a round Earth
Well,
that would
there's
make
What's the
sense.
inertial reference frame? Which is the inertial reference
The
frame?
inertial
that they're-
reference frame is the rotating Earth. That's the reference frame.
What? No, that would be a non-inertial reference frame. You have no idea what you're talking about.
What are you talking about, dude?
Yeah, the
It's a
rotating
static
body, that would
frame.
be...
What are you talking
Quiet,
about?
child. You're going to learn now if you
It's a
stop
static
talking for 2
frame.
seconds. The rotating Earth, the rotating body, that would be the non-inertial reference frame. That's the one that's not inertial. That's the one that's accelerating. So you have no idea what you're talking about.
Eric,
So
you want
my
to say
next
something? Go on.
Yeah, my next question to him was, what are we actually supposed to experience with the Coriolis effect? Okay, what we're supposed to be observing in this reality of the Coriolis effect?
Objects in the
Neon?
sky should appear to take a curved path when they're going straight because you're rotating relative to them, which that doesn't happen. So
Well, no, the Coriolis effect has to do with the spin of the Earth. Therefore, an object that's in the sky should be turning under the Earth. For example, a helicopter, I should be sitting in a helicopter and the Earth should be turning under it. That is the Coriolis.
that's what I'm telling you, is that it's an apparent deflection of things that are in a are in a stationary reference frame, the inertial one, as observed from within a rotating or non-inertial reference frame.
So what I'm
Yeah, it's
trying
like
to
the-
do is I'm trying
it's
to
like
get
the
him
Neil
to
deGrasse-
prove that an object, for example, if I throw a ball into the sky, the Earth should be rotating under it. I would like Neon to show me an example or anything observed in my reality that can prove that the Earth will turn under the ball that's currently in the sky due to this quote unquote Coriolis effect.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that would be great.
He'll only
But-
find that in the Neil deGrasse Tyson tweets. The
I mean, he just
football where
he just said that the spinning reference frame is the inertial one, though. So I mean, don't get your hopes up. But yeah, if you could do that, Neon,
What?
show us where we actually observe Earth-based Coriolis. That would be excellent.
All right.
Yeah, so basically every gun that has to shoot beyond 1,000 meters or yards has to account for the Coriolis effect. So here's a website, ballistic app tips, the Coriolis effect. It's due to the so it's not due to, it is due to the rotation of the Earth, right? But your latitude is going to be more meaningful when you're playing into it. So if you're south facing north, if you're at the South Pole facing north, the Coriolis effect isn't going to matter that much because the angular momentum of where you are on the South Pole is going to be very, 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 very low, or zero if you're directly on it. Right, but if you're over by the equator, shooting north or south, then the Coriolis effect will be a lot more pronounced because you have an angular momentum at its highest on the equator.
So what's the inertial reference frame?
The Earth. What do you mean?
The Earth is supposed to be spinning. That would be non-inertial. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but you model the spin into the Coriolis effect, and that explains the apparent motion.
So what's the inertial reference frame?
As long as you keep it consistent,
Listen,
like you can model it with a
I think
spinning
you
Earth,
tried to
or
say
you
this
can
earlier
model it with a
yourself, so you
static Earth
shouldn't be
modeled into the
confused about
Coriolis.
this.
Of course.
Coriolis.
I don't get to answer your
Coriolis.
questions.
You're not going to just talk through people in this.
Yeah, I'm
chat.
trying to answer your question.
So Coriolis, no, you're not. You're trying to talk through it. You don't even know what it is. You already spoke to this earlier, so you should know that Coriolis requires two reference frames, a non-inertial and an inertial. What is the inertial reference frame in this scenario?
I reject this characterization of you need this inertial reference frames. That's not how.
Oh my God. He has absolutely no clue what Coriolis is.
Yeah, so what's your explanation of the Coriolis effect then?
I already said it like 3 times. It's an apparent
so how do you
deflection
model it
of an object
mathematically?
traveling in an inertial reference frame
How
as
do you model
observed
it
from within a non... Why are you talking through the answer? Do you want to learn your claim or not?
Numpty.
It's an apparent deflection of something in an inertial reference frame observed from within a non-inertial one. The non-inertial, that would be the one that's accelerating. That would be the rotating Earth in your scenario. So what is the inertial reference frame relative to that rotating Earth? Answer.
Am I good? Okay. So yeah, so like again, I don't know how to answer this another way. Your projectile is leaving the Earth with a given angular momentum corresponding to its latitude. And then where its destination...
Oh, this guy is a complete buffoon. Maybe Manufact Totem wants to help you out because he's whining.
Maybe
and
let him
chaining
explain the
like that.
fucking answer then. Like, holy shit.
Yeah, no, I just asked him a simple question. What is the inertial reference frame? And he
And then
starts
you
trying to
muted him when he was
describe
trying to answer.
Coriolis again for the 3rd time after he already did it wrong like every other time, after he had to be told what it was.
Did
He's
you
just
do it
going
wrong,
to
or did you just
respawn
not
and
like
trying
the
to tell
answer
you
he
what
gave?
it is. Yeah, shut up, Concern Troll. Manufact Totem is going to step up now.
Can I talk to him actually? Can I talk to Neon?
Okay, but let me just get Manufact Totem on the mic real quick. He wants to explain. I'm not reading your copy pasta right now. What's your objection? You can address it here.
Can I ask Neon a question? Because he said that the Earth is spinning under bullets. Why does the Earth not spin under helicopters, smokestacks, airplanes, balls in the air? Why do they spin under bullets, but they do not spin under anything else?
It's a fair question. It's just that he doesn't even know what Coriolis is, because what you said, spinning under, it means that the Earth is spinning and the reference frame that those things are in is not, right? That would be the inertial one. So that's what I'm asking about. Where is that? Because even in their claim, it's all supposed to be spinning together. The atmosphere is supposed to be spinning with the globe. So you don't have the conditions for Coriolis to even exist. but he doesn't really know what he's talking about. He's just trying to parrot his way through. So you're not going to get a coherent answer, but you're welcome to try.
I'm gonna hear what he actually says. So
Yeah,
Neon, why
yeah.
does the Earth not spin under helicopters or airplanes or smokestacks or anything
Sure,
else that's
I can
in the
answer that.
atmosphere?
Can
Yeah,
people
go.
promise not to mute me if I like?
You got 30 seconds. If you,
I get
30 seconds to answer
Okay,
that.
cool.
To answer
Yeah,
that.
so
Come on, go.
the basic answer is that they do. They like if you travel north or south from the equator in a plane or a helicopter, right? You're going to have a different angular momentum, and if you're projecting yourself forward, right, under ideal conditions, of course, like wind, crosswinds and stuff like that are going to affect it, just like they will with the bullet, but less so. When you're going north or south, right, you're being imparted an angular momentum. Right, but as you go further north, you will deflect just a little bit, and planes, like commercial airlines, do have to account for this when they are setting in their flight paths.
Do you have evidence of this?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, post it, because I can post a flight dynamics manual right now that says that assume that the Earth's rotation is 0 and that Coriolis is 0. So you go ahead and post the calculations and corrections that need to be made for this apparent deflection which nobody observes.
Okay, so from Skyberry, Coriolis, hold on. The Coriolis effect is caused by the rotation of the Earth. An object such as an aircraft travels in a straight line through space. Because of the rotation of the Earth, the object will appear to veer to the right in the northern hemisphere or back to the left in the southern hemisphere. So
Okay, that's a
here's
claim.
here's
Where's the evidence?
Here we go.
Okay, you read the claim. Can you cite the evidence for it, though? Because that is just the same thing you've been saying. That's just the same claim over and over again. What we asked you for was the actual evidence of it actually happening.
Sure. So here's National Geographic.
So Neon, I've been in a helicopter before. Why did the Earth not spin under the helicopter? If you're claiming that there is
So
this sort of
that question implies a severe lack of understanding of the law of conservation of momentum, right? When you're jumping away.
Hold on, just going to stop you right there.
Okay,
You're going to need an inertial reference frame. You're going to need an inertial reference frame for law of conservation. Yeah, for the law of conservation of momentum, you're going to need an inertial reference frame, and you still haven't told me what that is. Still waiting, so you can't go there either until you answer that question.
Yeah, I'm really not interested in waiting for your bad faith question to stall.
Okay, well, he's going to just pretend that I'm asking questions in bad faith because he's not wanting to answer them due to his bad faith. So
yeah, I want to know what the inertial reference frame is, and inertial means not moving, right? Am I wrong?
Means not accelerating.
Not accelerating. Great.
He said
so what is that? In he said
Sorry. He said due to the conservation of momentum, you will not observe the spin of the Earth, which is basically contradicting his claim before, saying that you are experiencing the spin of the Earth, especially when a bullet is up in the air. So that's
Good
you're
call.
contradicting yourself, Neon.
Yeah, he is. Let's take him off mute to answer to that because it's exactly what he's doing. He's saying that you see Coriolis, then he's giving an excuse why you don't. Go ahead, Neon.
Exactly.
When did I say you can't see Coriolis?
Yeah.
You just
This guy's got it. You go for it, man.
Okay, so you just said that the reason why you do not experience the spin of the Earth in a helicopter, which by your logic you should because it's spinning under the bullet as you shoot it, you're saying because of the conservation of momentum.
Oh, I
so
see. Yeah, I see where the disconnect is. Yeah. Let me draw this out. Okay, so if you got the Earth right here, you got the equator as the dividing line, right? I'm gonna curve it out so it looks a little bit more curvy. Okay, so if you're on the Earth somewhere, I don't know, let's say this is like South America. I don't know.
And now a retelling of the story in crown
You're on the
form.
equator. Yeah, I know drawing it out is like y'all are like allergic to like visual information, but that's fine. Like I just let me get through this. If you're
chanted the
shooting,
story so many
can I get
times
through this, please?
it's burned into our
Really, I've
minds.
told you about the Coriolis effect in shooting a projectile.
Oh, you're talking about Earth-based Coriolis.
Yes, that is what when we're talking
the
about
one that Neil deGrasse
Earth-based
Tyson
Coriolis
tweeted. He
and
tweeted about
24/7 flat Earth. Yes, that's the one we're talking about.
Yeah, the one that Neil
I'm glad you're
deGrasse
here to
Tyson
catch up with
tweeted
the
about
conversation. Can I get through this
footballs.
explanation, please?
I thought it was a
Anyways,
drawing.
yeah. So here's what we have. We've got the Earth, we got the equator, and we have someone shooting a projectile. Right. As they shoot that projectile, Earth is spinning. Right. So it's going to have an initial velocity. Right. But Earth is spinning. Right. So as it's shooting, it's going to have an angular momentum imparted on it. right? And so as a result, it's going to veer off this way, assuming this body is spinning this way, right?
Okay, so I have a question before you.
But hold on, but this answers your part, Eric. This is your answer. The reason why when you're just floating in a helicopter, if you just float away from the radius of the Earth, so it's just gaining a higher altitude, right? Your helicopter's right here, but immediately below it, due to gravity, it's right there, right? You still have the same angular momentum, right? It would be a lot like if you had like a string and a ball on the end of it, right?
A string?
A string in the ball on the end of it, right? And you just expended the string.
Yes. Yes,
That would be like what you're saying. But that doesn't happen here because that's the wrong dimension we're working with.
It's Donald Trump. I am Donald Trump. It's Donald Trump. It's Donald Trump. It's Donald Trump.
Okay, can you mute this person? All right. So, would you like to finish, or can I please address this? For God's sake.
Yeah, sure. You can address it.
Okay. Okay. So, do you see the very line to the very right, how the Earth is spinning? I guess from right to left.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you believe that the Earth, what is spinning faster, the atmosphere around the Earth or the Earth itself? What do you believe is spinning faster?
I mean, little bits of the atmosphere escape every
Little
single year.
bits?
Yeah, like about
boy.
like I mean, it's less than a
There's two
percentage of
reference
our
frames
atmosphere.
here. The Earth is spinning, and then the drag, the Coriolis effect, is caused by, according to you, is caused by the drag. As the Earth is
No.
spinning, it's dragging the atmosphere.
No,
So,
it's caused by
no,
the
it's not. Then you
it's not caused by the drag. It's caused by the differences in the angular momentum. So here at the North Pole, right? The North Pole. Here's the Atlantic Ocean, right? Or the Atlantic Circle, I guess. I don't know. And then here is the I don't know.
So if the helicopter hovers at 1 foot, hold on. If the helicopter hovers at 1 foot, we'll have no
I can't get
problem.
past two different conceptions of the fundamental misunderstandings here. I can't do both.
Well, we're talking about
I gotta
your-
explain one thing at a time, guys. I gotta
We're
explain one
talking
thing at a
about
time. I'll
your
get to all your
story.
questions, please. I'll get to all your questions, please.
Wait,
but right here,
hold on.
hold on to what? I didn't even get through my explanation, dude. I think whatever explanation I have, it'll offer and answer this question. Please let me get through this.
All right.
Okay?
All
That's
right,
all I
yeah,
ask.
fine.
Thank you. So right here, right, the Earth is spinning. And down here, the effect of the Earth's spin is not very pronounced. Up here, it's a little bit more. Up here, it's much more. And up here, it's at its greatest, at the equator. And then if you go further down, following the curve of the Earth, wow, that's a clean line. It's going to get less pronounced, and then it's going to be 0 at the poles. Okay?
Okay. Yeah.
You with me? So when you're in an area, and you lift off of the ground, you're being imparted angular momentum that corresponds to your latitude, which means that where you are along this line, okay, it doesn't matter where you are on your longitude, just matters where you are on your latitude. But this longitude is equal effect of the Coriolis effect. Okay, so when you're taking off of the Earth, and then you go somewhere, you're being imparted a very slight momentum that is higher in this direction and lower in this direction compared to those directions. So when you have that momentum,
In reality,
this place is
or
rotating,
in reality,
this
or in
place
your
is rotating
drawing?
a little bit slower. This place is rotating
In
a little bit slower.
reality, or in your
Yes,
drawing?
in reality. In reality.
Yeah,
In reality.
that's not happening, sir.
Eric, I would like to get
Guys,
through
let
this
him finish.
explanation
Let him
without
finish.
meaningless
Let him
bickering.
finish. Well,
Okay, yeah,
this
no,
is
show
gonna
it.
be
You said in reality, now show it, because if we're not talking about something that actually happens in reality, you're just wasting our time. So show us where we actually observe this to start with.
No.
You can observe
let
this
him finish
anywhere
so
on
we
Earth.
can address
I
this.
mean, like the
Go ahead.
degree to which.
Okay, be specific. Anywhere on Earth is really non-specific. I don't know at all what you're referring to with a broad, generalized statement like that. So tell me specifically where we observe this.
So the most pronounced way to observe the Coriolis effect would be to fly from the equator to the northern or the southern pole, because that would be the highest possible gradient in terms of the difference between your angular momentum here and here.
Okay.
So I would be in the inertial reference frame, according to you, if I did that.
Oh my god.
Okay, so the Coriolis is supposed to be a deviation that appears from within the non-inertial.
Correct.
So if I'm on the spinning Earth, what am I going to see appearing to take a curved path, which actually didn't due to Coriolis?
Well, if you're on the Earth, right, and the Earth is rotating this way, right? And something takes off and it's flying from the equator. It's being imparted an angular momentum. So as it flies
Okay, I don't need the whole story again. I'm asking you what appears to deflect due to Coriolis in the sky. Name something specific and show
Vlad,
us.
can I talk to him real quick? I just want to
Yeah,
ask
dude,
him
like Eric, it
his
gets a
model.
lot faster when I'm allowed to actually make these explanations.
No, it goes on for hours while you derail and
on
obfuscate and tell us what your claim is over and over and over again while we press you for the evidence of it. I just want to know where we actually observe this apparent deflection. Tell me, give me a specific example.
In any airline flight where they start
Okay.
with a wait,
Any
so
airline flight.
can I finish?
Gotcha. Any airline flight. So I see a plane flying overhead. That's going to appear to deflect due to Coriolis. Can you show that?
Okay, so I wasn't actually finished with that sentence. You cut me off.
So can you show that?
So I was, that's actually not my claim.
Well, you said any airline flight. So, okay, planes are being deflected by Coriolis. Okay, can you show that?
So what I actually said was any airplane flight that, and then you cut me off. Like that's what happened.
Qualify it. What type of flight?
It's any flight that flies roughly north or roughly south. It's going to have some means to account for the Coriolis effect.
Oh, it's going to have some means to account for it. I asked if you could actually show it happening.
What, you want me to show like flight data accounting for the
Yeah,
Coriolis effect?
show the
Or do you want me to
deflection and show whatever calculations you want that you say are being used to account for this
So
thing
I mean,
that you can't show happening.
we can talk about hurricanes being an effect of the Coriolis.
Oh my God, hurricanes, dude! I'm asking you to show the deflection that airplanes are affected by.
Well, the Coriolis effect does affect hurricanes too.
Okay, that's another reification of the story you're telling.
Listen, he's given up on planes. He can't show any Coriolis deflection there. I'll take your concession. Now you're going to jump onto hurricanes. Okay, so what's the inertial reference frame that hurricanes are in?
Sure. Yeah. Let me clear out my paint thing.
Eric, you don't know, brother. You
Well,
haven't seen.
Central.
Yesterday.
Central. The funny thing is,
I don't know
if that was the case, then we would be leaving an airport, and we would be heading in a direction that would be leading the target in the same way that you would lead a target when you're like using a shotgun, and you know that you need to lead the duck before, or the clay pigeon.
Right.
You need to lead it. You need to lead your target because you know that something's in motion. So if it was the case and his plane example was actual reality, you would lead a target based on the direction of the spin of the Earth if planes somehow were affected by the Coriolis. But the fact of the matter is we don't do that.
Okay, so as far as hurricanes go, let's assume that we have like an ocean, right? Hope that's not too much.
Oh, we
of
were
an
talking about
assumption.
airplanes.
Well,
Yeah,
I
we
think
want
that
to
it's
see what
easier to
deflection.
model.
We want to see how it's calculated for. You'd have
Well,
to lead
you
the target,
just
like
asked me to
Ping Pong
clarify
said, right?
hurricanes, my guy. What do you
Listen,
mean?
okay, all right, fine. That's true. I
You
did
just
say you
asked me to
conceded
do
on. I
that.
did say you conceded on the airplanes and stuff.
Jesus
so fine,
Christ. Okay, great. So this is an area of low pressure, and this is an area of high pressure, right? As a particle pursues its path from high pressure to low pressure, if that pressure point is further north, what will happen is, due to the Coriolis effect, it'll appear, if the Earth is spinning this way, it'll appear to deflect a little bit by like that much. I don't know. And as this happens, it'll pursue that rotation. Then it'll be reversed, and it'll appear to deflect a little bit more when it comes back through. And this effect is pronounced the further away from the low pressure point that you are. Right, so if you're right here, you're going to rotate a little bit more, and that's why we see hurricanes rotating, is because of the Coriolis effect, and because that particle is pursuing an area from high pressure to low pressure. It takes on a basic. I have a question. It takes on a basic what's it called? Orbital momentum, I think. Angular momentum.
Yeah, how does any of that work if the Earth doesn't spin?
The Earth does spin. What do you mean? It works because it spins.
Okay, so is it because of the atmosphere is spinning slower than the spin of the Earth?
No, it's because as a relationship of its latitude, right? Based on where it is, just like with the plane example, when the plane takes off, right, it's going to deviate a little bit. But the particle also deviates too when it's set in a straight line towards the area of low pressure, and that through the mechanism I just described. What?
Neon, what is causing the deviation? That's my
The
question.
deviation is caused by the fact that it's imparted momentum based on its latitude, and it's going.
Why couldn't you show that deviation? Why couldn't you show that deviation of airplanes then? Because it should happen to all.
Because airplanes, when they fly, they account for that. Like they account for that in real time.
Show it. Show how it's accounted for.
Please show.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I already gave you the resources that
No, you didn't. You didn't provide any citations. I can provide.
I did. It was in the right. I posted it in the chat. I posted it in the side chat.
You didn't provide a citation. You provided a link that you couldn't cite anything from. And what you read out from the link, while you did cite from it in the VC, you did cite from it in the VC, and what you cited was just a repetition of your claim. It wasn't evidence. It was just them making the same claim you've been making. It didn't show how these things are accounted for or any of that. It was just them making the claim again.
Okay.
Yeah, and the helicopter, the hovering helicopter too, also accounts for the spinning Earth. Come on, man.
So I mean, flight dynamics manuals tell pilots to just assume that there is no Coriolis and no rotation, and to just fly as if it is a stationary plane. But you're telling me you're telling me that actually amounts to what? Accounting for rotation and spin while they assume that there is none? Explain.
Yeah, you said earlier that like the Earth should spin under bullets and like airplanes, and there should be some sort of deflection due to the spin. But then why don't I just sit in a helicopter and just wait for the Earth to spin under it, and I'll land in a different location? Why? You're saying that it's due to momentum, but what's causing the atmosphere to spin with the Earth? Wouldn't there be a drag? Shouldn't I just be able to land in a completely different location?
No, I don't know how to explain this in any other way. The drag is coming from the wings being induced a force on from the air, and then that being lifted up into the air. That's what the drag you're talking about. When planes fly, that's the drag that causes them to lift into the air.
We're the Wright brothers.
Not the plane. The drag.
Yeah, what about the Wright brothers?
Okay. What? Why are we not ending up in a completely different location in a helicopter without moving into a different location if the Earth is currently spinning right now? And you're saying it's
how
spinning
far
under
are
the
you?
bullet,
How far
but
are
it's
you
not
traveling
spinning.
in a helicopter to have to account for the
No,
Coriolis
sitting
effect?
in
What are you
place,
talking about?
dude? Listen, you're sitting in place in
Like
the
Eric,
helicopter.
I need real numbers here to work with, because you're saying, oh, we should be in a different place. Well, okay, but if you're saying if the Earth is spinning, we should be in a different place, how are you quantifying that? Like, are you just assuming that when you lift off of the Earth, like you realize that the Earth has
a helicopter?
Okay,
That's what you explained to us earlier. Yeah, that was the direct example you gave us earlier. Yes.
Hold on. Let's say I use a weather balloon. I take a weather balloon and I just leave it up in the air. Why is it not ending up in a completely different country?
Because it's not moving north or south. This has nothing to do. This is the problem.
About?
It's not moving north or south. The Coriolis effect is what happens when you move north or south.
Listen.
Yes, because the Earth is spinning. The Earth is spinning, and you're moving north or south, so you have a different angular momentum.
Okay, so if the Earth is spinning from
are you
right
not
to
getting
left,
this?
it should end up. Hold on. If the Earth is spinning right to left, it should end up more right, deflected right. So if I take a helicopter or a weather balloon and I leave it up there, it should move more to the right. Why doesn't it do that?
How much more to the right are you expecting it to move? You're not talking about scale here. If you're going from the equator and you're taking a helicopter a mile north of the equator, it's not going to matter that much.
Okay, so there's not going to be a deflection. Okay, so there's not going to be there's not going to be a Coriolis deflection, is what you're telling us.
Exactly.
No, you can observe it. It's just very.
Oh, you can. Okay, you can observe it.
No, you
okay,
didn't. You just said you couldn't.
Okay,
Say it again.
You can observe it. It's just very, very tiny. That's
oh, it's very tiny. Does that
you
mean
have not been able to
wait?
provide
Hold on. Can you observe that very tiny deflection, Neon?
Yes, through hurricanes. How are you not getting this?
Hurricanes? You know how huge
it's like you're allergic to information.
Okay, hurricanes.
Wait, guys.
Neon,
Okay,
we know you're lying at this point. We know you're lying.
Yeah. You know, I'm lying at this point. Yeah, but guys, like, look, when you're rotating on the Earth, right? Up at the North Pole, You have a very small angular momentum. That's going to serve a very small amount of deflection when you're going.
If you were
from
standing,
Nobody lives in the North Pole, dude.
If you're standing at the equator and you fly north
Nobody
or
lives in the North
south,
Pole.
and you fly all the way to the North Pole or all the way to the South Pole, then you're going to see a greater announced effect of deflection. And that's why hurricanes rotate.
No, you're
and
not.
you could
Wait,
never
wait,
explain
wait,
why
wait.
hurricanes rotate in a flat Earth. But I can.
Well,
And you just don't like the explanations.
You don't have a coherent explanation. You don't have the
You don't
reference
think it's
frame for that
coherent
to even
because you
occur.
reject coherence at face value.
No, listen, you don't have the reference frames for that to even occur, so it's incoherent. You don't
Yes,
even know
I
what the reference
do.
frames
I gave you the
are.
reference
Okay, what are
frames.
they? What is the inertial reference
The
frame?
reference frame is the angular momentum imparted to you by the Earth.
Okay,
oh my God, that would be the non-inertial again, and I asked you for the inertial
And
one.
I guess the inertial reference frame would be the projectile or the particle in motion.
He's
saying
that
the air that it's
he's
in.
saying that the deflection is less closer to the north and the south. You just contradicted yourself again. Because the thing is, if
What?
the Earth is moving farther,
Wait, hold
within
on.
the equator,
I contradicted. Where is my? Hold on. What was the thing I said? And the thing I said now, and how is that a contradiction?
You just said that the deflection should be higher closer to the North Pole and the South Pole. It actually should be less because if it's traveling a
No,
farther
I said
distance,
less.
it should be a higher deflection.
I said less. When you're going from the equator
you just
to the
said
north
more.
or the south.
No. You're backtracking.
Okay,
You
if I said more, I misspoke. That if you're going from the equator
fair
to
enough.
north or south, then the Coriolis effect will be more
Okay,
pronounced.
but nobody lives in the north. Hold on, nobody lives in like the South Pole and the North Pole, so it doesn't even matter. Most people are
people
doing
live
it
in
within
Antarctica,
the area of
dude.
the
What do you
equator.
mean? People
Yeah,
live
but
in
the
Antarctica.
average
What do you
doesn't.
mean?
The average doesn't,
Antarctica
so it
is
doesn't
the
matter.
South Pole.
People
The average person lives in Asia. Yeah.
Oh my God, why are you arguing this? Nobody's arguing that anybody's.
Because this doesn't
like,
have anything to do with the free inertial reference frame. They just
yes,
gave
it does because everybody
Nobody
should
lives
be
there? No, it
experiencing
has
this
nothing to do with
deflection.
that, dude. Nobody lives on Mars. This
Everybody
happens
should
on Mars.
look at what you're doing. We're not.
Stop
This
it,
is not
Cat.
the initial point. The initial point is that everybody should be experiencing this deflection, but they don't. And you say, "Oh, it's too small to be observed. Therefore, they can't observe it."
Eric, buddy,
That's
my
bullshit,
brother in
dude.
Christ, you're only going to experience it if you are experiencing life as a projectile leaving from
that's bullshit.
some point going north or
south.
south.
We have helicopters.
From
We have
some
airplanes.
point going
we have
north or
weapons.
south.
Already been through this. That's not the way that you're going to
projectile, dude.
necessarily experience it. You should be experiencing it from the non-inertial, the claimed rotating reference frame of the Earth. When you're looking at anything in the sky, it should be appearing to deviate if that actually happens. You don't know what Coriolis is, and you keep trying to argue for it. It's really weird.
So Eric, like, how about this? What if I were to model the Coriolis effect for you in a helicopter?
Model.
I don't care about the model.
No.
I care about the observation. You're
Right.
saying
So-
that there's a deflection.
so I'm saying-
Why don't I don't observe a deflection, dude.
Okay, so did you measure it?
Yes, I measure it every day
so
when
how-
I walk
so how
outside and I
far-
look at an airplane.
So
I'm
from
in a
which
helicopter.
latitude did you fly? From which latitude? What was your initial latitude? We'll write it down. We
About
can do it together.
30,000 feet in the air. 30,000
That's not.
feet in
That's
the air, and I
altitude,
don't
my
see
guy.
the Earth
That's not
turning
latitude.
under me.
That's altitude, my
latitude, I
guy.
don't know.
That's not latitude. Latitude is where you are based on like this little slice of the Earth from north to south.
Latitude, I live in the United States. How about that?
That doesn't. No, because the United States is like this much of the Earth. That could be any amount. Like, come on. Do you live in a city?
Okay? It
Do you live in a
matters how
city?
close you are to the equator, dude. Oh my god.
It does matter how close you are to the equator because that's where the
Because
source
I'm
of
talking about
angular
the reference
momentum
frame
is.
from an airplane. I'm talking about from an airplane. Okay, because like
Okay,
let's say I
where in
flown
the
from,
airplane
like,
did you fly? From which point to which point?
like New York to I don't know, like California.
New York
How about that?
to California. Okay, so not super north to south, more like east to west, but that's fine. Well, then latitude final was in New York or California. Okay. Sure. Let me model this, I guess.
Can we move on to a different point? Because like I mean, he's not. I don't think you're
Well,
gonna be.
because you're
I don't
saying
think
you
you're gonna be
shouldn't have
able
seen the Earth
to-
rotate underneath you. I don't think it would have
Hold on,
rotated
hold on.
underneath you that much, right? Especially if you're
The only thing this kid can do is he can only assert unfounded cause claims. He's not going to be able to actually show how any of this stuff.
And Flat Earth, why do you think that the hurricanes rotate? Because I've given a pretty
See, now that's a
coherent
burden
explanation.
reversal. You're really cemented in your fallacious reasoning.
Oh,
That's a
Eric,
burden
yes, please explain why the hurricanes rotate.
reversal. But it's a burden reversal. You see
explain
what he's trying to do? Hold
Mhm.
on a second.
I
It's
can
a fallacious
because you're
tactic
too
that he's
lazy
using.
and entitled to
Hold
make
on
a
a
claim.
second.
Yes.
It's a fallacious tactic that he's using. Right? He
Because
can't
I
validate the
substantiated
claim
my
that he
claim.
came in and made. Right? So what he wants to do is flip it onto you to try to make some sort of claim that hopefully
But
you
you'll
can't
never accept
validate
any
either.
proof, and then you'll never
Right?
have to make
You
any
don't have
arguments,
any
right?
proof.
That's the
You don't
point.
even know what the reference frames you need are in order to hash out your claim of Coriolis. You don't have any proof. You just have baseless declarations of things that you cannot test
Can I explain
or
the
substantiate.
hurricanes for him real quick? I can explain the hurricanes for him real quick. It has to do with pressure differential, right? For example, the reason why you get any type of winds is due to is hot air and cold air. Hot air chases the cold air. It goes through a spin. So if the sun is in between the north, which is the center of the flat Earth, and the outer perimeter, which is the ice wall, Antarctica, right? That means the air that is closer to the north is going to rotate differently from the south because the sun is in between in the equator area, which is the middle from the middle to the south. It's in between that area. That's why it's going to spin in a different direction. It has nothing to do with the spin of the Earth. It has to do with temperature and where the sun,
The Earth is
the
an
location
assertion.
of the sun.
It's just a cause and effect assertion that can't actually be validated scientifically by any means whatsoever. That's all he has is a baseless declaration.
but it's really convenient to
what
believe
he's doing is trying to flip it onto you. It's not a belief. It's what you've already demonstrated in spades. You can't actually show this Coriolis deflection of anything when we press you on why helicopters and planes and these things don't appear to be deviating. It's it doesn't do it enough, but I can show it over here. But you can't actually show it over here. You can't. All you can do
Yes, I
is
can.
look in an
All
effect.
hurricanes
Listen,
spin
kid.
one
No, you
direction
can't.
below the equator and
No,
above
they don't.
in the other
No, they
direction
don't.
of
You
the
buffoon. What are
Oh, they don't.
anticyclones?
Oh, really?
What are
Really?
anticyclones?
Wait,
What are
Neon,
anticyclones?
draw it.
So
Draw it
just
for
to be
us.
clear,
I'll explain
Neon,
it to
just
him.
to
Go
be
ahead,
clear,
draw
what are
it for us.
anticyclones? What are they? Okay, he has no clue. See, again, he's parroting from a script that he doesn't even understand.
I can address his claim about the cyclones. Neon, draw the model, and then I'll show you how to draw it on the flat Earth, and I'll show you that it works exactly the same on the flat Earth model.
Well, I mean, what model though?
Sure.
I mean, he's the one making a claim.
So you're going to explain how the Coriolis effect can work on the flat Earth?
Well, the thing is, no, there's no
It's
Coriolis.
not a
We don't
Coriolis.
observe
It's not a
it.
Coriolis.
It has nothing.
Sure.
Okay,
Whatever explanation
hurricanes-
of it that you want to have. What do you want to call it?
Hold on.
Call
Hurricanes
it
have
whatever you
nothing
want.
to do with Coriolis. They have to do with where the position of the sun. Okay, because what causes wind is
interesting.
hot air
Okay.
chasing. Hold on. What causes wind is hot air chasing cold air, right? So it depends on the position of the sun. The sun is heating up the air, and it's going to follow a certain direction based off of where it's leading on the flat Earth model. So the sun is going to be
So where is
the north.
the sun then? Where's the sun?
The sun is in between. The sun is in between the north and the outer perimeter, so it's going to be within that area. So right in the middle, and it's just make a circle.
Right in the middle. Okay.
Yeah, make a circle in between the middle and the outer. Yeah.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
It doesn't
8,
have to be
9,
precise.
10.
It's just the.
Oh, right. It doesn't
have to be precise. It has to be
6.
just make it good enough.
So
yeah, there you go. That's
the
fine.
middle would be right here.
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead. Make the circle.
Make that a nice, perfect circle for you. And color 2.
Yeah, make it orange. That's fine.
Yeah, I gotta fill it in. The fuck?
I would actually. I don't want you to make the sun.
there
I
we
want you to make the path the sun is making, like the circle.
Okay.
It's better. Yeah. Make it make like a circle around the middle. There you go. Yeah. There we go.
I mean,
I'm trying to make it.
To be honest, it
to
really
match the
doesn't
circle.
matter because all
Doesn't
we're really
matter.
asking for is validation of the claim that he's making. I mean, we can speculate as to why it actually does happen, but if he's going to come in and say that it's an effect of Coriolis, ultimately an effect of the rotation
then he's going to have to substantiate that cause claim, and that's really all that we need to do here.
Right, but you don't accept any like a notion of like what the
You don't
cause
have
would
any.
be.
You don't even have an observed phenomenon. You have
accept
a
any of
baseless
them.
assertion. You don't even
Right.
have the phenomenon. You can't even show us planes or helicopters or any of those things appearing to deviate. You
show you
capitulated
planes
on
or
that
helicopters.
100%. Yeah, you can't show the
Right.
effect of those things which you say exists. I know, you capitulated on that 100%. Then you went to hurricanes. They're doing a thing. I interpret that thing to be Coriolis. Therefore, there is all this Coriolis of these other things happening, which I didn't actually observe. That's all you've done. You haven't provided anything, Neon.
Right, you're just coping, my guy. Anyways,
Oh, really?
so
Oh, really? Okay, so address what I just said.
all right,
then.
Harris,
What did you
what do you want to talk about, man?
Okay,
Yeah,
so
fuck you.
the sun. Let's say the sun is rotating clockwise. The cycle.
That's enough of that.
Yeah. Holy shit. You gotta make it short and precise. If he doesn't give you the answer, then he needs to fuck off or stay on mute. Simple as that. It's a waste of time.
He's gonna whine and try to go around people that hold him to his shit, because he wants to indulge this Eric guy because he's gonna be giving him a bunch of stuff that he can and whatever too. Well, I mean, what Neon did is exactly what I said he did. He asserted Coriolis, said he couldn't show it of all these different things. He pointed to hurricanes, said there's an effect there, which is due to Coriolis. And then he extrapolated that all these other things he couldn't show Coriolis of actually are being affected by it. That's all he did. Didn't come with anything, just baseless assertions.
I find it funny that he tried to assert that planes are affected by Coriolis, because a lot of Globers will say the exact opposite. So maybe he's not up on his
It depends on how far north you're flying.
Yeah, maybe you're just not up to date on your anti-flat Earth script, but
he's
just
just
learns that
learning.
on your side.
No,
Be a
I mean,
trainee.
I learned basic physics and then I apply it, and yeah.
Yeah,
but you still don't know what
if you did that, then you would understand
Y'all
exactly
can't
what I'm saying and
explain
why nobody
shit,
on your side
so
would
at
back
least
it
I
up
can
for you.
explain hurricanes rotating through my model, but y'all can't explain shit.
Yeah, like Quantum always says, a village idiot can offer explanations. That's no problem. Any moron can explain something. What
Yeah, but those
we're challenging
explanations
is
are
the
true, so
validity
that's
of
the
your
difference.
explanation. Okay, so how did
Yeah,
you
you're
validate them then if
baselessly
they're true?
challenging it.
So how
You're
did
not
you
even
validate?
applying it. You're not even
baselessly
applying the
challenge?
framework to say that, like, hey, this
No.
observed instance over here wouldn't cater to this
So
framework.
how did you validate it then if it's a true explanation? Explain.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I
He
mean?
doesn't
How did you
understand what
validate the
validation
true
the Coriolis
explanation?
effect? How did I validate it?
That's right.
Hurricanes. And the
And
fact
how
that
did you validate
any
your
gun,
how did
any
you validate your
soldier,
Coriolis
any
assertion
soldier
of
will be
hurricanes?
told, and also any soldier will be told that if they're
Neon, can you
shooting
turn
north
off
or
your
south.
stream for Teos real quick, please?
No. Now he's gish galloping. He went to hurricanes and then he tried to jump right off it. The question was, how did you validate it? He blurts out hurricanes instead of offering any sort of validation of his hurricane claim. He jumps right off of it and tries to go to a different one, which he's also going to jump off of when we press him for validation of that. Right, Neon?
Don't let him jump.
Yep, that's.
Where's your hurricane? Come on.
What about my hurricane? The one I made. Yeah, I made my own hurricane. It's called Hurricane Neon Globe Champ, and I'm positioning it right over the Dallas Flat Earth Convention. That'll be my proof for the Coriolis effect. Okay.
So you don't have any. Makes sense.
Yes, I mean, like, y'all just don't accept any proof. Like that, I don't feel
You
y'all
haven't
are
provided any for us to accept.
I think
You
it's
gotta.
odd.
Well, I mean, I
provide
gave you an explanation with like the storm
just saying
rotation,
a word.
right? Areas
Just
of high
saying a
pressure
word
and
is
low
not an
pressure.
explanation.
And
Just
then
saying
we
the word
always
hurricane
see
is not an explanation, bud.
we always see hurricanes rotate above or below
No, we don't.
the equator.
Anticyclones.
Well, you don't think we see the
Anticyclones.
hurricanes rotate?
How
Big is the extent of anticyclones?
anticyclones? How do you
Do you just
explain
mean do you just
anticyclones?
what
Do
do
you
you
just
mean?
talk over everybody the
What do
minute they
you
start
mean
speaking?
I'm
Is
asking
that
you
your
about the thing
tactic?
you're talking about, bud.
Because your lack of proof, you just want to talk over people so that you can try to avoid your lack of proof. You have no evidence
Okay, so
for your
how
claim.
large is the extent of an anticyclone? Is it
What do you mean? How
comparable to
large
the
is
size
the
of is it
extent?
comparable to the size of a
Does it
hurricane?
matter? Does it fit your model?
Yes, it does, because saying that because tornadoes can spin in either direction because they're like a localized event, but hurricanes are much less localized. They seem to encompass like a broader area. So I would expect the Coriolis effect would be pronounced over a larger area.
Okay, so can you show me the math that allow for only hurricanes to be affected by the Coriolis and not something like, I don't know, a tornado or an anticyclone? Do you know the mathematics on when this transition takes place?
It's all about scale, right? If you have a localized instance,
So do you have those numbers for me?
Napalm, I gotta like get my explanation in, dude. Okay.
You don't have an explanation. You're just going to say words, and
I
you're
already
not going to
gave you the math for the
provide any
Coriolis
proof.
effect. You can apply it if
Did
you
you hear
want.
my question?
Yeah,
Did
you
you hear
asked me
my
for the math
question?
of the Coriolis effect and how it would be
No, I
applied
didn't.
to something
No, I
like
didn't.
hurricanes, but
No, I
not
didn't.
strictly anticyclones. That's what you
No,
said.
I didn't.
No, you didn't say you wanted mathematical proof?
Asked you.
Jesus Christ, my God. All right.
I
I
asked
think
you.
it's too low
I
brained, I
asked
think.
you. Dude, you have
Oh my God.
impulse control problems. Jesus Christ. What is this guy's problem?
Yeah, he has
I
issues.
asked him for the math and how he can prove that where is the size variation at what size, meaning hurricane versus tornado, at what size and at what scale does the Coriolis then start to affect a storm?
At what effect does the Coriolis effect start to affect
What
hurricanes?
size of a storm? You said there was size variation. You said a local storm like a tornado. Well, you realize a hurricane starts off as a local storm to begin with, right? And it grows in intensity. So at what size does a storm need to be in order for the Coriolis effect to affect it? Because you said anticyclones are too small.
It's gonna
the
size is going to play into it, but the
for you to
location
compare
will.
the size
Okay, I
of an
can never answer the
anticyclone to a
question.
tornado.
I can never
Yeah.
answer the question.
Yeah, for you to compare the size of an anticyclone to a tornado shows you're out to lunch.
No, what do you mean? What are you talking about?
Well, anticyclones are more comparative in size to a hurricane than a tornado.
Okay, but he didn't know that.
What?
What do you mean
You
I
didn't
didn't
know
know
that.
that?
You're
I
the
asked
one who
you for
didn't
the
know
size
that.
difference. I never said I didn't know that. I asked you for the size variation because you
What are
said
we on right
that the
now?
Coriolis effect has
Like,
only
it
an
feels like y'all
effect
are just
on
trying to
certain
poke
size
holes,
storms, but
but
then you
it's
don't
not
actually
really
want to
towards anything
provide
meaningful.
any evidence. Dude, do you have impulse control problems? Like, here's why I know
No,
you
you just
don't
never
want to have
stop
an
talking.
actual. Here's why oh, that's the pot calling the kettle black. So this is why I know that you don't want to have an actual, like, legitimate conversation, because you can't actually let somebody finish a full thought. You're trying to answer questions that haven't even been asked yet. That's a problem. That's an issue. So you made the claim of some sort of size and the Coriolis effect only having an effect on storms of a specific size. Can you back that up with mathematics? Meaning you have the physics worked out for the specific size or intensity of a storm, and then the Coriolis effect takes place. Do you know what that size is or the intensity?
Yeah, no, I don't know like what the exact size would be for a hurricane to be affected by the Coriolis effect. I just know that it is, right? I've never seen any observed instances of hurricanes spinning clockwise in the northern hemisphere and counterclockwise in the southern hemisphere. I've just never seen any evidence of that. I've seen evidence of tornadoes doing that, but not really
here's
of
here's the
of,
problem
like,
though, man. You're trying to use that as your evidence for the Coriolis effect.
Yeah, because
and you're
this would
saying,
follow
well,
from
I
the
just know
Coriolis
that
effect
this
the
takes
same way I
place.
just described. Like, how
Well,
would
you're
it not
saying
follow?
Well, you're saying that this is only going to affect these storms because of their specific size, and you claim to have some sort of physics involved with this. I'd still like to see the physicality of
Oh, yeah,
what
sure.
you're talking
Yeah,
about
sure.
within your physics equation, right?
Yeah.
So then
I
if you
gotcha.
have that, then you should be able to properly apply the size
Yes.
and intensity.
Okay, so you're asking about the specific mathematical equation correlating the Coriolis effect to your latitude. Is that what I'm understanding? Like,
I
basically,
said
because
absolutely nothing about latitude. You have
Okay,
you have an
then
inability
sure,
to
sure. So
comprehend
then
what
I
people
can.
say,
So then I would provide
or
you.
maybe you just don't know how to listen. I don't know which it is, but I'm not going to have a conversation with somebody that can't even
Okay, then
comprehend
you
or
don't. Then
listen
you
to
don't want
what's
the.
being said,
You
and
don't
you
want me to
want
draw
to
it
talk
out
over.
the model again.
I don't need you to draw out anything, bud.
Oh, I thought you didn't understand it.
What gave you the conception that I didn't understand something?
Because you're asking like how would it affect these storms versus these storms, and
I
what's
didn't.
the
I asked
mathematical model?
you for your proof that this is
If
the
you want,
case.
okay, if you don't want it or not, but it's like annoying to grandstand. Does anyone else want me to demonstrate how this affects how this
How
effect
am I
works on the neighborhood?
grandstanding, dude?
We're doing it right now.
You're
You're not
hilarious.
saying anything.
You're hilarious, dude.
Right.
You literally can't comprehend
So
what I'm saying, and then you try to say that I don't understand what you're talking. Like maybe
so guys,
you
here's
I don't know. Are these from
okay.
Xanax notes where you just have to like
Yeah,
allude to somebody
this is the
not understanding
definition of
what's taking
grandstanding, my
place?
guy. The longer you talk, the more you're making my point. Thank you.
And what's your
Yeah,
point again?
so this is okay, that's a great
What's your
question. Thank
point?
you for asking. This is my point. So if you have an area of high pressure and an area of low pressure, right? The area of high pressure is going to go towards the low pressure. Do you agree?
High pressure moves to low pressure.
Okay, high pressure moves to low pressure. Okay. If we are on a spinning ball, which we are, north, south,
Nope. First of all, you
and
haven't
it rotates
substantiated that,
from
and
Yep,
we
yep, and
have
this is
high
where
and
you
low
become
pressure systems.
this is
We
where
have
you
high and
become
low pressure
annoyingly
systems.
obstinate because you can't like meaningfully
No,
frequently
because you can't move
this is what
forward
happens.
from this. Because here's your claim that
Yeah,
spin
because
creates some
you
sort of
don't
high and low
want to.
pressure.
Like you
So
can't
high
do
and
it.
low pressure
You
systems
just
within
deny
our
all the evidence
atmosphere,
for no reason, and
high
then
and low
you
pressure
grandstand.
systems within our atmosphere move all across the surface.
Yeah, so this
Can you
grandstanding isn't
substantiate the
really
higher
addressing anything
pressure?
I'm saying.
Hold on. Here, sure. Give me your evidence for a higher pressure away from or closer to the equator on a consistent basis.
What? What?
That's your claim. Your claim is that latitude has
Wait.
something to do with
No,
this movement,
dude,
and that high
I'm just
pressure moves
talking.
to low pressure.
Dude, I'm not saying that areas of high pressure and low pressure always follow their latitude. I'm just saying that in some places there can be areas of high pressure and areas of low pressure. That's what wind is, dude. What do you mean?
Exactly. High pressure moves to
Okay,
low
so
pressure.
I'm glad we can both agree on the existence of wind. Okay, I'm glad we can do that. So
Nobody claimed that
given that
you
there's
didn't
an
agree
area of
upon.
high pressure and low pressure, right? The area of high pressure is going to move towards low pressure. Okay,
High
I'm
moves
glad
to
we can
low.
agree with that. Great.
Yep.
So if we are on a ball and the ball is rotating from east to west, right, like this, then what's going to happen is if you're standing at the South Pole, right, and you're just on a rotating Earth, you're just spinning around basically, right? But if you're standing on the equator, you're actually being imparted angular momentum. Now, I know you don't think that the Earth is round, but if the Earth was round, it would be imparting angular momentum on us based on where we were in with respect to its rotation, right? Like that's something we can agree on, right? If this is true, right?
Yeah, I just want to see your application as to how you're going to
Yeah. No,
substantiate
I'm
the
getting
claim that
there.
there's
I'm getting
some
there.
sort of differential there.
Yes, I'm getting there. So as you get further down the Earth, it's very, very small right here. Zero.
Dude, I don't
right
know if
here.
you're trying to draw something on screen. I'm not paying attention, but you don't need to go through this like I'm a fucking 2-year-old. Can you
No,
just
I'm
get
not.
to your point?
It's not like a simple thing, dude. Like I like drawing
This
it
is
out because
very
I like
simple and
explaining the
rudimentary.
process. If it's rudimentary, why do you need me to explain it?
Because you're saying that the cause
just seems like
is
you're just
high pressure
balding
moving
just
to
for the
low
sake of
pressure.
it.
So
You're
you
just
have to
grandstanding for the
substantiate.
sake of it. I'm trying to apply it, but you're not even interested in looking at like what I have to say or like
And
watching
get
my
to your
stream
point.
or anything.
I can't
I'm
look at my
trying to get to
fucking
my point. You
screen,
keep on
dude. I'm on
talking,
mobile and
dude.
I'm doing
Like, it's
shit.
impossible. How do you have a conversation like this?
Get to the
Is
point.
this how you talk to people?
Yeah.
So this is how an anticyclone. This is how an anticyclone forms as well. Got it.
I told you guys.
Sure, yeah. I'm with an anticyclone, it feels like that terminology is just denoted based on where it forms rather than the direction that it spins.
No, it's the direction
based on where the
seeing
pressure is.
Okay, so you're saying that
Show
you
the
can
pressure.
see instances of
Show the
a
pressure.
hurricane or an anticyclone spinning clockwise in the northern hemisphere. You can provide that evidence?
Or
cross. What do you think an anticyclone is? Jesus.
Okay, so where do you have that evidence?
Google anticyclone.
Well, back in third grade.
Why don't you Google it and get back to me?
Yeah, I thought you were the one on the soapbox of education when you were so condescending a couple hours ago before you started your Gregory Hines routine for the last hour. Are you at least now
basic physics?
No.
Like, I'm sorry if you feel condescending. I'm genuinely not trying to condescend to you. I hope you know that.
You can't even make your point.
Listen, yeah, you're the one who included this in your list of your globe proof.
Yeah, but like
And now you're
typically
2 hours later.
Typically what happens is the flat earthers will obfuscate any possible discussion there is to be had on this issue. And
that's some pretty cool projection.
Yeah, so like
yeah, that's what you've done the whole time.
right
yeah,
there.
yeah, it
Like,
is
he
pretty
felt
cool
called
projection.
out.
Yeah, I'm glad
He felt
you
called
agree.
out by saying that.
So have you Googled anticyclone yet?
No, it's not my job to Google your
Because
evidence.
that's the answer to what you asked for right there.
Right, that's not my job to Google your
Yeah,
evidence.
shit was going clockwise in the north, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's what you asked for. Yeah, just Google anticyclone. There you go. You'll get
Why do I
thousands of results.
Google your
You're
evidence
welcome.
for you? Why do I have to Google your evidence for you, bud?
Well, you're the one that's
that's what you
wondering
asked
how the
for.
words.
Called
Yeah,
an
you're the one. You're
anticyclone.
wondering how the words in the lexicon if it doesn't exist. Let me tell you something, Neon. I could stand in the middle of Santa's elven workshop up at the North Pole, and I would spin like a record.
What?
Right? I said if I stood in the middle of the elven workshop up at the North Pole, I would spin like a record. Right?
What? Yeah, yeah, basically. I mean, very
Okay.
slowly.
Okay.
You probably wouldn't
And
enjoy.
does that mean that Santa Claus exists?
No.
Okay, there you go.
What?
So all your stories, just because you have a
Y'all are
story,
genuinely too retarded to debunk, honestly.
Okay.
Like, you really think that was like an argument? Dude?
projection
I don't know what to
like
tell you.
noted. Yeah, projection like noted.
Right. But I thought you felt condescended to because I was on my soapbox about education and now I'm a stupid
Yeah,
idiot.
that
Like, which one is
a while
it?
ago. Yeah, and you said in fourth grade, I knew anticyclone.
I never said I knew about anticyclones in the 4th grade. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you're completely ignorant to them. You're questioning their existence. It was covered back in elementary school.
Anticyclones are associated with fine.
Now he's going to pontificate about them. This is brilliant.
I'm curious as to how you think you could compare an anticyclone to a hurricane. It's because they both are air and it rotates. Like if you go to the Discovery Science Museum.
How you compared an anticyclone to a tornado.
Well, yeah, because I'm not sure. Like you're talking about like localized phenomenon that might deviate in their rotation or whatever, but nobody's saying that that's impossible. I'm just saying that the overwhelming thrust of hurricanes, like all hurricanes, basically, have spun.
Except for anticyclones, things that occur.
Anticyclones aren't hurricanes, my guy. Those aren't the same things. You think an anticyclone goes as fast as a hurricane? Like, why are you making these comparisons? This would be like comparing the fluid mechanics of like a liquid undergoing getting beaten by like a beater versus like just
a hurricane is a cyclone. You fucking idiot! Just shut up. In the north, a cyclone is called a hurricane. Well, I mean, I'm just listening to a moron babble for like the past.
How fast do anticyclones rotate typically?
I don't know. What's that got to do with what I just said?
Well, because that's going to meaningfully play into like its ability to rotate, right? Like y'all are like, do you see anything of any intensity as a hurricane rotating the opposite direction of what it should be on around Earth?
It's called an anticyclone.
Yeah, but does it rotate in anywhere near the same intensity?
I don't know the intensity. It goes the other way, though.
It goes the other way. Don't you think that the intensity matters a little bit when you're talking about like
that what you were saying was it goes clockwise or anti-clockwise depending on latitude. So I pointed out anticyclones, which do the exact opposite of that, and that was the whole point. And now you're obfuscating like you like to say we do.
Because I can train.
Right.
Because I
So
can
that was the whole point. So
no,
you
it
were
wasn't
completely
the whole point,
wrong when you said that they only spin one way or the other depending on latitude, and now you want to jump off of that to something else again to try to obfuscate from what you were wrong about in the first place. You keep doing that.
So if I have a ceiling fan and I rotate it the other direction to where now I have a local current in my bedroom that doesn't disprove the effect of the Coriolis effect on hurricanes. That's just not how that works, right? You'd have to find evidence of a hurricane rotating at the same
That wasn't
intensity.
meant to be a debunk of your Coriolis argument.
Oh, so then it had nothing to do with my claim. Thank you for admitting that what you said had nothing to do with my claims.
Way. They only go one
Yeah,
way.
they do.
Well, I guess they only go one way. I was just addressing that. We already took the Coriolis thing apart before we even got there because he didn't have the reference frames for it.
But in
he
a
didn't have the reference
phenomenon,
frames for it. So we already took that apart before we even got to this step. We're just pointing out that you're wrong about hurricanes and don't know anything about the subjects that you bring up. But we already took apart Coriolis because it was just a baseless declaration in the first place.
Can you find me any storm that would go the same intensity of a hurricane, just in the opposite direction? That's all you need, and you can debunk this example. That's all you need. Just give me the equivalent of, like, you know, not even Hurricane Katrina. We can go like fucking, what was the Hurricane Hillary? Anything like Hurricane Hillary, if it was spinning in the opposite direction, or anything like that, anything comparable to that. If it was spinning in the opposite direction, I will become a flat earther today. That's all you have to do.
Why? Why would that be the thing? That there's no single
because that would demonstrate existence against the Coriolis
ever
effect.
gotten past the globe delusion that way. That's ridiculous, dude.
Oh, that way. Oh, so wait, you have evidence of how flat earthers are
First of
converted?
all, we're not even talking about curve. You're completely in a category error here. We're talking about rotation. So that's what you're invoking when you bring up Coriolis. Now you're saying that if you see this particular type of cyclone or hurricane
Do you think
or whatever,
we're spinning like a coin, like we're a flat Earth and like
no, I don't.
Like
Why are you
kid just like
straw-manning?
flicked a quarter in the air?
I'm saying that your arguments to do with rotation
about
aren't
to
even
put us
about
in the
curve
soda
anyway.
pop
So why
machine.
would you conclude flat? Why would you conclude flat from
he's
anything
spinning
we're
us like a
talking
coin.
about? Yeah, I never said any of that. What is the matter with this guy? Never said that we're spinning. I'm just saying that we're on the rotation subject, and I don't know why this thing about hurricanes would lead you to conclude that, oh, it's flat, it's not a globe. Doesn't make any sense. Your thought process is dog shit, dude.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense if you're allergic to explanations.
Explanations. They're nice, they're fun, they're wonderful, great. Thanks for the fun story time, but they're just that. If you can't validate them, then they're just stories. Thanks, but we're actually talking about reality here and trying to find out what it really is.
My validation is that every high-intensity storm will spin clockwise in the north and counterclockwise in the south.
Okay, so now he's caveating it with every high intensity. At first, he didn't even know that anticyclones existed. Now he's trying to modify the claim. Oh, okay. He thinks he can just fudge it to the point where it's actually going to finally make some sense. But still, all you have is a baseless assertion that things work this way because of rotation, because I say so.
Because I didn't know that you were about to compare. I didn't know you were about to compare like something that's analogous to like your ceiling fan to like an actual hurricane. I didn't know you were capable of stretching your mind to make those comparisons. You know.
What's
so
funny,
if we're going to
you
go
both-
with that
you
as an
both get the
example,
opportunity-
then, I would just need to recontextualize my claim because I didn't know that you thought those two things are the same
No,
thing.
you just didn't know that anticyclones even existed, and you Googled furiously, and
Yeah.
now you're trying to save
questioning it.
you're trying to save this desperate claim that was finished before it even really started.
Right, but you can't acknowledge the fact that no intensity of a hurricane has
You
ever
just said
rotated
right,
the opposite
dude.
direction.
Yeah, right. You mean he agreed with me? Yeah, I know. You didn't have a claim. You couldn't.
I was doing that
You couldn't get
facetiously.
anywhere with anything that you tried to argue. Yeah,
Like when
right,
I
right.
said
You
I
would-
was the global obfuscator, like someone else called me that earlier, and I was like, "Yep, that's me." That's when
Well,
I
yeah,
agreed
you
with
are.
you, bud.
Yeah,
Jeez, you're
well-
autistic. Oh, so you said yeah. You said yeah. As I was
Oh,
saying
here
it.
comes
That
the
means you agree with
insults.
me.
Yeah, I know.
No,
Yeah,
that's not an
keep
insult.
spiraling. Keep
I'm not a
spiraling
doctor.
for us. Yeah, whatever.
All right. Can we move on to the next one? Another Glober, please. Thank you. Oh, I think he had enough time for all the rambling. Jesus Christ. I mean, he left as well.
That was really despicable, though. How, I mean, he made that assertion that they only go the one way in the one so-called hemisphere and the other in the other. We brought up anticyclones, and he thinks he's just going to get out of it by changing his claim and pretending, oh, yeah, I knew that. I just needed to recontextualize it because I was just talking about intensities. No, he wasn't. Fucking, like, bald-faced liar, dude.
That's why I tried to bring up his intensity and size thing. I'm like, show me the mathematics and how this only equates to the Coriolis effect. And he needed to show how he would establish that in the first place. Otherwise, he's just affirming the consequent, which is he would just have to assert that because they're this size, they're being affected by this. He would have no actual explanation for it.
Yeah, 100%.
Therapy session. He types in the chat. Oh well. Oh boy.
And he says he's going to become a flat earther if he can see an anti-cyclone that's as intense as a normal one. It's like, why? Why would that lead you to that conclusion? Like, the guy's thinking is just fucked.
Hmm.
The rig is a horizon.
That too. Anyway, anyone else wanna? You guys, Globers, can ask your questions, inquiries, whatnot, or ask why flat Earth, if that interests you.
I have a question.
Oh, you need to speak up a little bit. Come close to your mic.
Is this better?
Yeah, a bit better. Yeah.
My question is just like why would why say that the Earth is round when it's flat? Like, what advantage would you have over?
May I answer that?
Yeah, yeah.
Take a look in the open chat.
Take a look in the open chat.
The paragraph I posted. I'm Gregory, by the way.
All right.
Well, if you want a short answer to that, would be control and power. I would say another way, but you can read what he posted.
Yeah, to say it in one sentence.
Yeah.
To say it in even, I guess, 5 or 6 sentences. Why lie about the cosmos? Right.
Yeah. Well, you know, some people have short attention span, so I just want to see if he's up to reading the whole text.
Yeah, I'm gonna go slow. I want him to understand.
Yeah, my whole thing about the why would they lie question, you know, it's obviously one of the most common ones, is it's like, what would you accept as an answer? Like, seriously, what would you accept as an answer? If I just said one word like money, would that be sufficient? If I just said one word like power, would that be sufficient? Like, what is a sufficient answer to that question? Like, would they even accept a sufficient answer?
Depends on the individual, I guess, but yeah.
Yeah, so
I don't know.
My answer is the following. So why lie about the cosmos? Right? Make the general public of all nations upon the whole face of the earth believe they live on a rotating pear-shaped spheroid, quote unquote, flying through a godless cosmic vacuum with no purpose, no hope, no justice, all of which began to exist from a chaotic, random, unintentional explosion, which is a destructive phenomenon, in the midst of nothing, or a quantum vacuum, hee hee ha ha, that somehow created the unfathomable, finely tuned, sophisticated structure of the whole cosmos, and the law-like function of the whole cosmos, and everything in it, without a person with adequate power and knowledge and benevolence to deliberately make the laws, that is to say, make the laws the creatures function according to, annihilate any hope of salvation from this perilous situation, inculcate and indoctrinate them into an entirely different worldview of Yahweh the Lord, a different view of reality, knowledge, logic, ethics, beauty, humans, the future, value, etc. Influence the public to behave in courses of action to satisfy the wicked, insatiable lusts of the tyrants. How about that for a motive?
So I just read that, and it sounds like the argument is that they would want to perpetuate the fact that the Earth isn't flat in order to get people to buy into the Big Bang Theory, but would, like, you say, you know, get people to believe that the Big Bang Theory happened, and that you know, you talk about indoctrinating them into a worldview that is contrary to the word of Yahweh. But I know plenty of Christians that aren't flat earthers. I don't see, like, I feel like you're relating it to religion a lot, but I don't
It's to make people accept this is the way things are, and then, you know, this is, they have to take it this way, right? Like, there is no other alternative, right?
Yeah, in answer to that objection, so Christians who believe this cosmic paradigm are being inconsistent. They're being inconsistent. They're not being consistent with the volume of sacred scripture they claim to believe, and they're also not being consistent with the worldview which the unbelieving higher education institutions are teaching. So they're being inconsistent, those kinds of folks. And so I pray for them and I try to edify them. But the greater major point to focus on is that cosmology is a profound area of knowledge and has profound implications about the world in general, from the microscopic scale to the macroscopic scale. Right? It's indicative of what caused it to exist, why, to what end, right? What is possible, what is impossible, what is valuable, etc., etc. It profoundly influences the worldview, and people behave according to what they believe. Everyone, inevitably. People behave according to what they believe, and so when you believe that you live on a ball flying around in a cosmic vacuum with no God, and therefore no laws, including moral laws, and no justice and no hope, no judge of all the earth, there's no salvation from this situation, there isn't even any laws to evaluate anything, and this all began from a bunch of nothingness or some quantum vacuum, which is just a bunch of matter moving, right? Then the implications from that is what I just explained. So why bother with trying to do righteousness and trying to seek truth and trying to love your neighbor and trying to help the weak and trying to do all these things? Why bother doing anything? Why bother existing?
So you're saying that because of the view that they perpetuate, the like average person would take those views and kind of be cynical about life in general, because
Yes, and more generally,
it would break their
a part of
illusion.
cosmology, because it isn't just cosmology. A part of cosmology, the point is the tyrants are teaching a worldview to the public, or a multitude of contrary worldviews to the public, especially in the United States and places like the United States, so that the public is as easy to manipulate and exploit as possible to their own selfish ends.
right. So don't you think So would you say then that the idea that the Earth is like in a vacuum in space, and that it came from a Big Bang, which is something that's like supposed to be destructive, right? Would you say that those things like affect people on a psychological level, like within their subconscious, about their views of like, what meaning is in life, or like it affects how they can construct their own meaning, like
Yes, yes. For instance, Ted Bundy, he's dead now. I hope I said his name correctly, that famous serial killer. He said in an interview, well, I believed in the Big Bang Theory and Darwinian macroevolution, and I thought to myself, well, if the God didn't make the world and we all just are one cosmic accident and we just evolved from apes, why should I bother trying to adhere to any supposed laws? I'll just do as I please.
right.
And he's not the only one that thinks like that. Many people, great and small, think like that and behave like that to whatever greater or lesser degree of consistency and severity.
So would you say that some people can function in society, like even considering these things, but for the few that like Ted Bundy, where he's a psychopath, so he doesn't necessarily feel empathy like the rest of society does. He kind of
Yeah, that's
believes
possible, which is an instance of people not being completely consistent with this doctrine. Thankfully. Preferably.
Or what do you mean, people not being consistent with the doctrine? I don't know what you're referring to.
The behavior. Like, most people are not consistent in self-conscious and deliberate with their worldview and how they behave accordingly, consistent with their worldview that they may or may not believe, right? So thankfully, thank the God that most humans are not consistent with the implications of this worldview, including this cosmological doctrine.
So, do you think that if we were floating in the cosmos, like let's just say hypothetically, if we were in the cosmos and there was in a vacuum and we were living on this pear-shaped thing and there was no God, that it would be like quote unquote okay to just kill people because in the end it like kind of had no meaning, anyways.
Yeah, consider the words of Richard Dawkins. He's being consistent when he says this, right? Everyone is just dancing to their DNA. Everything is just sound and fury signifying nothing.
Yeah.
That's the implications of this doctrine. That's the ethical and axiological, right, implications. Ethics concerning behavior, axiology concerning value. These are the implications concerning behavior and value, right? There is no value and there is no right behavior and wrong behavior. It's just matter moving, sound and fury signifying nothing.
So, would you be able to give like what scriptures you are referring to when you say that well, it sounded like at least you're talking about the Bible because you said that people aren't consistent. Or actually, maybe not the Bible. Some sort of I forget what all the sacred religious texts are, but maybe something from the Old Testament that you're talking about when you talk about Yahweh and the contradiction between you know people and institutions nowadays saying that the world is round and what it sounds like something you
Yeah,
read
I
in.
see what you're saying. Look in the open chat. I'm gonna post to you an image. This image is made by Logos Bible Software. They themselves, it's a bunch of scholars and technicians that are in this company that provide much information available to the public. And they made an illustration of the cosmology which the Bible teaches. And it's well known among those who are not determined to make the ACP, as I call it, the academic cosmic paradigm, be superimposed onto the Bible, but acknowledging what the Bible actually teaches about the cosmos in one way or another. And they acknowledge that the Bible teaches that the earth, at least in particular the earth, is a topographical level plane. And the God, who is the King of Heaven, sits above the circle of the earth, the circle of the face of the earth, which has extremities. So this is not Logos Bible Software, but there's another illustration of that. Let me find it for you real quickly. Hurry up.
But do you have a like reference to the specific text itself?
Yeah, the references are in the image, thankfully.
No, I mean
Almost
so
there.
what religious text like does this pull from?
The Bible,
The Old
the
Testament?
Holy Mikra, the Bible.
Is it in the Old Testament?
Both the Old and New Testament. I don't use those terms, but yes, the so-called Old and New Testaments.
All right.
It's almost there. And I'm gonna find it eventually. Hide from me.
And then would you happen to know like which parts of the Old and New Testament refer to it, or would I have to find that myself?
The image specifies. I mean, for instance, the passage I just quoted earlier was from Yeshayahu, Isaiah 40, chapter 40. Yahweh sits above the circle of the earth.
I see. Does this say Job
Is it gone? I
16:11?
mean, where did it go? No way now. There it is.
So I just want to know if I'm reading this right, because the image is a little bit low quality. So on the bottom it says Genesis. Left hand side it says Genesis. I'm imagining. On the top right it says like PU. What's that supposed to be?
Say again, I didn't hear you clearly.
Is that Psalms on the top right? When I'm trying to figure out the passages the image is referring to.
Are you looking at the divine dwelling? Or are you looking at the waters above?
What do you mean you posted?
I think he's looking at the celestial bodies one, the top right.
The top right. Okay.
Yeah, Psalms 19, 4-6. Is it?
Yeah, the celestial bodies circuit the heavens. Yeah. Okay. What's your question about that one?
Right, is it Psalms?
Yeah, that's Psalms.
Right, and then at the top, the divine dwelling, that's Isaiah, and then bottom right, foundations is, what is that? Job?
Foundations of the deep. That's Genesis.
Genesis.
Chapter 8, verse 1.
I don't know if we're looking at the same thing.
Are you looking at the image that says research biblical cosmology earthandvessels.org?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that one. So on the bottom, on the bottom right, the pillars. Oh, foundations. Okay, yeah, Job 38:4. Yeah, I looked at the bottom left. My bad.
Oh, okay. And then underneath that is Sam. So it's Genesis, Psalms, Isaiah, Sam. All right.
That actually isn't also the one. But here it is. I'm about to post it right now. There we go. This is Logos. Come on. Okay. This is the image from Logos. Logos Bible Software. So these Christian scholars, very likely Protestant Orthodox, made this illustration of the cosmology that the Bible teaches. They still also believe that the Earth is the globe. They still believe the globe paradigm. They still believe the ACP, whilst also acknowledging that the Bible teaches that this is the concrete truth about the cosmos. So they're being consistent with what the Bible says, but they're not being consistent in their belief system, not believing what the Bible says.
Which is wild.
Indeed, to put it in few words.
Do you ever think, like maybe there was translational issues, or?
It's logically possible, but that isn't the case.
Yeah, we seem to be diving into the Bible world here. Bobby Leo. Have you heard anything about the topic of flat Earth discussion and such? Any arguments about it?
Mostly just people making fun of it online.
Okay. Have you been in Discord hearing about this subject before?
No, not really.
Okay. And you believe in the globe, I would assume? I don't want to assume, but I assume, I guess.
Yeah. I'm
Alright, cool.
trying to understand.
It's fine that you asked about on that side, the biblical cosmology and such. You have some psalms and verses and so on to, check cross-reference. If you want to take it from that perspective, I guess.
Yeah, I know I just joined, but is this like an unironic flat Earth discussion type thing?
There are folks in here who sincerely believe and argue that they know that the Earth's surface is a topographical
Okay.
plane. Yes.
No, I'm not judging. I just want some intellectual stimulation. So.
Yep.
Let's hear
So
it
I was
out.
just talking.
Is the Earth flat?
So I was just talking about biblical cosmology because the gentleman Bobble asking about it, but I wasn't trying to focus or drive the focus to that. I was just following his follow-up questions. So
yeah, it's
there's
fine.
that
It's fine.
as
It's
it
just
concerns. Yeah, so there's that as it
no, it's
concerns.
cool. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's that as it concerns and consistency with what the Bible is teaching.
Can someone
The
give me
focus
their
in this
best
voice
argument
channel is they're trying to
about
focus
why the Earth
on.
is flat?
Yeah. So the focus of this voice channel is trying to focus on the empirical investigation about the Earth. So go ahead.
No, like I'm letting one of you convince me. So go ahead.
I convince you. That's a nice one.
No, go ahead. I'm serious. There's no judgment. Go.
I love it. Convince me. Come on, flat earthers.
Yeah, let's hear your story.
All right. I mean, the way I worded that may have sounded kind of
Well,
rough. But
are you assuming flat to be a? Yeah.
Because I think the Earth is round, right? So if
Yeah, that's cool. That's
there
cool.
seems to be like what 30 people in here. So I'd like to hear some opposing arguments. And I'm not just gonna be like, no, you're wrong. Shut up. So.
Sure.
It's fascinating. It's like a fascinating point of discussion for me. So, is there like some new development in like showing that it's not round?
So you're assuming it's a shape then?
Okay. Well, tell me. What's it look like?
Well, let's start off saying flat is not a shape. We're not claiming any shape.
Okay.
So you understand our position.
All right.
Thing we mean when we say flat Earth is the Earth of its surface is flat and level, observed and measured. And when we try to find the so-called curvature of the globe model, based off the radius and the math, there doesn't seem to be any curvature to be found or drop of a distance at any location.
Could you like carry your phone or carry a device that's capable of determining where it is ladder or like on a vertical level, and then seeing like if you walked a really far distance, would there be like would it be able to tell that you've gone up or down? Because if it were flat, like there would be no. I mean, it wouldn't have to necessarily be perfectly flat. That wouldn't make. It's not like.
You mean like a rate, like a. Well.
Is there a device that can like measure that?
I mean, if you take radar, for example, they use flat plane, basically. It's not.
What would be the ulterior motive in convincing people the world is round?
All right, then you're jumping to something completely.
Because if I look at the moon, right, and that's undeniably round, correct?
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. We start with the surface. We can stick to the surface for a while. I told you two major things. We don't measure or find any curvature or drop of a distance. We see way too far beyond the limitations of the globe math. So, in itself, that's the first fundamental issue when it comes to a sphere of that claim. So, you seem to be more interested in the sky. So, I kind of find that pretty weird, to be honest.
I'm not walking into this discussion like I know exactly what I'm talking about. I came to enlighten myself more so.
Sure.
So when people take telescopes and they zoom in on like other planets, I feel like pretty frequently they are round, correct?
I mean, we see what we see we observe. It appears to be a circle shape, yeah. But we don't say that they're spheres. We don't know what they are made of even. So no one claims that.
I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean the Earth is going to be exactly like them. It could be any shape, but I feel like if a lot of them are round, it would make sense for ours to be round.
Well, it's kind of a reification fallacy at that point, because we can't go out there and verify it ourselves, right? We also can't, look in a telescope and it's going to whisper to us the answer of like what it is, right? Oh, this is actually a three-dimensional shape. We actually experience the same thing, is just lights in a sky, right? Ones that are fixed, and of course ones that.
So are we looking at like a disk more so?
I'm not really sure if it's a disk or not. I mean, some people do speculate that, but it's also unverifiable. But,
yeah, so the sky is not the... Yeah, go on, sorry.
No, I was just wondering, because, I mean, you sound, like you're interested in the topic. Could I maybe ask you 3 questions?
Go for it.
About your globe? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so first question. Who, in any time in history, has measured the radius of this globe, drop over distance, any point in time?
I would not know anything.
Fair enough.
I mean,
you haven't heard any stories about it or anything like that?
You might want to like reword that, if I can be honest.
Yeah, who's measured the geometry, right? So
because when you say that, you're expecting me to have some like really deep-rooted knowledge, and then I don't, because I'm new to the topic, so there's no way for me not to come off like a dumbass and just sound like the whole time. So
well, I'm just asking about the globe.
Yeah. As long as you're being honest,
if
you say
verifiable source for what you're bringing up.
Hey man, as long as you're honest, if you say you don't know, you don't know. That's fine. So
there are a lot of people here who pretend they know way more than they actually do. So
no, that's cool. I mean, as long as you're honest about your answers, that's fine.
Yeah.
So and then we can go through it with you as well.
Yeah. Next question is pretty similar. Do you know anyone in history who has ever verified and measured the spin claim of the Earth? And maybe who did that?
I mean, because of the day-night cycle, I guess that can be potentially something. I'm not sure how day-night cycles would work if it were flat. I mean, I'm sure there's like models that can suggest something like that.
Well, I mean,
it would have to do with the sun, but tell me about it.
Sure. I mean, if we're both outside, right? And what do you see the sun doing?
It goes from what? It's like what? East to west, west to east? I already forgot.
Right. The sun's moving, but however, we're told that no, the sun is actually standing still, and we're spinning around, right?
Okay.
I mean, that's what we're told, correct?
I mean, yeah, there's no way to really tell if the sun is actually... I mean, it could just be standing still.
But that's not actually what we observe, right? Because we actually see the sun, moon, and stars all go from east to west, right? Sort of giving this illusion, if you will, that we're spinning, right? I mean, it would be really easy to tell a child that, and they would easily believe it, right? I mean, of course, that's why they have to tell us about this globe model at a very
it really just has to come down to perspective at that point, whether we're moving or rotating, or if the sun and the stars are rotating and moving, or both.
Well, I'm glad you say perspective, because we do have at least some observations where the sun and the moon at times, they shrink, right, into the distance of the horizon, right? We also have even optical phenomenon where we see them very large at the horizon. Many things that don't actually add up to a globe model. But to conclude that question, so do you know of anybody who has measured the spin of the Earth?
I would not.
Fair enough. And of course, the last question, they claim that this globe model is in an almost vacuum, right? I mean, there's almost nothing out there. I mean, I think it's like 16 negative torr, whatever the number might be, close to a vacuum that this ball is spinning in. Do you know?
I'm just trying to figure out the ulterior motive in convincing people of something that's just false.
We can get to that too, man. I just want to see where you're at.
There's no like profit incentive in convincing people. It's like it seems really arbitrary it's just like a shape. It has nothing to do with like
just
money.
Let him finish the third question.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, so that third question is, can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
Again,
because
I'm not a scientist. All three of your questions have been like really sciencey and like research dependent, and I am not in that sphere.
No, and it's fine, man. I definitely accept a layman's answer, like something like, I heard of a guy, maybe it's this, or I don't know, right? I mean, honesty is...
Because I'm coming into this like, you guys do far more research into this thing. I'm like, and my brain's an open sponge right now. I'm trying to just absorb some information, because I've always found this topic of discussion kind of
we definitely
infatuating.
do, but we're also not in the convincing business, right? We just like to share this information because you're right. It did take us a long time to honestly cultivate it and get all the bugs out and see who's the lies and test things ourselves, right?
But are you're like fully convinced though, right?
Oh, 100%. I know the Earth is flat and stationary. I also know that the globe is a lie, right? And that can be really hard for even some people to hear, right? They start to get all crazy. You must be crazy, right? You know, I was told about this ball too, right? And a lot of us were. You know, I only maybe know one person who was blessed with having parents that taught them flat Earth, but you know, it's what we observe in reality, and that's really the point.
Well, I mean, most of my family is Catholic, and I'm personally an atheist, so I've got the short end of the stick when coming to having to argue with them about that kind of thing. And they are very dead set on their ideology, and I've always found that really frustrating. So I've intentionally, going into any topic of discussion, I come into it with an open mind. I try and play devil's advocate occasionally, so not going to be about that.
I mean, I can appreciate that, but okay, just to kind of rephrase the question, have you ever seen propane without a container just stay in the middle of the air?
Definitely not.
Right. So we definitely know that the antecedent, or what's needed for gas pressure, is some sort of container, right? However, the globe model tells us that somehow gravity is suddenly, it's never held gas before, but it suddenly holds gas now. Even worse, it's spinning 1,000 miles per hour. You know.
I mean, here's another interesting topic of discussion. I don't think there's any point, like whether you're on an airplane or hot air balloon or something, there's no way you can tell it's round until you get like really far into space. You can look out into the horizon from like a really high altitude, and it'll always kind of look flat because the Earth is huge.
Well, yeah, you know, there's a claim, well, the Earth's too big, right? However, do you remember that little story they even tell us still, that we can see boats go over the curve?
That's like an optical illusion, no?
Oh, now it's an optical illusion. Where did you hear that?
There's an illusion where it's like it'll look like the boat is floating above the horizon. Have you ever seen a photo like that?
Yeah, Phantom Morgana is what that's usually referred to.
So what's that about?
Sometimes, well, you know, it depends. You can get a lot of light effects, especially with air turbulence and different
some
things.
refraction. I'm not going to pretend I know what I'm talking about here, but could be that.
Not refraction,
because it's not
just because you would need two mediums to have refraction. That's more like you stick a pencil in water, right?
And
you have the air and the water, and it starts to. You're like, wait a minute, the pencil's not broken, you know. And the same thing happens like if you're looking in water and you're looking like, say, up at a mountain. It's going to look or appear like it's in a different location because of that angle of inflection, right? You need some sort of surface angle. I mean, if you really want to get technical, we could talk about refraction and all the different models, but at the end of the day, what we'd have to have in reality is a geometric horizon. Right, we would have to see that curve.
What would your opinion be if you were like a guest on like a NASA project that went into orbit and you saw the Earth was round? What would your be? I mean, you'd have to be like, okay, I was wrong. Would you just
not necessarily?
I mean, if it was directly visual to you, would you be disappointed?
In a hypothetical, sure, I could say yeah, duh. Because it's a hypothetical.
But then it would be way more interesting to me because it's not like I want the Earth to be a certain shape, right? I feel like it would be really sick if it were actually flat.
Well, you might sort of subconsciously want it to be this shape because nobody wants to be lied to. I mean, if you were being lied to, would you want to know?
Well, I don't want to be in denial either. I just want to know the truth.
Yeah, but if you were being lied to, would you want to know?
Is there a way...
Yeah.
I mean, as like a newcomer to this discussion, right? Is there something I can personally do, just like standing outside to like have some kind of proof about flat Earth?
Yeah, long distance observation.
I mean, obviously I can look out like 10, 15 miles by going to a mountain or like a park or something like that, and obviously it'll look pretty flat.
I mean,
but that's
a little mind
very. Go ahead.
Here's a little mind experiment. How much do they claim that the surface of the Earth is of water? What have you heard?
Quite a bit.
Right, usually like 70, 72%, right? Now, water at rest, no matter what scale, is flat and level. Now, yeah, you can have some waves and you can have disturbance, right?
What's your
But
opinion
if I
on
go to my
gravity,
tub, it's a perfect level, right? So if I have 70% level water, what would the Earth be? Well, it wouldn't be a certain shape, but it would definitely have the properties of being flat and level and stationary.
I mean, to
Now,
be fair, if it was a
lake
sphere
shaped.
and we're believing in traditional gravity, I mean, all the water would just be forced to the center, correct?
I mean, that's what they tell us. Sure. However,
so what's your opinion on
density and
gravity
buoyancy
in a
explains
flat Earth
gravity
model?
right away. In fact, if you actually take physics and you do all these physics equations, when you actually apply gravity, you're just taking a weight of the object anyway and assuming that just because it falls, that suddenly, oh, yes, we must get our 9.8 meters per
So
second
is
squared.
gravity, like in a flat Earth model, is it equally distributed under the Earth's crust?
It's null and void, right? Relative density explains why things fall and why things actually go up. Say like a helium balloon, right? Why doesn't that fall? Or how about this? How come a 1,000-ton battleship doesn't just sink to the bottom of the sea? I mean, however, it is holding gigantic oceans, is it not? But yet floats ever so peacefully.
There's
right
a
at
lot
the
of
top
air
of
in
it.
a ship.
Exactly, it's relative density. And buoyancy, right? It displaces the water and therefore floats.
I mean, there's a lot of water and a lot of air in a human. That's why we float in water.
Yeah, again, that's a great example.
Especially
of
if you
buoyancy
inflate
indeed.
your lungs.
Exactly, just like a submarine, right?
I just want to know where you were going with that.
Yeah, what I'm saying is you don't need gravity to experience reality, right? Things still fall based on their relative density and the mediums that surround them, like such as objects and honestly, any matter. Right?
I could be talking out of my ass, but
it.
it would be interesting if we were like just going upwards or in like just a directional plane, and gravity somehow isn't real, and just because we're going in a direction, that's how gravity works. So if we were going upwards and you dropped an object, it would just go back to being
I want to bring us
stationary.
back out of the weeds because we could talk about gravity, but you still haven't answered my question.
Okay.
Is there a demonstration of gas pressure without a container? Or, as you said, maybe gravity, is there a demonstration of gravity holding gas?
I mean, is gravity more like a theory, or is this like a set in stone law of physics?
According to the mainstream, it is even still a theory, even though that's even debatable, right?
Because gravity doesn't like make a lot of sense if you really think about it.
Oh, they've changed it so many times. You almost have to say which gravity. Einsteinian.
It doesn't make
Albert
sense
Einstein.
for things just to be attracted to something just because it's bigger.
True.
Because I don't feel like movement can just spawn from something being bigger.
However, I'm going to take it as in maybe I don't know about those demonstrations. Maybe you've never seen gas be held by gravity. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
So the reason I ask those three questions, right, is because it shows somebody that it's just a belief they have about this globe that they're on. It's just a belief. You even said, I don't know who measured this curve. I don't know who measured this spin. And I definitely don't know what's going on with this gas pressure next to a vacuum. What's up with that? Right.
I think in the end, everything does technically have to be a theory, and I don't think anything is truly verifiable. So that's where the interest of the discussion comes in.
Well, let me ask you this: are you on Discord right now talking to me?
I don't know. Maybe.
Maybe.
Oh boy.
We getting philosophical now?
No, I'm being absolutely objective. I'm 100% sure that I am
Your
talking to you.
question was, are we talking on Discord? My answer would be yes.
Yes. Are you 100% sure of that?
I don't know where you're going with this.
It's not a hard question, man.
I don't know.
Are you
Is
100% sure?
anything real?
Yes, things are real. If there was a fire that spawned right next to you, you wouldn't be like, I don't know if that's real. I'm just going to sit here and just hope I'm 99% sure that it's not. Right? No, you're going to put it out. You're going to get out of there, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's why we have fight or flight instincts, right? We know our objective senses and our reality and what it tells us. However,
Well, to be
we're
fair,
indoctrinated at a young
there's
age to
reality, and then
disregard
there's
it.
the things your brain perceives as reality. The only things you can perceive directly have to do with your brain. So there's always going to be an aspect that's a lie.
Are you a brain in a jar?
There's a term for this. Let me just
Out of all the
Fuck's
things you
sake.
could have looked up by now, it's this one.
No, I mean, it's
But-
like everything that's in reality is real, but it's always coming through a filter of our brains, right?
Of your senses, not your brain.
So
But yeah,
what we
you know,
see
it
is technically fantasy and or not completely true.
That's not true, man. We can look at the same building, and we could disagree about every in which way it looks, right? We could be like, I think it's beautiful. Well, I think it's ugly, right? And that would be subjective. However, I could say it's 50 feet tall, and you could say it's 70 feet tall. One of us is dead wrong, because it does have, in fact, a clear height. It is not changing day by day. Would you agree?
Yeah.
So if I measure the geometry, right, it's not even a science question, it's a geometry question. I can test my horizon right now at the beach. I can compare it to the globe math that NASA and, you know, the basically calculations that they give us to make these calculations of said curved horizon, geometric horizon, and we can falsify them by orders of magnitude, right? It's not just like a little off. It's significantly off. In fact, we can see even farther than, you know, there is no globe geometry.
So if you were like one of these masterminds at NASA, what would be the ulterior goal of lying to people about something as arbitrary as a shape?
So that I can control people just like you, would be my speculation. I could make people absolutely my drones and they would argue with people just like who you're talking to, right?
Well, I already
And they
prefaced
would
that
be
I'm not
in
coming in here
absolute
to be
control. I
like,
could
"You're
take their
wrong."
money. I could take $85 million every 36 hours even. Would you lie for $85 million every 36 hours?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, who wouldn't? In fact, I think a guy yesterday said he'd lie for $20, which shows you where humanity is.
$20. $20 is $20.
However, that might be, you know, you're asking the guy who's not lying to you. I'm just the one who going, hey, look, this guy, there's blood all over the knife. This guy is walking with blood all over his shoes. There's the tracks. And you're going, but why would he do it? See the problem?
That's fair.
Yeah. Anyway, I got to keep watching my kid, but yeah, thanks for asking those.
No, I appreciate the time,
answering
bro.
those questions.
Beautifully put.
Yeah, so to summarize the whole thing, if you want to prove it yourself, go out, do some, convince yourself, basically. We're not here to convince you. You just share the information.
Yeah.
Go out, do some long-distance observations, use the globe math to predict where the so-called curvature should be starting to obstruct and how much the hidden height should be at, and so on. So elevation height and distance to the object, use the globe math predictions, basically. And yeah.
Well, I'm
good
glad
luck.
that your theories are based in math and not just like some abstract
No,
thing
it's
to
no,
back
it's
a
based.
fragile ego or to be
Well, hold on.
contrarian.
Hold on. I didn't say what the fuck, man.
Because I feel like for some people they would just want to be ignorant, just be contrarian, just because it makes them sound.
No, I just explained to you what you can do to convince yourself, right? Now, we do have a link to long distance observations out in reality.
You can just DM it to me if you like.
Not only in math or paper. That's not the case here when it comes to flat Earth. So if you're interested, you can look into that and eventually maybe do your own testing. So like I said, long distance observation and so forth. Try to find the curvature or the drop of distance. I'll get the link for you in a sec, so you can have a look at what's been done.
Antechamber. Do you know the purpose of this VC? The purpose is
flat Earth discussion. Yes.
Well, no, not necessarily. It's more about
24-hour flat Earth discussion.
It's more about the globe claim is this topic of discussion, right? People need to come here and try to prove their globe model to us.
Yeah, I imagine that could be pretty frustrating, especially with people who have been far worse than us.
Oh, what the fuck?
The hell was that?
I don't know.
Antechamber.
I'm going to join Discord with funny music.
Another way of saying what he just said was, yes, they are just being contrarian, and they want to be contrarian towards the globe Earth.
Well, they just get indoctrinated with things that are potentially false, and then just their belief system won't let them change, or they get anything out of intelligent discussion like we've had. And it is far harder to unlearn something than it is to learn it. I understand it.
That's exactly right. Trust me, bro. I was a space nerd.
Was?
Yeah. I was all about it, bro. And then I found out it's bullshit.
He
and I'm
doesn't
pissed.
believe in space.
I don't believe in space.
Do you?
I don't know. I mean, it makes a lot of sense for there just to be infinite space.
I mentioned you in the chat.
It's not just like shit just ends.
Chamber.
The link.
Chamber, you can check the chat. Tons and tons of observations has been done. Laser tests, long distance observations. Yeah, have a look at it, chew on it a bit, and yeah. If you have any more questions, you're welcome to come back.
I mean, as a newbie, I'm on the 24-hour flat Earth wiki type thing. This does just look like a lot of numbers to me, and it's not like, ooh, it's Occam's razor here, but I would not know anything about what these numbers mean, or, I mean, I could probably digest it a little easier if it were in the form of like a video essay. Because this is a lot for me to chew on.
Well, hold on, Antechamber. Here's the thing. You have a belief system already. The globe, right?
Wait, why this thing you linked to? It doesn't make any sense. There's no source for anything.
Hold on, Kenny, real quick. I just want to mention this to Antechamber. If you're serious about looking into it, man, the more you look into it, the more chinks you find in the globe model than you would any other observation that you can make in reality. It just doesn't match up, man. That's basically it, Antechamber. Like, I feel you. I know what you mean by being inculcated with like indoctrination, especially.
Well, it feels like my whole life I've had to unlearn a whole bunch of things I was indoctrinated, whether from my parents or from schooling or from brainwashing, propaganda, politics, all that.
Exactly.
I used to be like a hardcore, like alt-right, SJW, Ben Shapiro, libtard owned compilation type guy.
Okay, he said, Chamber, you said, yeah, it's numbers and whatnot. Like I said, it's about the distances from one point to another point and elevation height. You can use a Earth curve calculator. You can just Google it. Any of them will work. They use the same formula, basically. You can use that calculator, punch in the numbers from the observations, and see what the Earth curve calculator will give you based like what would be the hidden height. And then you will see if it's true or not, basically. And like I said, these are observations. You don't have to. I'm not telling you to believe in those.
Were you saying
just
the sun
giving you
rotates
information
around the Earth and we're stationary?
I'm just giving you information. So please, if you want to convince yourself, go out and do it yourself as well in the same manner.
Can you answer my question though about the sun? You're suggesting we are stationary, correct? And the sun moves around us?
The sun is an optical illusion. It's not real.
Okay.
Who said that? Optical illusion.
I just did.
From which standpoint?
Well, it's definitely real. That's undeniable.
Yeah, dude, you can't prove it's real.
Okay, I can't prove you're real.
Exactly, I'm not.
All right, back to what
let's get back to the
Quetz
question.
was
What
saying.
was your question exactly again, Antichamber?
Yeah,
I just want to know how like day and night would work on a flat Earth model. That's the thing that kind of like is a blockade for me right now.
Just check it out though. There is no flat Earth model. Anyone who claims to know the shape of the Earth is lying to you.
I don't feel like this is adding anything to this.
No, but I'm just saying
It's
we
not
don't
adding
know.
anything. It's a total rejection of everything. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice one, Kenny.
I got like
Chamber.
3 minutes here, so I gotta go run out and do Uber Eats. But just with my
You've been gun scattering a lot. You need to chew on some of the pieces we have told you about. You know, the step by step is better that way because you're not going to handle and chew on everything at once. Yeah, like Beast said, we don't claim a model since we don't know the entirety of the Earth shape. So, like I said, flat Earth is a description of the surface. We measure, we see way beyond the globe math prediction. So, best.
At Antechamber, there's no alternative. It's just a total rejection of reality. What does that mean?
That guy's crazy.
Yeah.
No, he's a troll. Don't listen to people like that. It's up to you, but you can tell by the way he was speaking and the tone he's trolling.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I said, yeah. I mean, if you feel like,
what is your opinion on day-night cycle as an avid theorist? Hello.
Like I said, we don't know. We know they're up there. They're circling around, whatever. Moving from east to west every time. We can only observe what they do. We don't know what they are made of or such. So, like I said, we don't have a model. We can't use any flat Earth model for it.
So everything that's like, if I looked up flat Earth on Google Images, those are just like theories or suggestions.
There would be more of a concept of something they might think it might work that way, but it's,
so what
like
you're
I
saying
said,
is we're
it's
still
no way of
working
verifying.
it out, right?
Like a concept, sure, concept. No way of verifying any of that. Like I said, no one can verify.
But of course, there's no way to
things out
verify
there.
it's a globe either. So.
No, will the globe, in any way, the sky? How are you going to verify anything in the sky since you can't go up there even to begin with and do anything up there? Can you? So it's kind of pointless. You can only have speculations and whatnot, and you observe what they do when they move. Sure, you can record those, the movements, and we have the so-called quote-unquote predictions, but they're post-dictions. The Saros cycle, you can look that up. They know when certain events going to happen in the sky, so to speak. So if you look into the Saros cycle, it's a record of history back to like 1,000, 2,000 years.
So you're suggesting, because I know flat Earth was like a common model, and I know you guys don't like the word model, but I know in like history textbooks they show people that have drawn a model. So are you saying the people in like the 1600s were more correct than the technology we have now?
Are you talking about map or like concept cosmology?
Just a map.
You mean actual map that are circled around as a flat? Do you have any?
I'm just
example,
going off
maybe?
my experience. Cause I vividly remember seeing like drawings, and I know they may have had like some kind of religious tie or something like that, but it would be about like how all the planets in the sun revolve around the Earth and whatnot, and then until like the Christopher Columbus type thing, where he didn't fall off the edge or something like that. That's when everyone was like, "Oh, it's a globe."
I'm not sure about that part. I haven't looked into it. But the globe model, or the globe per se, or the heliocentric story or model, what you call it, comes also from like 500 years ago. It came to fruition by Catholic priests.
My ultimate point being, the people back then had more of a point than people do now with our technology.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm saying is that heliocentrism comes from religious aspects as well.
Okay.
The globe, the whole thing, yeah. So if you look into the history of it, when it started 500 years ago, Catholic priests. Yeah. So
no, that's neat.
I don't know.
I gotta run out. I'll maybe pop by in a little bit.
Yeah,
I appreciate the time, guys.
No worries, man.
Keep researching. Keep doing cool shit.
Yeah, man. You're welcome next time. Come back.
Alright, so I have a couple of things that I've thought of as you guys were going through the conversation. So something that came to my mind was that earlier when you guys were talking about looking at planets through the microscope, what was his name? Something Water said that the is this better?
Yeah, I guess. Try more. Speak. I mean, say
Hello,
something.
yeah. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, that's good. That's good. I'll just lower you a little bit from my end. All right, go on.
Alright. So, Water said that the planets just look round when you're looking at them through a microscope, like, not a microscope, a telescope.
Telescope, yeah.
And then
I mean, yeah.
it kind of sounds like he's saying like you can't just trust your senses, and like because of perspectives and stuff, they might kind of be lying to you. But you later on, asked the other dude, can't remember his name either, who's left now. If he was on Discord, right? And you're kind of making the case there that your senses are absolute, and that if you are experiencing something and you believe it to be true from what your senses are telling you, then it should be, or it like logically, therefore, like that's the conclusion that you should make. But
Yeah,
why then would it be unreasonable to assume that
when he was asking him, what is he doing right now? Is he talking to us on Discord? 100% sure. Is he sitting down in a chair, standing up? This is objective reality. It's not subjective. So if you can't be sure what you're doing in your everyday life, then you might have some problems with your own reality, I guess, I would say, in a certain way, I guess. So, sure, you can't be 100% sure about everything that you can't know about, but with the things you usually do, you should be 100% sure. Yes, I'm doing this at the moment, I'm doing that, and so on. There shouldn't be any doubt about it, even. If there is any, then you have something troubling in your mind. You're thinking about maybe you're living in a simulation, maybe, or we have had those people coming in here talking about simulations theories as well. Or I might be in or something like that, like this. I might be a thought in the God's mind or something. I don't know. Remember what he said, but it was so ridiculous. So do you understand how far you can stretch this out if you're not aware of your own reality anymore?
So, are you saying that because when you ask him, are you having a conversation with us right now, right? That can have like different meanings, the question itself. You could be asking whether or not the experience that he's having is consistent with ones that he's had in the past, where he's been in Discord, and therefore it is like something that's consistent with his life, and therefore it's a phenomenon that pops up, and he can logically refer to it as being something that is real because
Well, I'm mostly referring to something basic, every day, something you interact with in everyday life. Like, I mean, you do talk with people every day, don't you? You go to work or school, whatever the case may be. Yeah, you talk with your parents, relatives, whatnot. So you interact always. You're talking to them. You're not dreaming about it. You're not thinking you're in simulation when you do it. You don't feel like you're in another dimension doing it. You know what I mean? So asking these kind of questions is just to check where are you at, basically. Do you know where you are with yourself?
Have you heard of the guy Donald Hoffman?
Not really. What about him?
So he posits the theory that humans or nature within itself doesn't evolve to see reality as it is, and when things within a system evolve, they evolve to survive, and that doesn't favor seeing reality as it is, right? And he mentioned how if you take a certain type of like Coke bottle or something, right? Or it was like this weird beer bottle that had a strange texture. Sorry, I'm just getting distracted by chat. I have to close it real quick. And it's okay. Now I have to rephrase this. So there was this phenomenon that was happening right in this country where these certain types of insects were going extinct, and the reason that they were going extinct, right, was because they were going to these bottles that were lying around the place, and they thought that these bottles were like mates for them, and so the insects would go to the beer bottle and they would prefer the beer bottles as like mates over like actual insect mates, right? And that was slowly causing the insect population to like dwindle and die out, right? So that's like an example of something evolving to see patterns and then using that to survive, but it's not necessarily an accurate representation of reality, right? The patterns may have been that the bottle seemed to look like a mate to the insect, but it's an efficient way of using the small amount of like I guess brain processing power that the insects have in order to
Well, I mean, you comparing us to ants? Is that what you're saying? Humans to ants?
so that was one of the first examples that he used.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
and then
I
later
understand
on,
but you talk about evolution as well, don't you?
yeah. So wait,
Yeah.
do you not subscribe to evolution then?
Well, evolution is part of the heliocentric story as well. So, and there's no proof of evolution as well. So you can look it up if you will. A lot of professors says the same. But that's another story. Yeah. But like I said, it's part of the Big Bang and the heliocentric story. So if you want to believe in evolution.
I just have to ask because otherwise, a lot of Donald Hoffman stuff is based off the theory of evolution. So I feel like if that's not really something you guys subscribe to, then it's meaningless talking about it.
No, well, I understand what you meant by that, but like I said, it's weird comparing, ants to humans. It's not the same, but I get your point.
So yeah, the big claims that he made was that the one thing that I remembered the most or the best was the analogy he used. Just because it paints a picture in your mind, and I wasn't that dedicated to like memorizing specifically all the nuances within what it was he was talking about. But what he did was he compared reality to like a computer, right? So with a computer, when you, for instance, click on an icon on your home screen, right? You may say that the nature of the computer is that there's an icon and it's within the top right quadrant of the PC, and that's like kind of the true nature of the computer. But really, if you look at what the true nature is of it, it's more about like code and information, right? But
Mhm.
if I were to try and interact with my PC through using, C coding, instead of actually using a user interface, it would be really difficult to actually navigate through my PC. Even though, C would give me a better representation of what's going on in my PC, it's not as useful to me, right? And then he would say that, okay, well, sure, we already know this because if you look at a microscope, you'll see that everything isn't just objects, it's kind of like, um, made up of really small atomic particles, and that's what the true nature of gravity is. Like things aren't just big, clunky stuff. If you look at it on a microscopic level, it's like a whole bunch of tiny particles that make a symphony that dictate what reality is, right? And then he says, but that's not really what he's saying, because that's like saying, oh yeah, I know what the nature of the computer is. It's if you zoom in, it's just a whole bunch of pixels, right, on a screen. But that's still like a part of the user interface. That's not the true nature of what makes up the PC, which is the coding and the hardware behind it, right? So what he poses is, for instance, when you guys talked about the situation of a fire burning within a building, right? Like, I'll be like, oh yeah, that's real, because I won't want to stand around and, let the fire consume me and die, right? But that's because of evolution, right? I've evolved in order to, avoid things like that that would kill me, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that everything that I experience is reality. So like, if I die, if the flame consumes me, I'm dead, right? And that is something that I guess manifests within, what we experience within real life, and that might be actually indicating something within reality itself, but that doesn't suggest that everything necessarily that we experience conveys the full nature of reality. So yes, if there's something that's burning and there's a fire and I go towards it, I'm going to burn, right? And that's something that everyone around me is going to experience. I'm going to experience it. I'll die, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that there isn't, a reality behind this one. And something that he says is that, people will be like, oh, but that means you can't really have any logical sense of what reality is, and doesn't that, defeat the whole point of, trying to figure out what reality is, because, nothing constitutes, like, you can't make reason out of things, so why even try thinking about stuff? But that's not what he's arguing. He's arguing that our senses are faulty, and I mean they do their job well, which is keeping us alive. We can see objects in 3D space, and that's quite useful when it comes to surviving, and we can interact with things, and we have our senses, which tells us.
Well, this is the problem. When you listen to people like him, they're spread out. Not only him, there's a lot of people doing that. And then you start questioning yourself. Is this reality? Can we trust our senses or not? Yeah. It's part of the brainwashing system. And the same with the globe model. You just have to believe in it in order to make it true. So it comes down to, once you have broken free from that imprisonment of that globe mind, you will see things much clearer, and stop taking others people's words at face value, just like that. But the initiative has to come from you first, so we're not here, like I said, to convince you. So I don't know if he dropped out or what happened to his connection. It kind of stopped in a second there. Bobby, you still there? I think he cut out. Is anyone else here? Not listening.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I fundamentally disagree.
About. Nice. And he left.
Oh my god.
Wow, did you find the curve? Something revelating? You want to share? No? I guess not.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Is anyone there? Hello? Bruh.
Yeah, welcome back, Bob. Bobby Low. Can I call you Bob? I'll call you
You
Bob.
can call me whatever you want.
I'll go with the short one. All right. Yeah, you cut out there.
Yeah, I just want to say real quick, my power cut out. My phone is on 2%. My computer is switching back on. So if I do cut out, I'll be back on again in a second. But yeah.
Yeah, no worries, man. No
Do
worries.
you want me
We'll be
to?
here.
Do you want me to
Huh?
continue where I left off, or do you want to say something first about what I've been saying so far? Or
Oh, I don't know if you heard me speaking there before you cut out. So maybe I guess I'll make it fast and quick. So basically, these kind of people you're listening to about evolution, about people telling you can't trust your senses, you can't trust your own reality, they spread out to people. And this is usually not good, especially when you talk about reality. So I wouldn't take the words from them at face value. And like I said, when you come to a realization about your own reality and that the globe is a lie, hopefully you will come to that conclusion one day on your own. We're not, like I said, we're not going to convince you. You have to convince yourself. We're just here to share information, point to the right direction, and then you will see things much clearer. Basically, that's what I said. I don't know if you heard that before you cut out, so I just repeated the same. Does that make sense?
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
But I mean, so from my understanding of it, something that I was about to say before I did cut out was that it doesn't mean. Oh, by the way, the point at which I cut out was like when I was busy saying something, and then as soon as I stopped talking, that's when I cut out. Just for sake of clarity. When he says that
Oh, you sound very robotic now. I don't know what happened to your voice.
Is it still the same?
Now it's better. Static noise, but I can hear now.
Okay.
Try now. Yeah, it's good. Oh boy, I don't know what's happening. Let's see. I think it's your battery maybe about to shut down or something.
Oh yeah, I'll wait for my
Yeah, it's very noisy in the background. Some static noise, and I don't know what's going on. Yeah, you're barely coming through. Sorry, I put you on mute because I don't know what's going on with your background noise, the statics and all that. It's overturning your own voice. See if you can hop onto the computer whenever that's booted up. Maybe it's sound better from there.
Hello?
Yeah, are you on PC now?
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Yeah, much better.
I was really confused when I joined the wrong Flat Earth channel.
Above us? Or which one?
Oh, it says Globe Earth.
Yeah,
Bro.
they changed their name. They got butthurt because of this channel. Because you can see on their mod, check their roles, room owners. They have something called Rage Cage mod or something like that. That was their original name. Then they changed it to 24/7 Globe Earth because of this room. And yeah, whatever. The rest is story. Is they're coping over there. Yeah. So yeah, I'll leave it at that. Yeah, where were you at? I don't know. I lost track here.
So, let me just think for a second to make sure that I'm. If I don't find exactly where I was in my head, along with the story, I can always just start from where I think it was and then go from there. Yeah. So, right. So you said you think that it's like it's an idea that kind of spreads out and kind of is a negative one because it causes people to. Well, this is what I'm assuming. Is that you putting forth is that it causes people to kind of like it's a bad idea because it causes people to like doubt things that they shouldn't be doubting.
Well, when you have people telling you what the reality is, then one should be concerned, to be honest, because if you can't distinguish it in yourself with your own, senses and all that in everyday basic life,
right? So
then yeah, I don't know. Unless you need that because of some other reasons, I don't know. But any human being should be able to do that on their own, independently. And then that's another thing when you co-join with others to discuss certain things and see what they have an opinion about it. But when we talk about objective realities, like I said, it's not subjective. So that's where the issue is. You have to draw the line somewhere, between objective reality and subjective.
Yeah, so I think what he's saying is that we've all evolved to see an objective reality, and that objective reality, the one with which we can interact with and, test hypotheses on, that reality is the one, obviously that is like a manifestation from like a deep reality. So that doesn't necessarily mean that things that we see aren't true. I mean, if I were to try and take it back to the analogy of like the a monitor or a user interface in a computer, that isn't to say that there's something inherently false about the monitor. It's just like a different representation of reality. So I mean, that being said, you know, it's not discrediting anything that we can observe. It's just saying that there might be like a deeper reality beneath it that's more complex, right? And that we can't really understand. And therefore it's, you know, more useful to see this reality with which we can interact with. Does that make sense? Like, I don't know if you followed that, because that turned it into a little bit of word jumble there.
Yeah, it's kind of sound like a philosophical side to it a bit there. The other part you spoke about, the unknown.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't say people can't speculate, but we have to go with what we know to be true in this realm, but we can test, verify, repeat. Anyone that can do it here on Earth, not at the sky, because no one can go up to the sky and do anything. So that's why we have these observations, long distance observations, for example, using the geometry of the Earth, so-called claim the globe, use the math, test the math out in reality. So we have means and ways of determining, is this true or not? Does it hold up to scrutiny or not?
Yeah, so just to clarify, this was so when we talk about these things, the reason I mentioned this theory, right, is because it was, if we go way back into the conversation, we were talking about the conversation that we previously had, or that you previously had with, sorry, no, it was the one. So I think Water was busy talking to the dude in the voice chat earlier, and then I think you asked him the question of, you know, are you sitting down here, right, in this moment? And I just wanted to say that, like, I feel like one of the reasons he may have struggled with that question is because, like, that question can have, like, different meanings, you know? So, like, in one sense, you know, he is sitting down in Discord having a conversation.
Yeah, objectively. Yeah. You should be able to determine that. But do you think he was thinking in a different way? What do you mean?
Yeah, so it sounded like you guys saw it almost like problematic that he couldn't say, you know, for certain that, you know, whether he was sitting down having a Discord conversation. So if I guess if you wanna, because like my understanding of the word objective, yeah.
Yeah, he when he was asked, he started laughing a little bit, giggling, whatever, for himself. That's a sign of the boundary between the how I'm gonna say, like, between, like I said, the objective reality and the subjective one. He's not even sure of himself, and it's not his fault. If you, like I said, you have to believe in the globe in order for it to be true. So if you're raised up with believing in a lot of things, what people tell you, what the news, media, and all, you know, everything around, you know, everything that surrounds your life with beliefs and stories, and you never verified any of it, of course you're going to have a struggle between objective reality and the actual truth and the other part. So I would almost call it like cognitive dissonance in a way, when they struggle to answer those simple questions, when they're having doubts about their own reality. So, like I said, it's not their fault. They've been raised like that, you know, with everything that's been thrown at them since they were a child or baby, you know, babies, whatever, growing up with the belief system we have here today when it comes to the globe and other stuff.
Well, if it wasn't their fault, then nobody would become a flat earther. I think it is their fault because we've all seen the truth.
Yeah, well, we believed in the globe as well, so we grew out of that. Yeah.
So there's like, It is their problem and it is their fault.
Partially, yeah, sure. Maybe because they're not scrutinizing or questioning the things they just believe in, whatever they've been told. So yeah, sure. Partially, I would say yes, but yeah. But yeah, that's why we're here, to share information, try to awaken people, and help them with information so they can actually make a reasonable, coherent decision about what's true or not, especially about Earth. I mean, I don't think anyone would like to be lied to about where they, if they live on the globe or not. So that's I would say that's the biggest lie in human history, to be honest. Any bigger than any lie that's been told from governments or whatnot.
Yeah.
So yeah, but I mean, like, it's up to each one. We like I said, we can't convince them. We can only help them with information. Have a discussion, see where they fall into their own realization, if this might be true or not, or that has to come from them, the initiative. You can only like I said, show the information, and if they choose to continue to believe in the globe, that's on them. We at least it is what it is. Then not much you can do about it. But we do at least be open-minded to anything. You don't have to believe in everything that's been said, but be open-minded about it, absorb it, chew on it, and then see if it leads to something or not, basically. So I think it's quite healthy to be open-minded to new possibilities or new things in any way, shape, or form. So, and then see where it leads to or not. So that's my take on it, I will say. Yeah.
I just wanted to say that, like, the ideas of the person that I've been talking about aren't, like, I didn't pose them to say that, oh, you can't make conclusions about the Earth using your senses, right? It was
your senses would be part of it, not solely.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And one of the things that he says is that one of the things that we are fairly good at, humans specifically, is getting closer to reality through mathematics and logical reasoning, right? Something that it is a lot more reliable than our senses and intuition, right? So, if you are making the statement that you found a mathematical model that proves that the Earth is flat, right? The idea that reality isn't exactly the way it is to our senses. If that was the case, that doesn't disprove flat theory from that angle. You know what I mean? Or even at all, because it's not even relating to flat theory or the nature.
Well, I mean, in order to find a model, you need to know the realities first. How it's depicted, because models are projections based on what you have gathered data from and so forth. You can't make a model first and then claim we'll live in that model. That's not reality. So mathematical models and whatnot is not reality. It's just a model. And yeah. Do you understand what I mean? Yeah.
But I mean, nothing.
You have to be able to verify these things if you're going to create a model. And then this is what flat earthers are doing. We try to verify the globe model using the radius value, trying to find that curvature drop. No one is able to find it anywhere. So if you start off from the fundamental requirement of a shape, there has to be something to it, and in this case is curvature. So if that's non-existent, then everything else about it doesn't matter anymore. You have to start from the base, you have a sphere. Antecedent is curvature. So if you can't find curvature anywhere, it's basically not a ball anymore. What else are you going to talk about the sky? It's not going to help you anymore. The sky is not going to help you. You can make a lot of excuses about it, sure, but it's not going to help
I'd be
you.
able to ask you to backpedal like maybe 2 to 3 minutes because like I've been trying to follow, but I'm not necessarily getting what it is you're saying.
Well, which part? What did you get lost from?
I think.
Or what did you?
I've missed quite a bit of it. I've been trying to make sense of it, but it's not really happening. Maybe
Make sense of. You right now we just spoke about models. What were we talking about 3 minutes ago? Something else or models?
Are you asking me to? I think like basically since from the point that you started talking now, like I mentioned the mathematical model thing, and then
Yeah. And I explained about the model. Did you hear that part, or did you? What happened?
I mean, I heard it, and okay, now I'm getting completely lost. Would you be able to repeat yourself on that part? You're saying, yeah.
But did you hear me speak about it, but you didn't get it, or you didn't hear about it at all? I don't get which part. Which part is it?
So I try to like make connections from what you're saying to things that I knew, but I just couldn't find anything that it was connecting, and then I kept on doing that, and then because I was trying to do that within my active processing memory, like.
Okay, I will go back to what I heard from you initially when you spoke about models. You said if there were someone to find a model that fits the flat Earth, wasn't that what you said?
Right. Yeah. So I'm talking about a mathematical model, right? A mathematical model. So
Okay.
you are talking about you keep on coming back to the thing where you have to take the radius that people are pardon me, that people are talking about of the Earth, and then you have to do some sort of calculation, and then you'll find yourself. Well, this what it sounds like you're saying is that you'll find that it doesn't match up, right? If you know.
No, yeah. I was talking about the globe model. You said just model. I don't know. Maybe you were just generalizing. I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, maybe it's possible, but I think I meant to say mathematical model. So like for instance, yeah.
Yeah, I mean the globe model has. I mean, it has numbers. Radius, circumference, everything. So the numbers has been given. They claim to be measured in some way, somehow, but no one knows how it was even done. If it's even that methodology they did is accurate or true to be told. So, but yeah, we have radius. It's been given. So you apply that math in reality. Go out and test it. It's not that hard.
There's a 102-mile-long bridge, 0 curvature.
Yeah. So you have so you take something as abstract, the math. You have the model that's been built around it. We have been giving the numbers of the globe. So why not go out and at least see if we can find curvature? Like I said, it's a fundamental requirement for the globe. Curvature. You start from the surface, from where you stand on. You don't start with the sky. You start from the surface. If there's no curvature to be found, then what's the point of talking about the sky? How was the radius even measured in the first place if you can't find any curvature at all anywhere? What's the point of talking about other stuff? It doesn't logically follow any at that point. You have to start from the fundamental point. If you have it, fine. Then you can talk about the other stuff. Then it connects to everything else. So, do you understand what I'm getting at when I'm saying this? Was that the answer you were looking for, or something else maybe?
Sorry. But I just have to clarify. When I deafen myself, it's because my computer sometimes does this thing where it's like a little feedback loop, and it like eventually the audio just gets really loud, and my speakers are just blaring shit into my ears. So that's why I deafened myself for a second there. So you said something about we have to verify this thing on the Earth before we can look outwards into the sky. I think you said that. If I was listening correctly, but and you said that we need to establish this main point, or like explore this main thing first, which is the curvature of the Earth before we can delve into other topics. I'm not sure if that's what it is what you're trying to say.
Well, I mean, like you would start with the basis. I mean, the claim is shape, so it's a geometry in question. So geometry, you have numbers, radius, the value, everything. Yeah. So you can apply that in reality. Go out and test it. Go look for the drop over distance.
Right. So you're saying instead of using logic around the implications that might come across, if people were lying, or other implications about, what it might mean about
the easiest way to verify this for yourself, for anyone, is this is what I was talking about. Not the sky, because like I said, no one can go up there and verify anything up there. It's just you have to believe it based off the model and the stories attached to it, and the numbers, whatnot. But you start with a fundamental piece. A shape, especially a sphere, has curvature. You start from there. Can you find it or not? If not, then what's the point of talking about the other stuff? Because they all derive from the radius.
Yeah.
Everything derives from the radius. Everything else. Even the formulas they put in. You all see that R value in their formulas. Most of the time. If you don't have radius based off of the curvature drop to be found anywhere in reality, when you try to verify it, then what's the point of talking about the other stuff? It doesn't follow logically. Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
So you're saying, like, instead of sorry, I'm just trying to do like repeat what you say back to you, so that you know that I'm getting what you're saying. If that's fine, or do you not want me to?
Yeah, sure. You can repeat.
Okay. So you're saying that because we're making claims about the geometry of the Earth, the first thing that we should be doing is going out and verifying for ourselves the geometry of the Earth, instead of making logical statements surrounding what the implications might be if the Earth was flat around, or why if the implications were X, Y, and Z, it doesn't logically add up to the Earth being flat or round. Or so is that incorrect? The way I'm seeing it right now, like, is that would you say that's an accurate representation of what you're trying to say now, or not?
Well, I will give you an example. We have had Globers coming in here saying we can't verify Earth in any way or shape or form because we're not credited. We don't have the education for it, or whatever the case may be. Excuses along the road. But what I'm saying is geometry is even taught like an early stage in school. Anyone can comprehend geometry, do measurements and whatnot, since third grade, whatever the case may be in different countries, maybe, but usually third grade. And anyone, I'm literally saying anyone can go out and verify, do their own testing, long distance observations, do the measurements across,
So when you say go out and do the measurements, what does that look like practically for you?
How best way would be doing over water, since you have no obstructions like the hills, hills and valleys, whatnot.
Right.
You can do it over land, but like I said, there are some things in the way. Easiest is over water, and have some kind of marcation. If you have anything that is known to be there at a certain distance from the beach, from the ground where you're standing on until you reach water, and then from there out to where you should be looking at the object or something else. What might be there fixed in a fixed place? Yeah. Markation. Yeah. And then based on your elevation height, there's a form and a calculator. You can use a calculator from Google. You can just Google Earth curve calculator. So that helps you. It makes it easier. You punch in the numbers, your elevation height, and the distance to the object from your point A to that point B. Punch in the numbers, and it will tell you how much should be hidden, obstructed by the curvature. And if you still see the whole thing or whatever, and the horizon is even way beyond where it shouldn't be, you basically falsify the radius. Then it can't be the curvature anymore, can it be? It has to be optical in some cases when you can't see, but you still see in certain conditions as well. Way further than what's allowed, basically. You see way further than what's allowed based on the globe radius math, basically. It's not that hard. I mean, so like I said, anyone can do this to verify, do their own testing like this. It's just one example, but you can do different things as well.
I mean, I don't know. I think it's quite hard because first of all, you have to get far. So I would assume
10 miles is enough. 10 miles. You got 10 miles. You got 66 feet drop.
Yeah, but you said you would do it over water, right?
Yeah, sure. You can do it with water or lake.
So you would have to have like a boat or something, right?
Yeah, you can have a friend or someone with you, I guess, to be on the other side. Maybe you can do a mirror flashing test, I guess. The other guy is holding the mirror, and you're looking. If it reflects the sunlight, you can still see it, and you should be able to see that mirror based on the derivation from the globe math and the obstruction. Yeah, there you go. You'll find if you find the curvature or not, then there are different ways of doing it, but depends where you are. If you have lakes or oceans nearby, I guess. So.
I put a video in the chat of someone who did exactly that. 20 miles, 20, yeah, just about 20 miles, no curvature.
Yeah, he posted the laser experiment. They have done it like multiple different places, different countries. And they shot lasers across the water, even frozen lakes. They shot lasers. A frozen lake, even better. And they couldn't hit any obstruction. Basically, no curvature was obstructed, and they could hit the other target on the other side from one end to another across the water or frozen lakes. Different cases. They have everything documented on their site, how they went about it, what they used, and so forth. So you can have a look at it as well. It's when you have time. It's pretty good.
Just curious, has any flat earthers, have they traveled to space before?
No need, mate.
Great question, man.
I mean, why doesn't someone just fly up into space and take a photo?
Great question. Yeah. Why doesn't the $1 billion space program do that? Why did they have to fake them? Why do we have to go up into space and take a picture when apparently that's already been done 1 million times?
Yeah, I don't know. Kind of weird, isn't it?
Everything's kind of weird, but maths makes it a little bit easier. Brings everything.
So do you think all the countries are on the same page of?
Who cares about the actual surface of the Earth when we have fake pictures and a fake place that we can go to? Who cares about actually measuring what you're standing on?
So what is your prime? What is your prime concern? Converting people, or
no?
What are you trying to do?
This is not a religious channel, man. No one's converting anyone here.
I mean, maybe once a flat earther has some actual money, and they can travel to space.
You're actually brain dead, homie.
So, by
I think
logical
I'm asking
deduction,
a legitimate question.
Not a
by
legitimate
logical
question.
deduction, it's you guys.
What is that noise
who,
in the
like,
background?
come
Holy
up.
shit.
Yeah, sorry about that. It's freaking
Oh, it's your birds? I was like, what's going on?
They're wild ones. Shut up.
Oh
Yeah,
boy. All
I
right.
feed them. Yeah. No, so by logical deduction, the globe is like, after hearing some information about like why Earth is flat, you know, how it measures flat, it's observed flat, and then it's navigated as flat, then their own logical conclusion is that that these government agencies must be lying. We don't even need to bring that up. The globe
So
has come to that
all
conclusion
the
themselves.
countries are on the same page, and they all want to lie to us.
You have come to that conclusion yourself.
Maybe there's a lot of people that are just collecting paychecks and being deceived and don't actually care about the truth because they think looking at a picture or looking at the sky determines
You
the
guys
curvature of the
literally
Earth.
never answer
You know what I
the
mean?
questions. You
We
submit
just need
the
a flat
questions
earther to
and do
fly into
other
space
things.
and then take a photo.
Yeah, that's a genuine question you guys want to answer? Okay.
Well, you think people who
If you
think
look
the Earth's
out,
flat
yes,
believe in
I have a
space?
question. May I ask a question, please?
Yeah, if it's a genuine one and not a trollish one, go on.
All right, I would like to know what the flat earthers or skeptics, what would you say our Milky Way galaxy is, or rather the lights that you see in the evening when you look up at the night sky? What
They're
are those?
Luminaries? Are you talking
what?
about lights in the sky?
Yes, well, I mean, I don't want to say stars because then I'm putting words in your mouth. So I'm just saying, I'm
Well,
just trying to describe.
since we can't verify what they are... Yes, sorry, go
Yeah,
on.
you
They
can't
are
verify
stars.
what they are.
What the hell's that supposed to mean? You don't want to put words in somebody's mouth. They are stars, aren't they?
Well, I'm
What's
happy
the
that you
what's the
be happy
definition
with
of a
that
star?
definition.
What
That's
is the
the question,
definition of a
then.
telescope?
Well, I mean, okay, this is a quick bamboozle. Please don't try and
Bamboozle.
run away from my question. My question: what are these objects or things? Are they
So,
suns like ours? Are they stars? They're stars. But what are these stars?
so, like I said, we can't verify them. At best, we can say they are luminaries in the sky. Don't you
Luminary.
agree?
What is a luminary? Can you define a luminary for me, please?
Something
Do you think
overhead that lights up.
you think a star and luminary is the same thing?
No, I've never heard of a luminary before in my life. And if I have, I think it's some fairy light in my house, not a gigantic ball of burning
lumens
You
are?
don't know what that is, though.
nitrogen.
How do you know it's
Lumens.
You
gigantic?
don't know
Space.
that's what that is.
Hydrogen, not nitrogen.
You
Sorry.
don't know that's what that is.
How do you know it's
So-
gigantic?
There you go.
Gases in
How
vacuum.
do I know it's gigantic?
He just claimed
Gases
that
in the vacuum.
Because we can measure distance. I
you
don't know if
can't.
you guys know that. Oh yes, we
Uh-huh.
can.
No,
We
no, you
know
can't.
what
Anyway,
the speed of
you
we
just
know what the
claim that
speed
there's
of light
gas
is, so we
balls.
can measure distance.
Yeah, you just claim there's gas balls in a vacuum on fire. So you got a lot of
Yes.
claims that you make.
No, they don't. No, they don't. We claim that the sun is a nuclear fission. That's
What the hell's wrong with your voice?
What are you talking about? Oh, hang on.
It's not a real person. It's a robot.
Is this the same guy
All
from
the AI
before?
Globers are in here tonight.
It's coming in with an official story. I can't wait.
The AI is sending out the troops. Defend the globe. Defend the globe with the scripts. The stories. Nothing to be verified.
Tell
Awesome.
everybody that the lights in the sky
There
are
we go.
gas
There
fireballs
we go.
inside a vacuum.
Well, okay. First off, this is a thing with
Yes.
vacuums that I'm interested with. You guys are caught up on that word. A vacuum. Are you thinking like a Hoover? Is that what you think of?
Yeah, yeah.
That's
Okay.
what you
Hoover?
think.
No. Like
No,
a vacuum
definitely
cleaner.
That's
not.
what we
Like a
think of
vacuum
when we think
cleaner.
of the vacuum of space. We think of a
It's not
Dyson.
what we're talking about.
But you think of the
Fucking
effect that a
clown.
vacuum cleaner has where it's making suction.
Oh,
You think it's sucking.
no.
So why is it so? So why do you guys use the word vacuum like nothing
So,
exists
so,
in
so
a vacuum?
listen. So, when you hear the word vacuum, you think one direction, but actually, it means in every single perceivable direction. There
When I think of
is
vacuum, I think of the absence of air.
Available
That's what I
volume
yes.
for gas to fill.
Yeah.
You brought up a Hoover. It's going in one direction. It's
But you
from
guys think that the vacuum of space
Y
should
to
be
Z.
sucking the air from Earth out.
So I think
Air
That's
that the
what you
gas
think.
available, the gas that we breathe, which has an availability of volume to fill, should fill
Sure.
it if it was that it's
But
claimed
it's
to be.
being held down by gravity is
And
the
it
idea.
has done
That's how
that
that's explained.
successfully. Thank
It's being held down by
goodness.
gravity. And the sun is the reaction of fission from a nuclear reaction. That's what it is.
Oh boy, that's a bold claim.
Yes.
It's
Do
not
you
a
actually
bold claim.
believe in the
Based on
sun?
what's happening. I do believe in the sun.
You make an
It's not a
assumption
bold
that gas
claim.
is
We
held down by
went there
gravity.
and tested it.
That's a claim.
Pictures
Do
of
you
it.
know the sun is
And
flat?
look at it.
Why is everybody
And
talking over each other? Holy shit. One at a time, please.
here's the thing. Do you guys like think? Do you think like gasoline from a nozzle just goes into your car? Do you ever think about how it's made, the process of it, how it gets there, how it's pumped
No one
into your
gives a
car?
shit.
You
Yeah, it
think
only
about that?
works because the Earth is a fucking ball. Are you done?
No. I'm just saying like anything you guys look at, you stop at a certain point. You don't question anything else. That's my thing.
Well, how do you
I don't
verify the
ever see you
sun to
guys.
be anything other than the luminary?
Well, that's what I mean. An object such as a celestial body that gives light. That's you
Don't
define
project
on it.
upon us, please.
No, I'm not
Projected
projecting
straight,
anything. You just said,
you
you just
projected
said,
straight upon us. No, you're the one who
no, I
stops
didn't.
at gravity. You've got your explanation for why
No, we
the
don't.
gas isn't expanding into the available volume. Gravity, that's it. You stop there. You don't question it any further, right? So don't project onto us what you're doing yourself, please.
Well, how else
Oh
would
man, there's a
the
book you
air
guys need to read.
at sea level be the heaviest, thickest, and it would be nothing at a higher altitude? How
On
do you
sea
explain that?
what? On sea what
See,
you said?
stop it, Sasha. Sasha, see, that's the other thing. You guys hang on to that word level, but
Okay.
it's not the same. It's not
Oh,
the
it's
same.
not
It's
the
not a
same.
flat surface.
It's not the same.
Buildings have
I know.
levels.
Yeah, I
Buildings
know.
have levels. Water
Yeah.
level at tide in is higher than tide out in England.
How
In
you
Florida,
call in England in middle mountains? How you call that height? Above the
that's evolution or that's elevation above sea level.
which one? Which part? South,
It's
east, north,
explainable.
west?
I cut you off. I apologize.
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
The distance between two mountains, the
You
elevation.
haven't seen the cliffs.
How you get elevation profile if your base is not zero?
What are
You
those
start at
cliffs
one level and
in
you
the
go
south
up.
of the UK?
How you get elevation profile if your ground is not zero?
I don't know what that has to do with proving that the Earth is flat. I don't get that.
That mean, for example, you are coming
That
from the
doesn't prove the Earth is
Scotland.
flat.
Let's say, listen to me,
Cool. That
or
doesn't
if you
prove
can.
the Earth is
You are
flat.
coming. No, that doesn't prove that the Earth is flat. Do you know what is proving that the Earth is flat? The distance
Because
to the horizon. To the distance to the horizon.
is subjective to the observer based on their height.
Yeah, you are correct.
Yeah. So there is no
So
long
with the
distance to the horizon. It's based on how high you are and how
yeah,
far out you can
that's
see.
true. Yeah, correct. That means with 1 foot height you can see 1.2 miles, not more. With the globe given math, and that we
How
can
far
learn
can you
that
see
also.
at 6 feet? 3.
No. With the globe earth math, you can learn. Our kids are learning that in school. It's 1.22 miles, the geometrical horizon of globe earth model. Yeah.
Because people a
But
lot
you know what
smarter
is
than us, people a lot smarter than us have figured this out They've done the
Yeah.
experiments. They've
Okay, great.
questioned.
People,
They've tested.
yeah, good,
And they
good. Can I
determined.
finish? Can I
Let me
finish? Can I
speak.
finish? Can I finish?
No, you gotta let somebody else speak before you want to speak, bro. That's just good manners.
But I didn't finish my sentence
Go ahead,
about
Sasha.
1.2
Okay.
miles.
Go ahead.
You literally did. You stopped waiting for him to speak, and then you started speaking.
All right,
Okay,
finish
I
your
will start
point,
to.
please. Okay, finish his point and then go on next. All right, thank you.
Okay, the globe Earth map is saying the geometrical horizon is 1.2 miles. Now I will stop. Okay, you can continue.
Look at the picture. Look at the picture that I
Are
posted there.
we agreed that geometrical horizon should be 1.2 miles?
Holy
or not? With the given math.
Dude, just make a point.
Buddha,
I
you
made
gonna
the
be on
point.
mute? Sorry.
I'm waiting that he is responding. Is that all right? I don't want to
No,
interrupt.
there was someone else. There was someone else interjecting. Matt, he asked you a question. You
Yeah.
reply.
Would I agree that it's 1.21?
Okay.
Would I?
Good.
That's what I'm asking. Would I agree? No. Like I said again, it's subjective to the observer's height.
Okay. Can you tell me with 1 foot observer height with your math what that would be distance to the horizon?
Sure, it would be. I'm gonna concede that what you say is being 1.2 miles would probably be how far out it is. But then I would ask, how far out does it go if you're 3 feet, or how far out does it go if you're 4 feet?
Or how far does it actually go at 1 foot? Why don't you ask that? Why don't you ask how far it actually goes at 1 foot?
I just said. How far out does it go?
Feet
1 foot?
don't matter if you measure in light years.
Can you tell how much it is on 1 foot height?
Actually, I probably can. I can probably do that maths, but I'm not gonna do it now.
Okay. That means we will not speak about the surface and geometry of the Earth.
In the Black Swan, I think you're seeing like 10 miles at 1 foot.
But that's an interesting question, which I'd like to answer, but it's gonna be super ridiculous. But it's something I think I want to figure out because the speed of light is 300,000 kilometers per second. 30,000.
But are we speaking now speed of light when we want to realize the geometrical horizon on globe Earth model? What is saying? Because it's saying there.
Yes.
It's not that I didn't wrote anything about geometrical horizon. I'm sorry. If it's nothing written about geometrical horizon, I will step up. I will say, okay, there is nothing written there. There is nobody saying nothing about that. And I will say, okay, nothing. Good. But there is written that it's some kind of thing should to be on 1.22 miles with 1 foot observer height. I didn't wrote that. Is that correct or not?
That's nothing to do with me. That's your own quest, sir.
I'm asking, does that has to do something with the geometry of the Earth or has nothing to do with the geometry of the Earth?
I think everything essentially does have to do with the geometry of the Earth because everything has to abide by mathematical law.
I'm asking in this particular detail, is that 1.22 miles, it has something to do with the geometry of geometry of the Earth or has nothing to do with geometry of the Earth?
I will wait.
Okay.
There we go. Am I still sounding robotic?
No, sound better.
Okay. I don't know what's going on. My Go Explorer is being fucky. Yeah. Sorry, I was doing audio stuff. Sasha, can you go back? Let's kind of go back a little bit here.
Yeah, I want to ask you. I read on internet. If I'm looking for the geometry of the Earth, I need to look into radius. I look into the radius, and there is written that with one observer, you can make a calculation with the meters, 1 meter observe, 2 meters, 3 meters. But I realize with the 1 foot, because it's easier, 1.2 miles, and then you get the that height and the distance to geometric horizon. They are saying it's 1.22 miles, and that's the formula. What I how to say read it on internet. I don't know. Is that correct or not? That's my question.
They're saying at 1 foot you would see horizon line at about approximately 1.22 miles. That's what I'm reading here. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, that's what they are saying.
Right. Okay.
But when we go to reality, when we make observation, we see more. We see 10 miles, man, 20 miles.
Assuming, ignoring the effect of atmospheric refraction.
No, ignoring everything, because I see something real. It's not something that I see optical. If I see optical illusion, I could say, okay, great, I see optical illusion. But I see the real thing. I see the real physical water on 10 miles.
So the only way you can actually eliminate that, when you guys look at the black swan, excuse me, when you look at the black swan photo or video, is you can't just use 1 day because temperatures change. You would have to go to multiple days.
Are you saying that
every single day? That's
are you saying that that day?
And it'll
Are you saying that day? Are you saying that day when I saw?
Hold on. Would I be if you went and took a picture every single day? Is it going to look exactly like the photo that you guys use? Is it going to look like
No,
the
that's the
horizon
point.
is further in the background, or is it going
That's
to
the
look like
point.
it's not there? What do you mean it's not there?
That's the point.
So, right. So 1 day we see
Never
the
once
horizon
will
further
you get
back.
1.2 miles. Not once will you get that though.
I want to see 1 day when it's on 1.22 miles. Only 1 day.
There won't be
It
one
doesn't
day.
matter.
Why won't there be
Can
1
be-
day? Why won't there be 1
Can
day?
Why? But I want that
Serious.
day on any observation when it's 1.22 miles, not only black swan. Any day, then where is 1.22 miles. If you can provide that, man, I will change
Too
my
late.
idea.
It's too late. They can't.
Ah,
They
that
can
means
they can show it, but it would have to be that every time.
Yeah.
Every distance
They
to the
can't
horizon
even show it
should
once
be
is the point though.
right.
Because you cannot see the other day the real physicality behind that. It's not possible.
So
You
to
can see
believe in
only
a
less. I
globe,
can understand. I can understand that you can see less because of some kind of this some phenomena, sort of. But you cannot see the same thing more, and that thing is real. I can understand if it's optical, but it's not optical. It's real. It's real water there.
Right. But what's shining off of it? Like what's affecting what can affect light is refraction.
Yeah.
So you can never trust your eyes.
Need two mediums.
I'm not saying you
two or
can't
more
trust your
mediums.
eyes, but understanding that a natural phenomenon like refraction happens.
Okay.
Yeah, you're going
Are
to
you
need
telling?
two or more mediums.
So
for
how are
that.
they going to measure the Earth to be a certain size when everything is wrong when it comes to measuring the Earth? Or do you not
Well, they don't
get that?
they don't look at
Or
markers
they
out on
look
the
at the
ocean. They
stars
either
and measure the Earth? Okay.
I
So what
didn't
you're
say
gonna say?
that. No, you're putting words in my mouth.
You're gonna say some absurd shit like that. I would imagine.
Can I ask you about?
Oh, I'm sorry. If I use Eratosthenes, if I use Eratosthenes' method, which they verified and confirmed that is the way it works, or that does work, based on shadows and distances of objects, either using pillars or poles, is
Thought
you can
light was
also
refracted.
measure.
Wait, I thought light was
Hold on a
refraction.
second. From a distance over a liquid plane like water, where moisture will affect like refraction,
You
that would be a problem.
you just
But if you're on a
contradicted.
dry surface,
You
if
just
you're on a dry
contradicted
surface,
yourself.
hold on a second.
You just
Hold on a second.
contradicted yourself
How did I contradict myself, Timbo? How did I do
because
that?
you were claiming refraction and now you're claiming parallel light rays.
Let's pretend we're smart and look at shadows instead of actually measuring the surface.
That's what I was saying. You use pillars and you measure the shadows. That's
Yeah,
what.
let's pretend we're smart and do that instead of actually
How about
measuring the surface.
Okay,
So what do you want
let's
to
go.
do? You want to take a temp measure and like cover the entire circumference of the
Yeah,
world?
dude.
No, we can use lasers.
Well, how
though.
else would you do it? How else
We
would
can
you
use
do it?
lasers.
Tell me how you do it.
Use lasers.
Okay.
Yep.
So have they used lasers then? Help me
Yes.
out here. And they measured it.
Well,
And they
measured
came up with a
nothing.
number.
Yeah.
What do you mean they measured nothing?
Well, they measured
Can I
no drop over distance.
can I ask a question? Does Black Swan is presenting the globe Earth?
Is it presenting the globe Earth?
Yeah. Is
Yeah,
that
it
is
is.
that a,
Yeah, it is.
okay? Can you
Because
okay
it's showing
good
that
okay
a
good
curvature
good
is
I have
going to
a follow
obstruct your
follow
view of an
question
object
for
from a distance.
I have follow question for that. How would it look like if his Earth is flat? That observation.
If the Earth was flat, you would see both oil platforms, their legs all the way down to the surface of the water at any distance until
Come
they're
on, man.
Yeah,
You know,
because you
talking
can
about?
see forever with your
Wait,
eyes.
you can see
You
the
know that.
horizon.
God, hold
You
on a
can see
second.
the.
You
Hang
guys
on.
can zoom in on cameras.
You can see the horizon
You guys use
behind
cameras
you.
to zoom in on an object, and that's
Can
okay.
you guys hear
But
me
now,
or not?
no, I can hear you, but I'm not done making my
Okay,
point.
so you can clearly see the horizon behind the oil rigs. So why are you saying that the
When
horizon
there's
is blocked?
refraction,
Excuse me, I wasn't finished. So why are you saying that the water is blocking the bottom of the legs of the oil rigs when the horizon is behind the oil rigs?
okay, so the point I was making earlier, if you were to go take a picture of those same two objects every day, different
Can you
temperature
just answer
gradients.
my question I just asked you?
I'm about to.
Yeah,
Different temperature gradients every day.
it was
I'm
how.
talking, Timbo.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
talking.
you haven't answered the question I asked you.
I'm about to.
How are the legs blocked by the horizon if the horizon is back behind the oil rigs?
Actually, never thought of
Because
that.
what you're seeing is the horizon is being visible due to refraction.
So now
That's what I told them
like
last time. But
now it's bumpy
there's
like
another
a
point that I got.
McDonald's sign
It's
or
called
what?
looming.
I literally told them about
Do you know
refraction.
what
They
looming
don't
is?
do it. Oh, okay.
Do you know what looming is, Timbo?
Hold up.
Yes, looming.
Yes.
I'll put in.
So
I'll
there
put
is
an
a
example.
variation of looming
That's
where
There's no
not
looming.
That's
There's no looming
not
in the
looming.
Black Swan.
That's
there's a variation of looming where you can see the light behind the
No.
horizon is brought up and over an object.
No.
And there's
Where's,
proof that you can do
where's the
this.
double image? Where's the the reflected
There's
double
no-
image?
Yeah.
I didn't see double image, just loomage.
Well, that's what looming is.
Looming is
You-
when
you-
part of looming is when moisture is refracting the light as it's going through it.
Well, the definition of
and it's
looming
magnifying it.
is lifting an object. Yeah.
Oh,
So
interesting. So wouldn't it be
yeah.
lifting that horizon and making you think that it's further back and you
Well,
can see further?
that's your claim. That's your claim.
Looming only
is to
happens
do
to
with-
looming only happens to objects, and the object itself needs to be visible. You can't have it hidden and then say that's the reflect
Can I upload something? Can I upload
the refraction of
something into
it.
the chat? Can I upload something into a chat that someone
It needs to
did
be visible.
where they represented looming of an object
Oh
blocked by
boy.
the device? Hold on.
Yeah,
It
we've
was a
got plenty,
tank.
mate. There's Skunk Bay.
Timbo,
There's
hold on.
there's lots
I
of
can
things.
I can show something where somebody actually took.
Why
like,
should
a
I
scanner
hang
for it.
on when you haven't hung on 1 second? You jumped in front of Quetzalcoatl when he got 3 words out, and you're asking me to hang on.
That's fine.
Could I show?
I just wanted to see if he understands the
Yeah.
claim behind looming. He didn't seem to.
No.
Yeah.
Right,
Looming
it's
is
to
where,
do with
like,
the
the object
object in
is raised
respect to
up.
the horizon,
He's
not
still
looming
not
of the
listening,
horizon.
P-Dub.
Ray, you did not address Timbo's question because you're simultaneously claiming that the horizon is behind the oil rigs, but blocking the bottom of the oil rigs at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the light traveling over the water surface, right, is going to be brought up by the refraction. So it's going to rise above the surface of the water.
Brought up or
and
brought
it's gonna
down?
It's going to rise up because it's going over the water surface. So
Rise
you're
up,
going to
you
see
see
it.
less. Yeah.
It's going to curve over the water surface or rise up over the water surface, but it's
You
it's
can't
bringing it
claim
up
that you
over the
aren't seeing the bottom of the rigs because of Earth
So
curvature then.
why not?
because that would be the horizon.
Right. So, on a normal day, when you don't have refraction as a factor, you won't see the horizon.
When's that?
When it's a cooler day, when it's not so hot out. Refraction is affected by the temperature.
Really?
Because of evaporation, moisture is being put into the air, and it causes refraction.
Can you post the definition of refraction?
I want to use the same line you guys use, where it's saying, it's not my job to Google
Okay.
things for you. Go look it up.
That's fine. So refraction is defined as between two medium. Correct? Deviation of light through two medium. Is that right? Or am I wrong?
Oh, sorry, I muted myself. Refraction is the bending of light, which also happens with sound, water, and other waves as it passes from one transparent substance into another.
Bending?
This bending by refraction makes it possible for us to have lenses, magnifying glasses, prisms, and rainbows.
Okay, yeah, two medium, air, and the lens.
Sure. So the lens there that we'll be looking through is the actual evaporation of moisture from the sea level, or from the surface of the ocean. And as it
So
passes
you said
through,
two different substances.
water vapor and seawater.
What? Water
What
and
are
water.
different substances? It's moisture. It's liquid. What are you talking about? It's two different
It's
substances.
liquid. It's air. Yeah. Liquid. There's moisture in the air. Yeah, but it's not liquid.
It's hot. Okay, so it's hot air, but it acts like a liquid as well, right?
It's a gas.
Okay.
Yeah, so hot and
On a
cold, but
rise-
still air. It's one medium.
Right.
It's not one medium. Those are two medium.
All right, you don't need to interject. We're talking to Matt. Yeah, so it's still one medium. Hot air,
Okay,
cold
so
air, still air.
let's give you refraction. Can you give us the equation for what we should see instead of 1.225 miles horizon?
I'll copy it and just I can't. I don't have chat access. I don't know what that means. It's like n to the power 1 sine over 0, 1 equals n2 sin. I don't know what that math terminology means.
Okay. Can you give us the distance that we should see to the horizon then?
The distance you should see? It depends on the observer's height.
So the horizon, let's go 1 foot. All right, the horizon should be at 1.225 miles. Yeah. So add in
Approximately.
refraction.
Sure.
Add in refraction. What distance should the horizon be at?
Add in refraction?
Yep. Add it in. Go ahead.
What severity of refraction are we talking about?
Matthew,
Allison.
I do feel like you, so I don't know what it is, if you have laryngitis or if you showered with your phone, but, and maybe it doesn't bother anyone else, doesn't seem like it, but it's bothering me. So I'm just saying something's going on with your audio. It's like it's like you have
Just
laryngitis.
tolerating it.
Yeah, so we're all just tolerating it.
Sorry.
I just want to say, I feel
I'm
like
gonna
no one
reboot my
was saying
computer.
it.
I'll be right back.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, try that. See if it works. If it helps. If not, it's fine. I can deal with it as well. Doesn't bother me. Definitions.
How is everyone's night? Day?
Morning.
Morning? All of the above.
Fucking awesome.
Standing out in the sun, not a cloud in the sky. Walking the dogs, fresh air, coffee in hand. What more could you want?
I can't think of anything. Well, I can think of one thing.
Oh my. Sorry. Maybe inappropriate.
Yeah, no, that sounds beautiful. I'm currently coping with a scenario where there's a bunch of people and I'm like isolating myself and being awkward. So
Why are you being awkward?
why is anyone awkward in groups of people?
Maybe
Like
self-confidence.
social anxiety type of thing. No, it's nothing about confidence. It's like just social anxiety. Like or overstimulation, or I don't even know what to call it. I really don't. None of those things seem appropriate for it, but
Over self-analyzation. That's another one.
Maybe.
Have a drink.
That might make it worse.
Fuck it.
No, it probably better. But I also that I have to get through people to get there. I'll figure it out. But yeah, this is my outlet right now. So thanks for allowing me to be here.
Get through people to get there. That was interesting.
When's that guy coming back with the refraction measurement?
Matthew?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. So he usually has like really good audio, and yeah, I just couldn't take it anymore. It's not even what his voice sounds like. It's bothering me.
All right,
You guys.
Coming back with, I just hope it's better audio.
Hello.
Hello.
Matthew.
There we go.
Jesus, you sound like a different person as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What kind of mic do you have?
Who are you?
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Sound like
So,
the world's been lifted off your shoulders.
I feel like I've got a cold actually, so it's a little raspy. So
No, it's
Sorry.
perfect. It's literally perfect.
A voice
So,
mod issue.
If
right,
we
what
add
was I
in
coming with?
refraction, where's the distance to the horizon?
I mean, from the observer's position, it would still be the same.
Okay. So why we see 10 miles then?
I have to say because of refraction, and I know
We just
you're gonna
added in
say you just
refraction and you
said
said it was exactly the same.
I have a question when you guys are done about this.
All right. So if I can see 10 miles one day,
Yep.
but I can't see 10 miles the next day when I go back to the same spot.
Yep.
Is that the point of contention with that? Is that it doesn't?
That's what we're saying
doesn't-
because there's no geometric horizon. So
It means
how do you
the
measure
horizon
a
is not
geometric?
geometric.
Yeah.
Mm.
How do you measure a geometric horizon if the horizon is always consistently changing? You go back thousands of years as they supposedly the Greeks measured the circumference of the Earth. They just watched boats go over the horizon and assumed that they were 3 miles away because the guys were standing relatively 6 feet tall. So, there you go. Boats go over the horizon at 3 miles. Let's do an equation. Work it out. Comes up at the circumference that they got, that they still use now.
From what I understand, Eratosthenes didn't use he didn't stand at the beach and try to figure out how far the horizon was for him to figure out the radius of the Earth.
Yeah, of course he
So
didn't. He pre-assumed that we live on a globe, and then pre-assumed that we live that
we don't know.
light rays coming in from the sun are parallel. So
We don't know that. He was alive thousands of years ago.
well, it's
no one knew him.
in the method.
For sure. And other people have checked the method and they've checked against the method.
Okay.
And it doesn't.
So
And they've
what
tried
are the
to disprove the method.
T-Dub? Sorry, mate.
Yeah, go ahead, T-Dub.
No, you go. Sorry.
I think Timbo probably has the right question coming up anyway. You go for it, Timbo.
Yeah, it was why did they pre-assume that we lived on a ball? And
How do we know he pre-assumed it though?
because it's in the method.
What if I said Eratosthenes didn't know that the Earth was round, and he
Part of
did
his
that
method.
to?
Part of his method was assuming he lived on a ball. So.
If he
Maybe he
didn't,
hypothesized that we did.
if he didn't, then he had to assume something about the light rays, the sun rays.
It's not conclusive about showing whether we live on a ball or not. That's just taken as an assumption, right? And then carried through to the conclusion of what the dimensions of that ball would be. It's never actually like verified that, you know, it is actually a ball and the light is diverging that way because it's a ball with parallel sun rays. That's never confirmed at any point in the process. It's just taken as a given, and then he's like, okay, let's calculate the dimensions of it then.
Have you seen the video of the guy that supposedly repeated that the Eratosthenes thing on his push bike? Remember that?
The guy on the bike. I remember that one.
He did it on a bike. No, I'll look this up.
Okay, so he traveled great distances on a push bike, like, and measured shadows at different places.
Do you have his
right?
name? Do you have his name?
First thing he says in his video is, to do this, I need to go to somewhere that's very flat.
Mm. See if I have that video. One sec.
So the problem with the Eratosthenes so-called experiment, it's not an experiment, is that you can just move the sun closer, do it on a flat surface, and you get the same results.
Uh-huh.
So it's not actually proof of anything.
Yeah, it's just a proposed method for finding the circumference if there actually is one, and if the other assumptions, like the parallel sunlight are true.
Yeah, I think you put it well the other day. If you're doing some maths to come up with a radius, don't be surprised if you come up with a radius.
Yeah. It's all based on the interpretations of shadow angles. Based on assumptions.
Let's see what we got here. I can't see it. You got the video up there? I want to see that. Oh, okay. Is that what it is? How many assumptions of Eratosthenes experience with that the Earth is spherical?
Yeah, this.
I see it. I'm going.
Yeah, that's his papers, and you have the citations and whatnot. And the same thing goes with the modern version of Eratosthenes, the guys who did it as well. They had to assume, basically the same.
They got to assume that same curvature that we don't see when we go out and look for the geometric horizon.
So that's parallel light rays that we don't see ever either.
Yep. Assume a bunch of stuff that we never see. Conclude globe.
If you want the parallel light rays, you've got to give up fraction.
Right. There's that. The sun can't be traced by all observers to a single fixed position in space. Free space, that is, not like the outer space vacuum.
So inconclusive what a stadia is. Eratosthenes also got a few other things wrong. His was it meridian?
So hold on a second. This guy did this over a number of days.
It has to be done at the same time. The two shadow angle measurements.
I'm seeing through day 7 was the last Florida measurement, and day 11 was the first Pennsylvania measurement. Day 8 was in Savannah, Georgia, and day 9 was in Washington, D.C. So he didn't do it at the same time. He did it over a number of days, which would, as we know, the sun's angle would change by probably about 0.1 degree every day. It changes around 0.1 degrees. And if you go to time and date, I think it is, you can look at every day where the sun sets and where it rises at what zenith level or what zenith line, and it changes every day.
Cool.
So that would, this experiment this guy did, where he rode his bike, is not what Eratosthenes did. He did it in one day with 2 people. He measured his stick, or he measured his shadow, and someone he paid to go to another city measured his shadow, and they got the numbers that way.
Got to be done at the same time. Yeah.
But that guy didn't do that. He went different days to different locations.
That's ridiculous if he's not taking the angles at the same time, because that's the whole point. Is
Hold on
to
a
see
second.
what the angles are to the sun.
Listen to what I just said. He went over a week to different locations.
So none of those shadow angles were taken at the same time.
They could be at the same time, but it's going to be a different length, because the sun sets at a different degree every day.
I got you. Okay.
Sorry, 1 second. Got a PC problem I open with. Hold on. So, I mean, kudos on the guy's hard work, but he didn't do what Eratosthenes did. He didn't do it on the same exact day, 2 different locations, 2 different observations.
Same time.
Now, same time, same day.
Did Eratosthenes do it on the same day? Same time?
Eratosthenes, the story is Eratosthenes. Oh shit, I shouldn't have said that. You guys are gonna hang on to that. Eratosthenes did it on the same day someone else did it. He paid another person to do this experiment with him.
How much? How much you paid him? How much?
He went to I have no idea, man. Whatever.
Doesn't matter how much. Doesn't matter. 2 different cities.
Got any citations for this or what?
For the payment?
How much did he pay? He made a claim that he paid him. How much is important?
Maybe. Who knows? Maybe he was open-minded back then.
FYI, probably somebody didn't know, but under Heaven Earther is Gen Z. Just so you know.
Anyway.
Keeps changing his name every time. All right. You didn't hear you, Chimsy. Sorry.
I'd recognize that voice anywhere, no matter what he was
How dare
called.
you?
How dare you?
Excuse me.
Yeah, so how did Eratosthenes travel from one city to another? That was like 5,000 miles between.
500 stadia.
Stadia, yeah.
He didn't. Hold on. He didn't.
Okay, how did they communicate then?
So on the day and time, his
Shadow
assistant,
statistics.
No, his assistant measured. Well, I mean, shadows and it's not obelisks. The heck are those big pointy
obelisk?
Yeah. Thank you. Okay.
Well, they tell us wells, they tell us sticks, they tell us all sorts of things.
So, measuring 2 obelisks in 2 different cities. One was his assistant, who measured his shadows. Eratosthenes measured his, and then his assistant walked from that city back to Eratosthenes and told him the distance that he walked, and they figured out the math that way.
How do you measure the distance?
And the time.
He his paces. The time would have been figured out with a sundial.
Really accurate.
Bro, but in the Spanish language, they told me it was a well, like a water well. Some people say sticks and shadow, other people say wells. What's going on in here? Which one is it?
Is it a flat well or is it a round well?
The story goes, in English they say stick and shadows. In Spanish they say wells, like they measure the shadows inside a well.
And if he was using a sundial, why didn't he just use the sundial to measure the shadow?
Also, water well.
How do you
And-
fake a 2.5-inch photographic negative in 1968?
I don't know, mate. We're not talking about that at the moment. So how do you get sundials to be accurate 500 stadia away? So
Just
the
sync their
exact
sundials.
yeah.
If I mean, if you're going straight north of, like, if he was going straight north of Eratosthenes, the time would be the same. That's why time zones exist, right? I live in Canada, and I know someone in Florida is at the same time as me because
Okay, so that
it doesn't
proves.
change. So no, I'm not saying it proves it. You're just asking me a question how do sundials work. So it's like, so
No, I
they
didn't
set a
say how do
time where they
sundials work.
Or, well, why would they use sundials, or how would they use sundials? It's like they pick when the sun or is going to be marked on the sundial. That's when you take your measurement. They try to do it at the exact same time, and then the assistant walks back to Stadia, and he counts his paces, and they determine the
back
distance
to
between
Stadia?
the two objects. Yep, he walked back.
To Stadia.
Mm-hmm.
Where's
What was it, from
Stadia?
Alexandria? I don't know. You guys are Stadia. Hold on.
Stadia is the measurement. that he walked.
Alexandria and Syene, which are not due north, which is not due north.
Yeah, if you look it up, the
Alexandria.
modern day city is called Aswan.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, that's no. I was just saying to the guy if he wanted to Google where they were.
Looking at it.
Right. Yep.
What's the place called? Now?
Aswan.
Okay. As one for all and all for one. Just kidding.
Musketeers.
It's almost like Aslan.
Yeah. It's relative, isn't it? Anyway, these things don't really come into effect anyway when you presume you live on a ball and presume the light rates are coming in parallel to each other. So the time, the distance, all these things don't really matter.
They're just sticks and shadow.
Seems to be a calculation that they've made up.
Some distances between cities are measured by the time it took a camel caravan to travel from one city to another. Interesting. But camels have a tendency to wander and to walk at varying speeds. So Eratosthenes hired Bimatist, professional surveyors trained to walk with equal length steps. They found that Syene lies about 5,000 stadia from Alexandria.
It's a lot of steps.
Wow, that would have that's gonna be more
Imagine being
expensive
hired
than
for
an
that.
Uber.
Yeah.
Mr. Beast challenge.
Eratosthenes then uses to calculate the circumference of the Earth to be around 250,000 stadia. Modern scholars disagree about the length of the stadium used by Eratosthenes. Values between 500 and about 600 feet have been suggested, putting Eratosthenes' calculated circumference between about 24,000 miles and about 29,000 miles.
Well,
The Earth is now known to move about
more? Because
24,900
that's
miles around the equator, slightly
more
less
like
around the pole.
between 50 and 60 is, well, what's that? It's almost 20%, isn't it? So
Or
it'd
was
be
that
20%.
between 24 and 29,000?
No, but what were the ratios that you said?
So I'm going to read that over again.
The difference between
the values between 500 and
stadia.
500 and about 600 feet have been suggested, putting Eratosthenes' calculated circumference between about 24,000 miles and 29,000 miles, roughly.
That's a big difference. Like if you're measuring 50 but it's 60, even then you could be off. I'm going to say it's around about 20%.
Nowhere near enough to explain the black swan.
Hmm. Okay. So my thing at that point is, so the last part of that sentence is the Earth is now known to measure about 24,900 miles around the equator, slightly less around the poles. Let's see here.
Do you really think it's possible that the one guy that made a circle on a piece of paper, actually the piece of a circle, because they didn't do the full circle, right? And then they did some math, were able to tell the whole circumference of the Earth just from those 2 points?
What I understand from
The
what this
whole
says,
circumference of the Earth from those 2 points. Is that actually possible?
yeah, it looks like he did. It
You
looks like he figured it out.
Draw a piece of a circle, then complete the circle on a mathematical construct, then turn it into a wheel, then say this wheel is a sphere. Therefore, this is how big the whole world is. Because they drew a circle on a piece of paper, turn it into a wheel, then they wrap that into a sphere.
Okay.
They didn't measure any curvature. They just did a circle. I mean, a piece of a circle. They had the piece of a pie, and then said, "We got a pie," and then this pie, we're gonna be on top of the pie. We're gonna roll the pie into a wheel. We're gonna be on top of the wheel, and now we're gonna turn the wheel into a sphere. And now we know how big this sphere is. But it was on paper. It was all made of paper.
That's what they did. So Eratosthenes didn't have someone didn't have a surveyor go up to Alexandria, and he just did it on paper. I'm confused.
And they grab a distance between point A to point B, and wrote it on a piece of paper, and they said this is a little piece of the pie, because they were drawing a circle. They drew a circle. A circle is not a sphere, is it? You could draw a circle on a paper. Can you? Yes.
Yeah, I'm not denying that you could draw a circle on a sphere or a circle.
Yeah, so they had a little piece of the pie, and then from that little piece, they ended up with a sphere or a specific dimension.
You can extrapolate, like, from data points, from numbers. You can extrapolate something from there, right? You can.
But if you already have a sphere as a presupposition, right, and then construct the sphere with the math as a conclusion. Say, I'm in a sphere, therefore I have a piece of the sphere, therefore I'm in a sphere. Even though he didn't measure any curvature between those 2 points. Did he? Did he measure curvature between those 2 points? Man, the curvature of a circle, maybe, because you could make a circle and the circle might have a sphere. I mean, a curve. You can turn the circle into a wheel. Yeah, the wheel can be round. Circle that is sideways. Then turn it into a sphere just with math. Sure, you can do that, but that's on paper. That's it. Not in reality. Where is all that in reality? Nowhere to be found in reality. Just on the paper, on the math. That's it. Is that the best proof of the sphere? Math 2,000 years ago? Sounds kind of ridiculous, actually.
So when the Greeks were building Rome, and they determined that the stadium is going to be a certain circumference in roundness, like how round it's going to be, and they put it on paper first to figure out how many bricks they needed, how to space it out, how much of a circumference or how much of a curve to put in it, so the stadium was, the certain radius that they wanted, and then they built it, and it's exactly what they wanted. Does
So
that
why
mean
is there a discrepancy between 500 and 600 feet then? If it's an exact measurement.
for that one, it's different because you're traveling 5,000 stadia or however many miles that is now.
No,
But I'm just
that
saying,
wasn't.
like,
The
to Buddy's
discrepancy
point,
was that they disagreed on the size of the stadium. So you're saying that they built a stadium to an exact size. So why is there a disagreement on the size of the stadium?
what I'm trying to say is you can plan something out on paper, measure it out, do the math on it, and figure out what it would equal to.
Yep.
And if that
Is
works
the
out,
stadium
good, so
the
run with
paper?
that.
Is the structure the one that you can go to and do things in and take photographs? Is that the paper?
No, it's not. It's the actual structure. But is a blueprint a piece of paper? Like, is a blueprint the building? No, it's not. It's mathematics. It's measurements. It's ways to figure out. Well, I mean, like, that's the thing. It's a way to figure out how something is going to turn out. You work out the math, distances, and all that stuff, and you follow that plan. Why is
That's,
that a hard thing to kind of fathom? Why does it mean writing something down on a piece of paper does not equate to something you can actually tangibly hold or look
who
at?
can't fathom that? What are you saying? Why are you saying?
Practical in the real world, you can actually do the measurements, even though on the paper you on scales and you drawing a projection of what you set up to build, right? But that building that you're gonna put brick after brick, you set the foundation, you do the measurements in the real world. That will never be the paper. That will never be the projection on the paper. But then you can actually in the real world build the structure, right? But where is that real east level with the sphere that he came out mathematically on the Aristophanes conclusion? Where is that sphere in the realist level? We have the stadium in the realist level. We have the paper about the stadium, right? Now we have the paper of the sphere mathematically. Where is that in the realist level? Where is it?
So the Earth that we're standing on right now is what he figured out, basically the circumference of it or the radius of it, based off of the distance.
How did he know there
between
was a
cities.
circumference or a radius to figure out?
Actually, back then Greeks apparently believed the Earth was round, anyways. A lot of
Did the Greeks explore the Antarctica? Did the Greeks explore the Antarctica? Did they explore the whole Antarctic region and the whole polar region to know? Oh, we know this circle is this big because we've seen it all.
Okay, so is a sphere, or if you take like a ball, is it when you look at it, is it equally like round? Is it like perfectly round?
That's just making under heaven Earth's point again. That's something tangible and accessible. It's not reification.
I think I could clear it up like this. So here's the problem. Shadows diverge on both curved and flat surfaces. How did he know which one he was on?
Yeah, good question.
So, like I was saying, with the Earth, or he assumed that the sun was an infinite distance away.
Yep.
So the light rays were coming in parallel.
Another
coming in
assumption.
straight. Right. So
Never seen them. Have you ever seen them?
crepuscular rays.
Have you ever seen parallel light rays?
No, they always look like they're shooting outward, like from one point out.
So you can throw that out then, can't you?
Not really,
There you go.
because at such a huge distance, you can take like someone did it where they took sticks. They took long skewer sticks. They put it in a round foam like dish.
Is this Eratosthenes' cousin?
No,
At a
no.
barbecue?
What the guy did was he did an example in terms of from your perspective. If you look at the rays from the side, they're straight. They're all straight. But if you put it right to your eyes and you're looking straight on, they look like they're coming at you and spreading out at an angle. Does that make
So
sense?
no parallel light rays.
So that's lateral. That's lateral, isn't it? You're talking you'd like railway tracks, right?
Right. They don't go to zero because it looks like they're wider at your position, but they narrow out in distance. They go.
So viewing something vertically, so viewing something that's vertical from a great distance away, from a far distance, is that going to have the same effect? The two parallel things from a distance, are going to seem to diverge, going vertically, or are we just talking about a lateral, horizontal sort of?
We're talking about something parallel going straight at you. Like you're looking at like the railroad tracks, right? You're looking at two straight lines. As they go further, they look like they get closer together.
Well, there goes your claim that the Earth looks flat because of refraction. Then, because apparently the light's bending.
Yeah, that can also happen too. That can also be
Okay,
an
so
effect as
it
well.
happens. It bends when you want it to, and then it's flat. It's parallel when you want it to.
Well, we're also
And you-
talking about two
then you
different
just change
surfaces.
the.
We're talking
then you
about
just
land
change the
surface and you're
maths.
talking about water surface.
Are you
But even
saying
on
you
land
don't get
surface, you do
refraction? Are you
see
saying you don't get refraction over land? Only over water?
going to be a little bit different on land because it's not as there's not as much moisture coming off to the ground as there is
Can
say
I have
water.
a measurement? Can I have a measurement of that?
I can't give you one.
Okay.
I couldn't give you one.
I mean, that
To be
makes
honest
sense,
with you.
though, right? Like, if we're just saying what makes sense.
What is frost?
Moisture that freezes.
Frozen moisture. What is fog?
What is
Moisture.
Water.
Water.
Is it a low hanging cloud? When we go through fog, are we driving through a cloud?
Moisture.
I mean, yeah.
It's on land, is it not? As well.
What are heat waves? It's a lot of stuff that I ask.
Yeah.
What
So-
causing fog to be white?
Sorry?
What causing fog to be white?
That's a
I
good
have a million
question, I
questions
think.
also.
What causes steam to be white? I mean,
Because they're racist?
Yeah.
oh my
Why
god.
vacuum? Why vacuum is blue?
Wait, what?
Why
what?
vacuum of space is blue during the day?
What do they call that? Hold on a second. Hold on.
Are you
There's
going
a
to
term
say
for that.
scattered light? Everyone's going to type in scattered light. That's it.
Yeah.
The answer?
Hold on. You can tell me.
But do you see what we're saying? Like so you're saying Eratosthenes needs parallel light rays, and then, but you're saying the black swan only exists because the light rays aren't parallel. Yeah.
What I'm saying is the light rays around the black swan are being affected. They're being
So
affected.
why aren't they
by,
affected in Eratosthenes' experiment?
Like, how would the shadow be affected?
Because the light rays aren't parallel.
I can see where you might think that. I get that point. All right. Well, I don't have an answer for you. Actually, I can't. Other than that, crepuscular rays are parallel when they hit the Earth. They look like they're angled to us from our perspective, but they come in straight. So shadows are, like, they're not really affected by sunlight. Is my answer would be that.
Eclipses.
What do you mean? What do you mean eclipses?
You need convergent sunlight for that. So we observed divergent. Eratosthenes had to assume that they were parallel. We need convergent sunlight for eclipses. This model sounds like it's all over the place.
Sunlight distribution by divergence, linear fuck
Yeah,
is
the
this?
math knows what to do to confirm the assumptions, presuppositions, and biases. The math will know how to get you there. Don't worry.
To be fair, to do any sort of mathematical equation and things like that, to if you're trying to come to a conclusion, you have to have assumptions.
Well, you can start with a measurement. You don't always have to have assumptions.
So I would push back and say you do, but my phone's
Okay,
about
so
to die.
what you do is if you're measuring a staircase, if you're trying to work out a staircase, so what you do is you get your overall, yeah, and then you do a maths equation, rise over run, and then you do the equation and you come up with a staircase. Now, what was the assumption in the staircase?
So you make a series of assumptions, right? So the technique you're using to measure, and that equals what you're trying, like, so an inch equals an inch, that basic thing. Also, you're making the assumption that the world is measurable in the physical world. It it sounds stupid, but it truly is. Like, you do have to make assumptions.
What did you say? An inch is an assumption?
Why would you have to make assumptions on something that's geometry with measurements? Why would you go on about doing that first?
So otherwise, then it means nothing. You are basing
Well, yeah,
these measurements.
built the
That's all I'm
staircase.
saying. So all I'm saying is to say like assumptions like are bad in some way. No, every single person has to make assumptions before you measure or do any sort of experiment.
No, that's why you measure, and then you don't have to make assumptions.
You're not hearing me.
I don't think you're hearing him.
Like if
you're building bridges, for example,
yeah, what's the
between
assumption?
yeah.
I think clarifying the assumptions would be helpful, is maybe what she's trying to say. Like just saying assumptions are made isn't as helpful as like naming off the assumptions.
Oh, Eratosthenes made 2 of them, didn't he?
All right, so call those out. What are they?
So to be fair, even just the idea of being able to measure things that happen in the physical world is an assumption.
Well,
going into an experiment or going into a situation where you're trying to measure things or determine cause and effect and things like that, that is an assumption that things are measurable.
Let me.
That's
You
all
have to assume that you
I
put it up to
feel
the
like the
work.
word assumption is being used incorrectly. That's all I'm saying.
Can I just point out the 2 assumptions Eratosthenes made, real quick? The first one being parallel rays of light. Second one, globe. Those are the 2 assumptions.
Reading this
Deliberate.
here, scholars at the time has produced impressive works in astronomy, mathematics, geography, planets. Most famous accomplishments.
And distance, I think, also.
Yeah, I
To
guess
the
you could
sun.
say that. He said infinite, so yeah, I guess that's another assumption.
Is an inch an assumption or an agreed upon metric? So we have a standard, yeah, which says you have to be within this tolerance for you to be able to call it an inch. So it's actually a measurement. So you're not really assuming an inch.
So to be able to say I'm going to measure the physical world, you are making an assumption about the physical world and it being measurable.
Oh, I'm
I
just
can't
measuring
say
a staircase at the moment, though. I'm going to measure a staircase. I'm going to come up with the angle I want to build the staircase, and then I'm going to have rise over run. I'm going to work out how many steps there are, all in an equation. But what's the assumption? You said every mathematical equation needs an assumption. Where's the
Not
assumption in that?
not needs, but it is inherent in that. So you're assuming a lot of things where you're like, okay, so a staircase has to go at an angle upwards. There are a lot of assumptions made. I
Well, it
just
has
think
to.
that
Otherwise, it's not a staircase.
that's an assumption that you
Not an
bring
assumption.
into. Yes, it is.
Why?
That's exactly what it is.
Why is that an assumption?
So here's my thing. I think there has been this like negative connotation associated with assumption. It's not a bad thing. It's necessary. So yeah, you make a lot of assumptions when you build a staircase, design it, all the things.
Which one? Name one.
Timbo, you need to assume that you're not a head in a jar.
And, did
That's
you
the
hear
first one.
80%
Yes.
yesterday? He was 80% sure he was on Discord.
There was a guy that said that, yeah. Pretty wild. Reminds me of the work 60% of the time, every time kind of guy.
Trust that guy.
Wow.
Well, I see what Allison's saying, where you're going to assume that the bottom of the stairs is going to, the stairs are going to reach point A to point B. It's going to be the right angle. It's going to be at that, like each step is going to be a specific
We
height
measure it.
so that you don't trade.
Yes, you gotta measure.
Right.
Measure it and then draw it up and then cut the wood.
No assumptions needed.
All of that is based on assumptions. That's what I'm saying. I think we're using the word differently. Is maybe what we can come to the
It's an
conclusion of.
assumption about the height of a room.
No. It's no.
If you want to to build a bridge, what assumption you need to make first?
I don't fucking know. I don't build bridges.
But there are people
sorry.
building bridges. I think they need to see the terrain around. What is the sea? What is the rocks? What is going on around? You know, to see first all that elevation profile, and then they start to build the bridge. I think it's like that. They measure how much distance is between two. I don't know if it's river or
You
sea
can't
or
assume
whatever.
measurements. If you assume measurements, you'll get something bad. You know, you
Yeah.
would gotta.
Oh, you
Yeah.
cut out there, bro.
Jesus, are we speaking about
So,
this?
You know, it just makes sense though. You know.
No, just you don't. That's the point of measurements. It's you don't need to assume.
Exactly. You don't assume measurements. Exactly my point.
You just make them.
Right.
Yeah.
That's it. You just make.
You
the
don't go
measurements.
and build something in middle of somewhere because you think that it's good project because it stairs that stair steps look is good, and now you put in the water, you know, because I made measurement, I made good stair steps, now I'll put it in water, you know,
I'm
or
not gonna
whatever, you know. I will put
assume an inch.
I will
I'm gonna measure an inch. I'm not gonna assume an inch because if you assume,
Yeah.
it's not gonna be accurate. But if you measure,
Exactly.
then it's an inch.
Yeah.
You were assuming a bridge, like you said. You would be assuming like how strong it would hold. You would say right how much weight
No,
it
you
would
don't
hold.
assume that. You don't. There's calculations for that are already known
Okay,
in
you're right. You're
metalwork.
right. You're
How
right. You're
strong
right. All
metal
right.
is
Well,
with certain stresses, so you don't have to
something
assume
else.
it.
You know, then what else could you assume about a bridge then? Probably nothing. You would probably make that shit to perfection, correct?
Or you make it right, or it breaks. One or the
Well,
other.
you need to calculate you need to calculate how much drop it's over distance.
There have been times where people have assumed the construction of a bridge would work, and there have been situations where bridges have collapsed or failed.
Or burned.
Right. You're assuming the strength of materials. You're assuming a lot of stuff. You're assuming your measurement device is true and accurate. unless you
Yes.
measured it with another true and accurate device. There's a lot of things that you need to assume, right? That we take for granted, actually. So
That's true.
we're
You
like
can
in the
assume
weeds
that
on
people
this one
do
right
their
now,
job.
guys.
That is
Can we?
true.
Either way, Eratosthenes' assumptions were just that.
I left for like 5 minutes, came back, and you're still talking about the same assumptions.
I mean, it goes back to like there are natural causes for things that happen in the world around us. That is a basic assumption. Evidence can be used to learn about those causes. That's an assumption. All these. So I think maybe we're using the word assumption differently.
You are.
I think at the very I don't know if you have a good understanding of the word.
Oh, I have a great
okay.
understanding of it. You're using it wrong.
How so?
You said you need to assume stuff to build a bridge, to build a staircase, and we showed you don't assume anything. You just measure, draw, and cut, and put together.
Precisely.
Again, you didn't listen to what I said, because then you would understand. I feel like we don't disagree here. You just aren't listening to me. So
So like in a lot of things you do, the papers and the instructions will list assumptions, right? It's very common. We're assuming this, we're assuming that. You see it all the time in military documents where they say we assume a flat, non-rotating Earth. There's a lot of assumptions that can happen. That's one way to use it. Another way is like, I mean, I guess there's probably only one way we really use it, right? But some of them are like normal assumptions that we don't really even need to go through. Some of them are huge assumptions that are called into question. I feel like we should only be talking about the big assumptions that are questionable, right?
Yep.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Well, I can understand if you say I am assuming that in this process, this I don't know, in chemistry, for example, this will change something, and then you put that in process and you see it is changed or it is not changed, and because it was assuming that material will change the process in I don't know in chemistry or something, and you say I am assuming that, but that's the process what you need to say.
Right.
But I don't know for anything that you are assuming and then you getting immediately. That's good luck. If you assume something and you get the result immediately, like I don't know.
in order to be able to draw a conclusion, you have to make assumptions. Basic assumptions. That's where I'm like, you're not getting it. You're not getting it.
For everything.
No, so assuming the world is round is how you get whatever conclusions you may get from that. I guess.
You don't assume the conclusion.
If I'm making bread, what I need to
Well, how do
assume?
you?
Nobody said you assume a
Why would we
conclusion.
assume if we have conclusions? That means we would have like solid, you know.
That's where I'm.
assumed his
I feel like
conclusion.
I feel like nobody here would disagree with me if you were actually listening to what I'm saying. You have to make basic assumptions to draw a conclusion. I didn't say make an assumption about a conclusion. You have to make basic assumptions to be able to link two things. To be able to say, okay, I'm assuming the physical world is measurable, right?
Yeah.
And then I
Okay.
am able to measure.
Yes, so I don't think anybody here would disagree with me. Yeah, I think I'm not doing a great job, obviously, of explaining it, but I'm being unclear. But yeah, so make fun of me all you want. I don't care, but I don't think we disagree here.
No one's making fun of you.
Meh.
No.
Yeah, no, you're good.
We hear your point. We hear your point.
Yeah. Eratosthenes assumed the conclusion, therefore conclusion.
That's right.
There you go.
Eratosthenes assumed the ball, therefore a ball.
God, it's insufferable.
That's what I'm saying.
But he did work in between that moment, though. He did calculations.
He still assumed globe.
He didn't.
Therefore,
He didn't
globe.
do. You don't have radius. Aristotle didn't get the radius value, and nobody speak about that. That's for me
But if you
interesting because
can, if you can take,
Glober,
if you can, I'm sorry,
Globers,
Sasha, go on.
sorry, Globers need to take another name, and then I will be say, okay, at least they are taking the name who really calculate, not measure it, calculate the radius. But they're using Aristotle didn't calculate the radius. It's another man. Can you use the proper man? He also didn't prove anything, but at least use the proper name and the man.
If he was able to take 2 points and do the measurement,
I'm telling you,
the well, and then the obelisk, and then figure out a level of degree, and then add those degrees together based off of the distance between the two objects, it eventually comes around. It should add up to 360 degrees, which is, well, it should add up to a certain amount of degrees, which would equate to a sphere.
Okay.
If you
and
you live on a sphere and the sun has parallel
so
rays,
he's assuming
right?
that it'll be a sphere. He does the mathematics to determine the answer in the end, and if he's wrong, he assumed wrong. He's doing the mathematics to prove his assumption, though.
Okay.
So I assume I live on a ball, and I assume the sun has parallel rays. Therefore, I live on a ball.
Okay, and that shadows, which rate show it? What is does that shadow show it? What is the radius of the Earth?
Apparently it was around 24 to 29,000. I think it was miles. He said. Hang on, sorry, hold on 1 second. There was a variant. There was about a 5,000 mile variant. Hang on, where was it? Let me pull it back up. Hang on.
Why is
Hold
the
on.
Earth so round? Why is the Earth so round, man?
It's more of an oblate spheroid. It's more like an Asian pear, I guess you can say. It's squished at the top, and fat around
Jesus
the
Christ,
middle.
how you know that?
Oh, okay, so it's an oblate spheroid.
So if it's
Well,
a
why is
pair,
why is perfect sphere from the space?
If it's a
Why is
pair, then the surface is indented all the way around somewhere, right?
Hold on, I said Asian pear. What does an Asian pear look like?
I don't know.
Look up an
It's
Asian
a
pear.
pear to me.
No, you're
pear. I don't know how you
standard
equate that
you're
to a world.
Call it an orange.
thinking
You
of the
can't call it an
standard-
orange.
You're
You
thinking
can't call
of
it an orange. It has to be a John
Matthew,
Smith
you're-
Asian purple
You're
Caesar
making the
pear.
assumption that people know what an Asian pear looks like.
I like
Oh, you're
pears.
fucking right. I
There you
did.
go. That's
oh
the
my
right word.
god.
That's right.
Back up. Back the fuck up.
Busted.
Why not
God
a
dang it. All right.
European?
I
Why not
concede. I concede. I assumed you knew what an Asian pear was. I apologize. I stand corrected.
Thank you,
Allison's
Gemsy.
I take it.
We're not that sophisticated.
Oh,
I
my
want
God.
to.
Yeah.
I want to see that pair, man. Can you post the picture, please?
He did. He did. He did. Gemsy
Is
got
there
it.
is there a 14-mile equatorial bulge on it?
I think so.
I feel like you made that.
You got to find the right one. You got to find the right
Show
pair.
me a
for it to have
pair of
that.
size of the Earth, or I'm not going to believe it. I want a pair the size of the Earth.
I regret saying that now,
It
but
has-
all right, I like it.
It
This
has
is my
pentagram
man.
inside.
They're good. It's giving me a laugh.
It
Love
has pentagram inside, man. Come on.
I appreciate it. That's what I needed today. Thank you guys for the laugh. I did that to myself though, but yeah. Holy
all
shit.
good, man.
Okay. Fuck.
It's
Oh,
pretty,
you convinced me now. Now
yeah,
I know what the
I think I'm
real
a
shape.
Glover now.
here's the
Holy
thing.
crap, man.
Yeah.
I always thought it was those normal pairs, but now it's I see
Fucking
the
thought
Asian
the Earth
pair,
was
and I'm like,
so
oh my god,
delicious.
he's right.
Now I know why you are throwing the Neil deGrasse under the bus because he didn't know for the Asian pair, man.
Ah, he
He's
doesn't eat
putting
enough of them.
this stupid Western pair, with the, how it looks like stupid, This has more sense. Look, it looks spherical, man.
Okay. Fuck.
Sorry, Matt. You'll get there.
No,
Matt
it's
C.
cool.
Bus.
It's okay. Matt Bus. Where's Old Horse or Old Hoss? Where's he at?
Can I ask a question about
gone.
this pair?
Oh.
About this pair. If we
It's
peel on if we peel on only the skin of this pair, how we know that these 5 seeds are inside?
Oh,
That's a
man,
good
deep.
question. I don't have an answer for you, Sasha. I really don't. You got me on that one. You do. You got me on that one. Fuck.
Yo,
Okay.
let's
You got me on that one.
let's go back to Eratosthenes real quick, man.
Sure.
Real quick. I just think about the parallel rays of light, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
We don't see that. We don't see that in the world. And you can tell. You could look at the sun. You could see it breaking through clouds, right?
You don't see it where you're
Anti-corpuscular
at.
rays. You get what I mean, though? Like, we do not see parallel
Right.
rays of light.
Well,
So, like, how does he know that those
here's the thing.
shadows were accurate in the first place? It's like, you can't have both.
Well,
You can't have
let me ask
divergent rays of light. Otherwise, that eclipses wouldn't work.
That just
Right.
goes to show the sun is local.
But here's the thing. Okay, let me ask you guys a question here. I was thinking about this because I was driving home from work today, and we had the what'd you call them, anti-corpuscular rays coming through the sky, like through the clouds. And so I live in Canada. I live in Southern Ontario. Okay, I don't know where you live, but say you live in
Vegas.
Okay, you live in
Okay.
Vegas. So at the exact same time, when you're looking towards the sunset or the sun setting through the clouds, and I'm looking towards the sun setting through the clouds, and I see corpuscular rays, and you're like a 4-hour flight away from me, and you see the same thing. I mean, like, how many miles apart are we, and we're still seeing corpuscular rays?
I
We're
don't
still
know. Where
seeing
are
angular
you
rays and stuff
exactly
like
in
that.
Canada?
I said Southern Ontario. So
Southern Ontario. What time
yeah,
zone?
Where they all
so
live. It's
like
where they all live.
north.
Eastern
Yeah,
Standard.
that's yeah, Eastern Standards. We're all
Eastern
Canadians living
Standard,
in
3-hour
Canada. Yeah.
difference, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So, well, okay, forget that. Say I live in Vancouver, directly, like almost directly
Well,
north of you.
hold on. Wait. Take
Sure.
take a moment to look at the globe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Look at the globe, right? I'm in Vegas, and you're in Ontario,
Yes.
right?
Mm-hmm.
So your sunset is what right now?
It's
Yeah, about
starting
that.
to set.
It's starting
set.
to. Maybe a little bit earlier now, but yeah.
Okay.
About another hour and 10 minutes, hour and 5 minutes.
Okay. Check it out.
What you got?
Oh,
Let me
I
see.
don't know why I can't post. Oh, I don't think I can post. That's okay.
Oh, I can't either. I wish I could.
I was about to take a picture of the sun, but yeah, I
It
just
was
took a
something I
picture of
was,
the sun with
it
divergent
was something I
angles.
was thinking of. Yeah, I was thinking. It was something I was thinking about today with divergent angles, as you were saying. If we both see divergent angles where we live at the same time, but we're like, I don't know how far we are apart. I'd have to look it up. Hold on, you're in Vegas.
What's your mind going through? I'm curious. What are you getting
Well,
there?
okay, so I mean, from my perspective, I would think that the sun is local. It's right above where I live. That's why it's like the rays are so angled outwards. Do you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
that makes sense. Yep, it's not
Okay.
93 million miles away. It's
But
probably
if
way
you see it
closer.
in
We don't know how far though, for real.
right? But if you see it in Vegas,
Mm-hmm. I
it
see it
would
right
look
now.
local to you. Yeah, it would look local to you though, but it looks
Yeah,
local to me.
it does
It's
look
just
local to me. I literally see
yeah.
the shadows of it right here. Like I'm
What is
looking.
what is that?
What's what?
Oh, that looks.
Like,
Oh, I never seen it from this angle. Like shadows. This looks interesting.
But do you see what I'm kind of getting at? Is where it's like if it looks local to me, but it looks local to you as well. It's
Cause like you're almost there, bro. You're almost there. I mean,
but it's just the
and
thing that I'm
I
thinking
mean
about.
that. I mean that. But I mean that like
Yeah.
totally not
I'm asking questions,
non-condescending way.
B. I'm
I love it.
asking questions. That's what I'm
I love it,
doing.
bro.
But
It took me 3 months to break through cognitive dissonance in 2020.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
how did that feel? How did that feel when you broke through finally?
I feel amazing, bro. It feels
That's
great.
good.
The irony of that statement is hilarious.
I don't know. Yeah. It just made me think about that today where it's like if it looks local to me, but someone further away from me, it looks local to them as well. I mean, what does that mean?
Here, let me see if I can take.
It means it's
And-
fucking
Were
you,
you
big.
crepuscular and anti-crepuscular, or are you just talking about crepuscular rays?
Oh my god.
Like, what were you
this guy-
questioning?
So I don't even
I mean,
know.
how does this not
Let me
prove
see.
it's local right here? I think it does.
Bro,
It proves
real-time
it's local.
photo. Real-time photo.
Hold on. Where are you?
I'm sending it to
Did you? Oh, did you? Okay, yeah. All right, I got
Oh
you.
yeah. There's no way. Globe debunked.
Oh, see, it's not cloudy. Looks like
You
I'm
did it, man.
mistaken.
I know. I was
2,500
trying to
years
get
later.
it through the trees.
Congratulations.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
If
But
you
my
get a
point is,
cloudy
though.
day, yeah.
But look
If you
at
get a
that,
cloudy
right?
day though, when you can see like the rays shining through the
But
clouds, do you know what I mean?
go on Google Earth real quick.
Hold on one
Just
second.
just go on Google Earth. Just
I'm gonna
get
go
this
on
in your
Google
mind
Earth.
real quick. All right.
I'm going there. Hang on. Okay, maps. Where am I going?
Just Google Earth. Just look at Vegas and then look at where you're at.
Okay, hang on a second. Vegas. All right. Vegas. Let's get
Is it
directions.
almost nighttime, right?
Yeah, it's getting there. Sun is definitely set. The sun is definitely set. Let me see here. We are, you and me, we are approximately calculating. How far are we away from each other? There we go. 3. Okay. Fuck. Let's go plane. Okay. No flights. Fuck yourself. 3,800. So I would say
3,800 kilometers.
3,800 kilometers, which let me transfer that into American miles. Hold on. Freedom miles. Give me a second.
That's 23. That's 2,361 miles.
Okay, you beat me to it. All right.
It's a lot.
Mm-hmm. It is a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking like 2,300 miles away. To me, the sun looks local from my area, but to you, it looks local as well. And it looks like it's just right above where I live, based on the rays coming down. No, seriously though. Like, I mean,
No,
if I'm
yeah,
looking for the
because
clouds,
I'm looking to the east, right?
yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I'm
exactly.
doing. I'm looking to the east. The rays, like the way the sun rays go through the clouds, it looks like they're going right to a straight point just above the clouds. In my perspective.
And it's sunset for you, right?
Yeah.
Just think about
And if
that.
it looks,
It's crazy, right? Isn't that wild? Doesn't work on a globe model.
actually, I was gonna say because the sun is so far away, it looks that way to everybody. Do you know what I mean?
What are you guys looking at?
Listen, bro. Listen.
I'm
looking to the east, right? Aren't you to the east? Right.
I was looking to the east today. Yeah, when I was heading home, I was driving east.
But I'm just saying, like, the sun's still up, super bright. It's right here. Yet it's sunset for you.
Yeah, for me, it's not that high up.
Yeah, that proves a globe right there. That proves a globe, not a flat Earth, man.
How does that prove a globe? How does it prove one way or the other?
It actually proves, because I can explain to you, it proves a rotating spherical object. That's what it proves. It disproves a stationary, non-rotating plane. That's what it disproves. Because if it's sunny, if the sun's still 4 o'clock sun for you in Las Vegas, and it's 7 o'clock sun here in Michigan and Ontario, we're basically neighbors. That proves that as we spin and we go around as the curve goes around the curve, that that Vegas will soon be sunset too, and we will be dark. If it was a flat Earth, the sun would have to be, like you said, local, which we know it's not. But you can do that with measurements with math, so you know
Dude,
it's not local.
if we're spinning, bro, I shouldn't be able to see the sun too. Like, or you shouldn't be able to see the sun. Either way, there's just no way, bro. But it's not that big in comparison to the rest of the Earth. It's 2,600 miles or whatever. Let's see. That's like that's almost 10%.
It's only got to turn 15 degrees an hour. It's very slow turning. That's why it takes 3 hours.
But
That's why I went 3 hours
it really doesn't prove the shape of the Earth though, man. Either way.
It does.
Really
It
doesn't.
absolutely does. Yeah, it does. If you
It
want
absolutely doesn't.
if you understand physics and you understand the way the planetary bodies work in rotation, then it does.
Listen, looking up at the sky, looking up at the sky, cannot tell me how to measure the ground below me, dude. It just doesn't.
Absolutely.
I don't care. I don't look at the sky and be like, "Oh, I'm on the sun." You know. That's what the Earth
Knowing the
is.
sun
The
is
sun.
local
Neither do
makes
I.
you think
Neither
that
do I.
the world is a globe still.
Neither do I. I never look at the sun and think I'm on the sun. I don't know what that means.
So why would looking at the celestial bodies help determine the shape of the Earth?
By their movement across the sky.
Isn't that how
It
you
makes
judge your
no
planets
sense.
anyway? Isn't
By
that how you
their
judge your planets anyway? That's how you say
moving.
the
By their
ball is the globe,
moving.
because you judge how the other
So
planets look.
Are perceived moving across the sky. Yes, exactly. That's how you do
Hey,
it. You
hey,
can
Beast.
perceived.
every
All
year,
right. So that they're
Can I
apparent.
jump in real quick?
every year, you can mark them down. You can take multiple pictures of the moon, of the sun, and you'll see it travel throughout the sky in the motion that
Are
the orbit
are
says it is.
are we moving in this moment?
I don't feel like I'm moving.
Not at all, brother. Not at all.
No, no, no.
Okay, how
I'm
about
asking
this?
the guy.
Okay,
Are we
I'll explain
moving?
to you.
Only simple question.
Yes,
Are we
we're
moving?
moving. Yes, we're
How
moving.
would
Yes.
the second question? How would it look like if we are not moving?
We would all be dead.
We would
No,
all
I'm
be
asking
dead.
you. How, now, when I go out, I see the clouds and stars are moving. If we are not moving, how that would look like?
You have to repeat yourself. I'm sorry.
Oof. Oof.
You
It
said
would look the
you said
same.
when.
The answer would look the same.
Oh, okay, great.
Move on.
Thank you.
Or planets wouldn't have retrograde motion.
That means that we cannot say that something is moving if something is stationary. In the same thing, if you see only the sky, we can say we are stationary or maybe we are moving. But with our common sense and senses, we can say that we are not moving because we don't feel that.
There's ways to prove you're moving on Earth.
Bro,
How
you
we
got
can?
equal
How we
ear,
can?
right? Or you got inner your
Gyroscopes,
inner ear.
pendulums, they
Hold
all
on, wait,
prove
wait.
it.
Your inner ear, right? That helps you determine, your balance. You can feel changes in acceleration. I don't
Okay.
feel any of that.
But not in
Of
constant
course
motion,
not. Because,
though.
how about this? How about I can explain to you why? Get in your car and turn that car
Yeah.
in
Yep.
one big circle in 24 hours. You will not even feel that your car is moving.
Really? Did you ever
Yeah.
drive the car?
Yeah, it's a real simple experiment. Anybody can do it.
And when you're driving car, you are not feeling moving.
Bro, when I'm
Okay, how about
driving
this?
my car, bro, I feel like I'm driving, bro. I never know what you're talking about.
Are you driving Earth?
Yeah, bro, hey, bro. I'm talking about if you're sitting in your car, bro, and you make
All right.
and you make
Check
the
it out.
turn in 24 hours, bro.
Check it
So
out.
that
Check
means
it out. So what about moving?
how many degrees are you moving
God,
in
okay.
24 hours?
What
I
about
feel when I'm
moving north
driving.
to south or south to
Simple as
north?
that. I feel it
Yeah.
when I turn,
Hold
when
on,
I
hold on.
accelerate.
Wouldn't you feel the
Okay.
Okay.
Take a turn. Hold on. I want to address this guy that keeps saying I feel when I drive. Okay.
Is it
When you come to a stoplight, take that turn, but instead of taking it like normal, where you just take off from the stoplight and you go, take that turn at like 1 inch per hour.
Exactly. So you want me to go slow, super slow. So you're saying we're going super slow is what you're saying.
Relative to what you're thinking, yes, this Earth is spinning slow.
Oh, so it's so
it's
slow we don't notice the movement.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Have you ever been on a have you ever been on top of
Come on now.
have you ever been in a rotating restaurant, top of a rotating restaurant that spins, right? You been on one of those?
Yeah.
that's
Wouldn't you feel the effects of spinning?
Okay, listen.
Hold on.
Those restaurants
Wouldn't you feel the-
are
you're gonna
set.
feel
Those
the effects.
restaurants are set to spin. Those restaurants are set to spin one full revolution in 1 hour, which is actually faster than the Earth's
analogous.
rotation, relatively spinning.
And this is
Hold on.
and this
Listen.
is a
Why don't the
I
glasses
get
fly
it.
off the
We
table?
get it.
Why are you
We
angry?
get it.
Listen,
This
the
is-
the moment you stand up, listen, the moment
Hold
you
on, wait,
stand
let
up on that
T-Dub-
thing and try to take small steps like as you are, you were gonna feel it.
This is analogous. Why?